Grasping Evil Chapter 199 to Chapter 228. Yin Yang Transformation, 1st Level, 8th Realm. Corpse Devil Record, 1st Level, 9th Realm, close to the first corpse transformation. His magic power had reached 190 units. His demon power had also reached 28 units after devouring countless flesh and blood. Mid-Nascent Soul Realm, Peak Spirit Sense, Body Refinement Realm. Peak Silver Bone, Half-Step Jade Life Realm. The last step to the Jade Life Realm requires luck. After meditating for a few days, Ningfan looked at the cauldron ring on his left wrist. His eyes were filled with reminiscence. Tea-Flower Demoness, Feng Xian Demoness. The 12 demon companions of the Carp Companion Demon General. Today, Ningfan could kill the 2 of them without using a finger. The breakthrough of the 2nd level of Yin Yang transformation that Ningfan desired for a long time would probably happen today. Once he plucked the 2 of them and broke through to the 2nd level, the Yin Yang locket would have one more ability. The 1st level ability was plucking and plundering. What would the 2nd level be? Come out. Ningfan shook the cauldron ring. Red mist flashed and 2 unconscious bodies appeared on the ground. They were unconscious. One of them was a red-robed Camellia Demoness while the other was a purple-haired Feng Xian Demoness. Their bodies were hot and voluptuous, but their faces were ugly and full of scars. When Ningfan flicked his sleeves and the wind blew, the 2 girls gradually woke up. This is... The Tea-Flower Demoness eyes were blurred. She had been unconscious for a long time. As for Feng Xian Demoness, she had already regained consciousness. When she saw Ningfan, her eyes were filled with hatred. It's you. She found out that Ningfan was alone and there was no formation in the room. She and the Tea-Flower Demoness were 2 nascent soul realm cultivators. The fear and dread they had towards Ningfan vanished in an instant. Her impression of Ningfan was just a harmonious spirit realm junior with heaven-defying means. Humph. How dare you let us out alone? You're courting death. She opened her cherry lips and spat out a purple wind blade that carried the fragrance of a virgin. However, she did not even make any hand seals to use this wind blade. It was not a proper demonic technique and was only enough to kill a gold core realm junior. Ningfan's expression was cold. He flicked his finger and the heaven and earth primordial chi shook violently. The purple wind blade was shattered. As for Feng Xian Nu, she was shaken by the heaven and earth yuan chi and her demon infant almost shattered. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her eyes were filled with shock. That finger was much more casual than any spell she had ever seen. However, its power was something that even a nascent soul spell couldn't achieve. You are, cough. She was so hurt by Ningfan's finger that she could not speak. However, Camellia Maiden's face was filled with shock as she helped her to finish her sentence. Impossible. You actually broke through to the middle stage nascent soul realm. How is this possible? I can't be wrong. In the past, when the 2 demonesses fought against Ningfan, that young man was indeed just a harmonious spirit realm. Even though bewitching techniques were difficult to guard against, the 2 ladies were confident that even if they were no match for Ningfan in the past, they would not be much weaker than him. If Ningfan wants to defeat the 2 of them in the same way, it would certainly be a tough battle and he would have to use all of his trump cards. Today, however, Ningfan had shaken the primordial power of heaven and earth with just a flick of his finger and injured Feng Xian Nu. She had only seen such strength in the hands of Lord Demon General before. Sister Feng, let's run. She was secretly frightened. She pulled the injured Feng Xian Nu and teleported away. She thought to herself that Ningfan was too careless. He summoned the 2 of them but did not set up a formation in the room to prevent them from escaping. However, before they could teleport away, Ningfan did not move at all. He merely lifted his finger and pointed at them. A gray light flashed and the halo trembled. The 2 ladies were tightly bound by the invisible threads of Dao Law and were frozen in place. When Ningfan waved his sleeve, the 2 ladies were involuntarily dragged back to the side of the bed. One on the left and the other on the right, they fell into Ningfan's arms. They were still unable to move. Did I allow you to leave? Ningfan sneered. He did not set up a formation because it was unnecessary, just 2 Archean demon kings. How could they possibly escape from me? Are they dreaming? How? How is this possible? What kind of spell is that? How could it immobilize us with just a finger? We can't even break free from it. Impossible. Not even Lord Demon General could do it. What Li Ban can't do, I can't do it too. For example, Li Ban's demon companion is in my arms right now, waiting for me to pamper and pluck her. What did you say? How dare you call Lord Demon General by his name? How dare you try to pluck us? How dare you? If you dare. Feng Xianxu's purple eyes flashed, but she was still stubborn. Even though her face was ugly, her delicate body struggled in Ning Fan's arms, making her look somewhat miserable. If I dare to do that. What can you do? Ning Fan's hand fiercely grabbed her breasts. The pain and humiliation made Feng Xianxu want to die. Let go. Don't touch me. Feng Xianxu's eyes were filled with hatred and hatred. Her breasts were not voluptuous, but they were soft and supple. Even though she had lost her beauty due to some reasons, there were still many demons who wanted to have sex with her seductive body. However, she was unwilling and dared not to do so. Once she was pinned down, she had no strength to break free. She could only watch Ning Fan's devil claws knead her breasts. Even though there was a thin layer of purple robe between them, nascent soul realm demon cultivators had sharp senses. They could still clearly feel the heat from Ning Fan's palm. Damn it, her heart suddenly felt regretful. Why did she chase after Ning Fan for the relic in the past? Why did she end up like this? If you continue to humiliate me, Lord Demon General will not forgive you. He is in Jin Country. Demon General? Jin Country? Oh, right. You don't seem to know that this place is not Jin Country and that Demon General has most likely gone to the demon world. As for him not letting me go. Look, what is this? Ning Fan sneered and pointed at his glabella. A blood-red lightning whip appeared. The whip had traces of dragon tendon power, the dragon tendon of an immemorial lightning dragon. Even though Ning Fan had almost completely erased the trace of chi on it, there was no doubt that it belonged to Lord Demon General. You pulled out Lord Demon General's dragon tendon. How dare you? Tell me, what did you do to Lord Demon General? In a moment of desperation, Feng Xianxu's neck broke free and bit Ning Fan's hand, causing blood to flow out. It seemed like this woman was a subordinate who admired Li Ban. That was why a miracle happened and she managed to break free. However, that cold-hearted Li Ban did not seem to care about his companion's life at all. This woman's infatuation was used in the wrong place. He is not dead, but I will definitely kill him in the future. How dare you hurt Lord Demon General? I will fight you to the death. Feng Xianxu was still biting him. The pain made Ning Fan's eyes turn cold. I heard that some demon generals who awaken in the demon spirit land will have demon companions. If the demon companion is a woman, the demon general will take her as a concubine if he likes her. If he doesn't like her, he will destroy the woman's appearance. He doesn't want the woman and he won't allow the woman to have sexual intercourse with others. Your appearance was destroyed by Li Ban, but, no. No. Lord Li Ban didn't do it on purpose. Feng Xianxu seemed to have recalled something horrifying. That day, the demon general used a demonic technique to destroy his appearance. At this moment, T-Flower's beautiful eyes turned gloomy. Tears fell from their eyes at the same time as if they were in pain. They knew that the demon general was heartless, but they still admired him. When the demon general was in deep slumber, they were Xianxia and Feng Xian who were beside him. They borrowed the demon general's demonic power to become spirits. They were his companions and it was not a big deal for the demon general to ruin their appearances. Interesting. However, no matter how infatuated you two are, it has nothing to do with me. To me, you are just human cauldrons to be plucked by me. You. How dare you? Both of them shouted at the same time. Many people like to ask if I, Ning Fan, dare or not. It's not a question of whether I dare or not. It's something that I must do. I need human cauldrons. As my enemies, you two have fallen into my hands. This is your fate. If you two cooperate with me, I can let you go. I won't kill you after this and keep your gold core demon power. No. We are the demon companions of Lord Demon General. Only Lord Demon General is qualified to pamper us. Ah. It was Ning Fan who knocked Tea Flower unconscious with a finger. His eyes were indifferent as he looked at Xianxia and knew you don't have a choice. The buttons on her clothes were undone one by one and her silk dress fell to the ground. Her undergarment was gently taken off, revealing 2 white bunnies. Xianxia's face turned red. She closed her eyes in embarrassment and anger. She knew that Ning Fan must be looking at her breasts right now. Caressing and teasing. His fiery palm brushed across her lower abdomen, almost causing her to collapse. Tears rolled down her cheeks. She wanted to take a deep breath to calm herself down. She wanted to shout and ask for help from the demon general. However, she gradually felt the unfamiliar sea breeze that blew against her face. It did not belong to the 800 cultivation countries. She also knew that the demon general would not save her. Moreover, if he knew that she was having an affair with another man as a demon companion, he would kill her. She already knew that the demon general was cold-hearted. However, she could not forget the red-haired man who was sleeping soundly. However, after that man woke up, he bestowed her the title of a demon and deprived her of her beautiful appearance. Her heart was once bleeding. The pain of being hurt by someone she admired was far more painful than being humiliated by an enemy like Ning Fan. It's natural for an enemy to humiliate me. However, how could the demon general be so ruthless to destroy my appearance? Her heart gradually turned cold, the piercing pain in her lower body had also become numb, there were tears in her eyes, but it was not because of losing her virginity. More than that, it was because of her disappointment towards the demon general. It's better to die. Living an ugly and dirty life is so tiring. What's the point of living like this? If the demon general knows that I have lost my virginity, he will most likely kill me. She was in despair and tried to bite her tongue even though she knew that a nascent soul realm cultivator would not die even if she bites her tongue. However, Ning Fan's finger went into her mouth and caressed her tongue, blocking her teeth from biting on it. Living is originally meaningless. However, if you continue living, you will be able to find the meaning. For example, you turned into a small flower and I saw you. Although there is enmity between us, if you help me pluck you, I can help you and your sister recover your appearance after this. Recover my appearance? A trace of hope flashed across Feng Xin's eyes that were filled with despair. 5th Revolution Pill, Appearance Restoration Pill. Even if it's a disfigurement caused by an incurable technique, it can still be healed. I will concoct it when I have time. Feng Xin regained some of her spirit and gradually felt the tearing pain in her lower body. She could not help but frown and grit her teeth. Pain. Be gentle, how can it not hurt? Damn it. Ning Fan frowned. This Feng Xin was really special. She used her obsession to disperse the fixed body. Even if it was done casually by Ning Fan, it was only 50% of its power. Moreover, this woman was able to resist the power of the plucking finger because of her dead heart. All these miracles were because of her obsession. If this woman was plucked by Ning Fan like this, it would be a miracle if he could increase his magical power by 1 unit. If this woman cooperated with him, it would be easy for him to reach the peak and pluck 20 units. The plucking finger actually failed. This made Ning Fan realize that it was not wise to use force blindly. He also realized how terrifying obsession was. His magical technique had yet to integrate that obsession, otherwise, it would be even more powerful. Thus, in order to maximize the effect of plucking, he comforted Feng Xin for the first time. Feng Xin, who was in despair, seemed to have found the hope of living with just a sentence of comfort and an empty promise. No wonder people say that a woman's heart is the easiest to take advantage of when it is broken. What should I do to help you pluck me more easily? Feng Xin asked carefully. She had already lost her chastity to Ning Fan. With the demon general's cold personality, he would not spare her and Tea Flower Lady. As for Ning Fan, he was willing to spare her life even though she was his enemy. His magnanimity was much stronger than the demon general. Even though it was impossible for her to fall in love with Ning Fan and admire him, she had no other choice but to cater to him. There was no turning back. If she does not want to end things here, she had to accept everything. Just relax, the plucking finger had finally succeeded. Feng Xin's breathing gradually quickened. She could not stop shaking her body. Both of her legs were tightly wrapped around Ning Fan's waist. A trace of pleasure that she had never experienced before came from the place where they intercourse. Numbness spread throughout her body like an electric current. She hugged Ning Fan, who was once her enemy. Her heart was filled with complicated emotions. What is the relationship between her and Ning Fan? There were no feelings and the hostility was diluted. The only place that connected them was the place where they intercourse, a human cauldron. Plucking an ugly human cauldron like me. You will suffer a great loss. My master said that everything is the same after the light is extinguished. In my opinion, you are much better looking than many women. Is that so? Her heart became even more complicated. Her arms hugged Ning Fan's back tightly and catered to the impact. She still did not have a good impression of Ning Fan, but her body had already surrendered. Unknowingly, she had already smoothened her purple hair and sat on top of him while twisting her waist. Unknowingly, Ning Fan had already cured Cha Hua Lady's coma and planted the plucking finger in her. Unknowingly, the room was filled with two demonic women's moans. His demonic power continued to increase and was now at 66 units. Nascent soul realm, and the yin-yang transformation had finally broken through to the second level. The second ability of the yin-yang locket turned into a message and resounded in Ning Fan's sea of consciousness. Mind-reading technique. Using words to charm and steal feelings from a woman's heart. The thoughts of the human heart are known by the heavens and earth. The bewitching technique leaves no traces behind. The human heart is unfathomable. This is a secret technique to capture a human cauldron and see through the human heart. It is only effective on women whose cultivation is not one realm higher than you. When this technique resounded in his sea of consciousness, Ning Fan was stunned. What kind of ability is this? Using the yin-yang locket to listen to a woman's heart, plucking and seizing is a forceful method, but this mind-reading technique is a soft method. Even a chaste woman could be unknowingly eavesdropped on and fall in love with him, forcing her to throw herself into his arms. Ning Fan frowned. This technique was not in line with his style. However, if this technique really has the ability of heart-stealing words, even if it was a void fragmentation realm female cultivator, as long as he has attained the void refinement realm and the other party has something on her mind, he would be able to hear about it when he gets close to her and strikes up a conversation with her. Should I use this ability or not? Try it? Ning Fan activated the yin-yang locket. Immediately, the locket trembled slightly and two messages were transmitted into his sea of consciousness. They turned into the thoughts of two women. Feng Xianxia, I am such a bitch. I obviously don't like him but I still indulged in it. Cha Hua Lady, is this the taste of a man? So comfortable. Feng Xianxia seemed to be blaming herself and ashamed while Cha Hua Lady seemed to have completely succumbed to the bewitching technique. Ning Fan's expression changed. This ability is a little heaven-defying. Getting information is useful. Pleasing a woman is useful. Although it was hard to imagine Ning Fan fawning on anyone given his personality. The second level of the cultivation technique is already so heaven-defying. What kind of heaven-defying cultivation technique would there be in the third level? The third level of the cultivation technique will make you love it so much that you won't be able to put it down. Open the profounding world, become the master of this world and obtain the fire tablet. All the magic techniques and cultivation techniques of the women you slept with or the men you absorbed into the profounding world for refinement will appear on the tablet. Any secret techniques and cultivation techniques will be easily obtained. The sound of Luo Yu waking up could be heard faintly. How did you know? Why don't I know? I face this tablet every day. All my cultivation techniques and immortal techniques are imprinted on it. Not bad. When I was sleeping, you didn't slack off and have already cultivated the yin-yang transformation to the second level. Not bad. However, I've seen your naked body. Luo Yu teased. Ning Fan did not say anything. He secretly activated the yin-yang locket, trying to eavesdrop on Luo Yu's thoughts. However, he failed in the end. It seemed like even if Luo Yu's magic power was greatly damaged, it was still not something that he could eavesdrop on. After getting rid of all distracting thoughts, Ning Fan focused on plucking the two women. In the dead of the night, he kept the two women into his cauldron ring and meditated. His demonic power broke through the early nascent soul realm and turned into a demonic dark green star that appeared in Ning Fan's left eye. With a thought, the star shone brightly. It was the first star of the demon star, the star of palmwood, the star of palmwood. With a thought, a pair of dark green wings appeared on his back. They were the wind and thunder wings. However, they were imbued with Ningfan's demonic power. The dark green feathers could increase his flying speed. It could also enhance his wind and thunder wings and his own speed. At this point, the 3 stars of God, demon and devil were all ready. After keeping the emo feather, he remained silent and leaned against the window to listen to the wind. It was very quiet. Only the mountain breeze was blowing and the autumn insects were chirping. Ningfan opened his eyes and thought about what he had done in the past few months. Killing like the clouds, plucking mercilessly, the devil Dao was getting further and further away and he was no longer his pure and innocent self. If the current him saw Ning Qing'er bathing, would he still meddle in other people's business? If the current him had Bing Ling, Yu Ling and the other girls who were willing to be his cauldrons, would he still let them go? No, I have changed, he sighed softly. No one would never change. As time went by, he was no longer the elegant young man in the snow. But some things would never change. No matter what he did, Jihe, Lan Mei and In Suqiu would not despise him. Especially Jihe, she was the most foolish girl Ning Fan had ever seen in his life. Jihe. Speaking of which, after I joined the Devil Dao, although I was cold, I seemed to be lacking something. I thought about it for a long time, but when I thought of you, I understood. So, I am lacking a smile. Ning Fan smiled faintly, stood up and stretched his body comfortably. Not a trace of devil chi could be seen on his body. A real devil, a real devil. From his appearance, no one would be able to tell that he was a devil. The cold Ning Fan was like an unsheathed sword, but this sword, when he thought of Jihe, returned to its sheath. Unknowingly, his mental state had broken through to the mid-nascent soul realm. Very good. My mental state is strong enough now. Next, I can try to break through to the late nascent soul realm. With my 190 units of magic power, I only need 110 units to steadily break through to the late nascent soul realm. This meant that he only needed 6 nascent soul cauldrons. The late nascent soul realm is easy, but the peak nascent soul realm requires 1,500 units of magic power. As for the spirit severing realm, it requires 10,000 units of magic power. After breaking through to the late nascent soul realm, my cultivation speed will slow down again unless I have 500 nascent soul realm human cauldrons. However, that is just an extravagant hope. There are only a limited number of women in the world. Female cultivators are rare in the first place. In such a dangerous place like the outer and inner endless seas, there might not even be 500 female cultivators. Ning Fan smiled helplessly. Becoming a soul formation cultivator seemed a little difficult. Even the peak of the nascent soul realm was not easy. No wonder there were so many nascent soul cultivators and so few soul formation cultivators. Furthermore, every single divine transformation realm expert was powerful enough to sweep away all the nascent soul realm experts in the world. To be continued. The wind brought with it the fragrance of grass, occasionally mixed with the sound of female guards training. In the peachland of Stone Pass, Ning Fan placed more than 1,400 formation eyes behind the mountain slope. He spent 1.4 million immortal jades to fill each formation eye with 1,000 immortal jades. With a thought, the heaven and earth yuan qi turned into a layer of fluorescent array. It was a low-grade divine transformation array, primary photovoltaic demonic array. After setting up the grand formation, Ning Fan slightly frowned and shook the cauldron ring to take out a green coffin. There was still the sound of the corpse devil rubbing against the coffin, but Ning Fan's fear of the corpse devil was no longer as strong as before. Whether you are Weiliang's corpse or not, I will search your sea of consciousness. I will naturally know. The female corpse had become a corpse demon, which was equivalent to completing the second transformation of the record of the corpse demon. She was even more powerful than ordinary soul formation cultivators. However, Ning Fan's physical body was also close to the Jade Life realm. It was not much weaker than the female corpse. Moreover, he had upgraded the Stone Warrior Devil marks to the second level of the general rank, the Profound Earth Devil marks. The defensive power of his physical body had increased by a few times. Even a true Jade Life realm expert would not be as strong as him. In addition to his skills and the Essence Photovoltaic Devil Formation's ability to restrain corpses and ghosts, he was not afraid of the female corpse with low spiritual intelligence. Some things had to be investigated in the end. He placed his palm on the green coffin and pushed the lid open. The moment the lid of the coffin was opened, the corner of Ning Fan's eyes shrank. In a blink of an eye, he retreated. When the lid of the coffin opened, a woman with 2-inch fingernails and pale skin stretched out of the coffin. Tyrannical corpse G swept out at this moment. Its power was almost at the soul formation middle stage. Fortunately, there was the demon subduing array to conceal it, so it did not leak out. Otherwise, it would definitely cause a commotion in Punlai and shock the outer seas. Ning Fan was secretly shocked. He was shocked because of the speed at which her most strength increased. The first time a female corpse fell from the sky, it was because Ning Fan happened to open the coffin by chance. At that time, the female corpse had yet to complete her transformation. In the demon-sinister forest, Ning Fan opened the lid of the coffin for the second time to let Mu Weiliang and Ning Honghong have a look at the female corpse. The result was that the female corpse was about to complete her corpse transformation and evolve into a corpse devil. The third time, on the 7 Apricot voyage ship, the female corpse had already become a corpse demon, and with one claw, she almost destroyed the black-armored refined corpse. Her strength was comparable to the early stage of deity transformation. In just a dozen years, this female corpse was already comparable to a soul formation mid-stage cultivator. This speed was rarely achieved by a corpse demon since ancient times. Powerful corpse Qi spread out. Ning Fan took 3 consecutive steps back before he could stabilize his body. It was a female corpse in a light robe with a pale face, cherry lips, and bloodless red lips. She was dressed in a pink and white gown and her frame was slightly delicate, but her graceful posture was very similar to Mu Weiliang's. Her eyelashes were curved and her hair was messy, but her beautiful eyes were shining with a green light. His joints were stiff and it was difficult for him to walk. Moreover, there was a trace of rotten smell in the fragrance of the woman's powder. Inch by inch, the skin of the woman who used to be smooth and supple started to rot. Corpse decay. Ning Fan frowned. He finally knew why this corpse devil's cultivation base could improve so quickly. It was because it sacrificed its own rotting corpse to disintegrate into qi, damaging itself in order to advance. Looking at the festering flesh of the female corpse, Ning Fan's heart tightened. If this corpse is Mu Weiliang's true body, then I must protect her. I must not let her continue to rot her own body. Moreover, even if this corpse is not Mu Weiliang, I shouldn't let her continue to rot for the sake of having sex with me. Corpse decay can increase the cultivation base of a corpse devil quickly. However, when the corpse is completely rotten and there is no corpse left to rot, the body of a corpse devil will collapse and turn into ashes. He was concerned about the female corpse. However, the female corpse obviously could not understand his concern. She had been dead for many years and turned into a corpse devil. She had lost all her memories and her spiritual intelligence was not clear. She could only vaguely remember that she used to keep her chastity for a man. She used to have a respectable status and held the key to the realm gate of the ancient heavenly court. However, the great tribulation of the heavenly court came instead of that person. The immortal world was destroyed. Who was the one who broke into the realm gate? She could not remember. However, when she thought of this, she felt like crying. It was as if she had eyes but failed to see. It was as if she had misjudged someone. She could not remember clearly. She could not remember clearly. However, there was a figure that she would never forget for the rest of her life. That shameless young man actually played with, violated, tainted my corpse. The palace guarding sand was broken because of him. She had forgotten everything. The only thing she could remember was to kill this person, tear him apart, and eat him. You hate. Die. Die. The female corpse's voice was extremely pleasant to the ears, but it carried a hint of hoarseness as if her throat had begun to rot. Her delicate eyebrows were filled with killing intent. A black light flashed and she flew towards Ning Fan. She opened her cherry mouth, revealing her white fangs as if she wanted to tear Ning Fan into pieces. Ning Fan's traveling light flashed and he retreated. The female corpse raised her small hand again. Her fingernails glowed with dark green light and she clawed at him. The powerful corpse intent condensed into a whirlpool behind Ning Fan. It carried a tearing force that could easily tear a nascent soul realm cultivator into pieces, and it tore at Ning Fan's back. Ning Fan hurriedly dodged the attack. However, he was still affected by the whirlpool. It was as if a tremendous force had hit his back. causing his body to fly forward uncontrollably towards the embrace of the female corpse. The female corpse's eyes flashed with ferocity. Her clawed fingers went straight for Ning Fan's neck. Even a true Jade Life body refinement realm body refinement cultivator would have their throat crushed. Do you really hate me that much? Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He knew that he could no longer hold back when facing the female corpse. Otherwise, he might really die in her hands. After reaching the peak of the silver bone realm, his bones had turned into silver. When he activated his body refinement technique, silver light shone brightly. An aura force that was infinitely close to the Jade Life realm rose from Ning Fan's fist and turned into an ice seal. Ice shatter. The punch and the claw descended. Heaven and earth were frozen. The ice seal caused the female corpse's attack to stagnate. However, her eyes glowed with a dark light. She easily shattered the ice seal with her claw. Their fists collided. On Ning Fan's fist, the female corpse's skin was soft and cold. However, it was not soft but as hard as iron. That claw almost shattered the bones of his fist. The rebounding force even penetrated into his bones, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood and fly 1,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, away. If it wasn't for the heaven-defying defense of the profound Earth Devil marks, Ning Fan's half-step Jade Life body refinement realm would not be able to withstand a single punch from the female corpse. It was already heaven-defying for his bones to remain intact. Even Stone Warrior could only protect himself from that punch. The female corpse was still as indifferent as before. She turned into a ray of traveling light again and her killing intent was revealed. As expected of a mid-divine transformation realm corpse devil. In that case, I'm sorry. Ning Fan wiped off the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and activated the primordial photovoltaic devil formation with his spirit sense. Traces of primordial force from the formation light turned into the devil subduing melody and sang softly within the formation. When the melody reached the female corpse's ears, her face suddenly turned pale with fright. Her corpse stiffened and no longer listened to her commands. After letting out a sharp shriek, she held her head and groaned in pain. This formation was called the devil subduing melody. Once a corpse devil enters the formation, it would end up like the female corpse. Of course, this formation was only effective against corpses that had yet to become a corpse spirit. The devil subduing melody would disperse the corpse spirit and cause it to lose control of itself. The female corpse fell to the ground while holding on to her messy black hair. She was in so much pain that she wished she was dead. At the same time, she let out a strange roar. Ning Fan could not bear to see her pained expression. However, he had no choice but to do so in order to find out the female corpse's identity. The female corpse gradually lost her ability to move. When she saw Ning Fan approaching her step by step, her face was filled with fear, alertness, and panic. She was like a field mouse in a hole that was facing a snake that had entered its hole. Don't, come, here, she wanted to struggle and tear Ning Fan apart. However, her corpse was not under her control. Ah! Ah! The female corpse let out a strange cry. Ning Fan sighed softly. He squatted down and carried the female corpse into his arms. He placed her on his knees and pointed his finger at her forehead. Don't be afraid. It won't hurt soon. Corpse searching technique. The corpse searching technique was a kind of secret technique that could retrieve memories. It was different from the soul searching technique. Cultivators' memories were engraved in their souls. However, their corpses could only retain a few fragments of their memories. It was impossible to retrieve anything from a corpse's memories. However, Ning Fan did not expect to get anything useful from it. He only hoped to find out the name of the female corpse when she was alive. With a single finger, the technique was completed. In his mind, Ning Fan felt like he was standing in a place where heaven and earth were shattered. Each piece of floating land was a piece of memory fragment. All of them were incomplete fragments of her life. There was no way for him to retrieve any information. Fortunately, among the many fragments, there was a blood-red complete memory continent that could be seen. Ning Fan leaped up and landed on that continent. Immediately, he was infected by the blood-red resentment and sorrow. The reason why this fragment of memory was preserved must be because it recorded the saddest past of the female corpse when she was alive. The blood-red memory was filled with resentment. It was because of this resentment that the female corpse's resentment did not disperse after her death and turned into a corpse devil. Thus, this fragment of memory was immortal. Ning Fan squatted down and placed his palm on the blood-red memory. Then, he closed his eyes. A broken scene slowly appeared in front of his eyes. In the collapsed immortal world, a noble lady who looked exactly the same as Mu Weiliang was standing outside an immeasurably tall giant door. Her eyes were filled with tears and she was grief-stricken. Why? Why did you lie to me? Why did you open the door? Why did you betray the heavenly palace? My father trusted you so much and I was so, hee. Mu Weiliang, don't you understand? I'm originally an outsider. You're the daughter of the Heaven Sovereign. You're my enemy. That was all there was in the memory. After withdrawing from the corpse-searching technique, Ning Fan frowned. The broken scene seemed to be related to the destruction of the ancient heavenly court and the immortal world. However, that kind of secret shouldn't be something that Ning Fan could get involved in. Even the true immortals of the four heavens' immortal worlds might not have the chance to know about it. However, Ning Fan finally figured out one thing. This female corpse was indeed Mu Weiliang. The reason for the difference in her aura was probably as he had guessed. After Mu Weiliang died, her 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls were scattered. The Mu Weiliang in the demon sinister forest was just one of her spiritual and physical souls. The female corpse in his arms still had a ferocious look in her eyes. When Ning Fan looked at the slightly rotten face of the female corpse, he felt heartache for the first time. If this female corpse was Mu Weiliang and he had a brief relationship with her, then even if she was a corpse devil, she could still be considered as an important person to him. Do you recognize this needle? Ning Fan took out an embroidery silver needle as if he was coaxing a child. It was the fairy immortal needle of the ancient heavenly court. There was a trace of the female corpse's aura on it. Needle. Needle. Embroidery, the female corpse seemed to recall something. She looked at the silver needle and gradually calmed down. Needle. I want. The dark green light in her eyes gradually faded away. She looked like a child who had calmed down and looked at the silver needle eagerly. After pondering for a while, Ning Fan decided to put the silver needle in the palm of the female corpse. The female corpse immediately smiled in satisfaction. A corpse devil can still smile, be obedient and don't mess around. I will give this needle to you, okay? I don't mess around. I want embroidery. The female corpse begged for mercy. Her eyes were filled with sincerity. She really looked like an ignorant child. If it wasn't because he knew that this female corpse was comparable to a mid-spirit severing realm corpse devil, and if it wasn't because her body had started to rot, Ning Fan would really treat her as an innocent young girl. I will remove the formation light. You are not allowed to attack me anymore. Otherwise, I will take away your immortal needle. I will listen and not eat you. The female corpse seemed to be trying to please Ning Fan. Really? Thank you for not eating me. Ning Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The emotional quotient of this female corpse was exactly the same as Mu Weiliang. Back in the demon sinister forest, Ning Fan just casually said a few words and it was enough to make Mu Weiliang go round and round in circles. Her emotional quotient is not high. No wonder she couldn't recognize people when she was alive and was deceived and killed. Ning Fan removed the formation light tentatively and stood up. The female corpse also regained control of her body and regained her mobility. But this time, she was slightly afraid of Ning Fan. How would she know anything about the formation light? She only thought that Ning Fan was too powerful and could immobilize her with just a thought. She thought that she was no match for Ning Fan. However, the corpse still retained the memory of the silver needle. This memory made her regard this tiny silver needle as her everything. Light. I want embroidery. The female corpse pleaded. Light? What light? Ning Fan was surprised. Light. The female corpse pointed at Ning Fan. Then, she pointed at herself. She raised the embroidery needle in her hand and smiled. Needle. Oh, I see. Ning Fan understood now. Light was the name that the female corpse gave to Ning Fan. It was probably because the formation light of the primordial photovoltaic evil formation made her think that it was Ning Fan's magical technique. Light. I want. The female corpse frowned and waved the embroidery needle. All right. Wait. Let me give you a bath first to cure your rotten body. Ning Fan looked at the female corpse who was temporarily obedient. His eyes revealed a strange expression and kept the green coffin. This female corpse was very strong, but her spiritual intelligence was too low. It was even lower than the black-armored refined corpse. If she had the spiritual intelligence of an ordinary person, she could definitely sweep across the outer endless sea with this female corpse. However, her spiritual intelligence was too low. If she was careless, she would be ambushed by other experts. It was unrealistic to rely on this female corpse to fight. Once she started killing, her ferocious nature would be triggered and she would no longer differentiate between friend and foe and attack Ning Fan again. First, he had to stop the decay of the female corpse. Next, he had to use the secret technique of the corpse devil record to plant a restriction spell on her. The female corpse was dead and her sea of consciousness had collapsed. Thus, he couldn't plant a restriction spell on her. However, there was a secret technique in the corpse devil record that could slightly restrain her. However, this secret technique couldn't control a corpse devil with spiritual intelligence to attack the enemy. Perhaps he could think of a way to rescue Mu Weiliang's soul from the demon sinister forest in the future and merge with the female corpse. That would make the female corpse feel better. But now, the female corpse couldn't be used as a combat force. After instructing the female guard to prepare a wooden basin of warm water, Ning Fan dismissed the female guard and closed the door. Then, he smiled at the female corpse. Take off your clothes and wash them yourself. I will give you some medicine to prevent your body from rotting. I don't know, then, I will help you, no. The female corpse's messy hair was rubbed by Ning Fan. Her stiff body was carried horizontally and placed on the head of the bed. Troublesome, a female corpse that doesn't know how to take a bath, a female corpse that couldn't even take off her clothes. She was the daughter of Heaven Emperor when she was alive. Now, she was just a wastrel that couldn't take care of herself. Ning Fan activated the yin-yang locket and tried the mind-reading technique. He realized that he couldn't listen to the female corpse's thoughts at all. When the body is dead, the heart will stop stirring and there will be nothing to worry about. What a troublesome female corpse. But if the rot is cured, she will still be beautiful. Should I help her soften the corpse first? Ning Fan's hand touched the stiff waist of the female corpse. Immediately, the female corpse's body trembled slightly. The dark green light in her eyes was about to appear again. If you don't listen to me, I will confiscate the needle. Yes. I can't. The female corpse felt wronged and dispersed the dark green light. To be continued. A secret technique was used to soften the corpse. The female corpse laid naked in the wooden tub. Just the warm water made her tender skin hurt immediately. It's hot. She begged with a pitiful look. Is that so? Ning Fan's eyes were filled with helplessness. He dipped his finger into the water. The water temperature was only a few degrees higher than a normal person's body temperature. Perhaps the female corpse was used to the cold body. He could be cruel to his enemies, but it was fine to love his wife. Although the female corpse was not his wife. His good impression of Mu Weiliang and the time he spent with the female corpse made him not much different from his wife. He flicked his finger and a trace of ice force entered the wooden tub. The temperature of the water immediately dropped. The female corpse's eyebrows loosened. She revealed a comfortable expression and smiled sweetly. Light. Think. N. Don't move. I will help you bathe. The female corpse's pale face was still rotten to the bone. But her eyes were pure and without any thoughts. Her soft hand moved the mist and the faint red flower petals. She softly hummed a nursery rhyme. At this moment, her expression reminded Ning Fan of Xianxia. Xianxia, Ning Fan silently rolled up his sleeves and carefully wiped the rotting body of the female corpse with a cloth towel. It was hard for outsiders to imagine that the Devil King, who was the talk of the world, had such a gentle side. When he was at the early nascent soul realm, he was unable to control the evil chi in his heart. But after he reached the mid-nascent soul realm, he was able to do it. Wei Liang, does it hurt? The corpse devil should not be able to feel pain, cold or hot. But this female corpse could feel the cold and hot as well as a headache. Otherwise, the primordial photovoltaic evil formation would only freeze her in place and not cause such severe pain. No. It hurts. The female corpse shook her head. Her hair was rubbed by Ning Fan's fragrant medicinal liquid, causing bubbles to appear. Her pure eyes were filled with interest. She lifted her jade-like finger and popped the bubbles one by one. Then, pointing at herself, she tilted her head slightly and asked curiously, "My name is Wei Liang? N. You are Mu Wei Liang. I am Ning Fan. But in the endless outer sea, you have to call me Zhou Ming. No, you are light." The female corpse was unwavering. She had to call him this. "Whatever you like." Ning Fan could not help but laugh. His palm caressed the black hair of the female corpse. Her face, her collarbone, her breasts, her lower abdomen and even the area between her thighs were carefully washed. Every time Ning Fan touched her sensitive spots, her delicate body would tense up. There were even a few times when his eyes shone with green light as if he was about to explode. But every time, he was threatened by Ning Fan. For the last time, as soon as she flashed an ominous glint, she turned around and suppressed it on her own. This was a good sign. She also reluctantly stopped rejecting Ning Fan's touch. "All right, you rest for a while." The dead woman wrapped herself in a bath towel and climbed onto the bed. She looked confused. "Rest? What is rest? I forgot. Refined corpses don't need to sleep. You can do some embroidery. I will grind the medicinal liquid for you to prevent your body from rotting." For the next few days, Ning Fan did not step out of his residence. He was grinding spiritual herbs in the palace and applying them on the female corpse. Although the female corpse did not like intimate actions, she gradually got used to Ning Fan's intimate actions. He held Ning Fan's white robe and embroidered a unique black flower on it. That flower did not belong to the mortal world. Ning Fan had never seen it with his own eyes. He only saw it in ancient chaos's memory. He remembered that it was called the Adumbra flower. Since the refined corpses had lost their vitality, their wounds would not heal on their own. Ning Fan could only use the medicinal liquid to preserve the wound and refine the female corpses wound in the flame. Then, he used a secret technique to conceal the corpse chi of the corpse devil. At first, the female corpse looked at the heavenly frost and earthly flame with fear. However, after becoming familiar with Ning Fan, she finally plucked up her courage and entered the sea of flames. Her wound gradually healed, she changed into a white robe and no corpse chi could be seen on her. Other than her pale face and pale lips which made her look weak and pitiful, her other actions were not much different from ordinary people. Her long black hair was combed to one side by herself. The silver needles were also kept in her sleeves as a weapon. If she did not speak, no one would suspect her identity. If she did not use force, no one would know that she was a terrifying corpse devil comparable to a mid-spirit severing realm expert. When Ning Fan led the beautiful female corpse out of the palace, all the female guards' eyes lit up. What an otherworldly woman. Although her eyes were pure, there was a trace of high and mighty respect between her eyebrows, which made people not dare to blaspheme her outstanding beauty. Her holiness was like Xianxia. But her purity and indifference was like Mu Weiliang. Congratulations to Master for getting a new concubine. Bing Ling and Yu Ling immediately bowed to Ning Fan. Ning Tianer, Ning Pinger, and the other female guards also bowed to Ning Fan in a soft voice. I have stayed in the Pill Cauldron Gate for a long time. You all should return to the Cauldron Ring first. If there is a chance in the future, I will let you all come out for a breather. Yes. He came out of seclusion. After nearly 3 months of seclusion, Ning Fan's strength had increased tremendously again. Intermediate nascent magic force, early nascent demon force, peak silver bone body refinement realm and peak nascent soul realm spirit sense. He had unlocked the second level of the yin-yang transformation and subdued the female corpse with great difficulty. Although the female corpse was unable to control her heart of slaughter and couldn't be considered as a combat power. But if she could be put to good use in the future, Ning Fan would have 2 spirit-severing realm subordinates, Stone Warrior and the female corpse, Xiao Wanluo was still waiting outside the stone chamber for 3 months. When Ning Fan and the female corpse walked out, he immediately went to greet them. But he was immediately shocked. He couldn't see through Ning Fan's current cultivation realm, his aura was heavy and firm. It was completely different from 3 months ago. If he didn't know that this person was the murderous devil Zhou Ming, Xiao Wanluo would have thought that Ning Fan was just an ordinary mortal prince. As for the white-robed female corpse, he couldn't see through her cultivation realm. He just thought that she was one of Ning Fan's cauldron concubines. He knew that Ning Fan's true cultivation realm was only at the mid-nascent soul realm. He had seen Ning Fan breaking through the heavenly tribulation with his own eyes. However, Ning Fan's combat power and techniques were definitely stronger than peak nascent soul realm cultivators. Before he went into seclusion, he was able to defeat Xiang Liao. After that, he comprehended the soul extraction technique. He was afraid that not many cultivators below the spirit-severing realm in the external endless sea could be his match. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Zhou. Hee. You're welcome. Ning Fan cupped his fists and smiled. Xiao Wanluo was stunned. Smile, that devil Zhou Ming is smiling, this is really terrifying. Rumor has it that a powerful devil lord could restrain his killing intent at will. The more he smiles, the more it means that his killing intent has been aroused. Xiao Wanluo felt uneasy. Did I offend old devil Zhou Ming with my first sentence? Otherwise, why would this devil lord smile at me? What a freaking creepy smile. Fellow Taoist Zhou, do you have something against me? Xiao Wanluo asked cautiously. No, but fellow Taoist Xiao is waiting outside my stone chamber. Could it be that you have something to ask of me? Hee. I do have something to ask of you. I think fellow Taoist Zhou should have already guessed it with your intelligence. I'll be frank with you. I want you to become the old ancestor of my Pill Cauldron Gate. The old ancestor of the Pill Cauldron Gate? Ning Fan was slightly surprised. He initially thought that Xiao Wanluo would only ask him to be a guest elder at most. Unexpectedly, he asked him to be the old ancestor of the Pill Cauldron Gate. What is a guest elder? To put it simply, it's a hired thug of the Pill Cauldron Gate. What is an old ancestor? To put it simply, Xiao Wanluo lowered his seniority and acknowledged Ning Fan as his senior. If word got out that the old ancestor of the Pill Cauldron Gate was not Xiao Wanluo but Ning Fan, no one would dare to offend the Pill Cauldron Gate anymore. But in that case, the Pill Cauldron Gate would have a new master. Fellow Taoist Xiao, could it be that you're joking? Ning Fan looked at Xiao Wanluo meaningfully. What exactly is this Xiao Wanluo trying to achieve by making a half-step grand cultivator lower his status and acknowledge a thief as his father? If the yin-yang locket could eavesdrop on a man's thoughts, Ning Fan was prepared to listen to Xiao Wanluo's thoughts. Fellow Taoist Zhou, please don't misunderstand me. I'm sincerely asking you to be the old ancestor of my Pill Cauldron Gate so that we can get out of our current predicament. I heard that fellow Taoist has a good relationship with Elder Ling. I won't do anything that doesn't bring me any benefits. As for establishing a relationship with me, there's no need for that. Ning Fan said straightforwardly. Of course. Of course, I won't forget about it. Xiao Wanluo's expression did not change but his heart was filled with pity. It seems like it won't be easy to make Ning Fan help him willingly with his relationship with Ling Giku. First of all, I'll return the tens of millions of immortal jades that fellow Taoist spent on the auction. Secondly, from today onwards, all the cauldrons that our Pill Cauldron Gate train will belong to fellow Taoist alone. Xiao Wanluo paused and observed Ning Fan's expression carefully. However, Ning Fan's expression did not change at all. To a rookie who had just started his cultivation, these two benefits were like two heavenly meat pies that would definitely move his heart. However, to Ning Fan, these two benefits were nothing but empty promises. If I want the immortal jades, killing you will be as easy as taking something out of my pocket. Do I need you to return them to me? As for the cauldrons, I've already taken all the cauldrons in the Pill Cauldron Gate. I'm afraid I'll need at least a few hundred years to nurture another nascent soul realm cauldron. Your promise is just empty talk. If you don't have any sincerity, don't blame me for being merciless. After withdrawing his smile, Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. Xiao Wanluo immediately took a few steps back and his forehead was filled with sweat. Fellow Taoist Zhou, don't worry. I haven't finished my words. There's more benefits, the biggest one. Speak. Do you know about the Pleasure Devil sect? It's one of the 10 sections. How could I not know about it? I heard that this sect sells human cauldrons. I was planning to visit this sect a few days ago to buy some human cauldrons. How could I not know about it? Ning Fan withdrew his cold intent and Xiao Wanluo heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that it was not easy to fool this Xiao Ming. That's right. The first 2 promises were empty promises. The third one was the one that he was confident about moving Ning Fan's heart. However, the price of the third benefit was too great. If it wasn't because he had no other choice, he would never give it to Ning Fan. Fellow Taoist Zhou, you might not know this, but most of the female cauldrons of the Pleasure Devil sect were plundered from the outer Endless Sea. However, most of them were captured from the inner Endless Sea. This sect is very powerful. It is said that one of the 7 venerables of the inner Endless Sea had planted this sect in the outer Endless Sea. The auction of the cauldrons of this sect was divided into 3 levels. The first level was the Gold Core realm. The second level was the Nascent Soul realm. The third level was the Grand Cultivator realm. However, not all Grand Cultivators could enter. Only cultivators with the Pleasure Devil token could enter. Fellow Taoist strength is terrifying. However, if you don't have the token, I'm afraid you won't be able to enter the auction of the Grand Cultivator realm. That's why you won't be able to buy the cauldron. Oh? Is there such a thing? But what does it have to do with me becoming the old ancestor of the Pill Cauldron realm? Could it be that fellow Taoist has a Pleasure Devil token and is willing to give it to me if I become the old ancestor of the Pill Cauldron realm? That's right. This token is a token that a half-step divine transformation realm ancestor of my sect obtained from the Pleasure Devil sect countless years ago. If fellow Taoist becomes the old ancestor of my Pill Cauldron realm, I will certainly give it to you. Moreover, there's another use for this token. If you participate in the auction of the Grand Cultivator realm with this token, you will be able to get the Mother Earth Nether Milk from the Pleasure Devil sect. Mother Earth Nether Milk? Ning Fan was inwardly surprised. He had heard of this item before. A drop of Mother Earth Nether Milk could increase one's magic power by 10 units. It was extremely rare. If one could get this item with the token, it was no wonder that Xiao Wanluo would feel the pinch when he handed over the Pleasure Devil token. However, what caught Ning Fan's attention was not the Mother Earth Nether Milk but the heart of the Mother Earth. The Mother Earth Nether Milk was the stone milk secreted by the heart of the Mother Earth. Since the Pleasure Devil sect has the Mother Earth Nether Milk, it probably has the heart of the Mother Earth. Rumor has it that a peak nascent soul realm cultivator who consumes the Mother Earth Nether Milk will have a 10% chance of attaining the Divine Transformation realm. Attaining the Divine Transformation realm was already very difficult. Increasing the chance by 10% could be said to be heaven-defying. If it has the benefits of the Mother Earth Nether Milk, this Pleasure Devil token would be extremely valuable. However, it was hard for Ning Fan to imagine that the Pleasure Devil sect, which was one of the 10 great sects and was supported by the 7 venerated beings of the Internal Sea, would give the Mother Earth Nether Milk to win over a great cultivator of the External Endless Sea. Is it really necessary? There is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Especially in the External Endless Sea where there is no profit to be had. The holder of this Pleasure Devil token can take a drop of the Mother Earth Nether Milk and participate in the auction of the Pleasure Devil sect with the identity of the old ancestor of the Pill Cauldron sect. However, this drop of Mother Earth Nether Milk was probably not given for free. It was likely that the sect had some requirements for the holder of the token and the holder would have to pay a certain price. Ning Fan's eyes flashed and he stared at Xiao Wanluo deeply. This Xiao Wanluo must have only said good things. He kept the bad things to himself. You didn't finish your sentence. I'm afraid that the holder of the Pleasure Devil token will have to fulfill some obligations, right? Aya, look at my memory. I was confused and forgot to tell you. Indeed, the benefits of holding this token are not small. You can get a drop of Mother Earth Nether Milk. However, once you arrive at the Pleasure Devil sect, you must listen to the sect's instructions and enter the secret realm of the broken world to collect some small items as part of your mission. The mission is indeed dangerous, but if you are careful, it won't be difficult to complete it. Even if you fail the mission, it doesn't matter. That drop of Mother Earth Nether Milk is really a free gift. Xiao Wanluo chuckled, but his forehead was full of sweat. He could not hide anything from Ning Fan even if he wanted to. This Ning Fan was not easy to fool. I will judge whether it's dangerous or not. However, it's not a reason for you to hide it from me. You may leave now. I will consider this matter. Yes, yes. Xiao Wanluo hurriedly retreated while complaining. It seemed like his untruthful attitude had displeased Ning Fan. In front of Ning Fan, he could not even show the arrogance of a late nascent soul realm cultivator. I hope that Ning Fan can accept the identity of the Pill Cauldron Old Ancestor. Otherwise, Xiao Wanluo, will really have to run away. After Xiao Wanluo left, Ning Fan summoned Stone Warrior from the dark and asked him about what Xiao Wanluo said. Stone Warrior naturally told him everything he knew. He didn't lie. The Pleasure Devil sect does have the heart of Mother Earth, and they will give the holder a drop of Mother Earth nether milk. The price is to enter the secret realm of the broken world, hunt demonic beasts and collect demon cores. That secret realm is located at the bottom of the sea of the Pleasure Devil Immortal Island. Only cultivators below the spirit-severing realm can enter that place. Wild beast? A wild beast that is comparable to a spirit-severing realm cultivator? Entering the secret realm to hunt wild beasts and obtain their demon cores. Isn't this dangerous? It's simply crazy. Ning Fan frowned. Although it's called a wild beast, it's actually different. Speaking of which, that secret realm is really strange. Gold core realm demonic beasts can advance to the spirit-severing realm after a few hundred years. However, this wild beast's demonic power is comparable to that of a spirit-severing realm cultivator. However, their demonic techniques, cultivation realms, and techniques are only at the gold core realm. If they are peak grand cultivators, they might be able to hunt some of them. Those who enter the secret realm without accomplishing anything will be rewarded with a drop of Mother Earth nether milk. If they manage to kill a wild beast and obtain a demon core, they can exchange it for a drop of Mother Earth nether milk. Rumor has it that there was once a grand cultivator who killed 11 wild beasts in this secret realm and exchanged 11 demon cores for 11 drops of Mother Earth nether milk. His magic power increased by 110 units. If you want to break through to the late nascent soul realm, this secret realm is not a bad choice. A false wild beast that only has spirit-severing realm magic power but has gold core realm techniques. 1 demon core for 1 drop of Mother Earth nether milk. This is a good deal. Other than buying human cauldrons, I can also explore the secret realm. If it's a real wild beast, I will naturally avoid it. However, it's just a false wild beast. It's not difficult to kill it. 1,000 demon cores equals to 1,000 units of magic power. If there's a chance to steal the heart of Mother Earth from the Pleasure Devil sect, it would be the best. However, such a precious item might not even be kept in the external endless sea. It's most likely in the hands of the mysterious 7 venerated beings of the internal endless sea. I don't mind if you want to go to the Pleasure Devil sect. However, what about the thing you promised me? Stone Warrior began to nag again. Don't worry. I will look for Bei Xiaoman before I leave Punlai Island. Ning Fan became impatient. He pressed his finger and kept Shibing's magical gemstone puppet. In just a few moments, he had already made up his mind. If he wanted to go to the Pleasure Devil sect and explore the secret realm, he would have to accept Xiao Wanluo's request and go there with his identity as the Pill Cauldron Old Ancestor. At the moment when he kept the gemstone puppet, Stone Warrior glanced at the female corpse. All of a sudden, her eyes flashed with displeasure. She did not like being spied on by men other than Ning Fan. Her gaze made Shibing's stone body tremble. Stone Warrior was puzzled, fearful and shocked. This woman doesn't have a trace of magic power. Why do I feel such a terrifying aura? Could it be that she is a mid-spirit severing realm expert? That Zhou Ming has tamed another middle-stage soul formation fighter? To be continued. In the end, Ning Fan agreed to Xiao Wanluo's request. However, at the same time, he took away 100 million immortal jade from the Pill Cauldron Gate. Fortunately, they were in the Endless Sea. If they were in the Orthodox Cultivation sects, plundering would be restricted by the laws of the world, and it would be very difficult for them to be so wealthy. After all, even though Xiao Wanluo was a coward in front of Ning Fan, he was an expert who was even stronger than the king of Great Jin. Several days later, a young man and woman arrived at the Black Warrior City. It was still bustling with shoujo like ants, but the goal of coming here was different, and the mood was different. The female corpse looked left and right. She was curious about everything. When she passed by the roadside stalls of rogue cultivators, she would take whatever she liked and leave. She had no idea what it meant to pay. Ning Fan, on the other hand, had no choice but to pay the bill for the female corpse. It was not until she held the dead woman's hand that she reluctantly became obedient. Light isn't comfortable. The woman pouted. It was indeed uncomfortable. Every mortal child who had gone to the market with their mother would experience it. The feeling of being held by their mother and not allowed to run around was truly an itch in their hearts. Be obedient. Ning Fan stroked the black hair of the female corpse. His eyes, however, were admiring the local conditions and customs of the Black Tortoise City. That day, he came to Black Tortoise City in order to form his gold core. His body was covered in injuries and he was being hunted down. He simply didn't have the mood to enjoy the scenery. But now, he was calm. The wind was gentle and the sun was bright. The sea fog was thick, and the scenery here was picturesque. It was worthy of being one of the 3 immortal islands of the outer endless sea. The two slowly arrived at the southern tower of the Pill Tower. The receptionist was still Yalan. As soon as she saw Ning Fan, she immediately greeted him with a smile. Greetings, Master Zhou. What can I do for you? On that day, she had witnessed with her own eyes how Ning Fan was lured by Elder Imo to meet the Tower Lord of the Southern Tower to test his 4th Revolution pill refinement technique. Elder Imo didn't state the result clearly, but Yalan knew that Ning Fan had most likely passed the 4th Revolution test. However, what she did not know was that Ning Fan was going to take the 5th Revolution test. She had heard of Mad Devil Zhou Ming before, but she had never associated him with the scholarly Ning Fan. Her gaze fell upon the female corpse beside Ning Fan and her eyes immediately turned gloomy. No wonder Ning Fan rejected me when I offered myself to sleep with him. It turns out that he has such a stunning concubine. Miss Yalan, please inform Elder Imo that I want to see him. Elder Imo said that there's no need to announce Teacher Zhou Ming's visit. Yalan will bring Great Master to see Elder Imo. Imo Yun was testing a few harmonious spirit pill masters in the alchemy room. These pill refinement masters had all reached the peak of the 2nd revolution and were attempting to refine 3rd revolution pills in order to break through to the 3rd revolution. Under Imo Yun's inspection, the 4 of them focused on refining the pill, not daring to slack off. However, Imo Yun frowned deeply. Among the 4 people, 3 were on the verge of failure, and 1 had barely succeeded, but the medicinal properties of the pill had been seriously lost. Unqualified. All of you are unqualified. He flicked his sleeve angrily and immediately extinguished the earth fire of the 4 people. 10 years had passed and he was already a 3rd revolution pill refinement master, only a step away from the 4th revolution. Rather than wasting time on the 4 of them, it would be better to comprehend the 4th revolution pill refinement technique. The 4 harmonious spirit realm experts didn't dare to resent Imo Yun. They obediently said their goodbyes and left. On the long path leading to the pagoda, the 4 of them had unhappy expressions on their faces. Suddenly, they were startled when they saw the voluptuous Yalan leading a man and a woman to find Imo Yun. Such a respectful expression. Obedience that came from the bottom of his heart. Yalan's flattering expression towards Ning Fan was overflowing. The 4 of them were martial brothers. Among them, one of them had a crush on Yalan. His name was Yu Wei. His bone age was 100 years old and he was the junior of a 3rd revolution pill refinement master in the Western Tower. He had the intention to become Yalan's Dao companion, but Yalan had never looked at him in the eye. He didn't expect that the arrogant Yalan would flirt with a pretty boy today. He sneered and his eyes turned cold. His gaze swept across Ning Fan's body indiscernibly with hidden killing intent. However, he wouldn't immediately compete with Ning Fan because he couldn't figure out Ning Fan's background. Even if he was angry because he was reprimanded by Imo Yun. When his gaze fell upon the female corpse behind Ning Fan, he was immediately stunned by the peerless beauty of the female corpse. In the cultivation world, most of the women were beautiful because they cultivated Dao techniques. However, it was rare to find someone as beautiful as this woman. She was delicate and delicate. This woman's face was deathly pale, but it added a sickly look. Her cherry lips were bloodless, which made her even more pitiful. The white robe on her body increased her holiness. Her socks and silk shoes were spotless. Yue Wei's eyes revealed a trace of lust and passion as he sneered. He brushed past Ning Fan and the others, but in his heart, he was thinking about Ning Fan's concubine. The female corpse and Ning Fan didn't seem to have any magical power, as if they were only at the first level of vein opening. To be able to make Yalan respect him, if it wasn't because of his strength, then his background must be extraordinary. Background? Humph. In the endless sea, who gives face to who? Who cares about whose background? Without strength, it would be difficult to move an inch. A mere vein-opening junior actually has such a beautiful concubine. I will go back and investigate this person's background. When this person is alone, I will kill him and take his concubine. Killing is a matter for later. Right now. I will first enjoy my hand. That woman's butt is really perky. If I can touch it, When he walked past the female corpse, Yue Wei sneered. Without leaving a trace, he gently reached out his hand and touched the female corpses but with lightning speed. With his harmonious spirit cultivation, he could touch the body of a vein-opening female cultivator so fast that she wouldn't even notice it. There were no good people in the endless sea. He was already used to this kind of playboy behavior. However, before his hand could touch the female corpse's butt, it was easily grabbed by a young man. This grab caused Yue Wei to be unable to move at all. And the bones in his arm were actually crushed by this grab. The pain of the broken bones was excruciating. Yue Wei coldly raised his head with horror and pain, but what he saw was Ning Fan's cold eyes. Just one look was enough to make Yue Wei feel a chill down his spine. All the hostility in his eyes turned into a flash of red light. It was as if under this gaze, all his cultivation would be destroyed. What level of killing intent was this? Hostility. Under this gaze, his immortal veins were on the verge of breaking. At this moment, how could he not know that the pretty boy he looked down on was actually a senior expert, a gold-core old monster? Or even nascent soul, senior, please spare my life. This junior is the junior of Elder Yulong of the Northern Tower, please spare. Before he could finish his words, he saw Ning Fan's cold snort. The primordial force of the heaven and earth vibrated. Under the vibration of the primordial force, the physical body of a mere harmonious spirit cultivator turned into a blood mist. He died instantly. This kind of method was unheard of by the other three harmonious spirit experts. They immediately concluded that the inconspicuous young man in front of them was an old monster above the gold core realm. Only a gold core old monster could kill a harmonious spirit expert so easily. You dared to kill my senior brother Yue Wei. Even if you are a gold core expert, you are still dead. My master is a peak 3rd Revolution Dan Master of the Northern Tower, an early nascent soul cultivator. I will definitely not let this matter rest. Is that so? I want to see if he dares to come and find me. Tell him, my name is Zhou Ming. What? Zhou Ming. No, it must not be the same person. The three harmonious spirit experts gritted their teeth and left in a hurry. They went to inform old ancestor Yulong of the Northern Tower. Yalan covered her mouth with her hands in shock. She had always thought that although Ning Fan's pill refinement mastery was high, he was a modest and polite person. Now, it seemed like this person did not even blink when killing someone. What a ruthless heart, Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming, could this Zhou Ming really be the devil Zhou Ming who caused a sensation in the external endless sea? No. That Zhou Ming is a ruthless person who can kill peak realm cultivators. Even though this Zhou Ming in front of me is also quite powerful, his bone age is only 340 years old. How can he be a peak realm cultivator? Her eyes became slightly calm and then worried. Master Zhou, you have caused trouble. You shouldn't have killed that Yue Wei, although Yalan also disliked him, shouldn't have killed him? He wanted to touch my woman. Shouldn't he be killed? Ning Fan smiled faintly. There was not a trace of killing intent in his smile, but it made Yalan's heart turn cold. It was a smile that was scarier than anger. That's not what I mean. That Yulong is very protective of his people. I'm afraid this matter will not be easy to deal with since you have killed his junior. In Yalan's opinion, why don't you run away now? Also, don't go to see Elder Mo. No need. I'm going to see Mo Yun. The reason why I came to the Southern Tower today is to become a guest pill refiner of the Lost World Palace. As for that Yulong, he won't dare to provoke me. He won't dare to provoke me. His words might seem arrogant, but the domineering aura in them made Yolan's heart slightly impressed. For the sake of a concubine, he killed a nascent soul realm senior of the person he killed did not even dare to seek revenge. Could it be that this Zhou Ming is really the person in the rumors? Alright. Yolan will bring you to see Elder Mo now. In the Northern Tower, the guest pill refiner, Yulong, was concocting a fourth revolution pill. He was a peak third revolution pill refiner and was only a step away from the fourth revolution. Once this pill is successfully concocted, it would mean that his Tao of pill refinement had advanced to the fourth revolution. Just a little bit more. Hee. The key is the method to condense the pill. Let me see. Just like this, his eyes were filled with excitement. During the process of concocting the pill, his understanding of the Tao of pill refinement was slowly breaking through the bottleneck, but at this moment, 3 harmonious spirit youths rushed in from outside the door in panic. Old ancestor. Bad news. Due to the noise, Yulong was distracted and lost control of the fire, causing the pill to self-destruct. He was about to concoct a fourth revolution pill, but he failed under the noise of the 3 youths. Fourth revolution, fourth revolution. He was only a step away from the ethereal realm of the Tao of pill refinement. Rebellious disciple. Hateful. Hateful. Yulong was enraged. He grabbed the 3 harmonious spirit realm youths with his primordial force, causing them to spurt out blood and fly backward. 2 died and 1 was injured. He, Yulong, was not a kind person. To be able to reach this stage, he was a ruthless person who had been tempered in the sea of blood. Even if they were his disciples, he could still kill them. 10 years of pill refinement failed in a single day. Killing this rebellious disciple was really letting them off easy. The reason why he left one alive was because he wanted to ask what kind of big matter could make these rebellious disciples panic like this. Yu Feng. I'll give you 3 breaths. If you can't explain everything clearly, you will die. That Yu Feng was the one who spoke ruthlessly to Ning Fan. Yulong gave him 3 breaths to answer. He did not dare to waste a single moment. He knew how bloodthirsty his master was. Yu Wei is dead. He died in the Southern Tower. He said with a trembling voice. What? Didn't he go with you to Mo Yun's place to test his alchemy skills? How could he die? Could it have been Mo Yun? This person has always been at odds with me, but as a mere Jin Dan, he definitely wouldn't dare to kill Wei Er. Who is it? Who is it? It's Zhou. Under old ancestor Yulong's imposing manner, Yu Feng was careless and breathed his last. Zhou? Zhou what? Useless thing, you didn't even finish saying a name before you breathed your last. Good. I'll go to the Southern Tower myself and find him. Yulong's eyes revealed a ferocious expression. He killed Yu Wei, but Yu Feng and the other 2 harmonious spirit realm experts escaped. This meant that the opponent's cultivation was not high and was probably only at the early gold core realm. Otherwise, he would never let Yu Feng and the others escape. He was like a gust of wind, sweeping out of the Northern Tower. With a roar that echoed throughout the entire city, he headed straight for the Southern Tower. Surnamed Zhou, you killed me, Sun Yue. This enmity is absolutely irreconcilable. At this moment, countless golden core cultivators and nascent soul cultivators in the Xianwu city looked up with astonishment. Oh? It was old monster Yulong. His grandson was killed? There's going to be a good show. Standing in the air, Yulong stared coldly at the Southern Tower. He could clearly feel that the person who killed his grandson was tainted by Yu Wei's blood qi and was still staying in the Southern Tower. He sneered. Surnamed Zhou, come out in 3 breaths. However, as soon as his voice fell, he immediately revealed a horrified expression. For the first time in his life, he regretted it even more. He had come to the Southern Tower to cause trouble. To be continued. Only nascent soul cultivators were allowed to fly in Punlai. Many nascent soul cultivators who came to Xianwu City to cultivate flew into the sky and watched from afar. Yulong. Peak Third Revolution Pill Refinement Master, Early Nascent Soul Realm, one of the guest pill refinement masters of the Northern Pill Tower, Furthermore, because this person had integrated the Tao of slaughter into alchemy, he was favored by the North Tower's tower leader. The grandson of such a person was actually killed by someone from the Southern Tower. I'm afraid this matter will not be settled easily. I wonder who in the Southern Tower dares to kill Yu Long's grandson. Yu Long looked down at the Southern Tower and pondered. His surname was Zhou, and his cultivation base was at most at the early Gold Core realm. No matter how heaven-defying his background was, Yu Long still dared to kill him in the Endless Sea. Since he had failed to achieve a breakthrough in pill refinement, he might as well use his Heart of Slaughter to comprehend pill refinement once more. Surnamed Zhou, I'll give you 3 breaths of time to get out here. Having made up his mind, he closed his eyes and stepped into the sky with his hands behind his back. The terrifying aura of a nascent soul realm cultivator soared in the sky. Immediately, countless harmonious spirit realm and gold core realm cultivators in the city looked up at him with envy. Was this the power of a nascent soul cultivator who could single-handedly destroy a country? What a powerful aura! Just looking at it from afar made one feel suffocated. Yu Long came with murderous intent. Anyone who tried to stop him would be his enemy. Under such an imposing aura, even the ordinary early nascent soul realm old monsters were secretly shocked. This Yu Long's killing intent is so strong, but in the next moment, all the cultivators in the city, whether they were harmonious spirit, gold core, or nascent soul cultivators, all of their eyes shrunk in disbelief. Yu Long, on the other hand, opened his eyes in panic, and they were filled with horror. In front of him, a smiling young man in white clothes and a black cloak appeared without any warning. As soon as this person appeared, all of the energy Yu Long had built up was shattered, causing him to drop 10,000 meters. An unforeseen sense of danger caused his heart to beat rapidly and he broke out in a cold sweat. I can't be wrong. On this person's body, there was still the aura left behind by Yu Wei after he killed him. However, this man was simply too frightening. Even though he was clearly smiling, Yu Long felt as if his body was on the verge of collapsing under this man's gaze. The origin energy around him was compressed and chaotic, making it hard for him to breathe, as though he was about to suffocate. You. His heart of devil cultivation, which he had cultivated for more than 1,000 years, trembled in fear at this moment. He couldn't see through this person's cultivation, but this person's casual words made Yu Long want to die. This sovereign is Zhou Ming. Did you just ask me to get out? Zhou Ming, due to the massacre in the Pill Cauldron Gate, Zhou Ming's name had already resounded throughout the outer Endless Sea. As for his appearance, even if Yu Long didn't step out of his residence to concoct pills, he would still frequently hear about it. However, he basically didn't take Zhou Ming seriously. In his opinion, no matter how terrifying Zhou Ming was, he had nothing to do with him. However, it had never crossed his mind that the early Gold Core realm cultivator he wanted to kill to vent his anger was actually Zhou Ming. He was a ruthless person who could kill peak cultivators. Yu Long was not the only one panicking. As soon as Yu Long's voice faded away, the harmonious spirit realm and Gold Core realm cultivators were shocked. As for the nascent soul realm old monsters who were watching from the sidelines, their expressions changed drastically. Without hesitation, they teleported away, distancing themselves from Yu Long's battlefield. There were many people named Zhou Ming, but there was only one person who was named Zhou Ming and had such a condensed aura that could cause nascent soul cultivators to lose their minds. At this moment, Yu Long did not have the slightest bit of arrogance that he had before. All that was left was bitterness. His face was pale. His hands that were placed behind his back were trembling and his palms were covered with cold sweat. I actually wanted to kill Zhou Ming to vent my anger. This is really, in his heart, he hated his unfilial grandson and disciple to the core. How could Yu Long not know his grandson's character? When he saw the outstanding beauty in white standing beside Ming Fan, he immediately understood that his grandson's heart was stirred by lust. Otherwise, with Zhou Ming's identity and status, how could he be so bored as to kill a harmonious spirit realm cultivator? My grandson deserves to die. He caused such a huge disaster for me. As for those 3 evil disciples, they deserve to die even more. It's fine if they divulged the information, but they just had to say their surname before they took their last breath. If I knew that the murderer was Zhou Ming, I wouldn't dare to find trouble with Zhou Ming even if I had 10,000 guts. Almost immediately, Yu Long, who had been brimming with killing intent, changed his expression to one of pleading. Fellow Taoist, please forgive me. Please forgive me. This is all because of my recklessness. It's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. If I knew that fellow Taoist was here, I wouldn't have dared to speak such arrogant words. This old man is willing to compensate you. Oh? Compensate? Your grandson. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with mockery. This Yulong really changed his attitude faster than flipping a book. Moreover, before Ning Fan's killing intent was triggered, Yulong had already caught the storage pouch in a hurry and tossed it to Ning Fan from afar. My grandson provoked revered Ming. He was courting death. It's good for him to die. Revered Ming? Good for him to die, Ning Fan sneered in his heart. This Yulong is really a troublemaker. In order to survive, he would say anything. Not only was he cruel and ruthless, but he was also good at flattering others. Revered Ming? However, only spirit-severing realm experts were revered in the external endless sea. Yulong's flattery was quite effective. Ning Fan sneered while hefting the storage pouch in his hand. 1 million immortal jade. This amount of money is not enough to buy your life. Let me plant a restrictive spell on you. Become my slave. In fact, Ning Fan could kill Yulong with a wave of his hand. The reason why he did not kill him was because he had heard some rumors about Yulong. This person seemed to be a nominal guest of the Pleasure Devil sect. It was fine to kill him, but not to kill him was also useful. He could ask him to lead the way. Rumor has it that the Pleasure Devil Sea domain was hundreds of thousands of li *, 500 m per li, with chaotic primordial chi. What? I'm a nascent soul realm cultivator. Yulong's expression changed drastically. How could it be possible for a nascent soul realm cultivator to become someone else's slave? If you say no, you'll die. Ning Fan's smile disappeared. His eyes were filled with coldness. With a single step, he stepped on the sky. At this moment, all the nascent soul realm cultivators in the city felt a sharp pain in their hearts as if they were pierced by a sword. This was the first step of the nascent soul realm's 9 steps. It was just a single step, but it was executed with Ning Fan's current cultivation base. However, it made Yulong's face turn pale. He felt a sharp pain in his chest and vomited a mouthful of blood. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. At this moment, Yulong realized that even though he was an early nascent soul realm cultivator, he did not even have the qualifications to stand in front of Ning Fan. How could he dare to reject Ning Fan's order? Even if he became a slave, it was better than dying immediately. 9 steps of heaven treading, 9 steps of sword force. The first step could injure Yulong. The third step could severely injure him. The 5th step could kill him. The 9th step could even kill a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator. However, just as Yulong was about to speak, 3 boundless aura force shook the sky and dispersed the force of Ning Fan's step. The aura force of Ning Fan's step was dispersed and turned into 3 tall old men. Their facial features were almost the same. However, they were wearing brown, green and white pill robes respectively. Their cultivation bases were all peak nascent soul realm cultivators. It's the Tower Masters of the 3 Towers. I knew it. I heard that the Tower Master of the North Tower values Yulong very much. He won't let Yulong be planted with a mental seal. The surrounding cultivators discussed among themselves. Yulong heaved a sigh of relief. With the support of the Tower Master, he might not have to become Ning Fan's slave if he was lucky. When the 3 of them appeared, Ning Fan's eyelids twitched. The green-robed old man had 6,000 units of magic power. The white-robed old man had 6,500 units. The brown-robed old man had 7,000 units. The 3 of them were experts who could break through the bottleneck of the spirit-severing realm at any time. Subordinate Yulong greets the 3 Tower Masters, Dong Qing, Shi Bai, and Bei He. Qing and Bai nodded slightly while the brown-robed old man's eyes turned cold. Shut up. Immediately, Yulong shut his mouth obediently. He did not dare to disobey the Tower Master's order. The 3 Tower Masters cupped their fists at Ning Fan. As for Bei He, he spoke in an indifferent tone. Fellow Taoist Zhou Ming, you're really impressive. You're only a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator, but you've already shaken the entire external endless sea. Now, you've even come to bully our lost world palace. In my opinion, you've already vented your anger. Let's forget about this matter. If fellow Taoist refuses to repent, don't blame me for being merciless. Beihe's words were decisive, not giving Ning Fan any chance to refuse. Zhou Ming could kill a peak nascent soul realm cultivator? The one he killed was just Luo Fei, who had 2,000 units of magic power. The 3 tower masters also had the means to kill him. Zhou Ming is a 5th revolution pill master? Only Bei Xiaoman, Mo Yun and Lu Qing knew about this because Ning Fan had yet to become a foreign elder of the Lost World Palace. Otherwise, Beihe would not have treated Ning Fan so coldly just because of Ning Fan's pill refinement mastery. In terms of cultivation base, Beihe was indeed not afraid of Zhou Ming. Moreover, as the Tower Master of the Pill Tower of the Lost World Palace, his status was extraordinary. Even the Divine Transformation Realm revered elders of the Rain Palace had to treat him as their equal. Ning Fan's eyes turned grim. It was already rare for him to spare Yu Long's life given his personality. However, now that Beihe and the others had intervened, the prestige he had built up in the external endless sea would crumble if he retreated now. People of great forces would always have their own pride and arrogance. However, such pride would not work in front of Ning Fan. He even dared to capture Stone Warrior. Even though Beihe's magic power was extraordinary, Ning Fan did not put him in his eyes. In the external endless sea, one had to rely on their own strength to gain a firm foothold. Initially, he only wanted to be a foreign elder of the Lost World Palace. However, it seemed like he might as well kick Beihe out and become the Tower Master of the Northern Tower. I came here today to join the Lost World Palace. However, first, Yu Long's grandson violated my wife. Then, the Tower Master of the Northern Tower spoke rudely. Today, I'm here to demand an explanation from the Lost World Palace. Hee. You? Do you think you're invincible just because you're a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator? What kind of explanation do you want from the Lost World Palace? Immortal Jade? Or pills? As for joining the Lost World Palace. Hee. Just because you've hurt my people, I can stop you from thinking about becoming a foreign elder of the Lost World Palace. Beihe sneered. I want you, Tower Master of the Northern Tower. Arrogant brat. Beihe's eyes turned cold. He grabbed Ning Fan with one of his hands. Immediately, the primordial energy of heaven and earth within 1,000 li asterisk turned into a rain of fire and swept towards Ning Fan. Seeing that Ning Fan was in danger, the female corpse took a step forward to help him deal with Beihe. It would be a piece of cake for her to crush Beihe to death. As a dignified corpse devil, she was only afraid of Ning Fan's light. Who else would she be afraid of? However, before she could make her move, Ning Fan grabbed her hand and shook his head. Be good. Wait for me. The female corpse's attitude made Ning Fan very happy. She knew how to protect him. His kindness to her was not in vain. However, Ning Fan wanted to dampen Beihe's spirit in this battle so that he could become the Tower Master of the Northern Tower. He did not need help. He alone was enough. Fame, wealth and status were all things that he had to seize with his own hands. Beihe's primordial energy had transformed into a 4th-grade spiritual fire, the Spirit Scorpion Fire. Ning Fan lifted his finger. The white bone flame and the black demon flame turned into a gray whirlpool of flames that swirled in the sky. The moment the flames appeared, Beihe's expression changed drastically. He found it hard to believe. The Spirit Scorpion Fire that he had released trembled slightly as if it was afraid. When a spiritual fire reached the 5th grade, it would become an earth-vein demonic fire. Everything below the 5th grade was like an ant. How could he not be afraid of an ant's fire? It would be fine if there was only one type of demonic fire. However, when 2 types of demonic fire were combined together, all the tower masters of the 3 towers who had refined a 4th-grade spiritual fire felt fear in their hearts at the same time. The earth-vein demonic fire was a 5th-grade spiritual fire. It was a rare item for spirit-severing realm cultivators. When Ning Fan's strength was not strong enough, he had to be careful when using this flame. But now, he was not afraid to use it. Which spirit-severing realm cultivator in the external endless sea would dare to snatch his flame? Hiss. Earth-vein demonic fire. White bone flame. Black demon flame. Impossible. A 5th-grade demonic fire is hard to come by for spirit-severing realm cultivators. How did you get it? You don't need to know. Dragon Vortex Fire, 8th Revolution. The eighth revolution flame turned into 8 gray fire dragons and swept across the sky. Beihi's brown sea of flames was extinguished. I've changed my mind. I want to be the pagoda masters of the East, West, and North pagodas. To be continued. Ning Fan's words were a little arrogant. He actually wanted to kill the 3 tower masters in the territory of the Lost World Palace and seize their positions. However, this arrogance and Zhou Ming's ferocious reputation made it easy for others to accept it. It made them believe that he had the right to be arrogant. He thought that he would not be able to see Yulong's revenge. Unexpectedly, he would be able to see Zhou Ming's ferocious act again. Ning Fan wanted all the tower masters of the East, West, and North towers. It might seem arrogant, but Ning Fan had some guesses about it. Beihi did not know about his 5th revolution pill refinement realm and spoke rudely to him. However, it was strange that the divine transformation realm Lu Qing, who was in charge of the middle tower, did not show up to mediate. Lu Qing should know about his 5th revolution pill refinement realm. Ning Fan had caused a huge uproar in Xianwu City, but he did not show up. When Ning Fan said that he wanted to seize Beihi's position as the tower master of the North Tower, Lu Qing still did not show up. This explained some problems. Lu Qing had tacitly agreed to his words and actions. Ning Fan could even imagine that Bei Xiaoman was probably waiting in the dark to watch him kill someone. He made a bold guess that the so-called 3 tower masters were not on the same side as the Lost World Palace. Lu Qing should be on the same side as Bei Xiaoman. As for Dongqing, Shi Bai, and Bei He, they should be external Endless Sea Pill refinement masters or people from the Rain Palace. Perhaps they were people from the internal Endless Sea, some other forces, or they had a grudge against Lu Qing. In short, they were not on the same side as Lu Qing. That was why Lu Qing did not show up to stop them. If it was not for that, Lu Qing would have shown up with a smile and made both sides stop fighting. After Ning Fan figured out Lu Qing's intention, he became even more determined to establish his prestige. The cultivators present at the Pleasure Devil Sea area to participate in the Grand Cultivator auction were all Grand Cultivators. Many of them would not even put Luo Fei and Xiang Liao in their eyes. If Ning Fan wanted to continue using his devil might to intimidate others, it would be beneficial for him to establish his prestige here. However, his arrogant words made Bei He and the other 2 tower masters' faces turn pale. His earth vein demonic flame caused Bei He and the other 2 to drool. He. I didn't expect that I would be able to obtain the black demon flame and white bone flame without the green phoenix flame. As long as I kill you, these 2 flames will be enough to hand over to Flame Reverend and complete my mission. Flame Reverend? Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. Sure enough, he seemed to have guessed it correctly. It was rumored that Reverend Yan of the Rain Palace was a mid-spirit severing realm expert and a 5th revolution pill master. He seemed to have cultivated a flame art secret technique that specialized in devouring spirit fire to increase his cultivation level and improve his alchemy Dao. He was also a foreign dignitary of the Lost World Palace. Bei He and the other 2 were indeed planted by the revered elders of the Rain Palace. They were most likely after Bei Xiaoman's green Luan fire. This also made Ning Fan understand one thing. Why wasn't the green Luan flame with Lu Qing or the other 3 pagodas, but with Bei Xiaoman? Because of Lu Qing's identity and status, he would not be able to keep the green Luan fire. Even the revered elders of the Rain Palace would not dare to snatch it away from Bei Xiaoman. Although killing the 3 of them seemed arrogant, the truth was that the Lost World Palace had tacitly agreed to it. If he could kill the 3 of them, he would definitely have the strength to intimidate Lu Qing. At that time, it would not be difficult for him to become a foreign elder of the Lost World Palace and ask for the green phoenix fire. As for offending revered Yan of the Rain Palace, it was not within Ning Fan's consideration at all. It seems like there will be a life and death battle between me and the 3 tower masters. Wei Liang, wait for me here. Remember, you are not allowed to eat people. I will be back soon. Light, be careful. Ning Fan stroked the hair of the female corpse and his eyes turned cold as he looked at the 3 of them. It's inconvenient to use force in the Xianwu city. It's not good to hurt the innocent. If the 3 tower masters want to kill me, you can come to the outer Endless Sea and have a battle. Ning Fan's gray light flashed and he teleported away. His speed attracted the attention of many nascent soul realm old monsters. Even Bei He and the other 2 became slightly serious. However, the earth vein demonic flames were right in front of them. The three of them exchanged glances and saw a trace of greed in each other's eyes. Even if Lu Qing showed up, the three of them would still resort to any means to rob and assassinate Ning Fan. All in all, they wanted to snatch the 2 types of earth-vein demonic flames from him. If this was in Xiao country, it would be against the laws of the world. However, in the Endless Sea, killing is not a crime. The outer Endless Sea, the sea breeze was calm but the killing intent was solemn. Ning Fan stood on the surface of the sea. Bai He and the other 2 stood in a triangle formation with Ning Fan in the middle. Within 10,000 li of the sea, no one dared to step in and watch the battle. Countless people were eager to see who would emerge victorious between Zhou Ming and the 3 tower masters of the Pale Tower. Zhou Ming. I will give you one last chance. Hand over the black demon flame and the white bone flame and I will forgive you for your arrogant words. There's no need for that. Can't the 3 of you see that the Lost World Palace allowed me to kill you? Of course I can. How can I not see it? That Lu Qing wants to use you to eliminate us 3 brothers. However, you alone are not enough. I'm afraid Lu Qing is going to be disappointed. Dong Qing's eyes flashed with a cold light. He clawed with his hand. Billowing green flames covered the sky and interweaved into the shadows of green lotuses. 4th grade spiritual fire, jade lotus fire. Shi Bai's eyes narrowed and he let out a shout. He opened his mouth and spat out a sea of blue flames, which covered the surface of the sea and boiled it. 4th grade spiritual fire, sea heart flame. The 3 tower masters were all 4th revolution pill refinement masters. The reason why they had such strong magic power was because they had been concocting pills for 1,600 years since they were young. With countless spiritual herbs from the Rain Palace, the 3 of them did not lack spiritual herbs. They concocted pills every day and their pill refinement techniques were extraordinary. Due to the fact that concocting pills consumed their magic power every day, their magic power was strong and condensed. It was even stronger than most of the ferocious devils in the external Endless Sea. However, the 3 of them also had their weaknesses. They were not good at fighting. The method they were best at attacking their enemies was none other than controlling fire. From their point of view, even though Ning Fan had the earth vein demonic flame which could threaten them with his spiritual fire, it could only be used once. After the 3 of them increased their control over their magic power, the spiritual fire would no longer tremble when facing the earth vein demonic flame. The 3 of them were the most outstanding peak nascent soul realm cultivators. As for Ning Fan, he recklessly lured them to the external Endless Sea. It would be fine if there was a grand formation in this place. However, Dong Qing and Shi Bai did not even manage to burn a single trace of the grand formation when one of them burned the sky while the other burned the sea. This undoubtedly showed that the young man in front of them was really arrogant enough to fight against the 3 of them alone. He was just a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator. Did he really think that he could fight against a peak nascent soul realm cultivator? Moreover, there were 3 of them on Bai He's side. Humph. Junior, I'll give you one last chance. If you can show me a background that can make me fearful, I might be able to. Bai He sneered. He secretly used a secret technique to draw away the flames and launched a sneak attack. However, before he could finish his sentence, Ning Fan sneered. Noisy. Insignificant tricks. He raised his foot and stomped on the ground. At this moment, thousands of li * 500 m per li, were frozen and heaven and earth shattered, the ice shattered. The force of the stomp caused the brown scorpion fire which was initially hidden to attack Ning Fan to be forcefully revealed. It turned into a brown sea of flames and slowly dispersed. Bai He's face was filled with shock. He was secretly shocked by Ning Fan's keen observation and the terrifying physical strength that he displayed with just a stomp. However, even if Ning Fan noticed his sneak attack, so what? Let's attack together. Dao of Fire, Scorpion Flame Devil Rain. Lotus Movement, 70% Technique. 4th Layer Sea Realm Technique. The 3 of them were most proficient in fire attacks, 3 types of peak nascent realm magical techniques coupled with their vigorous magical power. Even a spirit-severing realm cultivator would not be able to withstand their joint attack. In the sky, the dark green sea of flames transformed into thousands of lotus shadows. The shadows turned into flames. On the surface of the sea, the dark blue sea of flames evolved into 4 layers, filled with dense killing intent. Between the dark green and dark blue flames, the brown spiritual flames turned into devil rain. Tens of thousands of devil rain droplets could easily incinerate a harmonious spirit realm cultivator. Both the sky and the earth were covered in flames. Heaven and earth were on the verge of burning. However, Ning Fan stood in the sea of flames with a cold smile, unruffled. He walked through the sea of flames step by step. Immediately, the sea of flames parted and dispersed. Just a look from him was enough to make the weak spiritual flames feel a faint sense of fear. Fire. It's a great supplement. Heaven and earth flame sea, absorb for me. Ning Fan's eyes darkened. At this moment, the yin-yang locket in his dantian released a rolling tearing force. It seemed to have formed an invisible vortex. Before the magical techniques formed by the three spiritual flames could touch Ning Fan's body, they were sucked into Ning Fan's stomach with a strange suction force. The yin-yang locket devoured them, causing the flames of heaven and earth to rapidly melt. The yin-yang locket was not afraid of flames. In the past, Ning Fan was able to devour a black demon flame fire dragon with his weak magical power. Now, Ning Fan's magical power was at the mid-nascent soul realm. Spiritual flames below the sixth revolution were not qualified to be used in front of him. This was the reason why he was not afraid of Revered Yen of the Rain Palace. Revered Yen swallowed fire. No matter how many flames there was nothing to be afraid of. They would only become nourishment for the yin-yang locket's yang force. The yin-yang locket had already turned into a piece of blood jade. After absorbing the flames, a line of blood seemed to form on the locket, dividing the left and right sides. The blood on the left side became lighter while the blood on the right side gradually turned dark red, as if it was dividing yin and yang. In just a few breaths, all the flames within 1,000 li were easily absorbed by Ning Fan. Looking at the disappearance of the spiritual flames and the unharmed Ning Fan, Bei He and the other two sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of technique is this? This kid actually dared to swallow the flames. Even Revered Yen couldn't do it. Only the descendants of the legendary flame vein who had cultivated to the extreme could swallow the flames. Could this kid have the immemorial divine vein? Flame vein? If it was such a rare divine vein, even the three of them wouldn't dare to offend him. The Rain Sovereign had ordered them to appease the rare divine vein and never harm it. The three of them didn't have the time to think about it because Ning Fan had already counterattacked. An enormous sea of flames was drawn out from the yin-yang locket and turned into a finger. After fusing with the black demon flame and white bone flame, he pointed his finger at Ning Fan. Dragon Vortex Fire, 9th Revolution. The deadly devil voice came out from Ning Fan's mouth coldly. This finger attack was the combination of the full power of 3 peak realm cultivators and Ning Fan's ultimate attack. 9 layers of grey whirlpools of flames appeared in the sky. The sky and the sea within 1,000 li began to boil. The whirlpools spun rapidly and the primordial force was torn apart, producing 9 grey fire dragons. Each of them was 1,000 li long and emitted a terrifying aura that could crush late nascent soul realm cultivators. Among them, Bei He and Shibai were each burned by one of the fire dragons. They were already in a fluster. As for the other 7 fire dragons, they were used to kill the weakest among the 3. Don Qing, the yin-yang locket could only swallow the flames once. Before the 3 of them faced Ning Fan decided to kill one of them with lightning speed. As for Don Qing, he had 6,000 units of magic power. His success rate was the highest. However, such an obvious sneak attack would most likely not work. Ning Fan sneered in his heart. He had made up his mind. The moment the dragon fire attacked the enemy, he disappeared without a trace. It was the sense concealment art. When the 7 fire dragons attacked Don Qing and Ning Fan was about to launch a sneak attack, Bei He's heart sank. He knew that things were not going well. Don Qing was the 3rd brother and the weakest among the 3 of them. Ning Fan had purposely used the 7 dragons to attack the weakest person. His intention was clear. He wanted to kill Don Qing in one strike. He wanted to sneak an attack on Don Qing. This man is so ruthless. However, he can't get what he wants, Bei He shouted and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. At the cost of his cultivation base, he grabbed the dragon fire and crushed it. The dragon fire was enough to kill a late nascent soul realm cultivator in an instant. However, Bei He was able to extinguish it in an instant. He was indeed a peak realm great cultivator. Without stopping, he teleported to Don Qing's side and said solemnly, "Don't be afraid, 3rd brother. I'm here to help you. With Bei He helping Dongqing to resist the fire dragons, even if the technique could injure the two of them, it would only be a light injury. Shibai could see that Dongqing was in trouble. He bit the tip of his tongue to crush the dragon fire and went to help Dongqing. However, the figure of a young man with cold eyes appeared behind him out of nowhere. As soon as he appeared, his fists landed on Shibai's back like raindrops, his high-grade defensive armor shattered after tens of punches. The remaining force immediately caused Shibai to suffer serious injuries. After that, every punch that landed on Shibai's back worsened his injuries. Every inch of his spine was crushed, Shibai's face turned pale. He did not expect Ning Fan to be a diversion. The one he wanted to kill first was actually himself. He did not expect Ning Fan's fist strength to be so terrifying. The fist strength of a half-step Jade Life Realm expert. Each of his punches produced the sound of mountains and rivers collapsing. Puff. The Tower Master of Shibai Tower was already severely injured after just a single exchange. At this moment, Bei He and Dongqing's faces were filled with anger. It was already too late for them to save Shibai. According to the rumors, Zhou Ming was only at the first realm of silver bone body refinement. However, the truth was that he was only a step away from entering the Jade Life realm. No one below the divine transformation realm would dare to face him head-on with just the strength of their physical bodies. How? How is this possible? Shibai, who was severely injured, took out the small tower with great difficulty and threw it at Ning Fan. At the same time, he took the opportunity to escape. The small tower was a high-grade magic treasure. It was as black as iron, but it emitted a terrifying aura force. As soon as it soared into the sky, it grew to 1,000 zhang 33 m per zhang, tall. With a loud sound of wind pressure, it smashed towards Ning Fan's head. On top of that, it had the ability of breaking magic attached to it. No magic technique could stop the tower from falling. In order to stop the tower, one could only use treasures to counter treasures or their physical bodies. From Shibai's point of view, Ning Fan's half-step Jade Life Realm physical body was already heaven-defying. However, even a true Jade Life Realm expert would not be able to use his physical body to resist a high-grade magic treasure. However, something unexpected happened. Amidst the silver light, Ning Fan turned into a 100 zhang 33 m per zhang, tall giant. With a punch, he actually used his physical body to resist the magic treasure. As for the result of the collision, the giant's body swayed for a moment before stabilizing itself. However, the giant tower was sent flying backwards, leaving a few cracks on it. Impossible. Even a Jade Life Realm expert cannot resist a high-grade magic treasure. Indeed, a Jade Life Realm expert could not do it. However, Ning Fan had etched the Stone Warrior Devil marks and endured 99 needles to advance to the second level of the General Realm. The profound Earth Devil marks could increase the defense of his physical body by several times. In terms of offense, Ning Fan's body technique was not as good as a Jade Life Realm expert's. However, in terms of defense, only a second-level Jade Life Realm expert could be compared to him. After shaking the magic treasure, the giant's eyes flashed with indifference. With a point of his finger, a grey light flashed and ripples spread across heaven and earth. As for the Tower Lord of Shibai Tower who was trying to escape, he was shaken by the light. Immediately, countless invisible fine lines appeared around his body and fixed him in place. This body-fixing technique could only stop a nascent soul realm expert for one breath. Shibai's body turned cold. This one breath would determine his fate. Without any hesitation, he spurted out a few mouthfuls of blood essence to forcefully disperse the body-fixing technique. However, in that split second, the giant had already caught up to him. He reached out his hand and caught him in his palm. Then, something happened that made the three Tower Lords tremble in fear. The giant opened his mouth and swallowed the Tower Lord of Shi Tower, chewing him into pieces. He was eaten alive. Even his nascent soul realm expert could not escape. Bei He and Dongqing had barely managed to disperse the dragon fire, but their faces had turned pale. This man is a madman. Only the demon race would dare to eat a cultivator alive. If it was a human, their immortal veins would definitely be destroyed because the spiritual power in their blood was too strong. However, the thing that made the two of them shiver the most was that the Tower Lord of Shi Tower, who was ranked second among the three of them, was already dead. putting aside the fact that Ning Fan had used some tricks to create a diversion. Even if He was slightly stronger than Shi Bai in a frontal attack, he would most likely be severely injured by Ning Fan. Is this Zhou Ming's true strength? Impossible. With such strength, how could Xiang Liao escape from him? Even my second brother couldn't escape from him. Yes, I remember now. Xiang Liao has been quiet ever since the Battle of the Pill Cauldron battle. There was no news of him seizing another body and being reborn. Xiang Liao must not have escaped that day. He must have been captured and killed by Zhou Ming. In other words, Luo Fei, Xiang Liao, and Shi Bai, Zhou Ming had killed 3 peak nascent soul realm experts. This man's strength is not normal. No one below the spirit-severing realm is his match. Damn it, let's run. Dongqing clenched his teeth in anger. Run. He answered without any hesitation. However, just as the two of them were about to teleport away, the giant flicked his finger and cast 2 body freezing techniques on them, stopping them from escaping. It's too late to leave. Hei's heart trembled under the devil might and he roared in anger. Zhou Ming. You've killed Shi Bai and violated the laws of the world. You've offended my rain palace. Are you still not going to stop? There are no laws in the endless sea. Good. Zhou Ming, don't be so arrogant. Initially, I didn't want to use this item because the price is too high. But since you're so stubborn, I'll kill you today. Profound heavenly spirit slaying sword, appear. The sword was less than a foot long, green like jade, smooth and round, lacking sharpness, ancient and cracked. If he insisted on calling it a sword, why not call it a dagger? Even so, when this sword appeared, it gave Ning Fan a great sense of crisis. Traces of heavenly spirit force were emitted from the sword. When the North Tower's Tower Master waved his sword, the heavenly spirit force turned into a faint green light. The faint light turned into a line, and the line was like a blade. With a gentle slash, it cut open an extremely thin wound in the void, revealing the dark void underneath the wound. Spirit treasure. Only numinous treasures could activate the power of the heavenly spirit and shatter the void. If this sword were to land on his physical body, no matter how strong his physical body was, it would still be damaged. In fact, even the lightning whips couldn't easily hit this treasure, or they would be damaged. Moments later, however, Ning Fan discovered something different. Although the sword was surrounded by sky spiritual energy, it was weaker than a real spiritual treasure. Spirit treasures were also known as mysterious heavenly spirit treasures. When a cultivator reached the soul formation level, they could condense their spirit intent. When a Dharma treasure reached the spirit level, it could merge with the heavenly spirit. The 5 elemental spiritual energy condensed into the origin energy of heaven and earth. When the origin energy was condensed to the extreme, it became the pure heavenly spiritual energy. For example, there was a faint green glow in this sword. The faint glow was less than an inch long, yet it could kill all body refinement cultivators below the jade life realm. Judging from its color, it should be the heavenly spiritual energy of the wood element. But if it was a spirit treasure, its power was a bit too low. Ning Fans thought for a while and saw through it. Perhaps the sword was once a spirit treasure, but because it was damaged, it could only be regarded as a half-step spirit treasure. It was stronger than supreme-grade spirit treasure but weaker than spirit treasures. It wasn't a profound heavenly spiritual treasure, but a incomplete profound heavenly treasure. Yes, that must be the case. Even an early divine transformation realm expert would find it extremely difficult to wield a true spiritual treasure. Even 10,000 units of magic power would not be enough for it. If it was a damaged treasure, then he could use it. Zhou Ming. I already know that your body refinement realm is not ordinary, but you have a whip that specializes in hitting people's magic treasures and killing nascent souls. Xiang Liao was caught off guard and suffered a loss. I will not repeat the same mistake. With this sword in hand, so what if your body refinement realm is high? In this old man's eyes, I can casually kill you. He sneered, but his pale face showed that he was not able to control the blade as he pleased. With the sword in his hand, he had an unprecedented confidence that he could even injure a soul formation cultivator. Third brother, use the treasure to block this kid's path of retreat. Don't let this kid escape. I have to damage my own cultivation in order to display the might of this sword. Moreover, if second brother dies and we gain nothing, it will be too unworthy. Yes. Dongqing's traveling light flashed. He held a long lock in his hand and was on high alert. Once Ning Fan tries to escape, he would stop him. After sealing off Ning Fan's escape route, Beihe slashed downwards with her sword. Beihe's flesh and blood seemed to have been devoured by the dark heavenly spirit slayer sword. His face turned even paler, and his body began to shrink rapidly. In an instant, he was reduced to a bag of bones. All of his blood chi had been absorbed into the sword. Like a green ray of light, it fell from the sky and connected to the surface of the sea. However, at the next moment, the ray of light was torn apart by the heavenly spirit. Heaven and earth were torn apart, revealing a dark void. Ning Fan's heart skipped a beat when the green ray of light slashed at him. Without any hesitation, he tried to teleport away. However, the heavenly spirit thread was like a maggot attached to his bones. Wherever he went, the spirit thread would follow. There was no way for him to escape. Ning Fan's eyes turned fierce. He knew that he could only resist the heavenly spirit sword head-on. None of his magical treasures were spiritual treasures. He didn't even have an incomplete profound heavenly treasure. As such, it seemed like he could only rely on his physical body to resist the attack. This was definitely the strongest attack that a cultivator below the spirit-severing realm could unleash. It was even more terrifying than the attacks of early spirit-severing realm cultivators. The earth star in his right eye moved. The earth elemental power of heaven and earth formed a dark yellow giant shield in front of him. Behind the giant shield, Ning Fan activated the sense defense art without any hesitation. He used his peak nascent soul realm black sword sense to form a giant black cocoon and wrapped himself within it. Inside the cocoon, his entire body turned into silver. Devil marks flickered on his skin and he held more than 10 supreme-grade magical treasures in his hands. The giant shield formed by the earth elemental power was strong enough to withstand a strike from an ordinary peak nascent soul realm cultivator. However, under the green ray of light, the shield that was tens of zhang thick was cut into half. The surface of the shield was as smooth as a mirror. The first layer of defense was broken, but it only managed to reduce 1/5 of the power of the green ray. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. This green ray is too sharp. With a resolute look, the black cocoon formed by his spirit sense came into contact with the green ray. The sound of eggshell cracking could be heard. The black cocoon that was strong enough to withstand a strike from a peak nascent soul realm cultivator was broken. As for the green ray, it left a tiny scar on the empty spirit sense. Even though the scar was small, it made Ning Fan's sea of consciousness hurt and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The sense defense art was also broken. This sword is really terrifying. There was only 3/5 of the power of this sword left. It was not the right time for him to take it head-on with his physical body. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with madness. He threw out pieces of supreme-grade magic treasures and detonated them when they got close to the green ray. 1 treasure was broken, 10 treasures were broken, 100 treasures were broken. Almost all of the supreme-grade magic treasures obtained by the nascent soul realm cultivators that he killed were destroyed. Every time a treasure was destroyed, a trace of magic power that was comparable to the nascent soul realm bombarded the green ray. The powerful force of the broken treasures shook Ning Fan and sent him flying 1000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, away. Even the green ray became illusory under the impact. The power of the green ray was only left with 1/5 of its original power. At this moment, it approached Ning Fan and slashed at his head. It was like a ray of light that silenced all sounds. Fast. It's too fast. As for Ning Fan, he tried to catch the light with his bare hands. His punch landed on the green ray. With just a single contact, the bones of his fist began to crumble. The green ray invaded his body and destroyed it wantonly. Before he was severely injured, Ning Fan's eyes suddenly became indifferent. His black hair grew longer and his body was shrouded in black mist. With a loud bang, his physical body shattered. The green ray was destroyed. The Tower Lord of the Eastern Tower, Dongqing's eyes were filled with shock. Even though the sword could kill Ning Fan, its power was exhausted by Ning Fan in the end. Is this Zhou Ming's strength? Even though the profound heavenly spirit-slaying sword is an incomplete treasure, its power is not weaker than ordinary spiritual treasures. Even an ordinary spirit-severing realm cultivator would be injured by that sword attack. This man could actually destroy the green ray. His combat power is infinitely close to the spirit-severing realm. As for Bei He, he was also shocked. However, his face was filled with a cold smile. That sword attack had almost drained all of his blood essence. With such severe injuries, even if he used heavenly treasures to recuperate, he would not be able to recover without at least 100 years. Even if he did recover, his cultivation base would drop significantly due to the damage he inflicted on himself. After he recovered, he would probably only have less than 5,000 units of magic power left. The price of that sword attack was not small. He, Bei He, was also considered a person. It was enough for him to be proud of himself for using that sword attack. Even though the price was huge, Revered Flame would definitely reward him for killing Ning Fan and obtaining 2 types of Earth Vein demonic flames. If he befriended a 5th Revolution Pill Master and was given a Separation and Reunion Pill, they would have the hope of attaining the spirit-severing realm in this lifetime. Haha. Third brother, quickly go to the place where you died and find the Earth Vein demonic flames. Let me rest for a while to suppress my injuries. But there's no demonic flames. Impossible. That sword attack triggered the power of the heavenly spirit and could destroy his nascent soul completely. Not a single drop of his blood and flesh would be spilled. However, spiritual items like the Earth Vein demonic flames would not be destroyed by the power of the heavenly spirit. Could it be that the sword cut the void and caused the 2 flames to fall into the void? This is troublesome. It seems like I can only injure myself again. I'll cut the void and retrieve the demonic flames. However, you will be the one to slash the next attack. Bei He, who was sitting cross-legged in the sky, was refining the power of the pills in his body. All of a sudden, he felt a chill on his back. Countless black sword senses appeared behind him and turned into a cold and indifferent young man in black robes. The young man's face was slightly pale and he seemed to be injured. However, he was not dead. You've injured me. Are you very proud of yourself? Black Tempest Spirit Splitting Technique. The appearance of this warning sign was too strange. Bei He did not even have the time to ask for help from Dong Qing, who was 1,000 zhang away. The voice sounded like a demon. It was extremely cold, but it was exceptionally familiar. There was no mistaking it. It was that person. Zhou Ming. You're not dead. How is this possible? How is this possible? Ah. The young man exploded into black shadows again. Bei He immediately screamed in pain. His right arm, which was holding the sword, was chopped off by the black shadow. The black shadow entered his physical body, crushed his immortal meridians, destroyed his dantian, and headed straight for the little nascent soul that was hiding in his dantian. Just as his body was about to shatter and his nascent soul was about to perish, the golden-armored nascent soul crushed a jade medallion in a panic. A fiery light shot out from the jade medallion and teleported him 10,000 feet away. He looked at the young man who had reformed the black fog in disbelief. Dong Qing, on the other hand, was stunned by the sudden turn of events. How is this possible? Zhou Ming, who was slashed by the heavenly spirit sword, is still alive. What is that black fog? It can be shattered and condensed. What is the Black Tempest Spirit Splitting Technique? Bei He's physical body had been destroyed by the Great Shifting Jade. He was lucky enough to survive because of the Greater Teleportation Jade. Impossible. Impossible. Bei He screamed at the top of his lungs. His screams were filled with extreme fear. Both of you are going to die. Before you die, I have a question. The reason why you spent so much effort to serve Revered Flame of the Rain Palace is because he is a 5th Revolution Pill Master, right? However, you don't know that I am also a 5th Revolution Pill Master. You shouldn't have offended me. What? You are a 5th Revolution Pill Master? Dong Qing's heart sank. If they knew that Ning Fan was a 5th Revolution Pill Master, they would have tried their best to befriend him. Why would they hurt him just to please another 5th Revolution Pill Master? Regret. But after regret, their eyes were filled with fear and hatred. This Zhou Ming's techniques are too strange. It's not easy to deal with him. It's better for me to escape from the endless sea and return to the Rain Palace. I'll ask Revered Flame for help and avenge them. Trying to run? Freeze. Ning Fan pointed a finger at the 2 of them and fixed them in place. The eyes of his black body were as cold as 10,000 years of ice. He opened his mouth and sucked in Bei He's severed arm. Holding the green jade sword that was more than a foot long, Ning Fan felt as if heaven and earth had merged together. So this is the profound heaven spirit slaying sword. I have underestimated the power of magic treasures along the way. I didn't expect that once a magic treasure enters the spirit rank, its power would be so terrifying. Even I would suffer some injuries, even with my 190 units of magic power and my demon power, it was still not enough to activate the incomplete profound heaven treasure. The two of them who were frozen tried to escape by damaging their bodies. However, they were stopped by Ning Fan's finger once again. Break free, freeze, break free, freeze, the two of them revealed a look of despair. Ning Fan's aura was comparable to that of a peak nascent soul realm cultivator in his current state. He was no longer as strong as the two of them. It was definitely not easy for him to break free from the body freezing technique. Fellow Taoist Zhou Ming, if you let me go this time, I guarantee that I won't hold you accountable for breaking the laws of the world after we return to the Rain Palace. Hold me accountable? Heh. Don't worry. I'm still studying how to use this sword. I'll behead you with it. You can't use this sword. Even if it's a spirit-severing realm sword. Noisy. His voice melded with the sky and was filled with thunder. It reverberated in their hearts for a long time. At the same time, a vast and vicissitude aura slowly condensed on Ning Fan's body. With a stretch of his hand, it was as if he was grabbing the entire seabed of the sea domain. Soul extraction, an indifferent voice resounded. The soul of the earth fused into Ning Fan's body and turned into endless magic power, 300 units, 500 units, 1,000 units. 2,000 units, 5,000 units, 10,000 units. 10,000 units of magic power was comparable to a spirit-severing realm cultivator. With such a large amount of magic power, even if Ning Fan did not harm himself, it would be enough for him to sever his spirit with a single slash. Soul extraction. Soul extraction. I understand now. I understand now. This unbreakable shadow of yours is an incarnation. Moreover, it's one of the rare indestructible incarnations. Why you? You've actually comprehended two types of void fragmentation realm divine abilities at the nascent soul realm. Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming. Haha. It's not a waste for me to die in your hands. However, if you don't kill me, I'm willing to worship you as. Noisy. A cold light flashed and a powerful aura force turned into a spirit-severing sword. The spirit-severing slashed horizontally in a semicircle. A green line slashed horizontally as if it was going to split the blue sky in half. The green line slashed through a human and a nascent soul. Their faces were filled with fear and hatred, be it their nascent souls or physical bodies. They were all rapidly melted by the sword. Two miserable shrieks resounded in the sea domain along with the wind. However, their screams were soon drowned by the earth-shattering rumble. A black crack appeared in the void. Traces of void power made one's scalp go numb. Then, the crack healed. There was only a black-robed young man standing at the center of the waves, looking at the sword in his hand. He slowly dispersed the soul of the earth. A profound heavenly spiritual treasure is truly terrifying. I need to be extremely careful when facing a spirit-severing realm cultivator. I also need to refine a few suitable treasures. The Separation Slayer sword cannot remain as a high-grade sword anymore. In the Black Tortoise City, countless old monsters surrounded the Southern Pill Tower. Among them, Lu Qing, Bei Xiaoman and the other higher-ups of the Lost World Palace were holding 3 pieces of life jades in silence. The 3 pieces of life jades had shattered one after another. This undoubtedly meant that the 3 tower masters had died one after another. The Southern Pill Tower was dead silent. After a while, a sensational news shocked the entire Punlai and spread across the outer endless sea at a terrifying speed. Zhou Ming had killed 3 peak nascent soul realm cultivators with his own strength. The 3 tower masters of the Lost World Palace and the 3 guest elders of the Rain Palace were all dead. Zhou Ming was the strongest cultivator below the spirit-severing realm in the outer endless sea. To be continued. When Ning Fan appeared in the sky above the Black Tortoise City, the entire city fell into silence. The sea breeze was slightly salty, but it could not blow away the faint smell of blood. The evil chi turned into traces of red light that flickered on his body. Under his gaze, all the cultivators in the city did not dare to make a sound. An invisible demonic aura made many old monsters gulp down their saliva. Zhou Ming. This person killed the 3 tower masters of the Lost World Palace alone. None of the 3 peak nascent soul realm cultivators survived, the strongest cultivator below the divine transformation realm. This person truly deserved this title. Disperse. Ning Fan's indifferent voice resonated with heaven and earth. Immediately, all the cultivators cupped their fists towards the sky and dispersed. The bustling cultivation city became empty and the streets were lonely because of Ning Fan's words. Ning Fan closed his eyes and the indifference in his eyes faded away. This feeling was very good. With his current strength, there was probably no one who would dare to cause trouble for him in the endless sea anymore. This was a kind of devil might. It was much more practical compared to those young masters of powerful sects who raised their signboards to show off their background. Endless Sea, Tomb of Cultivators. Background and face were all superficial. Strength and devil might were the only thing that could guarantee one's freedom. He landed on the ground beside the female corpse. When the female corpse saw Ning Fan's pale face, her calm eyes immediately reached out her cold hand and touched his cheek. Light. Injuries, I'm fine. It's just a small injury. Let's go. I've helped the Lost World Palace to get rid of 3 hidden troubles. If that Lu Qing doesn't reward me generously, it won't be right. Ning Fan smiled and held the female corpse's delicate hand. They walked on the empty street. Lost World Palace, Southern Pill Tower. Mo Yan's expression was extremely complicated. As for the old ancestor Yu Long, he felt somewhat restless. 27 Third Revolution Pill Masters and 5 Fourth Revolution Pill Masters were silent. The atmosphere was heavy. After the news of the destruction of the Life Jades and the death of the 3 Tower Masters spread, the topic of how to deal with the murderer, Zhou Ming, immediately became the topic of discussion. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Lu Qing did not stop the fight from beginning to end. From his standpoint, it was obvious that he had the intention to kill Zhou Ming with a borrowed knife. In other words, the 3 Tower Masters were killed by Zhou Ming on the surface. However, Lu Qing had instigated and pushed him to do so in the dark. Since killing was Lu Qing's idea, not only was Zhou Ming not at fault, but he had also done a meritorious deed. However, such a meritorious deed could not be rewarded openly. It was obvious that the people of the Lost World Palace were killed. If Lu Qing were to reward them, the reputation of the Lost World Palace would be tarnished and spread far and wide. Colluding with an external devil and plotting to kill an alchemist from his own clan just because the alchemist had ulterior motives. This was not a good name. Since he couldn't be rewarded, he couldn't be punished either. Zhou Ming had fought against 3 nascent soul realm experts by himself and killed 3 nascent soul realm experts. This achievement could be said to be the first person below the divine transformation realm. With such strength, perhaps even an early divine transformation realm expert might not be able to take him down. If they couldn't capture him, then they would offend this person and provoke a demon that killed without any scruples. It wasn't worth it, it wasn't worth it. This man is a madman. Wherever he goes, there will be a sea of blood. The killing at the Hill of Death, the killing at the Pill Cauldron Gate and the killing at the Black Tortoise City. Some of the more observant people even discovered that on the day when the 7th elder of the demon sealing sect, Ying He, died, Zhou Ming had rushed out of the island. From the looks of it, the 7th elder of the demon sealing sect was most likely killed by this man. As the saying goes, it's better to cut off 1 finger than to injure 10 of the enemy's fingers. With the strength of the Lost World Palace in the external endless sea, if they couldn't capture Zhou Ming and kill him, it would be unwise to offend him. Therefore, all the old monsters decided to remain silent during the meeting to deal with Zhou Ming. On this kind of question, a single wrong word could cause a great disaster for oneself. None of them were fools. Lu Qing was sipping on the fragrant tea while tapping on the jade table with his fingers. His expression was calm and composed. However, the rapid tapping of his fingers indicated that his heart was not calm at all. He didn't have the intention to capture or kill Zhou Ming. He was just considering what benefits he should give Zhou Ming in private. Lu Qing felt a slight headache when he recalled the time when Zhou Ming deliberately displayed 2 types of earth vein demonic flames in the Black Tortoise City. From an outsider's point of view, Zhou Ming's action was a show of strength to the 3 Tower Masters. However, given Zhou Ming's character, he would never reveal his trump card before a battle. His earth vein demonic flame was for Lu Qing to see. He was hinting to Lu Qing that he could devour 2 types of earth vein demonic flames and that he had his eyes on the green phoenix flame. Troublesome, yes, it was indeed troublesome. If Zhou Ming's strength was only enough to kill Bai He alone, Lu Qing would only value him because of his 5th revolution pill refinement technique. According to his understanding of pill refinement masters, giving him a few 5th revolution pill refinement techniques would be enough to send him away. However, Zhou Ming killed 3 of them alone. Moreover, the battle ended very quickly and did not even take too much time. Lu Qing knew that even he himself could not match up to Zhou Ming's strength and speed of killing his enemies. Zhou Ming's strength was unfathomable. Even Lu Qing would not dare to ignore the fact that he wanted the green phoenix flame. From the looks of it, his so-called killing with a borrowed knife plan was actually a silver tiger killing a wolf. 3 tower masters who coveted the green phoenix flame died, but Zhou Ming came. This is troublesome. Lu Qing's gaze shifted to Bai Xiaoman. He could not help but smile bitterly when he saw her eating melon seeds in annoyance. My lady, how do you think we should treat Zhou Ming? Treat him, not punish him. Even though Lu Qing was conflicted on how to befriend Ning Fan, his intention of befriending him did not waver. He did not have any intention of going against Ning Fan. What a joke. Putting aside Ning Fan's strength, his pill refinement technique had already reached the 5th revolution. A 5th revolution pill refinement master could concoct pills that could raise a spirit-severing realm cultivator's cultivation base. Lu Qing might even need to ask Ning Fan for pills. Although there were more than 10 5th revolution pill masters in the Lost World Palace, almost all of them were from the Rain Palace. Apart from the times when they needed to cultivate in the Lost World Tower, they would never enter the Endless Sea in the rest of the time. Ning Fan was the only 5th revolution pill refinement master that he, Lu Qing, could see and touch. I must befriend him. But the problem is, how should I befriend him? What's the trouble? Just kill him. Humph. Even though I'm happy that he killed those 3 old men, I really hate that Zhou Ming. Lu Qing, you'll be responsible for killing him. Pooh. Lu Qing spurted out a mouthful of tea and shook his head with a bitter smile. As expected of the young miss, she did as she pleased and did not consider the pros and cons at all. Miss thinks too highly of me. Let alone the fact that I can't kill Zhou Ming. Even if I can, killing a 5th revolution pill master would secretly offend many divine transformation realm experts. The rallying power of a 5th revolution pill master could be said to be terrifying. There was once a mid-divine transformation realm devil cultivator who defiled a woman. Unexpectedly, that woman turned out to be a concubine of a 5th revolution pill master who was extremely fond of her. As a result, that pill master was infuriated and promised to give him a pill if he killed her. If a peak stage nascent soul cultivator were to help, he would be given a separation and reunion pill that could increase his chances of reaching the soul formation stage. If an early stage soul formation cultivator helps, he will receive 10 primordial armor pills to increase his early stage cultivation. Those who were at the middle stage would be given a spirit illumination pill. After consuming this pill, there was a 10% chance of comprehending one's own divine decree. On that day, that 5th revolution pill master led 100 peak nascent soul formation realm cultivators, 11 early divine transformation realm cultivators and 3 mid-divine transformation realm cultivators to surround that devil cultivator and massacre him. Lu Qing did not know how powerful Ning Fan's background was. However, he could imagine that if he offends Ning Fan recklessly, most of the divine transformation realm cultivators would be willing to kill him for his sake. As such, unless Lu Qing was an idiot, he would never provoke Ning Fan. In fact, he even wanted to be one of the divine transformation realm cultivators who fawned on Ning Fan. However, Bai Xiaoman was different. She had a high status. She would not stand anyone she disliked. Be it a divine transformation realm cultivator or a void refinement realm cultivator, she would dare to step on anyone's face. Miss, don't forget that even with your status, you can't do anything to Zhou Ming. Lu Qing made a 5-hand gesture and Bai Xiaoman's face immediately turned red. Not bad, not bad. He is a 5th revolution pill master. Even I have been warned by my mother not to offend a 5th revolution pill master in the lower world, but that Zhou Ming is really too despicable. I don't care about this anymore. In short, you can do whatever you want. However, I will never give him the green Luan flame. Bai Xiaoman could see through Lu Qing's thoughts. She harumphed twice and left. At this moment, two silent figures gently appeared in the southern tower. They were a man and a woman. The woman was the female corpse and the man was Ning Fan. Miss Bei, it seems like you have a lot of complaints against me. However, I don't think I have offended you. On the contrary, there was a time when I was pampering my concubine and you peeped at me through the window. You saw my naked body and caused me to suffer a great loss. It seems like you have yet to compensate me for that, Pooh. Who wants to peep at you? You even suffered a loss with that small body of yours. As soon as Bei Xiaoman saw Ning Fan, she was infuriated and spat on the ground. Little did she know that her words caused the elders of the Lost World Palace to suck in a cold breath. Miss actually peeped at Zhou Ming's bedroom. Could it be that Miss likes Zhou Ming? That's right. Occasionally, when Miss was alone, she would curse and swear at Zhou Ming. This is bad. This is really bad. The noble fourth Miss of the upper world who was pursued by countless true immortals actually fell in love with a cultivator from the lower world? No, even if she didn't fall in love with him, Bei Xiaoman had seen Ning Fan's naked body. This matter would definitely affect Mrs. Purity, as the fourth Miss of the Lost World Palace, the strongest force in the Northern Sea immortal world. If Bei Xiaoman lost her purity, even he, Lu Qing, would lose his head. Miss, you can't speak nonsense, so what if I say it? I saw his naked body. He is shameless, perverted and shameless. Why can't I say it? Of course, I can't say it, he's a man and you're a woman. He can be shameless but you can't lose your purity, Lu Qing complained incessantly. Bei Xiaoman's personality was quite shrewish. She didn't care about her purity at all. However, Lu Qing and the others couldn't bear such a heavy responsibility. This unexpected development caught Lu Qing off guard. In order to conceal the fact that his mistress had lost her chastity, as long as he could seal Ning Fan's mouth, not to mention the green phoenix flame, he, Lu Qing, was even willing to give up the tower master of the central tower to Ning Fan. The female corpse was at a loss. She did not understand why the humans around her were panicking. As for Ning Fan, the corner of his mouth curved into an inexplicable smile. He said it on purpose. Next, I have something to discuss with Tower Lord Lu and Miss Bei. Those who have nothing to do with me should leave now in case they hear something even worse. All of you, leave. Lu Qing sighed. If he knew that Ning Fan would reveal such erotic news as soon as he arrived, he would definitely not let Mo Yun and the others stay here. You still owe me a mental seal. Don't forget. Ning Fan pointed at Yu Long with a faint smile. Old ancestor Yu Long immediately shuddered. His hair stood on end and he nodded in agreement. How would I, Yu Long, dare to disobey venerated Ming's order? It's really my fortune to be able to be venerated Ming's slave. My fortune. I beg venerated Ming to spare my life. Yu Long had killed many people in his life. When had he ever behaved so humbly before? This sentence had used up all the flattering words he had used up in his entire life. He had no choice. Zhou Ming's devil might was too terrifying. It made Lu Qing feel helpless and his miss feel annoyed. He begged his father and grandmother not to offend this person. If I become his slave, then so be it. After everyone left, Lu Qing felt uneasy. He was afraid that Ning Fan would reveal more shocking information that would embarrass his mistress. However, his mistress seemed to be fine. He was a spirit-severing realm-old monster after all. Even though he was worried, his expression remained calm. With a faint smile, he waved his sleeves and brewed some spiritual tea for Ning Fan and the female corpse. Hee. Fellow Taoist Zhou Ming, please have some tea. Good tea. Spiritual mist as the water and 10,000-year-old jade conch as the leaves. A sip can increase one's magic power by half a year. Ning Fan savored the tea carefully. The female corpse took a sip and immediately frowned. Hot, I'm not afraid. Ning Fan flicked his finger and produced heavenly frost. When the tea came into contact with the cold qi, it immediately cooled down. The female corpse no longer felt hot. This move caused Lu Qing to be inwardly shocked. If he was not mistaken, that cold qi should be the heavenly frost cold qi, pine cold marrow and bone prison qi. This Zhou Ming actually possesses two types of heavenly frost cold qi. Moreover, the 5th grade cold qi that was hard to obtain at the spirit severing realm was used to cool a woman's tea. nascent soul realm cultivators could use the 5 elemental techniques to devour spiritual fire and cold chi at the same time. However, the heavenly frost earth fire was an exception. It was impossible for nascent soul realm cultivators to devour spiritual fire and cold chi when they reached the 5th grade. Even spirit-severing realm cultivators had to be careful and use their cultivation techniques to restrain themselves. This young man is truly unfathomable. Lu Qing knew that it was not difficult for him to devour one type of earth vein demonic fire since he cultivated a spirit-severing realm fire element cultivation technique. However, it would be dangerous to devour the second type of heavenly frost cold chi. As for Bei Xiaoman, she let out a soft humph. Obviously, she was not used to Ning Fan's acting. Who was he acting for? Why would the dignified great devil Zhou Ming be so gentle as to give a woman iced tea? Humph. He's just trying to deceive the woman and win her heart. Then, he will make love to her and make love to her in bed. Shameless and perverted. I, Bei Xiaoman, can see through your little trick with just a glance. Men are like this. Mother has taught me. Lu Qing valued Ning Fan more while Bei Xiaoman looked down on him even more. Chuckling, Lu Qing poured another cup of spirit tea for the two of them and changed the topic. A straightforward person doesn't beat around the bush. This old man is very grateful that fellow Taoist Zhou was able to eliminate Bei He and the other two. I heard that fellow Taoist Zhou wants to become the guest pill master of the Lost World Palace. It's an easy task. You can even become the tower master of the 3 pagodas with just a word from me. Fellow Taoist should know what kind of treatment you will receive if you become the tower master, right? Of course I do. Once I become the pagoda master, I will be able to use any spirit herbs below 5,000 years old. Even if it's 10,000 years old, I will be able to obtain 10 stocks of it every year. Apart from that, all pill formulas below the 5th revolution in the Lost World Palace could be read and imprinted at will. If you need elixirs, you can post a mission in the palace. Ning Fan took a sip of his tea and said with a smile. If it wasn't for the generous treatment, I wouldn't have killed 3 of them alone and occupied the 3 pagodas. Fellow Taoist Zhou, you must be joking. Even if you didn't kill the 3 tower masters, with your identity as a 5th revolution pill master, you can easily become the tower master of the 3 pagodas with just a word from me. This is an easy task. In fact, if fellow Taoist Zhou has more requests for the Lost World Palace, it's not impossible for me to do so. I only have one request. Fellow Taoist Zhou, please don't spread the news that my mistress's innocence wantonly. Of course, I will make the others shut their mouths. If fellow Taoist Zhou agrees to this request, not to mention the tower master of the 3 pagodas, even the green phoenix flame. When he mentioned the green phoenix flame, Lu Qing's eyes revealed a hint of struggle. However, he gritted his teeth and said, even if it's the green phoenix flame, this old man can also give it to you. Really? Not a single lie. Bei Xiaoman's heart was filled with dissatisfaction when she saw that the two of them were about to finish their discussion in just a few sentences. Why? Why should this shameless Zhou Ming be the tower master of the 3 pagodas? I, Bei Xiaoman, the dignified 4th mistress of the northern heaven, only have 1 pagoda. Why? Why should I give him the green phoenix flame? Even though I don't need it. I can give it to anyone but Zhou Ming, *pa. Bei Xiaoman's petite body slammed the table and rose to her feet. Lu Qing. Step down. I will deal with this matter. Lu Qing was confused. It took me a lot of effort to seal Ning Fan's mouth with a huge reward. Why is it that my mistress is going to cause trouble again? Does my mistress not understand that I even gave him the green phoenix flame for the sake of my mistress's innocence? Lu Qing. I'm asking you to get out. Get out. Yes, Lu Qing was a dignified divine transformation realm expert and a supreme being of the external endless sea. He had no choice but to be polite in front of Ning Fan. He did not even dare to talk back in front of Bei Xiaoman. He sighed. My mistress should have a divine transformation realm puppet protecting her. That puppet is more powerful than me. Of course, I don't need to worry about my mistress's safety. The only thing I need to worry about is if my mistress is foolish enough to offend Ning Fan again. However, he did not know that Bei Xiaoman's divine transformation realm bodyguard, Shi Bing, had already become Ning Fan's prisoner. With a bitter smile, Lu Qing took out a jade token and passed it to Ning Fan. Then, he cupped his fists and left. Before he left, he transmitted his voice to Ning Fan. Fellow Taoist Zhou, if my mistress has offended you, please forgive her. This jade token is my token. Even if you haven't become the Tower Master yet, you can still use the medicine vault of my Xianwu city and enter the pill pavilion to read the pill recipes. As for the green phoenix flame, I will think of a way to give it to you after my mistress's anger has subsided. So, I hope that you can. Don't worry. I won't be calculated with a little girl. If that's the case, thank you. Bei Xiaoman did not know that her unruly behavior had already been branded as an unreasonable little girl in the eyes of Lu Qing and Zhou Ming. After Lu Qing left, she still had that arrogant and bossy look on her face. Every night, she would be tortured by her heart devil. She would dream of Ning Fan coming to her naked body with his despicable hands, humiliating her. Unless her Tao heart is healed, this heart devil nightmare would continue to haunt her. Under such torment, it was not surprising that Bei Xiaoman had such a resentful attitude towards Ning Fan. Zhou Ming, don't you want the green phoenix flame? Humph. Come. Bei Xiaoman walked towards the top of the tower. Her eyes were filled with shame and resentment. Ning Fan activated the yin-yang locket and used the mind-reading technique to hear her inner voice. Bei Xiaoman, humph. You want the green phoenix flame? No way. When I return to my palace, I will use the Yuanyao jade that my mother gave me to lock you in the Yuanyao world. Humph humph. Even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, you won't be able to escape once you enter the world. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with shock. This Bei Xiaoman is really ruthless. She actually has a world treasure. She wants to lock me up. The worst type of spatial magical treasure would be the storage pouch. It could only store things but not living things. The slightly better type would be the demon storage pouch. It could store living beasts but only demons could enter it. Humans couldn't. The higher grade would be the heavenly abode magical treasure. It could open up its own heavenly abode. However, such magical treasures usually had some drawbacks. Either the space of the magical treasure was too small or there was no spiritual chi in it, making it impossible to cultivate. Or, for example, the cauldron ring. The red mist was a heaven-defying cultivation speed for women. The layers of intersecting spaces within it could store an unlimited number of people. However, the drawback was that the owner of the magical treasure could not enter the space with his or her physical body. On the other hand, the heavenly abode magical treasure could erase all its flaws. It could be used for cultivation and it could store an unlimited amount of space. It was called a world treasure. For example, the yin-yang locket had heaven-defying abilities. It also came with a magical treasure space called the Profounding World. The space was so powerful that even Luo Yu wouldn't be able to escape from it. Right now, Bei Xiaoman also had a type of world treasure. Yuanyao Jade, this woman really can't be underestimated. If I didn't use the mind-reading technique to eavesdrop on her, I wouldn't know that she had a supreme treasure and wanted to harm me. What an unruly woman. Ning Fan thought that if he was locked up in the Yuanyao world by Bei Xiaoman, it would be difficult for him to escape. This woman had tried to harm me several times. It seemed like it was time to punish her. Crushing her Tao heart didn't seem to be enough. Although I promised Stone Warrior that I wouldn't hurt this girl and would protect her once, there are plenty of ways to make her tremble in fear without taking her life in the yin-yang transformation. He sneered inwardly but his expression did not change. He stood up and said to the female corpse. Weiliang, let's go, light. Be careful. The female corpse could faintly sense an extremely terrifying aura from Bei Xiaoman's body. It was even scarier than an early spirit-severing realm cultivator. She was the descendant of an immemorial divine vein. Moreover, she was the descendant of one of the best divine veins in the 4 heavens. Even though she was only at the peak nascent soul realm, her combat power was probably not weaker than a spirit-severing realm cultivator. Don't be afraid. She is a woman. She will never be my match. Bei Xiaoman, who had just pushed the door open, heard the conversation between Ning Fan and the female corpse. She immediately stomped her feet in anger and embarrassment. Zhou Ming. Don't you dare be so arrogant. You will have the chance to beg me when you are locked up in the Yuanyao world. Humph. I will definitely castrate you. Even if Stone Warrior isn't here, I alone am enough. For so many years, I've been like this. Alone. Ah. Bei Xiaoman's small face turned slightly pale. She felt a little dizzy and her blood and qi were in a mess. He's here again. Annoying. Wait until I've dealt with that detestable Zhou Ming. She forcefully suppressed her chaotic blood and qi. After her Dao heart was shattered, her Gui vein was damaged. It left behind a sequela. It was a terrifying sequela for a woman. Bei Xiaoman's hands were clasped behind her back. From her back, she looked like a 13 or 14-year-old girl. Her curves were tender and immature. Her fine black hair gave off a faint fragrance. It was clearly the fragrance of a virgin, like the scent of a rose. A rose with thorns, how was this a cute girl? She was clearly a ruthless and unruly princess. Ning Fan did not think much of it. This woman is cruel and merciless. It doesn't matter. In order to survive in the endless sea, what's the big deal about being a little cruel? But this woman shouldn't have provoked him. He pondered in his heart. The reason he came to the Lost World Palace this time was to fulfill his promise to Stone Warrior and make him swear loyalty to him. Although there were complications, there were still many benefits to becoming the master of the 3 pagodas. He was very interested in the recipe of the Lost World Palace's 5th revolution pill. For example, the separation and reunion pill, which could increase the success rate of attaining the divine transformation realm, and the primordial armor pill, which could increase the strength of an early divine transformation realm cultivator, were all pills that Ning Fan would need in the future. There was no pill formula. As for the pill refinement techniques above the 5th revolution, Ning Fan still needed to explore them by himself. The help of ancient chaos's memories was getting smaller and smaller. Even after breaking through to the void fragmentation realm, the help it provided would be close to zero. At that time, he could only rely on himself. When Bei Xiaoman was born, she was bestowed with a divine transformation realm puppet, a world treasure jade, a top-grade cultivation technique, countless medicinal pills, and a status that stood above all others. However, Ning Fan was not afraid of such superiority. Putting aside the plucking finger, Ning Fan did not think that he would lose to Bei Xiaoman. Although this woman had killed many people, she probably didn't have many real life and death battles. Southern Tower, Inner Palace. The Inner Palace was in a mess. Broken porcelain could be seen on the ground. It seemed like Bei Xiaoman had a fit. Unlike the last time he was here, he did not see any maidservants. Miss Bei's servants don't seem to be here. I killed them all. What, do you have a problem with that? Bei Xiaoman's crisp voice was as cold as ice. However, although her words were fierce, the words in her heart were like this. Bei Xiaoman, humph. It's all your fault. My Gui star murderous energy is constantly out of control. In order to avoid indiscriminately killing servants, I have already dispersed it. It was so dirty and messy, and there was no one to clean it up. How could anyone live in it? It's all your fault, Zhou Ming. After I catch you, I'll definitely teach you a good lesson. Ning Fan's eyes flickered. It was as if he had gotten to know Bei Xiaoman all over again. He never expected that this woman would also have moments where she would be gentle to her subordinates. However, when Bei Xiaoman halted her footsteps, Ning Fan held the female corpse's small hand and maintained a distance of 10 zhang *3. 33 m per zhang away from her. 10 zhang was a safe distance. There was a danger of being taken away by the dimensional treasure within 100 feet. Seeing that Ning Fan was deliberately keeping a distance from her, Bei Xiaoman was inwardly stunned. She thought to herself, could it be that this Zhou Ming has noticed something? When she took a step closer to him, Ning Fan immediately took a step back while holding the female corpse's hand. As they advanced and retreated, they were still separated by 100 feet. Humph, Zhou Ming, I didn't think that you would be so cowardly despite your ferocious appearance. Are you afraid that I'll eat you? Why are you hiding so far away? Indeed, I'm a little afraid. A lustful person like Miss Bei first peeped on me and my concubine's room. Then, she led me, a man, into Miss Bei's room. I'm afraid that if I'm not careful, I might fall into Miss Bei's trap and be violated by Miss Bei and lose my virginity. Who wants to violate you? You smell so good. Bei Xiaoman clenched her fists tightly. If it wasn't because she wanted to be closer to Ning Fan and keep him in the Yuanya world, she would not even bother to talk to him. There was a requirement for a dimensional treasure to capture someone. If the magic power of the owner of the treasure was much stronger than the enemy, they could easily capture the enemy even if they were far away from each other. However, if both parties had similar strength, it would not be easy for the dimensional treasure to capture the person. It would be fine if the other party was not on guard against it. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for the dimensional treasure to capture the person. Bei Xiaoman knew that Ning Fan was arrogant and careless. She took out a red jade ring on her hand and it glowed faintly. Zhang. As the dignified descendant of the Gui vein and a peak nascent soul realm cultivator, she should have a high chance of capturing a nascent soul realm Ning Fan. Even if she fails to capture him, it would be a piece of cake for her to take him down with her own means. Even Bei Xiaoman herself did not realize that if it was her previous self, she would have directly attacked Ning Fan with her fists and forcefully captured him. Now, however, she secretly launched a sneak attack on Ning Fan. Unknowingly, she had become extremely wary of him. She hadn't realized this yet. Bei Xiaoman raised her hand and looked at Ning Fan proudly. Then, she giggled. Zhou Ming. Do you really want the green phoenix flame? I'm not going to give it to you. Miss Bei, isn't it a little unwise for you to insist on going against me? Ning Fan's eyes flashed with hostility. Bei Xiaoman's heart immediately trembled and she took a few steps back. She was secretly shocked. This Zhou Ming has such a strong hostility. The great devil Lord Zhou really lives up to his name. However, how did he know that I'm going to deal with him? He saw through it, that's right. Why do I insist on going against him? He is a 5th revolution pill master. My mother told me to befriend him. He has the immemorial devil vein. Even though I don't know what kind of immemorial devil vein it is, he seems to be the best candidate for the 9 worlds since he is a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator. I haven't even given a single place to anyone. Isn't it better to give it to him? Why do I still want to deal with him? Why, is it just to increase my Gui star killing chi? Is it just to destroy my Dao heart? My body is obviously weak and I can't even bear to lie in bed. Why did I get so excited when I heard that Zhou Ming was going to fight the 3 Tower Masters? I don't understand. In short, he is very hateful. Bei Xiaoman gritted her teeth. She did not know that her thoughts were all seen by Ning Fan through the Yin Yang locket. Bei Xiaoman might not understand why she always went against Ning Fan, but Ning Fan could see through it. This Bei Xiaoman seems to like me a little. Of course, it's not quite right to say that she likes me. It should be a good impression towards someone who also practices the Tao of slaughter. However, I don't know how to express this good impression, but it was misinterpreted as a tit for tat. Interesting, the current Ning Fan's killing intent was gone. His eyes were unscrupulously staring at Bei Xiaoman's delicate body. His unrestrained gaze immediately caused Bei Xiaoman's face to turn red. She kept her initial intention of using the Yuanyao jade and scolded him. What are you looking at? What's there to look at? There's indeed nothing to look at. However, the blood jade ring in your hand seems to be a good magical treasure. It's called Yuanyao jade, right? How did you know? Bei Xiaoman's mind was in a mess. It was the expression of someone whose scheme was seen through. When she thought about how her plan to capture Ning Fan with the Yuanyao jade was exposed, she felt slightly embarrassed and angry. Without hesitation, she raised her hand. The blood jade ring flashed and a trace of world power swept towards Ning Fan and the female corpse. However, Ning Fan secretly activated the Yin Yang locket and used a world treasure to fight against another world treasure. The world power swept towards him, but it did not move him at all. Not to mention capturing him into another space. How can this be? Yuanyao jade, keep. She waved her hand again. However, when the world power swept past Ning Fan, she still could not capture him. On the other hand, the female corpse was almost taken away by the world power. However, Ning Fan held her hand and kept her. If she was fearful of Ning Fan before this, she did not realize it. Now, her vigilance towards Ning Fan had risen to an unprecedented level. I know. So, you also have a world treasure. It's rare for someone from the lower world to possess a heavenly dwelling magical treasure. I didn't expect you to have one. But, I still have other. Ah. Before she could finish her words, her body swayed and she lost her balance. She almost fell to the ground. Even though she managed to stabilize her body, her face quickly turned pale. Moreover, the air was filled with a faint but sweet smell of blood. Blood. Looking at Bei Xiaoman, who lost her balance, Ning Fan seemed to have understood something. Immediately, his expression turned strange. Interesting. I didn't expect that as a cultivator. You actually have. Don't say it. Don't look. Despicable. Despicable. Shameless. Why does it have to be at this moment? Her strength seemed to have been sucked dry. The smell of blood came from below her skirt, between her thighs. She knew that the Yuanyao jade was useless against Ning Fan. However, she thought that it would be easy for her to capture Ning Fan with her Gui Vein ability. Unexpectedly, it had to be at this moment, but I can't lose. I can't let Ning Fan continue to smile proudly. That smile was too hateful. It was even more hateful than Ning Fan destroying her Dao heart. Gui. Gui technique, 7 kills. Body technique, rose step. Bei Xiaoman seemed to be barely able to form a hand seal. In the inner palace, 7 blood-red stars emerged and connected with the Big Dipper. Then, a ray of blood-red light fell from the sky and went into her feet. In a flash, she leaped into the sky and kicked Ning Fan's face. This kick was the body refinement realm of the 3rd realm of Silver Bone. It was fused with the Gui Vein ability, the 7 kills technique. The strength of this kick was so fast that it could not be seen. It could even break a peak supreme grade magical treasure. However, even though the aura of the battle was strong, it did not spread to the outside world because of the formation in the inner palace. It seemed like Bei Xiaoman was worried that Lu Qing would stop her attack on Ning Fan. That was why she isolated the ripples of the battle. When this kick arrived in front of Ning Fan, it felt as if 1,000 stars were going to shatter. However, Ning Fan's eyes were indifferent. He remained unmoved and gently stretched out his palm. Silver light shone brightly and casually blocked the kick in front of her feet. Then, he sent out more than 10 palm strikes to disperse the immense force that was enough to shatter a magical treasure. As for Bei Xiaoman, her face was filled with shock. Ning Fan's attack was obviously at the half-step jade life body refinement realm. Moreover, the 10 palm strikes that he sent out were obviously the embodiment of his precise control of strength. If the force was a little weaker, he would certainly be injured by this kick. If the force was a little stronger, the bones of Bei Xiaoman's feet would be crushed by Ning Fan's terrifying strength. How could this be? You're just a person from the mortal world. How could your body refinement realm be higher than mine? How could you show mercy to me? Damn it. Damn it. Ah. She cried out in pain again. That kick had triggered the blood qi of her Gui vein, causing her blood and qi to go out of control. It turns out that this Zhou Ming is actually so powerful. Even if I'm at my peak, I can only be on par with him. However, if her attack was blocked by Ning Fan under normal conditions, she would admit defeat even though she was unruly. Unfortunately, her blood and qi were in a mess right now and she was at her weakest. It was obvious that Ning Fan was showing mercy to her. She couldn't accept it. She couldn't accept it. Looking at Ning Fan's calm smile, it was as if he was silently humiliating her. It was as if he was mocking her. As the descendant of the 4 heavens, she only had this little bit of cultivation. Bei Xiaoman's heart suddenly felt a little wronged. She gritted her teeth and tried to withdraw her long and jade-like leg. However, Ning Fan turned his palm into a claw and grabbed her ankle. With a tug, Bei Xiaoman's body that had lost all of her strength was pulled into his arms. The dignified 4th princess of the Northern Sea immortal world was held in Ning Fan's arms in a domineering manner. However, at this moment, Bei Xiaoman did not even have the slightest bit of strength left. She struggled and gently pushed Ning Fan's chest with her small hands. However, Ning Fan tightened his grip on her. Not to mention pushing Ning Fan away, it was extremely difficult for her to even stand. Moreover, if Ning Fan let go of her now, she would definitely fall to the ground. If Ning Fan didn't grab her earlier, she would most likely be sent flying by the rebounding force. Perhaps, she would fall to the ground in a sorry state. You. What do you want to do to me? Bei Xiaoman's face was abnormally red. Her blood and qi were in a mess. Her face that was as tender as a 13 or 14-year-old girl was now filled with despair as if she had seen through everything. As expected, you're going to defile me. My nightmare has come true. She opened her small mouth and used the last bit of her strength to bite Ning Fan's shoulder. However, because her strength was too weak, it was more like a flirting between lovers. Pluck you? Bei Xiaoman, you think too highly of yourself. A peak nascent soul realm cauldron only has 30 units of magical power. Compared to this, I am more worried that I will break my promise. I didn't expect that all the female cultivators in the world would stop their menstruation once they reach the harmonious spirit realm. However, you still have your period. If it wasn't for the fact that plucking you right now will harm your life and make me break my promise, I would really like to have a taste of a young girl who has her period. Ning Fan half teased and half smiled bitterly. After witnessing the truth, he had no choice but to stop his original plan of plucking. Troublesome, really troublesome, because under Bei Xiaoman's sexy short skirt and silk stockings, traces of red blood were flowing down her fair and tender thighs. This was very common in the mortal world, but it was rare in the cultivation world, a woman's period. This Bei Xiaoman is having her period. Normal female cultivators would not have their period. Period was also known as the Gui event, and the red tide was also known as the Gui water. Unfortunately, Bei Xiaoman cultivated the Gui divine vein, which was extremely mean and extremely murderous. She could be considered as a weirdo among the female cultivators in the cultivation world. This feeling of having an unfair advantage made Ning Fan feel gloomy. The feeling of not being able to pluck the excellent cauldron in his arms made him even more gloomy. The Gui divine vein could only be cultivated by women with special physiques. Every time this vein broke through to the next realm, it would be a nightmare for female cultivators. They must not get hurt or see blood. Once blood was seen, the wound would bleed non-stop. That was why Ning Fan could not pluck this woman. The virgin blood would be drained and Bei Xiaoman would die of exhaustion. Ning Fan could take her virginity and primordial yin, and he was confident that no one would know about it. However, if he harmed her life, it would be hard to hide it. The Northern Sea immortal world would send countless true immortals down to the mortal world. As such, he could not let this woman die so easily. Let go of me. Bei Xiaoman was in Ning Fan's arms. Her flat chest was pressed against Ning Fan's chest. It made her feel so ashamed that she wanted to die. You learned what I said. The female corpse blinked her eyes curiously and joined in. Ning Fan sighed softly. I probably have to be kind and help this woman to stop her bleeding. It's better this way. I might as well record the process of stopping the bleeding with a jade slip. With this jade slip, even if I don't pluck Bei Xiaoman, this woman's chastity would still be in my hands. It seems a little despicable. Weiliang, watch the door. Don't let anyone in, all right. The female corpse stood at the door with an expression that said, whoever enters will die. In front of Bei Xiaoman's incredulous eyes, Ning Fan threw her on the bed. What made her feel lucky was that Ning Fan did not pluck her like what he did in her dream. What made her feel ashamed and angry was that Ning Fan's hand was caressing her legs that were covered with silk stockings and went under her skirt. Bei Xiaoman felt a chill in her heart. Her eyes were filled with fear. She wanted to use her elemental hand to stop it, but it was impossible. Her chest that was as flat as a grassland was not worth admiring at all. However, her slender legs were the place that she was proud of. If this place was touched by a man, it would be a great humiliation. You. Shameless. Don't look. You. Stop, don't make a fuss. I'm just helping you to stop the bleeding. You're having your period. If I don't stop the bleeding, you'll die. Ning Fan's expression was indifferent, as if he had no interest in Bei Xiaoman's flat chest or her slender legs. Probably, and this indifferent gaze, in this kind of environment, was undoubtedly extremely hurtful. Zhou Ming. You detestable. Don't make a fuss. I'm just stopping the bleeding. Ning Fan's technique was skillful. He pointed at Bei Xiaoman's lower abdomen and between her thighs. The blood of the Gui vein was not easy to control. Fortunately, menstruation was something that a woman should do. If it was other wounds, it would be much more troublesome. Bei Xiaoman was so angry that she was about to cry. She was the dignified fourth miss of the northern heaven, but her most private parts were touched by Ning Fan, who she hated the most. The most hateful thing was that Ning Fan placed a jade slip on the table, facing her direction. It seemed like he was using the jade slip to take pictures. You quickly turn off the jade slip. Don't take pictures. Isn't it good to keep something as a souvenir? If you provoke me again in the future, this jade slip will be announced to the world. If you stop me from obtaining the green phoenix fire again, this jade slip will also be announced to the world. How dare you? Bei Xiaoman cried. There are always people who love to ask me this question. Bei Xiaoman, with my personality, it's already rare enough for me to save you once. When we meet again in the future, it will be when I pluck you. Remember this well. Ning Fan kept his expression and did not say anything else. He had not done such a despicable, shameless, and evil thing for a long time. If you are obedient, this jade slip will be destroyed one day and Shibing will come back. Ning Fan said indifferently. What? What? Grandpa Shibing. It's you. It's you. What did you do to him? You don't need to know. I will tell you everything when you become my cauldron. No, the wordkin was at the tip of her mouth, but she swallowed it back down. It was not that she did not want to say it, but after Ning Fan injected a trace of Yin plucking finger into her body, she could not speak anymore. She gradually fell asleep. How could this be? If I fall asleep, will I be eaten? Grandpa Shibing, where are you? Where are you? Xiaoman misses you so much. Come and save me quickly, stinky Zhou Ming, rotten Zhou Ming, you bully me. You always bully me. I hate you. This short hour felt like a lifetime. Bei Xiaoman was drenched in sweat. Her flat chest heaved up and down gently. Half of it was because of the pain and the other half was because of Ning Fan's touch. It was just that this evil woman clenched her silver teeth and endured her delicate panting. Her small face was flushed red, but she couldn't stop herself from calling out. Painful, very painful. This was the menstrual cramps of the mortal world. After being amplified by the Gue Meridian, even Bei Xiaoman found it hard to endure. Numb and powerless. With her prideful personality, she felt like dying when her private parts were touched. Zhou Ming. You are evil. Her head was dizzy and she felt wronged as she held back her tears. However, she had to admit that Ning Fan's Tao of healing was extremely profound. Not every pill refinement master could be considered as a doctor. Doctors not only needed to know how to concoct pills and research medicines, but also needed to know acupuncture, massage and many other miraculous techniques. The medical knowledge and ancient chaos memories was undoubtedly brilliant. The massage technique that was infused with the yin-yang transformation had countless mysterious techniques that could make a woman feel extremely comfortable during the massage. Ning Fan purposely did not stop the pain from Bei Xiaoman. He was only responsible for stopping the bleeding. Even though Bei Xiaoman was humiliated, she still clenched her teeth and refused to give in. Compared to Yu Long, Xiaowan Luo, and the other men, she could be considered as enduring patiently. Although this woman's character was fierce, her backbone was not bad. At the very least, this woman's face was pale from the pain and she was drenched in sweat, but she still did not beg for mercy. Seeing that Bei Xiaoman was on the verge of fainting from the pain, Ning Fan no longer punished her. With his cunning mind, he knew that she was just a spoiled princess. Everything she did was just a little girl messing around. That was all. If you beg me, I will help you relieve the pain. Ning Fan's magical force condensed into needles. Each of the silver needles pierced into her skin. They cleared the meridians and did not pierce through her skin at all. No. Bei Xiaoman's eyelashes were filled with tears, but she refused to yield. Very good. I like women who don't beg others. Bah, who wants you to, like, ah. Bei Xiaoman still wanted to talk back but Ning Fan had already used one finger to pluck her yin. The force of his finger once again entered her body. Electric currents coursed through her entire body. Her petite body trembled slightly. It was tense at first, but then it gradually softened. The pain gradually faded away. As for Bei Xiaoman, she felt as if she was floating in the clouds, comfortable and relaxed. The unnatural blush on her pretty face had already disappeared, and what replaced it was a blush of passion. Her pretty face was as red as a peach, her eyes were as clear as the autumn moon, and her breath was as fragrant as orchids. Zhou Ming. You're so annoying. I hate you. The unruly look in Bei Xiaoman's eyes slowly faded away, leaving only the passion of a young girl. Amidst the confusion, she stared at Ning Fan in a daze. Her heart was filled with grievances and resentment. Charm can stop the pain. Ning Fan did not explain much to her. Instead, he carefully observed her face. His gaze landed on Bei Xiaoman's body, causing her to feel ashamed, resentful, and fearful. She could not help but clamp her thighs together, rubbing them gently. Under the bewitching spell, her mind became more and more muddled. Grandpa Bing, you're lost. Xiaoman can't find you. Xiaoman misses you so much, mother. Xiaoman doesn't want to cultivate the Gui Meridian. Xiaoman is afraid of blood and killing people, Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming. He's so strange. I can't see through him. He's clearly just a harmonious spirit realm cultivator, but why is his killing intent so strong? Why is his body full of injuries? How did he manage to come to the cultivation tomb? How did he have the fifth revolution pill refinement technique? Why is he so calm? Why is my heart racing when I seduce him? He's willing to lower himself and wear shoes for me. He's very interesting. He bullied me and purposely showed me erotic things. He became my heart's devil and humiliated me in my dreams every night. Mother, Xiaoman hates Zhou Ming. The dazed Bei Xiaoman grabbed the blanket with one of her small hands, enduring the stimulation of the bewitching spell. Her other hand grabbed Ning Fan's hand and looked at him with a wronged expression. Mother. Xiaoman is so lonely. Ning Fan remained silent. The dazed Bei Xiaoman actually mistook him for his mother. This ferocious little girl could only be considered gentle at times like this. Her eyes were filled with fear, like a newborn kitten. Mother. Hug Xiaoman, N. Let's sleep, Cauldron Lady. Ning Fan's heart softened. Bei Xiaoman wasn't a bad person. It was just that her temperament was messed up after cultivating the Gui vein. Bei Xiaoman was just a spoilt little princess, a child who missed her mother. It should be a happy thing to have mother here. I was born in this world and I should have parents. It's just that I've never met my parents before. It's really a regret in my life. A few hours later, Bei Xiaoman, who was in a daze, woke up in Ning Fan's arms. She was naked. At this moment, her actions were extremely ambiguous. Her back was facing Ning Fan's and her chest was tightly embraced by Ning Fan's arms. Her soft buttocks were pressed against Ning Fan's that. Fortunately, Ning Fan didn't take off her clothes and didn't pluck her. After confirming that her clothes were intact, she heaved a sigh of relief. But a moment later, her face turned red. Even though she didn't take off her clothes, her skirt and red silk were in a mess. One of her jade-like fingers was caressing her skirt, maintaining a provocative posture. Bei Xiaoman was going crazy. She actually violated herself when she was in a daze, in front of Zhou Ming. She violated herself, her period had stopped, but the blood stained the hem of Ning Fan's robe. The bedsheet was stained with blood and stains. How could she, the dignified fourth lady of the northern sky, lose her composure like this? And in front of that hateful Zhou Ming, he saw the worst side of himself. Zhou Ming. Take your filthy hands away. You despicable ant, maggot, cockroach, grasshopper, stinking scoundrel. N? You're awake? But which one is the dirty hand? Is it this side or this side? Ning Fan hugged Bei Xiaoman. His left hand was on her flat chest while his right hand was on her inner thigh. With a slight movement of his palm, Bei Xiaoman, whose body was exceptionally sensitive due to her previous misdeeds, immediately let out a soft moan. Immediately, half of her face turned red from anger, while the other half turned pale. Zhou Ming. Don't go too far. Going too far? You're my human cauldron. The reason why I'm not plucking you now is because I'm afraid of hurting your Gui vein. Ning Fan withdrew his hand and took out a jade slip from his storage pouch. Immediately, Bei Xiaoman's arrogance that had just risen in her heart softened. This? Could this be? This is the recording of your absurd act just now. I've made 2 copies of it. I'll keep one for myself and give you the other one. Bei Xiaoman, who had slightly recovered her strength, pulled a thin blanket to cover her delicate body. Then, she took the jade slip and sent her spirit sense into it. Immediately, her childish and crisp voice trembled. Is this me? How could I do such a shameful thing? I even recognized you as my mother and hid in your embrace. Zhou Ming. You're despicable. It's all because you used your bewitching technique to bewitch me. Asterisk pa. Asterisk the jade slip was crushed into pieces by Bei Xiaoman's small hand. However, the original copy was still kept by Ning Fan. If this jade slip is leaked to the public, Bei Xiaoman would be ruined. She did not care about her reputation, but she was a woman after all. How could she not care about something that was related to her innocence? The jade slip is in your hands. Grandpa Stone Soldier is also in your hands. It's good that you're not stupid. What do I have to do to make you let Stone Soldier go and destroy the jade slip? Bei Xiaoman said coldly. When the time is right, it will naturally be destroyed. After I attain the divine transformation realm, Stone Soldier will no longer be of use to me and I will return him. Bei Xiaoman, even though you're unruly and ruthless, I won't be too merciless towards my human cauldron. Pa. Who's your human cauldron? I'm just lying here. Do you still dare to pluck me? Do you want to try? Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. No, I don't want to. Bei Xiaoman immediately gave in. She faintly felt that this Zhou Ming would do what he said, even her mother might not be able to make her give in. However, she had no choice but to lower her head in front of Zhou Ming, who she hated the most. Oh right. Where's my storage pouch? Where's the Yuanyao jade? Your storage pouch? I've taken 50 million immortal jade and some pills. I didn't touch the rest. As for the Yuanyao jade, it's mine now. He returned the shriveled storage pouch to Bei Xiaoman. Immediately, Bei Xiaoman's temper flared up again. I can give you the immortal jade and pills. But you can't take the Yuanyao jade. This item has a special meaning. Bei Xiaoman said anxiously. What meaning? I'm not telling you. In short, give it back to me. Ning Fan shook his head. There are some things that I will know even if you don't tell me. He activated the Yin Yang locket and used the mind-reading technique. Immediately, he could see through Bei Xiaoman's thoughts. Other than being a world treasure that could open up a small kiliacosm, this jade was also the token of the 4 unmarried ladies of Bei Ming Heaven. With this jade, Bei Xiaoman would be considered as his woman. Interesting. This jade belongs to me now. You. Bei Xiaoman's heart thumped wildly. Half of it was because of anger and the other half was because of embarrassment. Ning Fan had seen and touched me completely. Isn't that the end? This person even took the Yuanyao jade. If my mother finds out about this, I will have no choice but to marry him. What should I do? What should I do? Alright, quickly change your clothes. Let's go out. If we don't go out now, I'm afraid that Lu Qing is going to barge in. Our ambiguous conversation seems to have gone on for a long time. What? Bei Xiaoman's scalp went numb when she thought that Lu Qing might barge in and break the awkward atmosphere between her and Ning Fan. My chastity cannot be ruined by Ning Fan's hands. Her entire body was shrunk in the thin quilt, only revealing her messy hair. She took off her blood-stained clothes. By the way, your legs are quite nice. They feel good too. Ning Fan suddenly said. He vaguely remembered that Mo Yun had said that such words could make Bei Xiaoman happy. Humph. Shameless. Bei Xiaoman retorted, but she was secretly pleased with herself. Humph humph, great devil Zhou has good eyes. My legs are the most beautiful. Although my chest is flat, after a long time, Ning Fan took away the green phoenix fire under Bei Xiaoman's obedience. Lu Qing was waiting anxiously in the lower palace after he got down from the top of the tower. He thought that Miss and Zhou Ming's conversation was a little too long. He was enjoying the fragrant tea in his mouth, but his throat was tasteless. From his point of view, Miss's safety would not be in danger with the stone warrior puppet around. However, if Miss really fell in love with Zhou Ming and fell in love with him in the room, then, he, Lu Qing, would probably lose his head. I don't think so. Miss might have a good impression of Zhou Ming, but with Miss's personality, she would never sleep with Zhou Mingxiang or have sex with him. I was overthinking. Lu Qing laughed mockingly at himself. How could he not know what kind of person his Miss was, not to mention having sex with a man? Even if a man looked at her for a second longer, she would kill him. While he was enjoying the tea, he saw Ning Fan, the female corpse, and Bei Xiaoman coming down from the tower. Lu Qing heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Miss was safe and sound. But at the next moment, his expression changed to one of fear. Her complexion was rosy and lustrous. In her eyes, there was still a trace of lust that had yet to disperse. It was as if she was a woman who had just had sex and obtained great satisfaction. Although her attitude towards Ning Fan was still cold, it was a lot more respectful. It was as if she was forcefully tamed. Could it be that Miss has been Zhou Ming? No, it's impossible. I must be overthinking. Puff. When Lu Qing's gaze fell upon the blood jade ring on Ning Fan's right hand, he almost choked on the tea. Yuan Yao jade, Mrs. betrothal gift, how did it fall into Zhou Ming's hands? Could it be that something unexpected really happened in the past few hours? Miss, you and Zhou Ming? Lu Qing asked cautiously. How dare you? Zhou Ming and I didn't do anything. Bei Xiaoman's heart seemed to have been touched and she immediately rebuked. It's fine if I was bullied by Ning Fan, but now, even Lu Qing dares to step on my face. Damn it, Lu Qing's mind was struck by lightning and his heart was in turmoil. Nothing was done. Does that mean he did it? It's over. Miss has been eaten by Zhou Ming. If the revered lord of the Lost World Palace finds out about this, I, Lu Qing, will definitely die. Poor supervision. Poor supervision, using a jade slip to threaten others was not the right way. In the eyes of the evil Dao, it was considered a shameless act. But if the right way cannot be taken, then the opposite way must be taken. If the hard way cannot be taken, then the soft way must be taken. If the yang way cannot be taken, then the yin way must be taken. The process could not be ignored, but the result was absolute. If he couldn't achieve his goal, everything was just empty talk. The old monster did not teach Ning Fan too much, but he taught him 2 words. Unscrupulous. To be continued. Ning Fan swept away the medicine storehouses and pill recipes of the East, West, and North Towers. He took away a total of 470 4th Revolution pills. High-grade 4th Revolution Earth Primordial Pill. 1 pill could increase a mid-nascent soul cultivator's magic power by 1 unit. 70 pills. Peak-grade 4th Revolution Heaven Primordial Pill. 1 pill could increase a late-nascent soul cultivator's magic power by 1 unit. 110 pills. Peak-grade 4th Revolution Profound Primordial Pill. 1 pill could increase a peak-nascent soul cultivator's magic power by 1 unit. 290 pills. All of these pills were 4th Revolution. If Ning Fan were to concoct them, he would need at least a year or even a few years to concoct all of them. Moreover, the amount of Millennium spiritual herbs required was terrifying. These pills were stored in the Lost World Palace for thousands of years. They were worth 1 billion immortal jade. Ning Fan took them all. 1 billion immortal jade. Even a void refinement realm cultivator might not have that many immortal jade. 1 billion immortal jade was more than enough to set up a mortal void realm grand formation that could reverse the flow of mountains and rivers. Of course, these pills could not be converted into money. After all, the Lost World Palace did not have 1 billion immortal jade. The Lost World Tower had a huge income, but it also had a huge expenditure. Ning Fan did not have the intention to sell the pills. It was the right decision to come to the Lost World Palace to obtain such a huge amount of pills. Lu Qing did not object to Ning Fan taking away the pills. He only asked Ning Fan to keep his relationship with Bei Xiaoman a secret before he ascends to immortality. Ning Fan agreed with a smile. He and Bei Xiaoman really had nothing to do with each other. Other than these pills, he also took all the 5th Revolution pill recipes of the Lost World Palace, as expected of a major force of the 4 heavens. Even a small silver tower in the lower realms had many rare ancient items stored in it. Ning Fan had memorized all of these pill recipes. As such, his 5th Revolution pill concoction technique could be put to good use. He took some millennium and 10,000 years spiritual herbs, but not too many. After all, Ning Fan's time was tight for cultivation. He did not put too much effort into pill concoction. It seemed that the early 5th Revolution pill concoction technique was enough for now. Ning Fan took some magical treasures and spiritual equipment, but he did not value them too much. He was interested in immemorial divine weapon of Bei Xiaoman, the blood whip. Unfortunately, the whip had already been refined by Bei Xiaoman's mind. Unless he harmed her and snatched it, he would not be able to obtain it. Since he already had two immemorial mystical weapons, there was no need for him to fight with his cauldron. That's right, a human cauldron. Bei Xiaoman will never be able to escape from the devil's clutches in this lifetime. The night sky was dark. The female corpse lay on the bed obediently. She followed Ning Fan's order to rest even though she was a corpse devil and did not need to sleep. As for Ning Fan, he was sitting on a cushion in front of the window, bathing in the moonlight while absorbing the medicinal power of the earth primordial Dan. The earth essence pill, the heaven essence pill, and the profound essence pill could only be consumed by those in the specified realm. Since that was the case, the other two pills could be treated as well. He could only refine them after he broke through to the late and pinnacle stages. The medicinal power of a fourth revolution pill was already enormous. It would take a few months or even a few years for a normal nascent soul cultivator to refine one. However, Ning Fan could refine one pill in half a day's time. For an entire month, he did not leave his house and stayed in the North Tower to refine the medicinal energy. Lu Qin would occasionally visit him, but knowing that he was in seclusion, he did not disturb him. As for Bei Xiaoman, she seemed to be purposely avoiding Ning Fan. She was eager to disturb him. The dead woman was quietly embroidering, each needle and thread was sewn into a flawless pattern. This kind of life was very peaceful. It almost made Ning Fan forget about the tiredness of the path of cultivation. After 1 month, he had refined 70 earth essence pills and his magic power had already reached 260 units, only 40 units away from the late nascent soul realm, 40 units. Unless he has another 40 earth essence pills, 2 nascent soul realm Dao fruits or 2 nascent soul realm cauldrons, he would not be able to break through to the late nascent soul realm. In his dantian, his nascent soul had completely stabilized. The primordial qi of heaven and earth in his body began to merge, giving Ning Fan an illusion that he was going to become one with heaven and earth and disappear into it. If I have another 40 units of magic power, I will be a grand cultivator. It would be a pity if I don't seize this opportunity to break through. Fortunately, I have this item. Pa. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out a green jade gourd. It was filled with dark red blood. If he were to pour it out, there would probably be a few bowls of it. He had collected this blood when he was trying to stop Bei Xiaoman's bleeding. It was fine to be kind sometimes. However, Ning Fan would never return empty-handed. Even if he was doing a good deed, he still had to collect Bei Xiaoman's Gui blood. Ordinary female cultivators did not have menstruation. The so-called primordialine blood would only appear when they lose their virginity. However, Bei Xiaoman, even though she did not have the body of a human cauldron, she was still the best human cauldron for Ning Fan even if he did not pluck her. The blood of her menstruation was cold and evil but it was a supreme nourishment. Ning Fan poured her blood into a jade bowl and drank it with a determined look. There was a hint of sweetness in it. After drinking 3 bowls, the blood was finished. Refinement, 30 units of magic power was refined vigorously. It fused into Ning Fan's immortal veins, magic power, 290 units, Ning Fan's eyes flashed. It seemed like he had made the right decision in dealing with Bei Xiaoman. As long as she did not lose her virginity and her truing body was still intact, her Gui meridian would be in disorder. She could have her menstruation once every few years. The amount of blood he got from her once was comparable to the total amount of energy he plucked from her. Moreover, with her innate potential, she would reach the divine transformation realm, void refinement realm and void fragmentation realm sooner or later. When that time comes, her Gui blood would be even purer. Keeping her alive was equivalent to providing Ning Fan with a virgin blood bank. However, after a while, he stopped thinking about it. Putting Bei Xiaoman's matter aside, the most important thing now was to break through to the late nascent soul realm. I only need 10 units of magic power left. I must break through the last 10 units. His eyes fell on the heavenly primordial pill in front of him. There was a clear restriction on this pill. Only late nascent soul realm cultivators could consume it. If a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator consumed it, the medicinal power would be too strong and his immortal veins would not be able to withstand it. However, compared to breaking through to the nascent soul realm, a mere injury was nothing. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with determination. He opened the bottle and consumed 10 heavenly primordial pills. Immediately, he felt a tearing pain in his immortal veins. A trace of blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. However, so what if it was blood? So what if it was self-harm? On the path of cultivation, one could only advance forward bravely. If one did not have an irresistible will, how could he break through the bottleneck? Heaven and earth were like a cage. Everyone was like a trapped beast. Some were trapped to death while some were still fighting. Refine. In his dantian, the nascent soul realm's small hands formed a series of hand seals and its eyes were filled with ruthlessness. He had broken too many rules along the way. This time was not a bad time. 5th day. 5 days later, a boundless aura force rose from the northern tower and swept towards Xianwu city. At this moment, all the cultivators in the city felt a great pressure. That pressure merged with heaven and earth as if it was the heavenly might, 1,000 miles of red clouds. The sky was filled with blood-red lightning. This is. Someone in Xianwu city has broken through to the late nascent soul realm. Who is it? Northern tower, northern tower. Could it be that person? What? It's revered Ming. At this moment, Lu Qing came out of his seclusion in shock. Bei Xiaoman also came out of her room in disbelief. Looking up, under the blood-red lightning, a black-haired young man held a lightning whip and lashed at the lightning clouds. Originally, the heavens should have sent a tribulation to him. But now, he was the one who defied the lightning and attacked the heavens. At the moment when he destroyed the lightning in the sky, his aura force rose rapidly. His magic power had broken through to 350 units, late nascent soul realm. He actually broke through to the late nascent soul realm in such a short time. How could this be? Putting aside the fact that those earth primordial pills were insufficient, even if they were sufficient, he shouldn't have refined 70 earth primordial pills in just 1 month. Wait. This is. Bei Xiaoman sent out her spirit sense in disbelief. She sensed a trace of blood at the corner of Ning Fan's mouth. How could she not be familiar with that trace of blood? It was her blood. He drank my dirty and shameless. Zhou Ming, are you trying to anger me to death? Bei Xiaoman stomped her feet in anger and embarrassment. She finally understood how Ning Fan gathered enough magic power. However, she felt that she could not see through Ning Fan at all. What kind of man is he? He is different from all the men that my mother has told me about. Even though he was just a weak late nascent soul realm cultivator, Bei Xiaoman suddenly felt that Ning Fan could dominate the external endless sea today. In the future, he might even become a venerated being in the 4 heavens. Humph. You're quite strong. Even though you're just a despicable maggot. Bei Xiaoman snorted softly. No one knew what she was thinking. However, at the next moment, a scene that she would never forget for the rest of her life appeared. When the tribulation lightning dispersed, the sea mist turned into rain. When the rainstorm poured down like a heavy pillar, Ning Fan suddenly raised his head and his eyes were filled with indifference. This rain is too noisy. He grabbed with his hand. Millions of raindrops were dyed with a trace of black color and flew to the sky. Not a single drop was left. The rain stopped. Ning Fan actually used his divine ability to stop the thunderstorm that filled the sky. Bei Xiaoman had seen this method before. It was the use of divine intent. However, even a divine transformation realm cultivator who has just comprehended the divine intent would not be able to change the weather. However, he did it. Disperse. Ning Fan's voice melded with the sky and echoed in the Black Tortoise City for a long time. The old monsters who wanted to congratulate Ning Fan and establish a good relationship with him returned after being rejected. Ning Fan did not have time to waste on these people. He still needed to stabilize his cultivation base. After that, he would consume the heavenly primordial pill. Not enough. Not enough. The more he improved his strength, the more insignificant he felt. The heavenly Tao was a circle. The stronger one's cultivation base was, the more unknowns he would come into contact with. A newborn calf was not afraid of a tiger. In the past, he dared to challenge Moksha Sovereign and Bone Sovereign because he was ignorant and fearless. Even though he was still fearless now, he deeply understood how strong Bone Sovereign and Moksha Sovereign were. Moksha Sovereign. His arrival could cause the divine sovereigns of the rain world to panic. Not enough. Not enough, late nascent soul realm was still far from enough. After I consume all the heavenly primordial pills, my magic power will reach 460 units. It's still far from enough to break through to the divine transformation realm. 10,000 units of magic power. The barrier that is truly difficult to increase will start from the late nascent soul realm. Late nascent soul realm. Many heroes and old monsters were stuck at this step, their Tao disappearing and they perishing. To be continued. Stabilizing his cultivation base took a month. Refining the heavenly primordial pill took another month. His magic power of 460 units was as dense as the ocean. It was equivalent to the total of 100 gold core realm cultivators. However, it was still insufficient when compared to a peak nascent soul realm cultivator. After sitting on the cushion for a long time, Ning Fan opened his eyes. His eyes were as deep as a cold pond. Breaking through to the peak nascent soul realm is a problem. My mental state is also a problem. My cultivation base is growing too fast, but my mental state is still stuck at the mid-nascent soul realm. Unless I gain some enlightenment when I go out to train and improve my mental state. It's about time to leave Punlai. He muttered to himself and took out a jade slip. Immediately, the jade slip flashed and reflected a virtual image of a sea map in the room. This map almost included all the territories of the external endless sea. It even included the border of the internal endless sea. Tens of millions of li away from the northeast of Black Tortoise Island was the Pleasure Devil Sea. Black snow fell from the sky all year round. Moreover, it was rich in spiritual ores and the magnetic force was strong enough to interfere with spirit sense. Unless one's cultivation base reaches the divine transformation realm, they would usually get lost if they were not familiar with the sea. The long journey was not a problem. When Ning Fan was at the harmonious spirit realm, he might need to travel for a few years. However, his current speed was almost comparable to a divine transformation realm cultivator when he flew at full speed. With his abundant magic power, he could easily travel 3,000 li in an instant. It was not difficult for him to travel 1,000,000 li in a day. Being unfamiliar with the sea route was not a problem. Yulong was the solution to this problem. As for danger, it was even less of a problem. In the external endless sea, Ning Fan was the only one who could bring danger to others. No one could threaten him. However, this trip was not only for the auction of the Pleasure Devil Sex Cauldron but also for the secret realm of the Broken World. Even though false wild beasts could be killed, they should not be underestimated. The power of a divine transformation realm cultivator is too strong. The profound heavenly spirit slaying sword is just an incomplete profound heavenly treasure, but the power of that sword is almost stronger than all of my techniques. His spirit sense was already at the half-step divine transformation realm. It would be difficult for him to break through any further. Unless he went into seclusion like he did in the past. Otherwise, he could only wait for the day when the bottleneck breaks through. However, even if his half-step divine transformation realm spirit sense uses the Black Tempest spirit splitting technique, it might not be as powerful as the profound heavenly spirit slaying sword. I can disregard supreme-grade magic treasures, but spirit treasures, magic treasures need to be upgraded. The Thunder Whip is a treasure that can kill the nascent soul. It has unpredictable methods and is extremely useful. However, once I enter the divine transformation realm, I will no longer have the heavenly tribulation blood lightning to refine this treasure. It will not be easy for me to improve it. I have already thought of a name for this treasure. It shall be called the Spirit-Shattering Whip. The divine body that the whip destroyed was not the primordial divine body, but the primordial divine soul. The direction of refining this treasure is still to kill the nascent soul. If it becomes a spiritual treasure, it would be to crush the nascent soul of a soul formation cultivator. Looking at the second immemorial divine weapon, the spirit-shattering whip, Ning Fan's eyes lit up. This treasure was already a supreme-grade high-grade magic treasure. As long as I can find lightning to refine it, my future will be boundless. One day, it might even surpass the immortal artifact it imitated, the deity-striking whip. As for the first immemorial divine weapon, Ning Fan's finger touched his forehead and drew out a ray of starlight, turning it into Separation Slayer. Separation Slayer. This sword has the mortal void grade divine ability, soul burning. However, as the enemy's cultivation realm increases, the effect of the spirit augmentation divine ability will become weaker and weaker. As for the high-grade divine weapon, it is useless against nascent soul realm enemies, let alone spirit severing. It seems like I need to devour a few spirit veins to refine this sword. If I can find a spirit vein of a spirit-severing sect and try to devour it, not only can I refine the Separation Slayer sword, but I can also learn the second finger of the sword finger. The first finger of the sword finger can injure a nascent soul realm cultivator. The second finger can injure a spirit-severing realm cultivator. The first finger, mountain-shattering, the second finger, heaven-shattering. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with uncertainty. The grade of the Separation Slayer sword needs to be improved. As for the spirit-shattering whip, I need to find an extraordinary spirit iron to augment its spirit. In Ning Fan's eyes, unless it is a mortal void-grade spirit iron, it would be a waste to attach it to an immemorial divine weapon that has a boundless future. Perhaps I can buy some spirit iron during my trip to the Pleasure Devil Sea. After all, that place is rich in spirit ores. The only thing that could make Ning Fan refine it patiently was an immemorial divine weapon. As for the other magical treasures that he could use for a short period of time, he could just snatch them by force after his cultivation realm increases. After keeping the Separation Slayer sword, Ning Fan remained silent. What he was looking at was the blood jade ring on the tip of his finger. World Treasure, Yuanyao Jade. World treasures were also divided into different grades. The Yuanyao world in this jade ring was a small kiliacosm. The usage of this treasure was different from the cauldron ring. It could be used to nurture humans, but with the cauldron ring, there was no need to use it to nurture a cauldron. Another usage of the world treasure was to trap the enemy. Trapping the enemy in the world was a light punishment. In the world, the owner of the treasure could set up a grand formation in advance to attack the enemy. Of course, there were many ways to increase the attack of the world. Other than setting up formations, it could also be embedded with magical treasures and fused with divine abilities. The female corpse was still lying on her side on the bed. Her beautiful eyes were staring at Ning Fan without blinking. As for Ning Fan, he got up and walked to the window. He touched the cold and emotionless face of the female corpse. Weiliang, wait for me. I need to go somewhere, all right. The female corpse replied respectfully. Then, Ning Fan's blood jade ring flashed. The power of the world enveloped him and he disappeared without a trace. The female corpse immediately became frightened. She crawled out of the thin blanket and was at a loss of what to do. Light, don't go. Her eyes flickered with a dark light as if she was about to go berserk because of Ning Fan's disappearance. Fortunately, Ning Fan's world power flashed and he appeared in front of her. Seeing that the female corpse was about to go berserk, he immediately hugged her and stroked her hair as if he was coaxing a child. I knew it. I probably have to bring you into the world with me. Otherwise, if you go berserk, I'm afraid this Xianwu city will face a calamity. Light. Light. Seeing Ning Fan's appearance, the dark light in the female corpse's eyes gradually dissipated and she calmed down. Let's go. The profounding world can only be activated after one has attained the third level of the cultivation method. I'll bring you to see my first world first, the Yuanyao world. The power of the world flashed and swept the two of them away. At the next moment, a man and a woman appeared in a void world. It was not a real void world. It was just pitch black and there was no void power to tear it apart. Even if there was, Ning Fan was not afraid because he had the Eastern Ocean Bell with him. It was as if night had descended upon the world. Beneath their feet was a desolate and uneven land which looked like the surface of the stars. This boundless land was tens of millions of li asterisk, 500 m per li, wide. However, there was no sunlight, no rain, no flowers, birds, insects, and fishes. In the past, Bei Xiaoman wanted to imprison Ning Fan in this place. Light. I'm afraid. The female corpse grabbed Ning Fan's clothes gently with fear in her eyes. Don't be afraid. This place will have sunlight, rain, grass, trees, mountains, and rivers sooner or later. Bei Xiaoman is so lazy. She has this world treasure but she doesn't use it to transform this world. This task will probably fall on me. Look, if I plant mountains and rivers on this boundless land, I can set up a grand formation. If magic treasures are embedded in this pitch-black sky, they will turn into stars. If I transform this world properly, even early divine transformation realm experts will die as soon as they enter this world. Light is the strongest. The female corpse did not understand what Ning Fan was talking about. Her eyes were sparkling like stars. It was a kind of dependence without any memories or intelligence. It was an instinctive dependence. This dependence made Ning Fan chuckle. He stroked her hair again. In the cauldron ring, there was a pond of cold moon spring. It belonged to the Hu clan of Yu country. I'll leave this spring water for the lady in the cauldron to bathe. The mountains and rivers of this Xianxia world still need Ning Fan to obtain them bit by bit. In that case, Ning Fan might have something to do before he reaches the Pleasure Devil Sea. On the next day, Ning Fan and the female corpse left Xianwu City and Punlai Immortal Island. The pitiful old ancestor Yu Long was also with them. He had already been planted with a mental seal. Lu Qing gave him a sea boat. Ning Fan accepted it without hesitation and treated it as if he had never used it. As for Bei Xiaoman, she hid from Ning Fan and did not send him off. Only when Ning Fan's figure was about to disappear into the horizon did she finally lean on the windowsill of the southern tower. She fiddled with the roses on the flower rack and let out a soft sigh. She seemed to be sighing and relieved at the same time. That annoying Zhou Ming finally left. Without the protection of the stone warrior, it's still not suitable for me to move around alone since I'm about to reach the divine transformation realm. Otherwise, it might be interesting to follow Zhou Ming to the Pleasure Devil Sea to have some fun. Pooh. Why do I have to follow a maggot? I'm not that lonely. There are still 50 years left in this expedition. How many times can I meet Zhou Ming in 50 years? The next time we meet, he should be a divine transformation realm cultivator. I also need to prepare for my seclusion to reach the divine transformation realm. Humph. I can't lose to him. Next time, don't even think about withstanding my kick so easily. And, the Yuanyao Jade. I must defeat him fair and square and take it back. Humph. I don't want to marry him. However, when she thought of the jade slip she used to defile herself, Bei Xiaoman's face immediately turned red and she spat angrily. This Zhou Ming is really shameless. With how shameless he is, he can't possibly be looking at the recording of the jade slip alone, right? He could see me moaning and groaning while he touched himself hungrily. Zhou Ming. If you dare to use my recording to touch yourself, I'll fight you to the death. Bei Xiaoman felt a chill down her spine. The wind of the outer sea blew and the cultivators forgot the passage of time. It had been more than 10 years since he left Yu country. Ning Fan held the female corpse in his arms while his other hand grabbed old ancestor Yu Long like he was carrying a chick. Then, he treaded on the waves and traveled across the sky. The reason why he did not travel across the sky was because he wanted to collect some seawater into the Yuanyao world. As the saying went, there can't be a world without water. Water was the source of all spirits. In the eastern part of the Yuanyao world, Ning Fan had hollowed out the land within 30 million li * 500 m per li, and filled it with seawater, forming an ocean. In order to increase the spiritual nature of the ocean, he even snuck into the ocean and collected a lot of corals, reefs, sand, ocean and vegetation. Just like that, 2/3 of the Yuanyao world had become the ocean. As he traveled from the east to the north, every time he came across a floating island, Ning Fan would seize the island without giving any explanation. Every time he arrived at an island, he would leave Yu Long behind and destroy half of the island with his sword, keeping it in the Yuanyao world. His actions immediately angered countless forces in the external endless sea. Many nascent soul realm and gold core realm cultivators even chased after him. However, on the 11th island, after Ning Fan killed 11 nascent soul realm cultivators and 300 gold core realm cultivators, someone immediately recognized that the one who killed and destroyed the island was revered Ming Zhou Ming. All the hunting orders were revoked almost at the same time. As for the forces in the external endless sea who offended Ning Fan, each of them trembled in fear. They were afraid that Ning Fan would come after them. Fortunately, Ning Fan was multitasking. He focused all of his attention on his journey and creating the world. He did not have the time to care about these little cats and dogs at all. As such, all the floating islands that were on Ning Fan's path would move their sex away, leaving half of the island for Ning Fan to take. This also saved Ning Fan a lot of time. Whenever he descended on an island, he would directly destroy it with his sword and take the island away. Nearly 100 floating islands along the way were kept by Ning Fan in the Yuanyao world. 1/3 of the land in the west began to have mountains and rivers. mountains, rivers, and oceans were formed. This wasteland began to show signs of life. On the land of mountains and rivers, 4,999 formation eyes were drawn. Each formation eye was filled with 4,999 pieces of immortal jade. Nearly 25 million immortal jade were used to set up a peak divine transformation realm formation. Here, I will explain the formation in detail. Formations below 10 formation eyes are spirit realm grand formations. 10 to 100 formation eyes are core realm grand formations. 100 to 1000 formation eyes are nascent realm grand formations. 1000 to 5000 formation eyes are divine transformation realm grand formations. 5000 to 10,000 are mortal void realm grand formations. 10,000 to 99999 are immortal void realm grand formations. When a formation reaches the divine transformation realm, there is a limit to the number of immortal jade that can be filled in the formation eyes. Each formation eye needs to be filled with at least several immortal jade. Mortal void realm grand formations need to be filled with 10 times more immortal jade. Immortal void realm grand formations are no longer as simple as activating them with immortal jade. This peak divine transformation realm grand formation is called mountain and sea formation. It is already at the peak of the extreme transformation realm. There are 4,999 formation eyes. If each formation eye is filled with 4,999 immortal jade, it would cost nearly 25 million immortal jade. If he were to set up a mortal void realm grand formation, mountain and river reverse, he would need at least 500 million immortal jade to set up more than 7,000 formation eyes. The grand formation that he used to destroy the Heaven Beast sect was just in shape. He did not have enough immortal jade to activate it. Even so, it still caused the Heaven Beast sect to suffer a great loss and blood flowed like a river. If a divine transformation realm cultivator is drawn into the Xianxia world by setting up a peak divine transformation realm grand formation, he would most likely be injured by the formation even if he had a formation-breaking treasure. Let's not talk about it anymore. Other than setting up the formation, Ning Fan had also planted magic treasures in the pitch-black night sky of the Xianxia world. Every time he went to an island, he would seize all the supreme-grade magic treasures and place them in the night sky. Each of the magic treasures was like starlight. After Ning Fan seized all the islands, there were hundreds of bright stars in the night sky. As long as Ning Fan activated his magic power, he could activate hundreds of magic treasures and stars to attack the people who enter the realm. Even a divine transformation realm cultivator would suffer some setbacks from the attacks of hundreds of nascent soul realm cultivators. Heaven and earth, air and wind were created. This Xianxia world was made into a killing realm by Ning Fan. With this realm, as long as a cultivator is brought into the realm, Ning Fan would have 30% confidence to kill him even if he is an early divine transformation realm cultivator. In that case, even if the female corpse loses control and the stone warrior betrays him, Ning Fan would still have the power to fight against a divine transformation realm cultivator. The Pleasure Devil Sea is not far away now. Black snow began to fall from the sky. Master, the Pleasure Devil Sea is 1 million li *, 500 m per li, away from us. In this sea, do not easily spread your spirit sense. Even if you do, don't spread it too far. Otherwise, you will definitely be injured by the magnetic force of the spiritual mine. Magnetic force, huh? I understand. The magnetic force was a special ability formed by the fusion of the primordial chi of heaven and earth and the spiritual mine. With the magnetic force, one could cultivate the divine light of metamagnet. If one cultivates the divine light of metamagnet to its peak, it would be the legendary true immortal ability, 5-colored divine light. The divine transformation realm old ancestor of the Pleasure Devil sect, Su Russian. This person was the cultivator of the divine light of metamagnet. Even among the 13 divine transformation realm cultivators in the external endless sea, this person's technique was ranked at the top. Su Russian, while Ning Fan was muttering to himself, his eyes suddenly turned cold. In the midst of the black snowstorm, there was a thick smell of blood. Ning Fan's eyes moved. That woman looks a little familiar. Oh right, it's her. In the midst of the black snow, a group of green-robed female cultivators were panting. Each of them had severe injuries. There were more than 30 female cultivators in this group. All of them were beautiful and their cultivation bases were not weak. The weakest among them was an early gold core realm cultivator. Moreover, there were 3 nascent soul realm females among them. The one in the middle wore a green palace dress and was an early nascent soul realm cultivator. She seemed to have been severely poisoned. Her pretty face was pale and her cherry lips were purplish black. The 2 females beside her were slightly older. They were mid-nascent soul realm cultivators. They were the guest elders of this sect. This group of females was not weak in the external endless sea. However, at this moment, they were surrounded by 5 bald men with hideous smiles. Among the 5 of them, 4 of them were mid-nascent soul realm cultivators while the bald old monk who led them was a late nascent soul realm cultivator. The 5 of them had protruding temples. They were dressed in black monk robes. Some of them were fat and some of them were skinny. Each of them held a black Buddhist treasure in their hands and stepped on a black cloud. Each of them was filled with evil chi. Especially the old monk who was fat. From afar, he looked like a mountain of meat. His eyes shone with evil light as he glanced at the group of females. Eventually, his gaze fell on the woman in the middle and he licked his lips. Sect Master Bai Yao, Su Yao. Hee. Why didn't you stay in the sect? Why did you come to this pleasure devil sea? Hee. This is not a place where women like you should come to. Don't you know that the women of this sea are only human cauldrons? Humph. Who are you? You know that I am the sect master of one of the 10 sections. How dare you poison me? Su Yao's pale face gradually turned red and her body became weak. The faces of the 2 mid-nascent soul realm guest elders immediately turned pale. They recognized the poison that Su Yao used. Falling chastity powder. If a nascent soul realm female cultivator asks a single strand of it, she will lose all her strength and be at the mercy of the enemy. This, only the Black Buddha sect of the Internal Sea has it. You devils are actually from the Black Buddha sect of the Internal Sea. That's right. I am the 9th elder of the Black Buddha sect, Mi Lian. You virgins are all in my hands. Hee. None of you will be able to escape. The 10 sects of the External Sea are nothing in the eyes of my Black Buddha sect. I am here to buy a divine transformation realm human cauldron. Unexpectedly, hee. Before entering the Pleasure Devil sect, I have already caught a group of human cauldrons. The old monk took out a black gold magical bell and shook it lightly. Immediately, the surrounding black sand rolled. All the women who breathed in the black sand were immediately burned with lust. The black sand had an obvious purpose. It was to extract the essence sacs of nascent soul realm sea demons to dry them and grind them into powder. Although it was not as domineering as the falling chastity powder, it was enough to kill all the women below the nascent soul realm. Almost as soon as the black sand appeared, all the female cultivators except for the 2 mid-nascent soul realm elders were poisoned by the lust poison and lost their combat strength. The Black Buddha sect cultivated the Joy Zen and had countless secret techniques. It was easy for them to deal with women, although the 2 elders were not poisoned, their escape route was blocked by the sandstorm and they could not escape at all. The old monk's eyes were filled with mockery as if he was a cat toying with a mouse. What he loved the most was to see a woman throw herself into his arms despite knowing that he was the enemy. Su Yao's face was filled with despair. She gradually felt that her lower body was sticky and slippery. Originally, she wanted to buy a nascent soul realm Dao fruit in the Pleasure Devil Sea to prepare for her sister In Sucho's nascent soul formation. Although the Pleasure Devil Sea was a place where devil cultivators ran rampant, most of the cultivators from the outer endless sea did not dare to make a move on the female cultivators from the Green Jade Immortal Island. However, the cultivators from the inner endless sea were different. In the eyes of the cultivators from the inner endless sea, the 10 sects and 3 islands were just ordinary forces. Su Yao did not expect that there would be a spirit-severing cauldron for sale in the Pleasure Devil auction this time. This cauldron had even attracted many devils from the inner endless sea. These people were unscrupulous and they were not afraid of the prestige of the Green Jade Immortal Island at all. Damn it. If I were to be humiliated by this perverted monk, I would rather die. Su Yao's eyes were filled with misery. The difference in cultivation between a late nascent soul realm cultivator and a middle nascent soul realm cultivator was like heaven and earth. Not to mention that they were poisoned by the lust poison and that they had a technique to restrain women, even if they did not. Su Yao and the others were definitely not a match for these 5 devils. However, just when she was about to draw her sword and commit suicide, a shocking aura dispersed the black sand that was thousands of miles away. In front of that aura, Mi Lian and the other 4 devil monks were not even considered as ants. Under this aura, the primordial chi of the heaven and earth shook. Mi Lian felt as if her chest was hit by a heavy blow, and she retreated dozens of steps before she could stabilize her body. However, the other 4 monks felt a pain in their chest and spurted out black blood. Mi Lian forced herself to calm down. However, she was already extremely afraid of the person who came because she had never met him before. This aura was extremely strong. However, what made Mi Lian even more afraid was that there was a trace of evil chi within the aura that did not dissipate and was glowing with red light. How many nascent soul realm cultivators had to be killed to accumulate such a heavy evil chi? Who is it? How dare you obstruct the business of my Black Buddha sect in the inner endless sea? Don't you want to live anymore? Don't you know that the sect master of my Black Buddha sect is a middle spirit severing realm cultivator? Mi Lian gritted her teeth and said. Zhou Ming, a young man in white clothes and black cloak, slowly appeared. Behind him was the female corpse and Yulong. When she saw the person who came, Su Yao, who was originally in despair, immediately revealed a look of disbelief. She had seen this person before, she had heard of this name for a long time. It's you. How could it be? It's really you. This young man was the man who sent In Suqiu to the Green Jade Immortal Island that day. However, Su Yao could not understand. When she met Ning Fan that day, she thought that he was a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator. However, In Suqiu told her that he was a harmonious spirit realm cultivator. Harmonious spirit realm. However, the aura of the young man in front of her was obviously more terrifying than a peak nascent soul realm cultivator. If In Suqiu did not lie, then it meant that 10 years had passed since this person sent In Suqiu to the island. This person had cultivated from a harmonious spirit realm cultivator to a peak nascent soul realm cultivator, if what he said was true. Not only was he strong enough to fight against a peak nascent soul realm cultivator, he was even invincible below the spirit severing realm, if he is really Zhou Ming. Why you? Su Yao was so shocked that she could not speak a word. Fairy Su Yao, it has been 10 years since we last met. You are still as elegant as before. How is Suqiu? When the young man who was as cold as ice talked about Suqiu, his eyes became warm and he smiled faintly. When this smile fell into the eyes of Su Yao, who was suffering from the aphrodisiac, it seemed to be more handsome than the smiles of all the men in the world. It made her heart tremble. Tender body is even more unbearable. To be continued. Zhou Ming, this name seemed familiar, but it was very unfamiliar. Surnamed Zhou, from the Zhou clan of the Inner Sea? That's not right. All the members of the Zhou clan have the emblem of the Thunder Beast clan on their robes. This person is not from the Zhou clan. He shouldn't be from the internal endless sea. In that case, is he a great cultivator from the outer endless sea? Mi Lian's mind raced, and when she confirmed that the great cultivator in front of her was only someone from the outer endless sea, she felt relieved, and 90% of her original fear immediately dissipated. However, after dispelling the fear in her heart, with Mi Lian's late nascent soul cultivation base, under careful observation, she discovered that the magical energy waves of the young man in front of her was actually only 460 jia, which was lower than her 550 jia. So this person was only a late nascent soul cultivator. That terrifying aura and ferocious aura, was it just a disguise to scare people? I, Mi Lian, was actually scared by a kid whose magic power is lower than mine? A nascent soul cultivator from the outer sea, humph, dared to come here to play tricks and meddle in the affairs of the Black Buddha sect. Did he not want to live anymore? A trace of gloom flashed across Mi Lian's fleshy face. Kid. I'm the 9th elder of the Black Buddha sect from the 72 islands of the Inner Sea, Mi Lian. You'd better not meddle in my business. You should know that in the endless sea, the worst thing you can't do is to do stupid things when you see injustice. If you offend me, given your late nascent soul cultivation, I have plenty of methods to crush you to death. Really? Ning Fan smiled coldly. Inwardly, he was slightly surprised. There was nothing to fear about this tantric lotus. However, there was a ferocious aura coming from this person. It was as if he had the might of a grand cultivator. Of course, even so, the dense lotus was not worth mentioning. However, the Black Buddha sect of the Inner Sea was quite unique. Seeing the cold smile on the young man's face, Mi Lian was secretly enraged. A mere nascent soul cultivator actually dared to put on an act in front of him. He was courting death. Get into formation and kill him. Yes. As soon as Mi Lian gave the order, the 4 black monks wiped the blood stains from the corners of their mouths. Each of them held a black formation plate in their hands and surrounded Ning Fan from all 4 corners. Then, they activated their magic power. Suddenly, a black formation mark that was 1000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, wide extended in the sky with Ning Fan as the center. Ning Fan's eyes flashed, but he did not avoid it. This formation pattern was simple and profound. Legend has it that it was the sound of evil ghosts wailing. The formation light produced gusts of black wind. Each of the gusts of black wind would turn into black pythons that were as thick as the mouth of a bull. Tens of thousands of black pythons were sticking out their tongues and dripping with black saliva. All of them rushed towards Ning Fan to bite him. This array was laid out by 4 upper nascent soul level array discs. When stacked, it wasn't any weaker than a peak nascent soul level array. Furthermore, the black python was neither a python nor a venomous one. It was actually formed from the evil thoughts of the dead. Thus, even though the grade of this formation wasn't high, even great cultivators weren't willing to be trapped in it. Once they were captured by the evil thoughts, their bodies wouldn't be injured, but their Tao hearts would be tainted. Inner demons would be born, and it was even possible for them to immediately go mad or even have their Tao hearts shattered. If one's Tao heart was shattered, even if they did not die, they would be severely injured. As soon as the formation was activated, Mi Lian sneered. If Ning Fan did not leave the range of the formation immediately, he would no longer have the chance to break free from it the moment the grand formation is activated unless he is a divine transformation realm expert. Zhou Ming, who had come to rescue them, was trapped in the formation as soon as they met. The 2 middle-stage nascent soul female cultivators of the Bai Yao sect immediately turned pale. And not good. This is the Black Buddha sect's mind confusion formation. It uses the evil thoughts of the corpses and evil spirits. Even great cultivators wouldn't be able to resist it. Let's not talk about whether this young man is really that crazy devil Zhou Ming. Even if he is, once he is trapped in this formation, he won't be able to resist the evil thoughts unless he has a spiritual treasure to protect himself. Even Bai Yao, who was poisoned by the lust poison, narrowed her beautiful eyes. She forced herself to stay upright, wishing that she could lift her sword to help Ning Fan. Her chivalrous heart was very similar to In Suchio's. Brat. You can die in peace now that you're able to die in the mind confusion formation. Mi Lian burst into laughter. The fat on his tummy jiggled. However, at the next moment, he choked on his laughter. Facing the black pythons that were filled with evil thoughts, Ning Fan did not dodge them at all. He just sneered. The Earth star in his right eye suddenly flashed with black light. It was as if a vortex of star power was formed. The terrifying suction force sucked all the black pythons into his right eye. The originally pale yellow stars gradually turned dark and flickered with a sinister light. These evil thoughts can be used as nourishment for cultivating the 3 corpses pupil technique. However, it's still not enough. However, this mind confusion formation is not bad for condensing evil thoughts. I want this formation. At this moment, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a cold light. He took a step forward and the silver light trembled. The force of this step was clearly stepping on the void, but it caused the surrounding heaven and earth to tremble. Under this step, the so-called 1000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, formation light and the dense black formation marks immediately collapsed. As for the 4 nascent middle realm black monks who laid the formation, they immediately spurted out blood and retreated. Their faces were filled with shock. As for Mi Lian, he was completely stunned. The mind confusion formation of ghosts was actually broken by someone from the inside. That was evil thoughts. It could confuse one's mind and give birth to the evil thoughts in one's heart. An ordinary early nascent soul realm cultivator would lose his mind after being hit by a single evil black python. Even a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator would not be able to withstand 10 black pythons. A late nascent soul realm cultivator's Tao heart would definitely collapse when hundreds of black pythons entered his body. Even a peak nascent soul realm cultivator would only end up in madness if thousands of pythons attacked his body. However, this extremely terrifying evil thoughts were completely devoured by the young man. This grand formation that was comparable to the peak nascent soul realm was actually shattered by this man's step, there's no mistake. The force of that step was definitely not weaker than the fourth realm of the silver bone realm. It could even be the peak silver bone realm. There's actually such a terrifying body refinement expert in the external endless sea. Could this man be a talented junior that the giant devil clan planted in the pleasure devil sea? Mi Lian's mind was greatly shaken. But at the next moment, a sense of life and death crisis surged into her heart, causing her hair to stand on end. After shattering the formation light, Ning Fan closed his eyes slightly. When he opened them again, his aura was indifferent and boundless. At this moment, Ning Fan was like an immortal ancient sword that was hanging in the sky. When he took a step forward, the great force of heaven and earth within 1,000 li * 500 m per li, was drawn and turned into sword light, slashing towards Mi Lian and the others. Being caught off guard, Mi Lian spurted out a mouthful of blood. He had already suffered a serious injury. Mi Lian's eyes twitched. What kind of sword technique is this? When he took a step forward, the great force turned into a sword. It seemed like only the divine transformation realm cultivators of the Sword Island of the Internal Sea could master such a sword technique. Could it be that this man is not a member of the giant devil clan but a member of the Sword Island? When he thought of the two words Sword Island, Mi Lian felt a chill run down his spine. However, before he could think about it, Ning Fan had already taken the second step. His body was like a shadow. After taking the third and fourth step, he had already taken the fifth step. When he took the first step, Mi Lian's expression changed drastically. He opened his mouth and spat out a black relic. It was a protective treasure that he had condensed using a secret technique of the Buddha sect. However, under the sword chi of the fifth step, the relic that was strong enough to withstand a strike from a nascent soul realm expert was shattered. The remaining force even caused Mi Lian to spurt out a mouthful of blood. As for the four mid-nascent soul realm black monks who were standing at the four corners of the hall, their physical bodies turned into mists of blood. As their physical bodies were destroyed, the four nascent soul realm monks who had pale faces were filled with fear. The young man in front of them did not use any magic power. He was just using his powerful magic power to turn the great force into a sword, and it was already so powerful. Is he a divine transformation realm expert? Apart from divine transformation realm experts, who else could have such a technique? Run! No matter how foolish Mi Lian was, he knew that Ning Fan was not someone he could mess with. It was also because he had just arrived at the external endless sea and did not know about Zhou Ming's power. If he knew about Zhou Ming's name, he would probably have run away a long time ago. However, Ning Fan's speed was even faster. The sixth step, wind movement, the seventh step, snow melting, the eighth step, sea roll, the ninth step, sword collapse, the 9 steps of heaven treading 9 steps were like a sword. As the sword chi spread out, the black snow within 1,000 li radius was swept away. This was the sword of great force. The might of a single sword strike killed the four nascent soul realm experts. Mi Lian's plump physical body and his nascent soul were shattered. However, when his physical body was destroyed, a black shadow escaped in a panic. It was a black nascent soul. This nascent soul had the same appearance as Mi Lian. However, Ning Fan had already destroyed one of his nascent souls. A second nascent soul, huh? Interesting. The people of the Black Buddha sect of the Internal Sea must be proficient in this secret technique. However, the number of nascent soul realm experts in this world doesn't necessarily mean that their magic techniques are powerful. Freeze. A finger, freeze the body. Mi Lian's nascent soul that was escaping in a panic was caught by Ning Fan with a flick of his sleeve. The small face of the nascent soul realm expert was filled with fear. However, it could not escape from Ning Fan's palm. He was a late nascent soul realm expert, but his second nascent soul realm expert had already cultivated to the peak nascent soul realm. Even peak nascent soul realm experts would not be able to catch up to him. Mi Lian had never heard of such a technique before. You can't kill me. If you kill me, the divine transformation realm elders of my sect will certainly, noisy. Soul search. Ning Fan did not have the mood to talk nonsense with him at all. The reason why he wasted some time was because he was slightly interested in the chaotic minds of ghosts and the second nascent soul. This person's memories were not sealed by a powerful being like the eagle and the crane. It seemed like the foundation of the Black Buddha sect was far weaker than the demon sealing sect. After reading the memories, Ning Fan opened his mouth and swallowed, crushing the black infant. Then, he rolled his sleeve and 5 storage pouches went into his hand. Pills, magic treasures, immortal jade and even the chaotic minds of ghosts formation and the secret technique of the second nascent soul of the Black Buddha sect naturally fell into Ning Fan's hands. The so-called waste of time was just compared to Ning Fan's usual instantaneous killing. To Su Yao and the other women, the scene in front of them was already shocking enough. The vast sky was silent and the black snow did not stop falling. The young man who stood proudly in the snow had destroyed the grand formation and killed the 5 nascent souls in just a few breaths. 4 of them were mid-nascent soul realm experts, a late nascent soul realm expert and even a late nascent soul realm expert who had cultivated the second nascent soul of the peak nascent soul realm expert. However, they did not even have the chance to use their techniques before they were easily killed by the young man. Is this the Zhou Ming who has been spreading like wildfire in the external endless sea? The 2 guest elders of the Bai Yao sect, Han Mu and Su Fei, were trembling. When Ning Fan's gaze swept across them, their trembling had reached its peak. It was not difficult for this man to kill the 2 of them. The so-called number 1 cultivator below the spirit-severing realm definitely lived up to his reputation. When they thought of the notorious reputation of this man, the 2 women became even more terrified. When Ning Fan approached them step by step, the 2 women hid behind Su Yao with an unnatural expression. Su Yao's face was as pale as a piece of paper. She endured the lust poison and bowed towards Ning Fan with great reluctance, but she did not lose her elegance. Thank you for saving us, fellow Taoist Zhou Ming. Fairy Su Yao is indeed worthy of being the master of a sect. Regardless of your cultivation realm, your aura is not weak at all. It's even stronger than the 2 women behind you. However, you don't have to thank me. I never save people for free. Do you understand? If he did not save them for free, he would have to ask for compensation. The only thing that could slightly move Ning Fan's heart was themselves. Ning Fan's eyes swept across the female cultivators and his heart was secretly moved. These 3 women were not only beautiful but also had extraordinary cultivation realm. All of them were excellent human cauldrons. If he plucked them, he could increase his magic power by 60 units. However, he used the mind-reading technique to pry into Su Yao's thoughts and found out that the reason why she risked her life to enter the Pleasure Devil Sea was to buy a Dao fruit for Yin Suqiu to form her nascent soul. This woman had good intentions towards Yin Suqiu and they had a close relationship. If that's the case, plucking this woman would go against his Dao heart. Is Suqiu going to form her nascent soul? Unfortunately, I don't have any Dao fruit with me. Otherwise, I could ask Su Yao to bring one to Suqiu. Su Yao's cheeks blushed slightly when Ning Fan's gaze swept across her. However, she still maintained her composure. As for the 2 women behind her, their hearts trembled with fear and anger. This man's gaze is so rude. Asking for compensation after saving people is even more shameless. However, when they thought of Zhou Ming's notorious reputation as a lecher, their gaze was not strange anymore. Even a fool would understand that Ning Fan's so-called compensation was probably because he wanted their nascent soul bodies. I understand fellow Taoist Zhou's intention. Su Yao has also heard of fellow Taoist's dissolute reputation. If it wasn't for fellow Taoist Zhou, all the women of my Bai Yao sect would have lost their chastity and fallen to the evil hands of the evil monk. Therefore, even if fellow Taoist insists on asking for compensation, it's not unreasonable. I just hope that fellow Taoist can let the other female disciples go. As the price, Su Yao is willing to replace everyone and become your human cauldron. Sect master, you can't. The 2 female cultivators' faces immediately turned pale. Shut up. Pass down my order. From today onwards, I'm no longer the sect master of Bai Yao sect. I'm just fellow Taoist Zhou's human cauldron. As for the position of sect master, if Elder Yin Suqiu successfully forms her nascent soul, she will be appointed as the next sect master. Su Yao endured the lust poison and said seriously. In her opinion, with Ning Fan's strength, it would be a piece of cake for him to control the women. Although it was ungentlemanly for him to ask for compensation after saving people, it wasn't wrong. Why couldn't she ask for compensation after saving people? She might as well be poisoned by the lust poison. If she doesn't have intercourse with a man, it would be difficult for her to escape death. When she was poisoned by the lust poison, she already knew that she was going to die. If she could use her purity and cultivation realm to exchange for the purity and lives of the other female disciples from Ning Fan's hands, she would finally have some value. After being plucked by Ning Fan, it would be enough for her to die. It could also be considered as a life where she could roam freely without leaving any stain. Su Yao was different from Yin Suqiu. Yin Suqiu was sometimes impulsive, but Su Yao was always quiet and quiet. However, the thing that she had in common with Yin Suqiu was the chivalrous heart of sacrificing herself for others. Even if she couldn't bear to lose her purity, it would still be a blessing if she could save the women from Zhou Ming's evil claws. She didn't expect Zhou Ming to let her go for Yin Suqiu's sake. The human heart was the most difficult thing to predict, and Zhou Ming's notoriety was indeed too great. Would he really let go of the great human cauldron in front of him for a woman? Moreover, Su Yao didn't have much confidence that Ning Fan would let go of the other women just because of her. However, all of her thoughts were calm on her face. She was pale and quiet. However, in her delicate state, her majesty was inviolable. Is this the demeanor of a sect master? Ning Fan nodded silently. This woman was indeed Yin Suqiu and Yin Suqiu. There weren't many women with such heroic spirit in the Rain world. Sacrificing oneself for others and persisting in the righteous path. It was easy to say but difficult to do. Even though Ning Fan coveted the nascent soul realm female cultivators of the Green Jade Immortal Island, he wouldn't go so far as to pluck all of Su Yao's cultivation realm for a mere 20 units of magic power and make Suqiu sad. Even if he does accept Su Yao, she probably wouldn't be a human cauldron. Su Yao endured humiliation and offered herself as a human cauldron just to save the disciples of her sect. Such a chivalrous heart was rare in this cold and indifferent cultivation world. She was obviously suffering from the lust poison, but she still pretended to be calm. This kind of stubbornness was very similar to Yin Suqiu. They were indeed good sisters. Ning Fan ignored the hypocrites of the righteous path, but he still respected those who truly persisted in the righteous path. At least, he knew that he couldn't do something like wholeheartedly serving others. His heart was too selfish. Since Fairy Su Yao is willing to be my human cauldron, I naturally won't refuse. Whoever can marry someone like Fairy Su Yao would be lucky for 3 lifetimes. Ning Fan smiled faintly. Su Yao secretly scolded him for being frivolous, but her expression didn't show any anger. Is that so? Then, are you willing to let the others go? Of course I will let them go. As for plucking Fairy Su Yao, let's leave it for next time. Disperse. Ning Fan withdrew his smile and waved his sleeve. A vast amount of primordial force was extracted from heaven and earth and went into the bodies of the 30+ gold core realm female cultivators. With a tremble, the black sand was forced out. Then, a grey light flashed. He took a step forward and teleported to the front of Su Yao, holding her slender waist. When Su Yao saw Ning Fan detoxifying the poison of the female gold core realm disciples, she felt relieved. In this way, her innocence was exchanged for the lives of her disciples. However, before she could express her gratitude, Ning Fan had already approached her. When Ning Fan's arm moved and held her slender waist, Su Yao's body immediately tensed up. She let out a soft moan and the lust poison that she had painstakingly suppressed poured out. Her lower body was already covered in mud. She thought that Ning Fan was probably going to take advantage of her. What she was most afraid of was that Ning Fan would humiliate and play with her under the watchful eyes of the public. If that happened, the last trace of her dignity would probably be violated. However, she did not resist. This was her personality. Even if she was unwilling, she knew that she could not resist. However, what surprised Su Yao was that Ning Fan did not do anything else after hugging her. He just circulated his finger force and touched her soft waist to seal the flow of the lust poison. Su Yao had never seen such a high level of medical skill in her life. Perhaps even the Fourth Revolution pill refinement masters in the sect could not be compared to him in terms of massaging. Fellow Taoist Zhou, are you thinking of doing it here with me? In the end, Su Yao could not bring herself to say the words "do it with me." However, after her meridians were sealed by Ning Fan, the lust poison was no longer under her control. She instantly felt at ease. Fairy Su's poison has been temporarily sealed by me. However, this poison is extremely domineering. It can only be detoxified with some special methods. If Fairy Sue is willing, why don't you come to the Joyful Union Immortal Island and stay there for a while? Then, you can look for me to detoxify the poison for you. For now, I hope that Fairy Sue can lead the way and bring the disciples of your sect to the Joyful Union Immortal Island. As for me, I still have some small matters to deal with. I will go to the Joyful Union Immortal Island later and meet you there. Yes. Su Yao pursed her lips. It was already a good thing that she did not have to be plucked by Ning Fan and the monstrous waves. However, if she knew that Ning Fan could have let her go, but she had misunderstood Ning Fan's character. That was why she recommended herself to sleep with him. If she knew about it, how ashamed would she be? She would never know if she did not know about it. However, just the gratitude of saving her life and detoxifying the poison were 2 times. From a moral point of view, even if she were to repay him with her body, it would also be in line with morality. Even if she was unwilling, Ning Fan turned his body to the side and made way for the ladies. At that moment, the 2 elders and female cultivators secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Initially, they thought that Ning Fan's appearance would lure the tiger to kill the wolf. Now, it seemed like this tiger only had his eyes on Su Yao and let the 2 of them go. The 2 ladies felt ashamed and grateful towards Su Yao for sacrificing herself to save them. As for Ning Fan, they were filled with fear and criticism. The female corpse remained silent from the beginning to the end. Her eyes were fixed on Ning Fan alone. As for Yu Long, his horizons were broadened once again. After becoming Ning Fan's servant, he was filled with admiration towards his master. He killed the 5 nascent souls with just a wave of his hand. Moreover, the 5 nascent souls were the devils of the eternal endless sea. Moreover, that cauldron was the sect master of the Bai Yao sect, one of the 10 sects and 3 islands. She was a respected figure in the external endless sea. Her beauty was like a painting that countless men admired but could not see. His heart was filled with admiration. Inwardly, he was thinking if he should flatter Ning Fan a little. However, before he could finish his words, Ning Fan's voice interrupted his thoughts. Yu Long, you are familiar with the sea route. Bring the fairies of the Bai Yao sect to the Pleasure Union Immortal Island. If anyone dares to block the way again, tell them that they are my women. This item contains a trace of my qi. If there are cultivators of the eternal endless sea who don't know me and block the way, just crush this jade and I will know. Yes, yes. This old servant will definitely complete the mission with honor. After receiving the jade pendant, Yu Long led the ladies away respectfully. He did not ask what Ning Fan was going to do by staying behind. As for Su Yao, she was inwardly grateful to Ning Fan for sending people to escort them. With this trace of Qi and Zhou Ming's prestige, the cultivators of the external endless sea were nothing to worry about. As for the cultivators of the internal endless sea, they would probably be wary after sensing his Qi. She realized that Ning Fan's character did not seem to be as bad as what the rumors said. This person might have countless women, but he seemed to be extremely protective of the women he loves and was not fickle in love. Su Yao could not help but recall the day when she first met Ning Fan. This person was covered in mermaid blood and was severely injured. Yet, he escorted In Suqiu to the Bai Yao Immortal Island. This person might be fickle in love, but he might also be unexpectedly devoted to one's love. However, if Ning Fan is really devoted to one's love, he would probably not pluck the ladies for the sake of In Suqiu and saving her. It seems like I have overthought it. Is it unnecessary to recommend myself as a human cauldron? In other words, even if I don't offer my body, I can still ensure the safety of the ladies. However, I self-righteously offered my body to him. Su Yao pursed her lips and her cheeks flushed red. In other words, even if Ning Fan really plucked me, it was because I was willing and he did not force me. How could I do such a stupid thing? I wonder if he has another method to cure me of the poison, or he just wanted to have sex with me. For a moment, Su Yao was worried about her gains and losses. She felt annoyed, but she did not scold Ning Fan secretly. He saved me twice. He doesn't owe me anything, sect master. Let's leave now and hide in the sect for a while. With the old ancestor's protection, no matter how strong Zhou Ming is, he won't dare to come and cause trouble, but I have already promised him. Besides, I still need to buy a Dao fruit for little sister Suqiu. There is no antidote for this falling chastity powder. Perhaps, my life will be taken by him. Su Yao spoke incoherently and her mind was in a mess, but she did not run away. If she was afraid, she would not have come to the Pleasure Devil Sea. After the ladies left, Ning Fan held the female corpse and stood in the black snow. When Su Yao and the others were nowhere to be seen, Ning Fan raised his brows and looked at a certain black cloud in the sky. His eyes flashed with cold light. Still not coming out? Are you forcing me to make a move? Hee. Fellow Taoist Zhou Ming, you have such sharp insight. Extraordinary, extraordinary. This old man, Su Russian, greets fellow Taoist Zhou Ming. The black cloud shattered, a black-robed old man slowly appeared. The moment this person appeared, the heavenly primordial energy shattered, the sea waves rumbled and the black snow rolled. The old ancestor of the Pleasure Devil sect, Su Russian, this person was actually lying in wait. Fellow Taoist Su, do you want to become my enemy? Ning Fan said coldly. Hee. As expected of the number one expert below the spirit-severing realm. Seeing you and hearing your reputation, fellow Taoist is indeed worth it. This old man will try to rope you in. This old man has a request. If you can fulfill it, this old man will give fellow Taoist 50 drops of Mother Earth nether milk. 50 drops was equivalent to 500 units of magic power. Even Ning Fan could not help but be tempted. To be continued, the black clouds dispersed, revealing an old man in black robes. His hair was as white as silver and he was bony. However, his body carried a heavy aura. It was not sharp but it was as heavy as a mountain. It was as if he could shatter the heavens and the earth with just a punch or a finger. His old eyes that were supposed to be cloudy were as sharp as an eagle's. On his glabella, half an illusory black star shone faintly. Just by standing there, he had a kind of natural Tao aura. A trace of magnetic force caused the magnetic force in the deep sea mine to become chaotic. That magnetic force pierced into Ning Fan's sea of consciousness. Even if it was not intentional, it still caused his spirit sense to feel a slight pain. Early divine transformation realm. Su Russian, Ning Fan's expression was as calm as still water. This person gave him an extremely strong sense of pressure. It was as if the person standing in front of him was not a person but a mountain. The power that pierced his spirit sense was clearly the magnetic force. It was extremely extraordinary. It was because the half-black star on his glabella was extremely similar to the immemorial devil star. This person did not possess the immemorial divine devil veins but he had condensed half of the immemorial devil star. Even if it was just half, it was enough to prove that this person was extremely talented. Ning Fan pondered about the purpose of this person's visit without any fear. This Su Russian was indeed powerful. His strength alone was enough to defeat all nascent soul realm cultivators in the external endless sea. In terms of aura force, he was much stronger than the inanimate stone warrior. Of course, this person's strength should be on par with the stone warrior. His aura force was still external and his strength was still weaker than the female corpse. Even if Ning Fan fought him alone with the help of the Yuanyao world, he had a 30% chance of killing this person. Of course, the probability of dying in his hands was not low either. A nascent soul realm cultivator against a divine transformation realm cultivator would either win or die. 30% chance of winning and 70% chance of dying. Starting from the late nascent soul realm, every step forward would be a world of difference. As for Su Russian, he was an existence that was one level higher than Ning Fan. This person came to look for him with a strange attitude. He asked for a favor and promised to give him 50 drops of Mother Earth nether milk. With 500 units of magic power, Ning Fan could even try to break through the bottleneck of the peak nascent soul realm and truly step into the grand cultivation realm. As for this person who was a divine transformation realm cultivator, if he did not know that Ning Fan was a 5th revolution pill master, then he must have come for the secret realm of the broken world. Only the secret realm of the broken world was worth it for him to use his divine transformation realm cultivation base. It was because divine transformation realm experts were not allowed to enter this secret realm. As the strongest expert below the divine transformation realm, Ning Fan was the most reliable force he could rely on. However, this Su Russian had been hiding here for quite a long time. He should have appeared when Su Yao and the others were in danger. After all, as one of the 10 sects of the outer endless sea, he wouldn't let the Biao sect leader be humiliated in the Pleasure Devil Ocean. However, Ning Fan's appearance had dispelled his original intention of saving them. There were two reasons why he did not immediately help Ning Fan and the others to eliminate the enemies. Firstly, it was to observe Ning Fan's strength to see if he had the qualifications to rope him in. Secondly, he wanted to borrow Ning Fan's hands to kill someone. Because of this, Ning Fan had to bear the great enemy of the Black Buddha sect. After searching through the Lotus memories, Ning Fan found out that a certain spirit-severing realm old monster of the Black Buddha sect would come to the Pleasure Devil Sea in a few days' time. It was for the so-called spirit-severing realm cauldron auction. This matter was extremely secretive. Only sects like the Black Buddha sect were qualified to know about it. Moreover, before Ning Fan came here, he did not even know about the existence of a good item like the spirit-severing realm cauldron. What he needed to pay attention to was that the spirit-severing realm expert of the Black Buddha sect who came late would most likely come back to seek trouble after knowing that the experts of his sect had been killed. Su Russian probably wanted to use the threat of the Black Buddha sect to threaten him. The so-called request of this person was actually just a form of coercion and temptation. Oh? Senior Su has something to ask of me. May I know what it is? I would be happy to listen to it. Ning Fan smiled and cupped his fists at Su Russian with a calm expression. Su Russian's expression remained the same. However, he secretly took a deep breath. This Zhou Ming is really calm. Facing the pressure of my spirit-severing realm and the magnetic force, he is actually so calm. One should know that other peak nascent soul realm experts could not even calm their minds when they are 3000 zhang * 33 m per zhang, away from Su Russian. However, this Zhou Ming was calm and composed when he was 500 zhang * 500 m per zhang, away from him. Judging from this, the title of the strongest person below the spirit-severing realm was indeed well-deserved. The more Su Russian looked at Ning Fan, the more he felt incredulous. From Ning Fan's body, he could sense demon blood, corpse chi, devil chi, sword chi, and many other kinds of chi. From this, it seemed that this person had learned a lot of different things. Among the different kinds of chi, there seemed to be a few that gave Su Russian a sense of danger. In other words, the Ning Fan in front of him seemed to be harmless, but in reality, he could even hurt him if he went all out. If that was the case, it was understandable that he was not afraid of Su Russian. Su Russian's expression did not change. With a probing heart, he stepped on the air step by step, closing the distance between him and Ning Fan. 400 zhang * 33 m per zhang, 300 zhang * 33 m per zhang. When he was only 300 zhang * 33 m per zhang, away from Ning Fan, Su Russian stopped and his eyes turned cold. Being so close to Ning Fan, his aura force fell on Ning Fan's body without any reservation. However, Ning Fan did not even bat an eyelid and still had a calm smile on his face. On the contrary, the closer Su Russian got to Ning Fan, the stronger the sense of danger he felt. Moreover, an absurd feeling rose in his heart. If he was 10 zhang * 33 m per zhang, closer to Ning Fan, he was afraid that his life would be in danger. Hiss. Not only does this man have the means to hurt me, but he also has the means to kill me. Su Russian slowly withdrew his aura force. His eyes were solemn. At this moment, he no longer had a trace of arrogance towards Ning Fan. It was as if he was looking at someone of the same generation. He cupped his fists at Ning Fan and replied. Fellow Taoist Zhou, good composure. Good technique. Only spirit-severing realm cultivators could make him cup his fists. Below spirit-severing realm, Ning Fan was the first one. Hee. Senior Su is too courteous. You haven't answered my question yet. May I know what is Senior's request? Could it be related to the secret realm of the broken world? This is a secret. Fellow Taoist Zhou, please dismiss the irrelevant people first. Su Russian glanced at the female corpse and shook his head. This woman did not have any trace of magic power, but she could step on the air. It was a little strange, but she was most likely Ning Fan's concubine. A mere woman should not listen to a man's discussion. She is not an outsider. I have already dismissed the outsiders. Ning Fan's smile did not diminish. Su Yao and Yu Lan, who he had met a few times, were outsiders, but the female corpse was not. If that's the case, I won't be shy anymore. Why don't you come to my heavenly dwelling magical treasure and have a chat? Su Rushan took out a palm-sized golden house and gave it a pat. That golden house expanded in the wind. He gestured for Ning Fan to enter, but Ning Fan shook his head. Let's talk here. If anyone tries to eavesdrop, just kill them. Su Rushan's expression did not change. He chuckled and kept the golden house. His heart, however, was filled with astonishment for 3 times. The first astonishment was that a nascent soul realm cultivator like Ning Fan was not surprised to see a heavenly dwelling magical treasure. One should know that this treasure was not something that ordinary spirit-severing realm cultivators could possess. It was given to him by Venerable Giant. The second astonishment was that Ning Fan had such a strong vigilance. He actually did not enter the heavenly dwelling magical treasure of others. Moreover, he seemed to have a deep understanding of the heavenly dwelling magical treasure and knew that it could be used to set up a formation to attack the enemy. The third astonishment was that Ning Fan's words were filled with dense killing intent. He was a cultivator who had experienced the blood sea and was decisive in killing. With such strength and temperament, he would most likely succeed if I entrust this matter to him. Sigh. It seems like I can only entrust this matter to him. Otherwise, I won't be able to gather 200 wild beast demon cores even if I kill him. Venerable Giant is desperately urging me. Su Rushan and Ning Fan did not talk much. However, after probing, observing and analyzing Ning Fan's actions, he had a basic understanding of Ning Fan's character and strength. He hesitated for a moment. Then, he patted his storage pouch and took out a dark golden jade slip. There were 3 golden patterns carved on the jade slip. One of them had already been broken. This golden pattern was called Jade Slip Fragment Pattern. It was used to prevent others from peeking into the jade slip. Not even spirit-severing realm cultivators could break this golden pattern. 3 golden patterns meant that this jade slip could only be read 3 times. After 3 times, the golden patterns were all gone and the jade slip was broken. Since one of them had already been broken, it was naturally Su Rushan who read it. Other than Su Rushan, no one else had read it before. It was enough to show how precious this jade slip was. Moreover, Ning Fan could faintly smell a trace of devil chi from the jade slip. Just a trace of it was enough to cause Ning Fan's completely stabilized nascent soul to crumble. The cultivator who carved this jade slip had such a strong devil chi, at least in the endless outer sea. Ning Fan had never seen any cultivator who had such terrifying devil chi. He did not take the jade slip immediately. Instead, he shook his head. Obviously, he knew that this jade slip was related to a significant matter. Once he read it, he would not be able to erase the responsibility regardless of whether he agreed to Su Rushan's request or not. Senior, please tell me about this matter first. Otherwise, this matter is of great importance. I dare not be reckless. Oh? Fellow Taoist, being so cautious is enough to show that you are a person who can entrust important matters to me. To tell you the truth, this matter is indeed related to the secret realm of the broken world. Speaking of which, it is just a hunt for the demon cores of wild beasts. But, the number of demon cores to be hunted is really a little too big and the deadline is really too rushed. Number? Deadline? Ning Fan muttered to himself. If the matter that Su Rushan asked him to do was to hunt for demon cores, there was no need for him to go through so much trouble. What kind of huge number would make Su Rushan lose his composure like that? The secret realm of the broken world opens once every 50 years. Every time it opens, 40 people can enter and it can last for a year to allow cultivators to enter and hunt for demon cores. This time, due to the urgency of the situation, the secret realm is forced to open half a year in advance. Thus, the secret realm is not stable and it can only last for half a year. Within half a year, I must gather 200 demon cores of wild beasts. If I may be so bold to ask, fellow Taoist, are you confident in killing 200 wild beasts within half a year? Half a year. 200 demon cores? Kill 200 wild beasts. Senior Su, you think too highly of me. Ning Fan's eyes finally flashed with a hint of surprise. He did not expect that Su Rushan would ask him to kill 200 wild beasts within half a year. Doesn't this mean that once I enter the secret realm of the broken world, I have to kill one wild beast that is comparable to a divine transformation realm expert every day? I'm afraid it's still not enough. killing 200 Divine Transformation Realm experts. If Ning Fan had such strength, he would have already slaughtered his way into the Eternal Endless Sea and become a lord instead of entering the secret realm of the broken world. Ning Fan remained silent for a while and did not express his opinion. Su Rushan, on the other hand, became a little anxious. He had finally witnessed Ning Fan's strength. He could even give him a sense of danger. It was definitely not an exaggeration to say that Ning Fan was the strongest person below the Divine Transformation realm. Ordinary peak nascent soul cultivators who could kill a wild beast before entering the secret realm were all experts. In the past, Su Rushan could only purchase around 10 demon cores from tens of peak nascent soul cultivators every time the secret realm was opened. However, this time, he must obtain 200 demon cores in one go. Otherwise, he would lose his life. Other than asking for Ning Fan's help, he really did not place any hope on anyone else. The other peak nascent soul cultivators, including the descendants of the 7 venerated beings of the Eternal Sea, were not as strong as Ning Fan. As a Divine Transformation Realm cultivator and the trusted aid of venerated giant, one of the 7 venerated beings of the Eternal Sea, Su Rushan rarely lowered his head to others. Today, however, it was his first time smiling at someone. Hee. Fellow Taoist Zhou Ming, if you help me this time, I will owe you a great favor. If you are in trouble in the future, I will definitely come to your aid even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or go through a sea of flames. I can swear on my great heart devil oath for this. Moreover, if you accomplish this task, one of the 7 venerated beings of the Eternal Sea will look favorably upon you. Even if you enter the Eternal Sea, you will be considered to have a great backer. Of course, if you find it difficult to hunt 200 demon cores, I will think of other ways to hunt tens of demon cores from others. But at the very least, fellow Taoist needs to hunt 150 demon cores. As a reward, other than exchanging 1 drop of Mother Earth nether milk for each demon core, I will give fellow Taoist an additional 50 drops of nether milk. 200 drops of nether milk is equivalent to 2,000 units of magic power. With this nether milk, fellow Taoist can easily break through to the peak nascent soul realm. Ning Fan remained silent, but his eyes were burning with passion. He still needed to consider this matter carefully. Su Rushan might look humble when he asked for help, but if he agrees to help but fails to fulfill his promise, Su Rushan would probably go mad and vent his anger on him. Even if the number of 200 wild beasts was reduced to 150, it was still not a small number. Even though these wild beasts were just fake wild beasts and it was not difficult for Ning Fan to kill them individually, who knew if the wild beasts lived in groups in the secret realm, perhaps he could occasionally hunt a lone beast. However, if he wants to hunt 200 of them, he would most likely encounter a group of wild beasts. A group of ferocious beasts that were comparable to Divine Transformation Realm experts. Just the thought of it made his scalp tingle. If he could bring the stone warrior and the female corpse into the secret realm, it would be much easier. However, experts above the Divine Transformation Realm could not enter the secret realm. Thus, he would probably have to rely on himself. Should he agree to it or reject it? If he rejects it, he would miss the opportunity to obtain more than 200 drops of nether milk. 200 drops of nether milk would be equivalent to 2,000 units of magic power. If he completes this task, he would be considered to have completed 1/5 of the path to the Divine Transformation Realm. As for Su Rushan's favor. To be honest, Ning Fan really did not think that an early Divine Transformation Realm cultivator's favor was valuable. While Ning Fan was thinking, the female corpse was quietly pulling the corner of her clothes while Su Rushan was feeling nervous. It would be great if he could enter the secret realm. It would not be difficult for him to kill the fake wild beasts. However, Divine Transformation Realm cultivators could not enter the secret realm. It was rare for a Divine Transformation Realm cultivator like him to appear in the Endless Sea in just a few thousand years. If he were to miss this opportunity and look for others, Su Rushan would not have the confidence. He was a Divine Transformation Realm expert and one of the 13 experts of the external Endless Sea. However, in front of venerated giant, he could easily destroy him with just a flick of his finger. I need to understand the habits, strength, and methods of the wild beasts first before I can confirm if I have the ability to kill 200 wild beasts. Before that, I would like to take a look at Senior Su's jade slip. Of course, even if I have seen it, I can't guarantee that I will definitely agree to it. Thus, it is up to Senior to decide whether to let me have a look at the jade slip. Blue veins twitched on Su Russian's forehead. This Zhou Ming is really too indecisive. However, if he were to put himself in Ning Fan's shoes, he would probably be even more cautious and hesitant than Ning Fan. Take it. Remember, do not reveal the contents of the jade slip. Otherwise, even if you are a divine transformation realm cultivator, I will still hunt you down to the ends of the world. Senior, don't worry. My mouth is the most reliable. What a strong spirit sense. Ning Fan pressed the jade slip on his glabella and his eyes narrowed. As soon as he probed the jade slip, an incomparably ferocious spirit sense surged towards his face. Within this spirit sense, there was a domineering black spirit sense. The spirit sense was ferocious and masculine. As soon as it appeared, Ning Fan's nascent soul felt like it was about to collapse. His heart felt like it was being pressed down by Mount Tai. He took a few steps back while the blood and qi in his chest churned. However, he still couldn't get rid of the ferocious spirit sense. Rain intent flashed in his eyes. Within 1,000 li, the black snow stopped and light rain fell. Ning Fan stopped retreating. Divine rain intent. Su Russian's eagle-like pupils shrank. On the 8th step, Ning Fan's divine rain intent had already dissolved the domineering spirit sense in the spirit sense. Su Russian couldn't imagine that Ning Fan, who had yet to reach divine transformation realm, had already condensed a spirit sense. Moreover, he only took 8 steps back under the domineering spirit sense of the venerated giant. One should know that even Su Russian was forced to take 7 steps back by the furious venerated giant's spirit sense when he first touched the jade slip. Moreover, Ning Fan himself only took 7 steps back because he had used his spirit sense to defend himself. This person really hid his strength well. If he released his spirit sense from the beginning, he would only take 3 steps back. If it was in the past, Su Russian would probably want to dissect Ning Fan to find out his secrets. Now, he couldn't wait for Ning Fan to become stronger. The stronger he is, the greater the chance of success in obtaining demon cores from him. He remained silent and waited for Ning Fan to read the jade slip. As for Ning Fan, he frowned and remained silent after reading it. The person who imprinted the jade slip and the owner of the ferocious spirit sense was one of the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea, venerated giant Zhu Qing of the giant devil clan. The first sentence in the jade slip was a curse. Little Xianxia, I'm telling you. Half a year. If you can't gather 200 demon cores to save my little Xueyan's life within half a year, I'll twist your head off. Feng Xueyan, the daughter of venerated giant of the giant devil clan, was suffering from an acute illness and she needed demon cores to save her life. As her illness worsened, she would need at least 200 demon cores this time. Venerated giant had given his order. If Su Russian couldn't gather the demon cores by then, he would be prepared to lose his head. To be continued. If that's the case, fellow Taoist Zhou, once you've made up your mind, you can come to the island's blissful summit to look for me. As for this letter, it's my token. If you run into any trouble on the island, just show it to me. I'll wait for your reply in 3 days. Su Russian sighed, clasped hands, and left. In the end, Ning Fan still did not decide to help him on the spot. Su Russian admired Ning Fan's cautious attitude, but in other words, he also felt helpless about Ning Fan's evasive behavior. The only thing he could do now was to wait for Ning Fan to give him a definite answer. Before that, it was necessary to meet with the elders of the Pleasure Devil sect and make arrangements to entertain Zhou Ming. The black heavenly origin shook, and Su Russian turned into a puff of black smoke that instantly flew thousands of miles away. This was a divine ability of the divine transformation realm, a teleportation technique that could allow one to travel 10,000 miles in an instant. Compared to teleportation, it was much more advanced. Ning Fan held the black jade token in his hand and remained silent. This was a matter of great importance. It would be unwise to make a careless promise. Even if he was willing to agree, it would be 3 days later. Not agreeing on the spot was to maximize the benefits. Just 50 drops of nether milk was too little. Ning Fan would like to see where Su Russian's bottom line was in order to befriend him. After a long time, he kept the letter and held the female corpse in his arms. Then, he turned into a ray of black light and teleported to the Happiness Immortal Island. There were dozens of uninhabited islands in the Pleasure Devil Sea region. Ning Fan kept a few of them along the way into the Yuanyao world. When they arrived at the Joyous Union Immortal Island, Yu Long had already found a place to stay. He asked the ladies of the Baiyao sect to rest while he waited outside the island for Ning Fan's arrival. "Greetings, High Lord." Yu Long's attitude was extremely respectful. He used to be a foreign minister of the Pleasure Devil sect, but he was ostracized by the sect. That was why he went to the Punlai Deity Island to join the Lost World Palace. Who would have thought that the moment he stepped foot on Joyous Union Island, he would be welcomed by a group of old monsters, including the vice sect leader. This welcome was ordered by Su Rushan. Although Yu Long did not know why Su Rushan was so polite to him, it was not difficult to guess that Su Rushan was most likely trying to curry favor with his master, Zhou Ming. As for why Yu Long wanted to curry favor with Lin Yun, that was not what he was concerned about. However, his reverence for Lin Yun gradually deepened. Moreover, the group was arranged to rest in the most luxurious palace on the island, Xianxia Palace. If he wasn't Zhou Ming's slave, he, Yu Long, would never be able to enjoy such treatment. Since the beginning of time, only grand cultivators lived in this palace. Have you found a place to rest? How are the women of the Baiyao sect? Ning Fan asked indifferently. Reporting to my lord, the women have been properly arranged and are resting in Xianxia Palace. Does master want to rest there first or take a stroll around the island? Profound Jade Palace. I've heard that this palace of the Pleasure Devil sect only accommodates grand cultivators. Su Rushan is very thoughtful, but this is not enough to move me. Ning Fan muttered to himself. He took out a blank jade slip and imprinted it with his spirit sense. Then, he passed it to Yu Long and instructed him. This jade slip contains 17 types of 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs that I need to concoct pills. Go to the island's Chinese medicine workshop and purchase 2 sets of each for me. As for me, I will first tour around the island before returning to Profound Jade Palace. 10,000-year-old spirit medicine? Yes. Yu Long did not say much and asked Ning Fan what he needed spiritual herbs for. However, he did not leave after receiving the jade slip. Each of the 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs would cost tens of thousands of immortal jades at least. If it was a rare herb, it would not be strange to sell it for hundreds of thousands of immortal jades. Yu Long, a mere third revolution pill master with an early nascent soul realm cultivation base, did not have millions of immortal jades to buy the herbs. He was waiting for Ning Fan to give him the money. Why aren't you going? Do you want to disobey my order? This old servant dares not. But, my lord, you need to give me money when you want to buy things. This old servant does not have that much money. It doesn't matter. You can go to the Chinese medicine workshop of the Pleasure Devil sect and ask for the herbs. Most likely, they will not dare to refuse. WH. What? My lord wants this old servant to buy the herbs empty-handed. This is the Pleasure Devil sect, a sect with a spirit-severing realm cultivator. Even though my lord's reputation is great, it is inappropriate to rob the herbs in the territory of the Pleasure Devil sect. Yu Long trembled. He did not dare to disobey Ning Fan's order, but he also did not dare to rob the herbs in the territory of the 10 sections. Take this token and I will guarantee your safety. Ning Fan frowned. He patted his storage pouch and took out a black jade token and gave it to Yu Long. Yu Long was stunned at first, then he felt strange. What kind of token would not cause any trouble when he went to the Chinese medicine workshop of the Pleasure Devil sect? However, when his eyes fell on the black jade token, he was shocked and found it hard to believe. This is... I can't be wrong. This is the ancestor's token of the Pleasure Devil sect. It is the token of Senior Su Rushan. Why is this token in the hands of my lord? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Yes. Yu Long clasped his fists respectfully and left in a hurry. He was afraid that he would annoy Ning Fan again. However, the respect he had for Ning Fan in his heart had risen to the maximum. With this token, it would not be difficult for him to obtain dozens of 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs from the Chinese medicine workshop. However, Yu Long couldn't understand why the token of spirit-severing realm cultivator, Su Rushan, would be in the hands of his master. Rumor had it that Su Rushan was a loner. He never made friends with any external endless sea cultivators and would not give his token to anyone. However, his master had obtained Su Rushen's token. That is to say, no matter what his master does on the Pleasure Immortal Island, Su Rushen would protect him as long as he didn't do anything outrageous. No wonder he was welcomed by the vice-sect master of the Pleasure Devil sect and entered the Black Jade Palace. It turned out that the Pleasure Devil sect's spirit-severing realm old ancestor, Su Rushen, was pleasing my master, to be able to make a spirit-severing realm old ancestor curry favor with him. My master is extraordinary. Following such a master was not a bad thing, but an extremely good thing. Yu Long was overwhelmed with emotions. He left with the token in his hand. Ning Fan pinched the female corpse's soft hand and his eyes slightly narrowed. 17 kinds of 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs were needed to heal the appearance of Hyacinth Lady and Camellia Lady. Fifth Revolution Pill, Facial Restoration Pill. The reason why he asked Yu Long to ask for these herbs was to test Su Rushen's bottom line. He wanted to see how much this person would allow him to ask for. He could help Su Rushen, but Su Rushen must give him enough benefits. The lives of at least 150 wild beasts were not something that could be settled with just 50 drops of nether milk, especially now when Su Rushen was in a terrible fix and was running for his life. If Ning Fan didn't raise the price and extort a huge sum of money from Su Rushen, he would be a fool. Pills, magical treasures, immortal jades and even the heart of Mother Earth. If it's for the heart of Mother Earth and the hope of reaching the spirit-severing realm, it's not impossible to take the risk and kill 150 wild beasts. In short, I'll see if Yu Long's request for these herbs is successful and test Su Rushen's attitude. There are still 3 days. 3 days later. I'll give you my answer. Before that, I'll just stroll around the Pleasure Union Immortal Island. The Pleasure Union Immortal Island was where the Pleasure Devil sect was located. It occupied less than 70,000 li *, 33 m per li. It was considered a small floating island. It didn't seem to fit the status of one of the 10 great sects of the Pleasure Devil sect. However, this island was made up of high-quality spiritual ores. The island was densely packed with spiritual ores and was full of metal spiritual energy. If one cultivates metal element cultivation methods, their cultivation speed would be twice as fast as on Punlai Immortal Island. The Pleasure Devil Sea was famous for its spiritual ores. The magical treasures and weapons here were also of higher quality compared to other places in the external Endless Sea. Moreover, there were many rare spiritual metals produced here. It was said that even mortal void-grade spiritual metal with spirit enhancement could be found occasionally. As for the Great Cultivator Auction, there would even be earth-profound grade spiritual equipment sold here. The outer island occupied 1/3 of the entire island. It was a place for foreign cultivators to rest. The inner island was where the disciples of the Pleasure Devil sect stayed and cultivated. On the outer island, there were tens of thousands of shops which formed more than 10 markets of different sizes. Because of the auction and the secret realm of the broken world, there was an endless stream of cultivators who came to this island. Enjoying the sea breeze, Ning Fan held the obedient female corpse's hand and wandered around the market. Among the crowd, most of them were Gold Core Realm cultivators. There were only a few Harmonious Spirit Realm cultivators. As for Vein Opening Realm cultivators, most of them came with their seniors to see the world. On both sides of the street, there were many rogue cultivators who set up their own stalls. For a temporary stall like this, one only needed to pay 10 immortal jades to get permission to set up a stall. Middle-grade pill cauldron, used to concoct 3rd revolution pills and below, only 600 immortal jades. Bitter spirit pills, a bottle of 20 pills, 800 immortal jades. Harmonious Spirit Dao friends, come and have a look. Middle-grade flying sword, 200 immortal jades. Ugh, although it's a little damaged, it's still usable. The noisy hawking made Ning Fan forget about killing and cultivation. It was as if he had returned to his childhood, to the time when he was still immortal. 10 years in the outside world was 300 years in Ning Fan's life. 300 years was enough for Ning Fan to forget a lot of things. As the sea breeze blew, he spread out his divine sense. Everything within a radius of 3,000 miles, including the rustling of the grass and the people coming and going, was recorded in his mind. 16 years of being immortal, 2 years of warmth in Yu country, 300 years of lonely cultivation journey. Everything was recorded in his mind. Along the way, his fate seemed to have been played by someone in the unseen world. But every time, he had to go against his fate. He couldn't bear to see his master die, he couldn't bear to see Ning City destroyed, he couldn't bear to see Suqiu get killed, he couldn't bear to see Jihe get killed, he didn't like killing people. If he could, he was willing to let time stay in 7 Apricot City forever. But if he didn't kill on this road, he wouldn't have so many relationships and wouldn't feel the warmth of being alive. He held the female corpse's hand and stood silently in the crowd with his eyes closed. His state of mind, however, slowly ascended with the touch. His state of mind was moving towards the late nascent soul realm, just a little bit more, just a little bit more, an opportunity. Ning Fan was secretly shocked. He didn't expect that his state of mind cultivation would be close to a breakthrough at this moment. It was just a little bit more, but no matter what, he couldn't touch it. What's missing? What's missing? His palm that was holding the female corpse was slightly sweaty. His eyes under his eyelids became restless. The black snow in the sky, the surrounding magnetic force, the sea fog. Everything seemed to make Ning Fan feel annoyed and depressed. Scenes of slaughter and bloody memories swirled in his mind, causing him to almost go crazy. It was as if there was a voice representing the heavenly Tao in Ning Fan's heart asking. The devil sea is boundless, turn back and you will be saved, turn back. How can I turn back? If I don't turn back, what should I do? Ning Fan opened his eyes. They were empty and blank, as if he had sunk into his heart devil. But at this moment, the female corpse reached out her hand and caressed Ning Fan's face worriedly. Her soft and choppy voice gently rang in Ning Fan's ears. Light is not troublesome. Look at flowers. In his empty mind, Ning Fan seemed to have heard a voice that was saving him. Is it Weiliang? He focused his mind and his eyes became clear. He was secretly shocked. Just now, I was almost controlled by my heart devil. My cultivation base is rising too fast. My state of mind can't keep up with it. It's really dangerous. He smiled at the female corpse gratefully and rubbed her hair as a sign of gratitude. He was grateful that the female corpse woke him up when he was in danger. Following the female corpse's finger, Ning Fan's eyes fell on a pot of orchid. The petals were pure and white, like a woman's lips, curling outwards. When the sea breeze blew, the orchid swayed gently, giving off a pleasant sound like a silver bell. This is Ling Lan. Moreover, this orchid had 5 white stamens. When the breeze blew, the 5 sounds of gong, shang, jiao, jing, and yu would be heard. Such a rare Ling Lan blooming at the same time and the 5 sounds appearing at the same time was like heavenly music. It was truly rare. Ling Lan. Jihe once said that she wanted a Ling Lan from the endless sea. Jihe, when he thought of Jihe, Ning Fan's heart gradually calmed down. His lips curved into a warm smile. As for the heart devil, he no longer had to worry about it. Since I have already fallen into the devil sea, why should I turn back? My left hand is stained with the blood of all the enemies in the world. My right hand is erased of all the sins of life. If you are here, I will have no regrets. Ning Fan took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with indifference. At this moment, his mental state had risen to the late nascent soul realm. In the early nascent soul realm, he was a sharp sword. In the mid-nascent soul realm, he was a sheathed sword. In the late nascent soul realm, he was an edgeless sword. All the sharpness was removed, leaving only the weight. He looked at the Ling Lan and smiled faintly. How much is this flower? The owner of the stall was a harmonious spirit girl. She had an ordinary appearance but was untainted by dust. When her eyes met Ning Fan's, her face immediately reddened. 100 immortal jades, 100? Yes. Yes. Although this Ling Lan is an ordinary spiritual herb and is young, it blooms with 5 flowers and sounds. It is a rare flower that only appears once in 1,000 years. It has a name called Flying Immortal. If young master thinks that it is expensive, 95 immortal jades is fine. How about 90? The girl was slightly nervous. 100 immortal jades was enough to buy an ordinary mid-grade magical treasure. Normal cultivators would not buy flowers, unless they were cultivators with a special hobby who loved flowers as much as their own lives. She had set up a stall here for 3 days. If she still couldn't sell this flower, it would be a huge loss. Her nervous eyes made Ning Fan feel a little amused. Flying immortal, huh? The 5 sounds are like music, but it has the intent of flying immortal. I want this flower. Here are 200 immortal jades. Take the extra as my thanks, thanks. Thanks for this, Ling Lan. It reminded Ning Fan of his worries and helped him break through his state of mind. Of course, the girl didn't understand this gratitude. Her eyes were filled with joy. It was rare to see a flower in the mortal world being sold for 200 immortal jades. Just as Ning Fan paid and before he could keep the flower pot, a girl's surprised voice was heard from the crowd. This orchid has 5 flowers and 5 sounds. All of them are white. Isn't this the famous species of flying immortal? I didn't expect such a wonderful flower to be found in this small market. After the woman's voice rang out, a cultured and refined male's voice immediately rang out, indifferently fawning over her. Hee, it is the flower's honor if Miss Chioling likes this flower. Then, a man and a woman, together with 8 guards, squeezed through the crowd and came to the girl's stall. As soon as this group of people appeared, some cultivators recognized them and scattered in all directions. This girl is the daughter of the pleasure devil old ancestor, the young lady of the Su family, Su Chioling. Isn't her companion the son of the vice sect master of the 10 sects profound virtue sect? Hiss. Let's leave quickly. Don't get involved in this trouble. Among them, the young man was wearing a high hat and wide belt. His ears were drooping to his shoulders. He was elegant and handsome. His face was like jade. He was wearing a light golden robe, giving him a noble aura. He didn't care about the comments of the crowd. He took a step forward and his eyes fell on Ning Fan. He smiled politely. This friend, I am Zhao Zijing of the Profound Virtue Sect. My female companion has taken a fancy to this orchid. I wonder if you can part with it. This person didn't reveal his chi. But Ning Fan could tell that he was a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator and the woman was a peak gold core realm cultivator. As for the other 8 guards, except for one who was at the early nascent soul realm, the others were all peak gold core realm cultivators. Even though this person's words were polite, he naturally had the intention to oppress Ning Fan by mentioning the name of the 10 sects Profound Virtue Sect. Moreover, this person's eyes were undetectable. When he glanced at the female corpse, his eyes flashed with surprise. This scene didn't escape Ning Fan's observation. Even though this person had a dignified appearance, he probably wasn't a good person. I'm sorry. This flower is a gift for my wife. I can't part with it. But you don't understand the value of the flying immortal. You don't understand flowers, but you still have this flower. It's obviously a waste. If you are willing to part with this flower, I will give you 10,000 immortal jades. How about it? The woman in yellow named Su Chioling frowned and said. Whether you understand it or not, this flower is mine. Besides, I don't lack 10,000 immortal jades. Ning Fan held the female corpse's hand and walked away. The young man in golden robes called Zhao Zijing took a step forward and blocked Ning Fan's path with his arm. His handsome smile contained a trace of gloominess. 10,000 immortal jades isn't low. It's better for fellow Daoists to part with it. Oh, interesting. If I don't part with this flower, don't tell me that you, a mere mid-nascent soul realm cultivator, will dare to attack me? Ning Fan stopped and sneered. A mere mid-nascent soul realm cultivator. This friend, you sure have a big mouth. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Zhao Zijing's eyes turned cold. His bone age was 900 years old, but he had already cultivated to the mid-nascent soul realm. A mid-nascent soul realm cultivator at the age of 900 years old. It was highly possible for him to break through to the peak nascent soul realm in this lifetime and be known as one of the 7 sons of the external endless sea. Among the 7 sons of the external endless sea, he was considered the weakest. However, his aptitude was already terrifying to ordinary people. However, this young man in front of him actually dared to say that he, Zhao Zijing, was a mere mid-nascent soul realm cultivator. What kind of cultivation base did this person have? How could he be so arrogant? He was a dignified nascent soul realm cultivator, yet he still dared to talk back to him. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to maintain his composure in front of a beauty, he, Zhao Zijing, would have already punished this person. Zhao Zijing's smile didn't diminish. However, he secretly planted an imprint on Ning Fan's body with his spirit sense. It was most probably for revenge later. This imprint couldn't be hidden from Ning Fan. However, he didn't care about it at all. This Zhao Zijing was courting death. However, what made Ning Fan surprised was Su Qiuling's attitude. She walked towards Ning Fan with light steps and persuaded Zhao Zijing. Forget it, brother Zhao. Although the Ascension realm is good, this young master's words weren't rude. This flower is bought by him, so it belongs to him. Father has been worrying about important matters recently. It's better not to create trouble. While speaking, she secretly used her spirit sense to erase Zhao Zijing's imprint. Although it was a peak gold core spirit sense, it was enough to erase the imprint of a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator. That spirit sense seemed to be quite unique. Ning Fan was secretly surprised. This woman has a good heart. For the sake of this woman, I won't do any harm to Zhao Zijing's offense. Young master, you should leave quickly. Be careful when you do things in the future. The Endless Sea isn't a peaceful place. Su Qiuling didn't think too highly of Ning Fan. In her opinion, Ning Fan was most likely just a harmonious spirit realm cultivator. It was very dangerous to offend a nascent soul realm cultivator with such a temperament. However, how many people in the world would be willing to offend a nascent soul realm cultivator for a flower? Could it be that this person was actually a lover of flowers? Thank you for your kind words. Ning Fan held the female corpse's hand and left indifferently. From the beginning to the end, he didn't look at Su Qiuling. Such indifference was definitely not a pretense of Zhao Zijing. This made Su Qiuling secretly surprised. This young man looked like an ordinary person, but he was extraordinary. She didn't know where he came from. Her eyes slightly flashed with a trace of brilliance, which turned into a smile. It was a recognition of Ning Fan's bearing. That's right. Only a gentleman who attends flowers can have such a unique poison. When this trace of brilliance fell into Zhao Zijing's eyes, his heart turned cold. Humph. This Zhao has been trying to please this woman every day, but she didn't smile at me. That person who stole her flower made her smile. Humph. Sure enough, she's a whore. However, this woman is still a spirit-severing realm cultivator. Father told me to make this woman feel at ease. Only then can Father be promoted from the position of Vice Sect Master to the position of Sect Master with Su Russian's good impression. Zhao Zijing's expression didn't change, but his words were somewhat cold. He also saw that Su Qiuling erased the mark he left on her. Obviously, she wanted to protect this Ning Fan whom she just met for the first time. In his heart, he was even more determined to settle the score with this Ning Fan. A mere junior in front of a nascent soul realm senior was too impudent. Friend, do you not dare to leave your name? Zhao Zijing's words were filled with coldness. You don't want to know my name. Ning Fan didn't turn his head, but there was an unerasable evil qi in his words. This evil qi had been freely released after the advancement of his mental state. It was only directed at Zhao Zijing. This evil qi made Zhao Zijing's eyes widen in surprise. The nascent soul in his dantian trembled and was on the verge of collapse. His expression greatly changed. Who is this person? Such a tyrannical evil qi was definitely not a nameless person in the external endless sea. Perhaps only the first of the 7 scions of the external endless sea could be compared to him. Investigate. Find out this person's background. This Zhao wants to see who this person is. He's so arrogant that he doesn't even dare to leave his name. Zhao Zijing instructed through telepathy. He sneered in his heart. So what if this person is strong? As long as he doesn't have the background of one of the 10 great sects, I have ways to crush him to death. Su Qiuling looked at Zhao Zijing with disgust and said indifferently. This little girl isn't feeling well. I will return to the blissful summit to rest for the time being. In that case, brother Zhao, please do as you wish. Zhao Zijing's eyes were still as calm as before, but his heart was burning with anger. What a whore who likes the new and hates the old. One day, I, Zhao Zijing, will make you fall into my hands, forget it. I'll find out the background of this stinking brat first. Since he's so arrogant, he probably has a weak cultivation base but has a strong background. He might be a young master of a second-rate force in the external endless sea. So what if he's a second-rate force? When the 7 scions of the external endless sea arrive, I, Zhao Zijing, will still dare to kill him even if he has a late nascent soul realm cultivation base. What's more, he's just a mere ant. A stretch of road, a stretch of dusk. Ning Fan calmed himself down. With the improvement of his state of mind, he became even steadier. There were 8 people sneaking behind him, but he didn't care. They were courting death. The magnetic force of the joyous Union Island was so strong that even nascent soul cultivators wouldn't dare to spread out their spirit sense, but Ning Fan did. Those lackeys of Zhao Zijing thought that they were following Ning Fan's in secret, but they didn't expect that they were already 4 people in Ning Fan's eyes. Light has bad people. The female corpse's innocent eyes were filled with worry. Bad guy. What about me? Ning Fan asked with a smile. Light is good. The woman nodded firmly. Silly girl. Ning Fan could not help but chuckle and shake his head while stroking the black hair of the female corpse. Humans could not be differentiated by good or bad. The 8 people behind him were not bad people. They were people who were about to die. Within 2 days, Ning Fan seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard. However, his movement technique was extremely fast and he had already visited all 13 markets on the outer island. He bought the temple flower for the female corpse, as well as a lot of spirit ores, spirit herbs, and pill recipes. Countless cultivators brushed past Ning Fan, but none of them knew how strong he was. The 8 of them were still following him. However, Ning Fan was walking further and further away. Eventually, he arrived at an uninhabited island region. Lu Wujia was puzzled, extremely puzzled. For 2 consecutive days, he followed Zhao Zijing's order and followed Ning Fan, trying to find out his background. However, the result was that Ning Fan did not come into contact with anyone at all. He also did not return to the inn where he stayed. As such, without any proof, they could not figure out the origins of this person. The more he followed Ning Fan, the more astonished he became. In just 2 days, Ning Fan and the female corpse had visited all 13 markets on the island. They had spent at least 10 million immortal jades to purchase spiritual herbs, spiritual ores, and pill recipes. 10 million immortal jades. What kind of young master could carry such a huge amount of money? Although he was considered a nascent soul foreign minister of Xuanda sect, after cultivating for 1,400 years, he did not even have more than 2 million immortal jade when he was at his most well-off. He suddenly realized that Su Qiuling and Zhao Zijing's attempt to intimidate the young man in front of him with 10,000 immortal jade was really showing off in front of an expert and making a fool of themselves. This person's wealth was probably more than Zhao Zijing's father. As for Lu Wujin, he still could not see through Ning Fan's cultivation base after observing him for 2 days. Sometimes, his aura was at the harmonious spirit realm, vein opening realm, gold core realm, nascent soul realm, and sometimes, his aura was comparable to a peak nascent soul realm cultivator. This fluctuating qi made Lu Wujin feel a deep fear. If it wasn't for the magical treasure that gave off a false aura, this person's cultivation base had already surpassed his own cultivation base. Boss, are we still following? The 7 gold core realm cultivators behind him were already somewhat afraid. Follow. If we don't find out the truth, young lord won't let us off. However, why is this person walking further and further in the wrong direction? That's right. This place is so remote. It's really a good place to kill someone and steal their treasures. Hiss. At the mention of killing and seizing treasures, the 8 of them felt a chill down their spines. An extremely bad feeling arose in their hearts. At this moment, Ning Fan, who was 1000 zhang *3. 33 m per zhang, ahead of him halted his footsteps amidst the thick sea mist and black snow. Along the way, he did not leave a single footprint on the black snow, drifting like a ghost. At this moment, Ning Fan turned around. His eyes flashed with a cold light. The gentleness and elegance that he had displayed during the past 2 days was nowhere to be seen. You bunch of ants, do you really want to know my name? It's really tiring to follow me for 2 days. There was no joy or anger in his words. The only thing that could be felt was the bone-chilling devil might. Under the disturbance of this devil might, Lu Wujin could no longer hold back his qi and revealed himself. The other gold core realm cultivators also felt a chill in their hearts and got rid of their invisibility. The young man in front of them only took 1 step. However, this step seemed to be stepping on the heaven and earth, causing ripples to form. When the ripples reached him, Lu Wujin spurted out blood and was sent flying. He was already severely injured. As for the other 7 gold core realm cultivators, their bodies exploded into a mist of blood. Their faces were filled with disbelief, but they were already dead. You. Who are you? How dare you kill someone in the territory of the 10 sects? Don't you know that the 10 sects are like brothers? Who am I? Who do you think I am? The second step, Ning Fan's black hair fluttered in the wind and snow. His body was surrounded by a terrifying evil qi that turned into a faint blood-red light. Under this evil qi, Lu Wuzhen's heart trembled. One of his arms was severed by the sword shadow that appeared out of nowhere. Ah! He screamed and fell into a pool of blood. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the young man who was approaching him step by step. Who do you think I am? The third step, with this step, Lu Wuzhen's body was crushed. In the mist of blood, his tiny nascent soul trembled uncontrollably. He didn't even dare to form a spell to teleport, 3 steps to trample the heavens and kill Yuan Shu, surnamed Zhou, the arrogance of someone who dares to kill anyone, that's right. That's right. There was only one devil in the external endless sea who behaved like this. Lu Wuzhen suddenly recalled that 2 days ago, when his young lord fiercely asked for Ning Fan's name, Ning Fan's sneer and reply. You wouldn't want to know my name. Yes. Indeed, if Lu Wuzhen was given a chance to choose again, he wouldn't want to know that the weak young man that he had been following for 2 days was actually the madman who made the external endless sea silent after a massacre, Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming. He was Zhou Ming. His young lord had gotten himself into trouble. Huge trouble. He must tell his young lord about this news immediately. He must escape. He must escape from the Pleasure Devil Sea and return to the Xuanda sect. He must ask for the spirit-severing old ancestors' protection. Otherwise, no one below the spirit-severing realm would be able to withstand Zhou Ming's devil might. Broken nascent blood escape. Lu Wuzhen suddenly formed a spell. His nascent soul trembled violently and immediately became illusory. 90% of his cultivation base had dissipated due to the tremble. The illusory nascent soul turned into a ray of blood-red light and traveled 1,000 miles in an instant, heading straight for the Rising Sparrow platform. I must tell my young lord about this news. I must. Oh? He's a loyal servant. However, he's an enemy. Cut the grass and remove the roots. The corner of Ning Fan's mouth curved into a cold smile. He held the female corpse and took a step forward, disappearing into the snowstorm. The snow was falling. On the Rising Sparrow platform, more than 20 nascent soul realm cultivators were enjoying the snow, the black snow and the 4th grade spirit wine, Blacking Luo. The experts were warming the wine, chatting and discussing the Tao. Among them, the most eye-catching were the 7 youths, the 7 sons of the external endless sea. They were the 7 most talented youths in the external endless sea. Among the 7, Zhao Zijing was only at the bottom. Among the 7, a cultivation of 900 years at the middle nascent soul stage was insignificant. The third in aptitude was Lu Zong of the Ice Soul sect. This person formed his nascent soul when he was 600 years old and reached the mid-stage of 700 years old. His soul streamer could contain millions of souls. He could even fight against a nascent soul cultivator. The person with the second highest aptitude was Qingyun Sword Faction's Luan. This person formed his nascent soul at the age of 500, mid-stage at the age of 600, and advanced to the nascent soul stage at the age of 900. With a sword in hand, he once fought Luo Fei, a grand cultivator of the Purple Charm sect, to a draw. The one with the best aptitude was Wan Yin from the Dao sect. This person formed his nascent soul at 400 years old, reached the middle stage of nascent soul at 500 years old, advanced to nascent soul at 600 years old, and reached the peak of nascent soul at 900 years old. He had once fought to a draw with the former East Pagoda master of the Lost World Palace, Dong Qing. The 7 of them drank, but they appeared to be united, but they were actually divided. However, there was a trace of impatience in Zhao Zijing's eyes, which attracted everyone's attention. Oh? Brother Zhao seems to have a knot in his heart? Could it be that there was something troubling him? Do you want me to help you vent your anger? Lu Zong fiddled with a blood-red streamer and smiled evilly. Thank you for your concern, Brother Lu. It's just that an ant who hasn't even reached the harmonious spirit realm spoke rudely to me. I have already sent someone to follow that person, but he might be slacking off because he didn't have any evidence. Otherwise, he would have reported back after 2 days. In the territory of the 10 sects, there is a harmonious spirit realm junior who dares to provoke Brother Zhao. Lu An's eyes flashed. The huge scabbard on his back was shining with silver light in the wind and snow. That's right. I have imprinted this person's appearance. Brothers, please take a look. If there's a chance, help me get rid of this person. That way, I will be able to sweep away my depression. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Zijing patted his storage pouch and took out a jade slip. With a few hand seals, an illusory image was reflected from the jade slip, replaying the scene of that day. In the illusory image, Ning Fan's sneering expression, indifferent attitude and the words "just a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator" immediately made Lu Zong and several other geniuses unhappy. Although they were geniuses, they were also mid-nascent soul realm cultivators. Didn't that mean that they were also just in Ning Fan's words? Humph. This person is so arrogant. However, this person seems a little familiar. The young master of the Purple Charm sect sneered, but his eyes were filled with a trace of confusion. Familiar? Speaking of which, it does seem like I've seen him before, but it also seems like I haven't. The young master of the Profound Firmament sect said with a solemn expression. Seeing so many people seem to have seen Ning Fan before, Zhao Zijing felt strange. Could this person really be a disciple of a powerful sect in the external endless sea? But if that's the case, why haven't I heard of this person before? While he was pondering, an elder of the Profound Firmament sect slapped his thigh and pointed at Ning Fan's illusory image with a surprised expression. It's him. It's him. I've seen this person before. Young Master Zhao is wrong. How could this person be a harmonious spirit cultivator? He is clearly a mid-nascent soul cultivator. When he goes berserk, his aura is even stronger than a late-nascent soul cultivator. The one who spoke was an elder of the Profound Sky sect from the Mystic Light Celestial Island. He was at the mid-nascent soul realm, and his surname was Jiang. This person's voice naturally attracted everyone's attention. Zhao Zijing was secretly shocked. If what Elder Jiang said was true, and this person was a nascent intermediate stage cultivator with battle prowess comparable to a nascent late stage cultivator, then wouldn't he have offended a ruthless person? But why had he never heard of this person before? Elder Jiang, are you joking? If this person is at the mid-nascent soul realm, how could I not sense his cultivation? No. I can joke about other things, but I definitely won't joke about this. More than 10 years ago, this old man led the disciples of the sect to the sea to kill the mermaids for training. However, it happened to be during the 10,000 mermaids riot. 10,000 mermaids and mermen riot? Oh, it's that time. I heard that it was caused by the people of the Demon Sealing Palace in the inner endless sea. Zhao Zijing nodded his head. However, Elder Jiang's next words caused Zhao Zijing's expression to change. Not only him, but all the youths were secretly shocked. At that time, it was like a ferocious devil that could travel 1,000 miles in an instant. The expert who passed by me was this person. This person sacrificed his sea of consciousness in exchange for the ability to travel 1,000 miles in an instant. I can't forget that crazy and cold gaze of his. This person asked for the location of the 10,000 mermaids riot and rushed into the group of mermaids alone. What? One person against 10,000 mermaids? A speed of 1,000 miles in an instant? Could this person really be a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator? The scene became silent for a moment. Even Lu Zong and the others who threatened to stand up for Zhao Zijing were silent. A mid-nascent soul realm cultivator that was comparable to a late-nascent soul realm cultivator was still fine. However, if he was a lunatic, no one would be willing to offend a lunatic. Only God knows if this lunatic would risk his life or not. Zhao Zijing let out a few dry coughs and exchanged glances with another elder of the Xuanda sect. Both of them could see the fear in each other's eyes. It seemed like the 8 people that he, Zhao Zijing, had sent to follow Ning Fan this time and failed to return. Most likely, they had been killed by Ning Fan. However, even if this person was a lunatic, he shouldn't be crazy enough to kill the experts of the 10 sects in the territory of the 10 sections. After calming himself down, Zhao Zijing poured 2 cups of wine and said with a calm smile. Shattering his sea of consciousness and traveling 1,000 miles in an instant. This kind of madness is indeed terrifying. However, he is just a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator after all. From what Elder Jiang said, even though this person's strength is extraordinary, he is just a rogue cultivator after all. Judging from the direction he is heading, he is most likely a rogue cultivator from the coastal cultivation countries. In that case, he has no roots in the external endless sea. What is there to be afraid of? But before he could finish drinking, another person spoke up. I've seen this person before. A few days ago, when I entered the Pleasure Devil Sea, I saw this person fighting against the 5 devils from afar. It seemed like he was trying to save the fairies of the Baiyao sect. I recognized that the 5 devils were the famous 5 ugliest monks of the Black Buddha sect. That's why I didn't dare to help the Baiyao sect and left first. As for that person or the 5 ugliest monks, I don't know who won. However, I heard that the sect master of the Baiyao sect has arrived at this island safely. If this person is still alive, it means that this person has saved the female cultivators from the hands of the 5 ugliest monks. 5 ugliest monks. The 5 ugliest monks of the Black Buddha sect. Elder Shui, are you sure you didn't see wrongly? I'm sure. However, I don't know the result of the battle between this person and the 5 devils. What kind of result do you want? Yesterday, when I passed by the outer island, I saw the vice sect master of the Black Buddha sect, old devil Xie Guang, who was at the early spirit severing realm. As soon as he entered the outer island, he flew into a rage. I heard that the 5 ugliest monks of the Black Buddha sect were killed. If Elder Shui is not mistaken, this person is the one who killed the 5 devils. Kiss the 20+ nascent soul realm cultivators at the scene gasped at the same time. As for the jade goblet in Zhao Zijing's hand, it fell to the ground with a *pa* sound and shattered into pieces. Their hearts were filled with waves of shock. The 5 ugliest monks. The late nascent soul realm cultivator, Mi Lian, was the leader while the other 4 mid-nascent soul realm cultivators were his assistants. Rumor has it that Mi Lian had a second nascent soul realm cultivator. His true combat power was comparable to that of a peak nascent soul realm cultivator. With the help of the 5 of them, he could be considered as a mid-level expert among the peak nascent soul realm cultivators of the internal sea. However, the 5 ugliest monks were actually dead. Before he died, he even fought against Ning Fan. Doesn't this mean that the person who killed the 5 devils is Ning Fan? If that's the case, how could he be a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator? He is obviously a peak nascent soul realm cultivator. Moreover, he is considered as one of the top experts among the peak nascent soul realm cultivators. At this moment, Luan of the Azure Cloud Sword sect, who was on par with Luo Fei, had his sword humming behind his back. At this moment, Wang Yin of the Daofa sect, who was undefeated in the battle against Dong Qing, had a hint of light flashing across his eyes. There is actually a handsome young man in the external endless sea who has the combat power of a peak nascent soul realm cultivator. Zhao Zijing's mind was in a mess. If Ning Fan is a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator, he would only be wary of him even if he is a lunatic. However, if Ning Fan is a peak nascent soul realm cultivator and he is a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator, Zhao Zijing could not afford to offend him at all. His father was the vice sect master of the Profound Virtue sect, but his cultivation base was only at the mid-nascent soul realm. Zhao Zijing himself was also a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator. Thus, he had to be polite to late nascent soul realm cultivators. As for peak nascent soul realm cultivators, even divine transformation realm cultivators had to be polite to them. How could Zhao Zijing afford to offend them? Damn it. Why hasn't Lu Wuzhen returned yet? Could something have happened to him? No. Even if he is a peak nascent soul realm cultivator, he would not kill the experts of the 10 sects in the territory of the 10 sects. However, I have offended him after all. Even if I didn't offend him too deeply, there might still be room for negotiation. Zhao Zijing no longer had the mood to drink wine. He suddenly rose to his feet and gave an order to the mid-nascent soul realm elders behind him. Elder Yuan, quickly prepare a generous gift. I want to pay a visit to this peak nascent soul realm cultivator and apologize to him. If he knew that this person was a peak nascent soul realm cultivator, why would he, Zhao Zijing, send someone to follow him? If he knew that this person was a peak nascent soul realm cultivator, how would he, Zhao Zijing, dare to leave a tracking mark on him? Ridiculous. Ridiculous, he painstakingly recruited experts of the external endless sea to expand his father's forces. In the end, he offended a peak nascent soul realm cultivator. However, it was already too late for Zhao Zijing to have such a beautiful dream. All of a sudden, the smell of blood filled the air along with the wind and snow. Immediately, all the experts put on a vigilant expression. In the night sky, a ray of blood-red light flashed. Then, an illusory, heavily injured nascent soul realm cultivator dashed towards them in fear. His face was filled with panic. Zhao Zijing's face was filled with shock. Then, he flew into a rage. The severely injured nascent soul realm cultivator in front of him was none other than Lu Wuzhen. He attacked you. How dare he? Even if he is a peak nascent soul realm cultivator, how can I let this matter rest after injuring a nascent soul realm elder of my 10 sex? No. No, seeing that his young lord was still unaware of the danger, the illusory nascent soul realm cultivator was burning with anxiety. After half a day, he barely managed to utter a few words. Run. Run. It's him, run. Why do you have to run? I respect him as a peak nascent soul realm cultivator and treat him with respect. However, he injured a nascent soul realm cultivator of my sect. This matter must be explained to the divine transformation realm old ancestor of my sect. Thinking about how the mysterious peak nascent soul realm cultivator injured Lu Wuzhen, Zhao Zijing pretended to be righteous, but he was actually secretly happy. Great, this is great. If this person didn't injure him, then it would be troublesome if he offended him. Since this person injured someone, then this matter was no longer a conflict between Zhao Zijing and this person. Instead, it was a conflict between this person and the entire Xianxia sect. The divine transformation realm old ancestor would not just sit back and do nothing. I don't need to be afraid of any peak nascent soul realm cultivator. Run. Run. Lu Wuzhen desperately squeezed out a few words. He was extremely loyal. However, he didn't know that his young lord was extremely happy that he was severely injured. What are you running for? You coward. Lu Wuzhen, I order you to lead the way and find this peak nascent soul realm cultivator. Today, I must make this person give my Xianxia sect an explanation. An explanation? You don't deserve it. At this moment, a blood-red evil chi swept across the rising sparrow stage. More than 20 nascent soul realm experts felt like they were suffocating under the evil chi. In the wind and snow, a young man in white robes and a black cloak appeared. His eyes were cold and indifferent. Behind him was a woman with the same cold expression. When this person appeared, the chest of all the nascent soul realm experts trembled. Early nascent soul realm experts coughed out blood and were injured. Those mid-nascent soul realm experts were not injured, but their chi was in a mess. Even the number one genius among the peak nascent soul realm cultivators, Wang Yun, had a drastic change of expression. Even though he was a genius, under Ning Fan's intense gaze, he felt like he was hallucinating. He was definitely not a match for this person. Once they fight, he would definitely die. He had only felt this kind of feeling from the divine transformation realm old ancestor of his sect. It's him. It's him. Among the peak nascent soul realm cultivators in the external endless sea, there was only one person who could make Wang Yun afraid. He was Zhou Ming. It's him. Zhou Ming. Lu Wuzhen finally said a complete sentence. However, it was too late. These two simple words were even more shocking than the might of that one step. As soon as these two words left his mouth, the people of the other 6 sects cupped their fists and fled far away. They quickly drew a clear line between themselves and the Xianxia sect. No matter what happened tonight, it would not be surprising. Even if Zhao Zijing died, it would be because the other party was Zhou Ming. No matter what happened tonight, it would have nothing to do with them because the other party was Zhou Ming. The endless sea was such a place. Killing one is a crime, killing 10,000 is a hero. The more ferocious the devil, the more enemies you make, the less people would dare to provoke you. On the contrary, showing weakness and befriending others would be considered as cowardice. Zhao Zijing's body trembled because he had offended Zhou Ming. This person could fight against 3 peak nascent soul realm cultivators alone. Even the old ancestor of the sect had given a strict order. All disciples must not provoke this devil. Otherwise, it would have nothing to do with the sect if they died in the hands of this devil. You can die now. Killing intent flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. Zhao Zijing completely collapsed on the ground. I'm done for. To be continued. Don't kill me. Zhao Zijing fell to the ground and looked at the indifferent young man in front of him. He was already at a loss. Seeing the young man walking towards him step by step while the other 6 disciples of the external endless sea abandoned him without any sense of loyalty, how could he not know that he was going to die today? Who was the devil that should not be offended in the external endless sea? If it was a few years ago, there would be a mountain of them. This person had the support of the venerated 7 of the internal endless sea. His magnetic force was at the peak of perfection. He killed countless people and even dared to sell their wives and daughters as human cauldrons. This person should not be offended. However, today, the person that should not be offended the most was undoubtedly Zhou Ming. No matter how arrogant Su Rushan was, he still belonged to a sect. He needed to complete venerated giant's order and take into consideration the interests of the 10 sections. The other 12 divine transformation realm cultivators of the external endless sea should not act recklessly either. However, Zhou Ming did not care. No one could predict this person's background. This person did not belong to any sect or faction. He was a loner and did not have to worry about killing people. His strength was invincible below the divine transformation realm. Ordinary grand cultivators could not be compared to him. In addition, this person was arrogant and fearless. His notoriety was far greater than the 13 divine transformation realm cultivators. If he was a divine transformation realm cultivator, he might have to consider Xuanda sect's reputation. However, Zhou Ming did not need to consider Xuanda sect's reputation. Revered Ming, please forgive me, Zhao Zijing begged for mercy in fear. However, Ning Fan continued to move forward indifferently. The closer he got, the stronger the feeling of death. Seeing that their young master was in danger, the nascent soul realm cultivator behind Zhao Zijing gritted his teeth and rushed towards Ning Fan despite the fear in their eyes. Don't hurt my master. The nascent soul realm cultivator chose to self-destruct without any hesitation. As for the nascent soul realm cultivator, he chose to self-destruct and perish together with Ning Fan. That was a kind of spirit that was not afraid of death. It was a spirit that Zhao Zijing could never understand. The self-destruction of the 2 nascent soul realm cultivators turned into destructive waves of magic power. The blood-red primordial force tore heaven and earth apart, producing a sizzling sound. It was like a drop of blood falling into boiling oil. At that moment, the entire heaven and earth began to explode from this point. Even a late nascent soul realm cultivator would be heavily injured if they were to be rashly engulfed by this blood-red primordial force. The nascent soul experts of the 6 sects watched from afar. Even Wang Yun, Luan and Lu Zong had serious expressions on their faces as they watched the blood-colored explosion. Even if the 3 of them were caught in the explosion of such a vast nascent soul, it would be difficult for them to escape unscathed. Could Zhou Ming take it? Although this person was the strongest person below the divine transformation realm, he was ultimately not a divine transformation realm expert. Zhao Zijing revealed a crazed look of delight. Good. You too. Well done. He would blow Zhou Ming up as well. This young lord did not treat the 2 of you in vain. He had a cold and indifferent personality, and he did not feel the slightest bit sad for their tragic deaths. But the next moment, the smoke and dust dispersed and the elemental energy dissipated. He could no longer smile. However, as soon as the blood-red explosion of Yuan Qi swept towards Ning Fan's big hand made a grabbing motion. A silver light shone brightly. This grabbing motion was like grabbing the heaven and earth. All the scattered Yuan Qi was absorbed into his palm and turned into a blood-red ball of light. This ball of light was the full force of the explosion. If it were to spread, everything within 1,000 miles of the rising Sparrow Terrace would be razed to the ground. But when he held it in his palm, it could not be dispersed at all. Wang Yan's eyes turned cold. There's no mistake. This Zhou Ming is actually a half-step jade life body refinement realm cultivator. Just his physical body alone is enough to resist the primordial force of heaven and earth, unless his primordial force is condensed to the next level and turned into the heavenly spiritual force. There is nothing that can harm his physical body. However, even Wang Yun did not expect Ning Fan to open his mouth and swallow the blood-red ball of light. That terrifying tearing force could not tear his physical body apart at all. After all, it's the blood power of the 2 nascent souls' self-destruction. I shouldn't waste it. Ning Fan remained unscathed amidst the black snow. He flicked his sleeves and two ghosts floated towards him. They were Lu Wuzhen and the elder who self-destructed. The two of you are loyal. However, you have followed the wrong master. I will kill the two of you, but I will not destroy your souls. Quickly reincarnate. He flicked his sleeves and the two ghosts immediately turned into light spots and dissipated. However, their expressions were extremely complicated. Zhou Ming. What kind of person is he? He could kill people wantonly and save their souls during the self-destruction and send them into the cycle of reincarnation. Was it because the two of them were considered as loyal and righteous men? Loyalty and righteousness? In the cultivation world, would there be anyone who valued loyalty and righteousness? Their young master was happy because of the death of the two of them. On the contrary, although the enemy killed the two of them, he gave them a chance to reincarnate. Many thanks. The two spirits finally spoke up. However, Ning Fan's expression remained unmoved. He said indifferently, choose a good master in your next life. There were two types of enemies. The first type was those that he had no choice but to kill. If such people were worthy of his respect, Ning Fan would only kill them once and not destroy the cycle of reincarnation. The other type was those that he had to kill. For such people, even their souls would be destroyed and they would be buried in the cycle of reincarnation. No one would be able to protect Zhao Zijing anymore. His originally elegant and handsome face was now distorted due to excessive fear. No. Impossible. That was the self-destruction of a nascent soul realm cultivator. How could you block it so easily? Impossible. You can't kill me. You can't. I will give you whatever you want. I will even become your slave. I don't need a slave like you. Ning Fan lifted his foot and stomped down on Zhao Zijing's head. At this moment, two muffled voices that had been hiding in the dark for a long time finally resounded. Fellow Taoist Zhou, please have mercy. Little friend, please stop. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. Judging from the aura of these two people, they were undoubtedly spirit-severing realm cultivators. From the moment he entered the Phoenix Ascending platform, Ning Fan already knew that there were spirit-severing realm cultivators lying in wait here. Moreover, he could vaguely sense that there were a few spirit-severing realm cultivators here. The news did not spread on the island at all. After all, the 7 sons of the external endless sea were the future successors of the 10 sections. Even if the spirit-severing realm old ancestors did not like them, they would still protect them. One of the two people who stopped Ning Fan was the spirit-severing realm old ancestor of the Purple Charm sect, Sui Tong. The other person was the spirit-severing realm old ancestor of the Cloud Treading sect, Yan Zhongze. There were 2 reasons why they came to the Pleasure Devil Sea. Firstly, it was Su Russian's invitation to oversee the Pleasure Devil Sea. After all, there would be a divine transformation realm cauldron being auctioned in the Pleasure Devil Sea. Some of the divine transformation realm experts in the internal sea might hide their cultivation base and go against the agreement between the Rain Palace and the internal sea by going out to the sea on their own. Secondly, it was to protect the 7 disciples of the outer sea when necessary. After all, these 7 people were the most likely to break through to the divine transformation realm in the next 1,000 years. They might be the future successors of the 10 sects. As for Zhao Zijing, the 2 semi-god realm cultivators didn't take him seriously at all. Whether it was his intelligence, character, cultivation level, or talent, he was the weakest among the 7 disciples. If Zhou Ming killed this person, even if the Xuanda sect's own soul formation patriarch was dissatisfied, they would not go to the extent of fighting Zhou Ming to death just because of Zhao Zijing. If everything went as expected, Zhou Ming would definitely reach the soul formation stage in the next few hundred years. Once he did, he would be invincible in the early stages. There were 13 soul formation cultivators in the outer endless sea, and no one was willing to become his mortal enemy. However, if the 2 of them watched as Zhou Ming slaughtered the outer sea's 7 scions, they would not be able to justify themselves if they did nothing. What did the outside world say about them? 2 dignified soul formation cultivators didn't dare to save Zhou Ming because they were afraid of him. It could be said that they were afraid of him after the incident, but it would be described as fear before the incident. From their point of view, it was more than enough for them to protect Zhao Zijing. No matter how arrogant Zhou Ming was, he would still have to give them some face before he reached the divine transformation realm. However, Ning Fan was not surprised at all when the 2 of them stopped him. He had already expected that the two of them would definitely stop him if he really killed Zhao Zijing. However, what he wanted to see was not the performance of the two of them but the attitude of the third divine transformation realm cultivator. Su Rushan was also here. However, he did not show himself. He was still observing. From Su Rushan's standpoint, he should protect Zhao Zijing. However, he was hesitating. On one hand, he wanted to please Ning Fan. On the other hand, he wanted to maintain the relationship between the 10 sects. Even though this person relies on me, he still doesn't think highly of me. He knows that I'm the #1 cultivator below the divine transformation realm, but he doesn't know whether I'm close to the divine transformation realm or not. Therefore, he isn't sure what kind of benefits he should use to please me. The profound Jade Palace was just a test. The 50 drops of dark milk was also a test. I'm testing his sincerity while he's testing my strength. Since that's the case, I'll show my strength and see what kind of benefits this Su Rushan is willing to pay in order to befriend me. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with determination and he stomped his foot. Zhao Zijing's head was crushed by that stomp and his brain was smashed into smithereens. As for Ning Fan, he grabbed Zhao Zijing's fleeing nascent soul with his big hand and swallowed it whole. The nascent soul realm cultivators of the 6 sects felt a chill and their nascent souls trembled. It was as if the stomp had crushed their heads, and the bite had swallowed their nascent souls. What they found the most unbelievable was that Zhou Ming was arrogant enough to kill 2 divine transformation realm cultivators in front of them. The expression of the old ancestor of the Purple Talisman sect darkened. His veins twitched but he endured it and did not attack Ning Fan immediately. As for the old ancestor of the Treading Cloud sect, Xianxia, he had always been an unyielding person. When he saw that Zhou Ming did not buy into his plea, he immediately felt as if his face had been slapped. Zhou Ming, how dare you? Xianxia was wearing a linen robe. He had white hair and a youthful face, which made him look majestic. His body transformed into clouds and mist and shattered them. At the next moment, his true body was revealed. He appeared 1 zhang away from Ning Fan and slammed his palm on Ning Fan's head. It was a low-grade divine transformation realm escaping technique, wind and cloud art. This palm seemed to be soft and powerless. However, the softness of this palm could change the hardness of the heavens and earth. It was a low-grade divine transformation realm body refining technique, soft cloud quake. The power of this palm was like the clouds and mist of the heavens and earth, turning into a tangible form. Ning Fan's eyes narrowed. This Xianxia was actually a jade life body refinement realm cultivator. Moreover, his body refining technique was extremely extraordinary. Ordinary people would cultivate the hardness while he cultivated the softness. This palm was powerful enough to kill an ordinary peak nascent soul cultivator. However, Ning Fan was not afraid of it. He had the Stone Warrior, the Female Corpse and the Yuanya world. Even if Su Rushan, Xianxia and Zuotong attacked him at the same time, he was confident that he could escape unscathed. He could even kill one of them. This was the guarantee of his strength that allowed him to kill a spirit-severing realm expert in front of him. Without this guarantee, he would not deliberately act insolently. Moreover, Ning Fan could see that although this Xianxia appeared to be righteous on the surface and had an unyielding character, he actually held back 70% of his softness and only 30% of his strength. This fellow did not have the intention to fight Ning Fan at all. Instead, he was hinting to Ning Fan that he did not have the intention to become enemies with Ning Fan. The reason why he attacked was to save the face of the spirit-severing realm experts. Otherwise, it would be inexcusable if he watched his 7 sons die without doing anything. The reason why he attacked was to give old ancestor Xuanda an explanation if he were to ask about it in the future. However, he did not want to become enemies with Ning Fan. Thus, he held back 70% of his softness and only left 30% of his strength. In his opinion, Ning Fan had a half-step jade life body refinement realm. It would not be difficult for him to withstand 30% of his strength. That's right. Xianxia did not plan to fight to the death with Zhou Ming for Zhao Zijing. Old man Xianda has given a strict order to the sect. He said that if anyone dares to pester Zhou Ming and court their own death, they will have to bear the consequences. If he doesn't go against Zhou Ming, why would I go against Zhou Ming for the sake of his disciples and grand disciples? None of the spirit-severing realm experts in the external endless sea were fools. There was another reason why he attacked Xianxia. Su Rushan invited him to test Ning Fan's strength. The female corpse's eyes flashed when she saw Yan Zhongzi attacking Ning Fan. However, Ning Fan stopped her attack. Ning Fan wanted to receive this palm attack himself. He wanted to see how far away he was from the spirit-severing realm. Ice shatter. Heaven and earth trembled with that punch, but it did not freeze. When this punch landed on Yan Zhongzi's soft palm, the hard and fierce force disappeared without a trace, like a clay ox entering the sea. Even though 30% of the palm's strength was dissipated, Ning Fan's full force attack could not completely break through Yan Zhongzi's palm attack. The result was unsatisfactory. Ning Fan was secretly shocked. The spirit-severing realm body technique was indeed extraordinary. His nascent realm body technique, Ice Shatter, seemed to be unable to hurt a spirit-severing realm expert. Yan Zhongzi secretly felt a trace of contempt. Su Rushan seemed to have exaggerated this kid too much. He said that there would be life-threatening danger within 10 zhang of him. Didn't I just come into contact with his palm and fist? Moreover, this kid's full force attack was only equivalent to 30% of my casual palm attack. Even though it was enough to be the #1 expert below the spirit-severing realm, there was still a huge gap between him and a spirit-severing realm expert. But at the next moment, all of his contempt turned into the urge to curse. How? How is this possible? This is, the Earth Star in Ning Fan's right eye lit up. A surge of evil intent entered Yan Zhongzi's body from the point where their fist and palm collided. Ning Fan did not intend to use the Xianxia world to take Yan Zhongzi away. Otherwise, he would have 30% confidence to take him away at such a close distance. Kill him. This person had no evil intent, so there was no need for him to risk his life. However, he could not show any weakness. Su Rushan was watching. Evil intent. The Earth Star seemed to have formed a starry vortex in Ning Fan's right eye. The evil intent that entered Yan Zhongzi's body immediately wreaked havoc and turned into endless heart devils. Yan Zhongzi's face turned green and red as he was caught off guard. In a panic, he immediately separated his attack from Ning Fan and turned into a cloud of smoke. With a flash, he returned to the sky. However, as soon as he returned to Zuotong's side, his chi was already in a mess. His eyes became ruthless and he punched his own chest. His chi immediately weakened and he was only able to force out a mouthful of black blood that was filled with evil intent. Heart devil evil intent. Yan Zhongzi looked at Ning Fan with extreme fear. Zuotong also felt his scalp tingling. Ning Fan's punch was ordinary, but it contained the heart devil evil intent. This. Who would dare to have physical contact with him? Fortunately, this evil intent seemed to have just condensed and there were not many of them. Otherwise, this fist of evil intent was enough to shatter Yan Zhongzi's Dao heart and severely injure him. This kid has a heaven-defying technique. Is the heart devil evil intent a technique that can be controlled by a cultivator? No wonder Su Rushan was full of praises for this kid. This kid can't be underestimated. The nascent soul realm cultivators of the sixth sex were shocked when they saw the spirit-severing realm old ancestor spitting out a mouthful of blood. Is this the strength of the strongest cultivator below the spirit-severing realm? Wang Yin swallowed his saliva. He didn't know that old ancestor Yin only used 30% of his strength, but he knew that his physical body would definitely crumble and be severely injured if he faced this attack. In the dark, Su Rushan nodded his head slightly. To be able to withstand 30% of Yan Zhongzi's strength and use the heart devil evil intent to attack, Zhou Ming's strength seemed to be above his expectation. It was worth it to rope him in. Little friend, it's already extraordinary that you can withstand 30% of Yan Zhongzi's strength. As long as this old man helps you with pills, magical treasures and spiritual equipment, it won't be difficult for you to kill 150 wild beasts in the secret realm of the broken world. Pills, magical treasures, spiritual equipment. Ning Fan took 7 steps back to neutralize Yan Zhongzi's attack. Even though he wasn't injured, his expression didn't look good. Half-step Jade Life Realm might be half-step, but there was a huge difference between it and the true Jade Life Realm. Moreover, his body refining technique was still at the nascent soul level. It was too far away from the transformation level. His physical techniques were only enough to take on 30% of Yan Zhongzi's palm strength. That bit of evil intent was just a trick. The evil thoughts were condensed by him after he withdrew the secret lotus magical art. He could only condense 11 strands of evil thoughts. The power of 11 strands of evil thoughts was equivalent to 11 units of magic power. It was enough to breed Yan Zhong's inner demon and force him to harm himself. However, that was all. It was not enough to kill the enemy with the evil thoughts. If there were tens of thousands of such evil thoughts, Ning Fan could cause Yan Zhong's heart to be in chaos with just a glance. With the fiend qi, he could rival a soul formation cultivator. If he had 50,000 of them, he could even fight against a mid-soul formation cultivator. If he had 150,000, what would the late stage have to fear? If he had 500,000 of them, he could become one of the 7 venerables of the internal ocean. If he had 1,000,000 Dao, he would become a void refinement realm expert. However, it was not enough. He could only resort to trickery with the 11 evil thoughts, and he was not willing to resort to trickery. He couldn't accept the result of withstanding 30% of Yan Zhong's palm force. Medicinal pills, magical treasures, spirit equipment, these are not enough. I want Mother Earth's heart. His gaze focused as he transmitted his voice to Su Russian. Mother Earth's heart? This item is extremely precious. However, with fellow Daoist strength, it's not enough for me to rope you in. Su Russian frowned. How can it be enough? 5 palm strikes. The most powerful thing about Yan Zhongzi is that he can overlap his palm force. If you can withstand the combined power of 5 of his palm strikes, I will give you Mother Earth's heart. However, you can only withstand 30% of his palm force. 5 palm strikes is too difficult for you. Alright. 5 palm strikes. Other than Zuotong and Yan Zhongzi, the 2 spirit-severing realm cultivators, the conversation between Ning Fan and Su Russian was intentionally heard by them. None of the nascent soul realm cultivators present at the scene knew about it. Yan Zhongzi frowned and looked at Ning Fan indifferently. Little friend Zhou, the path of cultivation requires one to advance courageously and courageously. However, it's easy to break something that's too rigid. After all, you aren't a spirit-severing realm cultivator. It's impossible for you to withstand 5 palm strikes from me. How would I know if I don't try? Ning Fan faced the sky with his long hair fluttering in the wind. His battle intent was intense. That's right. That's right. My fist technique is weaker than Yan Zhongzi's. The nascent soul realm ice shattering and half-step jade life realm are not the main reason. The real reason is that my fist technique lacks a trace of divine intent. The reason why my body refinement realm is still half a step away from the jade life realm is because the jade life realm is similar to the spirit severing realm. When one reaches this realm, his strength must contain the divine intent. Ning Fan had comprehended the divine intent of rain before. However, this divine intent is too soft and not suitable for his fierce fist technique. Moreover, the rain comes from the clouds. Yan Zhong's divine intent is the clouds. Ning Fan's divine intent of rain is ultimately weaker than him. In his right eye, the devil star was spinning. On his back, the devil marks were flashing. A surge of monstrous devil might was gathering in Ning Fan's body. I've never submitted to anyone in my life. Whether it's Moksha Sovereign, Bone Sovereign, White Devil Sect or the mysterious True Immortal. If I fuse this unyielding intent into my fist technique and condense a second type of divine intent into my fist technique, I will be able to fight against Yan Zhongzi today. Today, I will be able to step into the Jade Life realm. Today, I won't be weaker than anyone. The coldness in his eyes faded away and his battle intent soared. His gaze shocked Yan Zhongzi for the first time. This kid is trying to comprehend the bottleneck of the Jade Life realm by taking on my palm force. In his body, a surge of divine intent is taking shape. Moreover, this divine intent is somewhat extraordinary. His eyes were solemn. He waved his sleeve and a wild cloud rolled up, pushing the nascent soul realm cultivators of the 6 sects 1,000 li away. Within 1,000 li, he pointed his finger at the clouds and completely sealed them. Then, Yan Zhong's eyes turned solemn and looked at Ning Fan. The divine intent of ordinary people is either imitating the flowers, birds, insects, and fishes or seeking the intent realm from the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Even though there are many types of them, they will eventually fuse with the Tao heart. Yan Zhong's divine intent was like the clouds. The clouds were ethereal, which was why they were hard to grasp. The clouds were unpredictable, which was why they were cunning. The clouds were soft, which was why they would rather bend than break. He, Yan Zhongzi, was like a cloud that moved according to the time. However, in Yan Zhongzi's eyes, the current Ning Fan was like a towering mountain that was filled with devil qi, piercing the sky and unyielding. Ning Fan's battle intent was unyielding. Even the heaven and earth couldn't make him yield. At this moment, Ning Fan's unyielding battle intent was enough to make Yan Zhongzi feel pressured. If he could condense his divine intent, no matter what kind of divine intent it was, he would be able to fight against Yan Zhongzi. Su Rushan appeared and exchanged glances with Sui Tong. Both of them used their magical power to seal the qi of heaven and earth. The battle here would not leak out a single bit. Su Rushan wanted to see if this kid could take on 5 palm strikes from Yan Zhongzi. If he can take 5 palm strikes, I will give you the heart of Mother Earth. But can he do it? Yan Zhongzi landed on the rising bird platform. Ning Fan stroked the hair of the female corpse, indicating that it was fine. With a step, he stepped over the pool of Zhao Zijing's blood and leaped onto the platform. The 1,000 tall bronze platform was filled with battle intent. Yan Zhongzi moved his palm and Ning Fan moved his fist. You want to use my cloud intent to comprehend your unyielding intent? Fine. I will fulfill your wish. It can also be considered as forming a good karma with fellow Taoist Zhou. However, let me remind you that you won't be able to withstand 5 of my palms. If you can withstand 3 of my palms, I'll help you as a lobbyist and convince Old Man Su to gift you the heart of Mother Earth. The first palm strike. Yan Zhongzi gently struck his palm. It was soft and powerless, but when it landed on the heaven and earth, countless clouds on the island crumbled and turned into traces of cloud power. The cloud power formed a palm strike. A 1,000 tall cloud palm glowing with golden light slammed down from the sky. Wherever the palm wind passed, the sky would shatter, revealing the dark void. This palm strike contained 100% of his strength. Any cultivator below the spirit-severing realm would die the moment they came into contact with the palm force. Under the palm wind, Ning Fan's knees softened and he had the intention of kneeling on the ground. No wonder Yan Zhongzi didn't use his full strength earlier. If he used his full strength in front of everyone, Ning Fan would be forced to kneel and be humiliated. The enmity between the two of them would be irreconcilable. Ning Fan's knee bone was in so much pain that it felt like it was going to break, but he refused to kneel. I will not kneel. If I do, who will protect the people behind me? I will not kneel. Even if his kneecaps were crushed, Ning Fan would not kneel. Jade life, jade life. The word jade was not jade, but the spirit of I would rather die than be a jade. If I am overcautious, my fist intent will collapse. If I retreat, my Tao heart will die. My body can die, but my intent will not perish. My fist can shatter jade, but my heart will not yield. This is the divine intent. This is the jade life. At this moment, he forgot about the pain and everything else. In his eyes, there was only the palm above his head. The heaven and earth became silent. Shatter ice. He struck his fist, but this time, the ice between the heaven and earth was black. That black color was a monstrous devil intent. Sui Tong, Yan Zhongzi, and Su Rushan. They were spirit-severing realm cultivators. They had divine intent. What Ning Fan was condensing was devil intent. Although it had yet to take form, its aura had already surpassed the divine intent of rain. It was comparable to a 7th grade divine intent and was still rising. Black ice. The corner of Yan Zhongzi's eyes shrunk. This ice gave him an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Almost in the blink of an eye, Ning Fan's fists rained down like a storm, striking Jin Yun with 27 consecutive punches. Dong. 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 The ice fist struck the golden cloud, but produced an unusually dull sound. Each of the 27 punches made Ning Fan and the Phoenix ascending platform take a step back, as if their bodies could not withstand the counterforce of the punches. Every time he took a step back, a deep footprint was left on the bronze platform. On the 27th punch, Ning Fan suddenly raised his head and laughed heartily towards the sky. What a gentle cloud quake, Yan Zhongzi. However, if you want to make me submit with a single palm strike, that's not enough. Ning Fan's aura force was condensed and the cold ice was shattered. It was as if a storm had risen around his body, scattering the black snow and soaring into the sky. The power of the 27 fists merged into one, and the golden cloud shook with a loud rumble, turning into golden light and shattering. He, Ning Fan, had completely withstood the attack of his jade life. The strong wind caused by the shattering of the golden cloud swept out. Countless plants and trees in the Thousand-Mile Island region were destroyed. He actually withstood Yan Zhong's all-out attack. Purple Talisman Ancestors Wutong's eyes flickered with astonishment. Among the 13 Divine Transformation Realm cultivators in the Outer Endless, only Yan Zhongzi and Su Rushan were capable of withstanding Yan Zhongzi's full-force palm strike with their corporeal body. Even he, Wutong, could not do it. Only Su Rushan could do it. This kid has done something that I, Wutong, couldn't. He's truly extraordinary. Although this young man had yet to reach the Divine Transformation Realm, his skills were so powerful that even a Divine Transformation Realm expert would find it hard to defeat him. It seemed like he had done the right thing by not holding him accountable for the death of the sect's great cultivators. Yan Zhong's gaze froze and then he laughed out loud. What an arrogant kid. I like him. He could naturally tell that even though Ning Fan was at the half-step Jade Life realm, he was just at the late nascent Soul realm. Despite being at the late nascent Soul realm, he was already the strongest person below the Divine Transformation realm. It would be fine if this young man was not at the Soul Formation stage, but if he was, he would be able to sweep through the Internal Endless Sea, except for the 7 venerables of the Internal Endless Sea. Su Rushan was secretly delighted, but he didn't show it on his face. Ning Fan's punch was more than enough to instantly kill the false wild beast. With such strength, as long as he gave his all in the broken world mystic domain, it would not be surprising for this person to kill 150 desolate beasts. However, Su Rushan realized that the more Ning Fan revealed his strength, the more he could not see through him. That day when he was within 10 zhang of me, the danger that I felt from him was not because of his body refining technique. This kid is still hiding something, hiss. This Zhou Ming dares to hide his strength when facing a soul formation cultivator. I won't use the magnetic force, so I can only withstand Yan Zhong's 7 combined palms. If this young man can withstand 5 of Yan Zhong's palms, his combat strength will be comparable to a divine transformation cultivator. Ning Fan didn't care about the thoughts of the crowd. He closed his eyes and repeated the 27 punches with a frown on his face. No, it shouldn't be like this. Although he had taken on Yan Zhong's palm strike, it was a combination of 27 punches. Unknowingly, he had already admitted defeat to Yan Zhongzi. He admitted that the strength of his punch was no match for Yan Zhong's palm strike. How could this be considered unyielding? It was clear that he had already submitted before he punched out. Even though he won, he was still defeated. Still not enough. He suddenly raised his head and stared intently at Yan Zhongzi. The black vortex in his right eye became even darker. All right. Good. Kid, you really suit this old man's taste. Looks like this old man has underestimated you. In this case, this old man will let you experience the palm fusion technique that this old man created. The aura in Yan Zhong's eyes changed. He shouted coldly and clapped his palms together. The Phoenix ascending platform collapsed with a loud bang. The two of them stood on the ground and faced each other again. Yan Zhong's aura rose rapidly. When it reached its peak, he struck out with both of his palms. 2 rays of dazzling golden light fell from the sky and turned into a golden palm imprint. The 2 palms fused together, but the power was 4 times stronger than the first. I once killed 3 peak realm cultivators with a single palm strike. I heard that you killed 3 tower masters of the Lost World Palace alone. However, you might not be able to withstand this palm strike. Is that so? Ning Fan's mind was unwavering. It was as if his heart had turned into a black mountain that wouldn't crumble in the face of Mount Tai. It was impossible for him to be scared off by Yan Zhong's words. Unyielding. What is unyielding? How can one be unyielding? Cultivators are like ants when the sky is turned upside down. How can one be unyielding? Ning Fan struggled in his heart. It was as if there was a barrier that he couldn't break through. His bones had already turned into silver. However, he still couldn't enter the Jade Life realm. The golden palm imprint fell on his head. Ning Fan no longer had any time to think. He threw out 21 punches in a row with his body's instincts. The combined force of the 21 punches was not even as powerful as the first 27 punches. However, the power of the combined force seemed to be a few times stronger than before. the number of punches decreased, but the power was greater. When the fist and the palm collided, the palm imprint collapsed. Ningfan took a dozen steps back and steadied his body. His eyes flashed. I understand now. At this moment, his soul gradually gained a hint of jade color. His body refining realm was slowly advancing towards the jade life realm. Kiss Xianxia and the other two spirit severing realm cultivators sucked in a cold breath. The combined force of the second palm strike was 4 times stronger than the first. From their point of view, unless Ningfan threw out 108 punches in a row, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand this palm strike. With Ningfan's body refining realm, it would be difficult for him to complete the combined force of 108 punches in a split second. Most likely, he wouldn't be able to withstand this palm strike. However, the result was beyond their expectations. Facing the palm force that was 4 times stronger than the first, Ningfan only used 21 punches to withstand the palm imprint. How? How is this possible? Yan Zhong's eyes turned solemn. He could already see through Ningfan's technique with 27 punches in the first round. However, he couldn't fathom the 21 punches in the second round. Interesting. If you can withstand my combined force of 3 palm strikes, I will be your lobbyist and ask Old Man Su for the Earth Mother's heart. All right. This time, Su Russian didn't insist on 5 palm strikes. He agreed to 3 palm strikes at once. He couldn't see through Ningfan anymore. However, he was even more certain that with Ningfan's help, his troubles wouldn't be a problem anymore. Ningfan didn't respond. He seemed to have understood something and was waiting for the combined force of 3 palm strikes. Yan Zhongzi performed a hand seal and displayed a secret technique. In a split second, he turned into a 500 zhang tall giant. I can only execute the combined force of 3 palm strikes if I have the Dharma image body. Otherwise, I won't be able to withstand the backlash of the palm force. My physical body will definitely collapse. Little friend, take this. The giant's roar was as loud as thunder. However, Ningfan didn't turn into a giant like him. Yan Zhongzi shot out 3 streaks of golden lightning from his palm. The lightning turned into a giant palm. The golden palm soared into the sky and pressed down on Ningfan. The combined force of the 3 palm strikes was 9 times stronger than the first palm strike. This palm strike had once injured the weakest rogue cultivator among the 13 divine transformation realm cultivators in the external endless sea, forcing him to go into seclusion for 10 years. If Ningfan could withstand this palm strike, his combat power would be comparable to the weakest divine transformation realm cultivator. However, Yan Zhongzi, who had turned into a giant, had a doubtful look in his eyes. He wanted to know how many punches Ningfan would use to withstand this palm strike. If his guess was right, it might be less than 21 punches. However, why was it like this? Facing the overwhelming palm strike, Ningfan's nascent soul in his dantian was on the verge of shattering. However, he didn't give in despite the force of the palm strike tearing his body apart. The earth star in his right eye became even darker. This time, Ningfan took 7 steps back and threw out 7 punches. The force of the 7 punches was originally insignificant. However, when they combined into one, it was like the shadow of a mountain flashing across the sky. As the shadow of the mountain approached, the force of the punches rose to an unimaginable level in an instant. These 7 punches had almost exhausted all of Ningfan's strength. However, the 7 punches were like 7 rays of starlight that pierced through the golden palm strike. He had withstood the combined force of the 3 palm strikes. Ningfan coughed out a mouthful of blood. It seemed like his dantian was injured by the force of the palm strike. However, his eyes shone with brilliance. As expected, the first time, he combined 27 punches into one. Although the force of his punches was unparalleled, the invisible submission made his punches less unyielding will. The second time, he combined all 21 punches into one. The force of his punches was reduced, but the momentum was stronger. The third time, he combined all 7 punches into one. The force of his punches had risen to an unimaginable level. The force of each punch did not change, but the momentum of his punches had changed. The power of his punches had also changed. If he had thrown out 7 punches from the beginning, he definitely wouldn't have this kind of force. When the force reaches its limit, it would become momentum. When the momentum reaches its limit, it would become intent. Nascent soul realm cultivators could sense the primordial force of heaven and earth and understand the great momentum. When they have a deep understanding of the great momentum, they would attain the divine transformation realm and condense the divine intent. The divine intent was the control of the great momentum. It was the understanding of the rules. Although the force of his 7 punches was reduced, the trace of divine intent that had yet to condense was able to borrow the force of his punches from heaven and earth. Suddenly, a trace of enlightenment rose in his mind. If he could withstand Yan Zhong's palm strike with the force of his punch, his momentum would rise to its peak and he would be able to completely condense the second type of divine intent. With this, he would be able to step into the Jade Life Realm. I want the Jade Life Realm. At this moment, Ning Fan's eyes revealed a trace of determination. It was the same as when he formed his nascent soul in the past. Yan Zhongzi, who was on the ruins of the soaring bird platform, Su Rushan, and Zhuotong, who were in the night sky, were deeply shocked. It was because they could feel a trace of divine intent that was slowly condensing from Ning Fan's body. However, that divine intent did not have any divinity. It was too arrogant, overbearing, and sharp. Rather than calling it divine intent, it would be better to call it devil intent. Devil intent, the intent realm of the divine transformation realm of the devil race. At this moment, they finally understood why the force of Ning Fan's punches became stronger when the number of punches decreased. It was because there was a trace of devil intent. Devil intent. It can't be wrong. Those who can condense devil intent must first possess the immemorial devil vein. Secondly, he must be an inverse cultivator of the true devil Tao. All of us have misjudged him. This young man is actually such a terrifying devil cultivator. Devil intent. There are only a few devil cultivators in the internal sea who can condense devil intent. Zhuotong heaved a deep sigh. When the devil intent rose in Ning Fan's eyes, Zhuotong felt a trace of danger from him. The grade of this devil intent isn't low. It seems to be at the 7th grade. However, it seems to be advancing towards the 6th grade. 6th grade is almost a legendary grade in our small rain world. Although the 6th grade is just an ordinary grade in the 4 heavens. Yan Zhong's eyes revealed a hint of contemplation. Forget it. Fortunately, we have blocked the fluctuations of this place. No one should be able to find out that Zhou Ming is condensing his devil intent. Let's forget about the agreement of 5 palm strikes. 3 palm strikes is enough for me to use all my strength to befriend this person, even if it's not for the secret realm of the broken world. It's impossible for this person's cultivation realm to be limited to the divine transformation realm in this lifetime. If he becomes a void fragmentation realm expert, I'm afraid the entire rain world will change hands with his domineering character. Perhaps, he will become the second Thunder Sovereign Buzhou. Su Rushan took a deep breath and made up his mind. As long as Ning Fan completely condenses his devil intent, he would use all the resources in the Pleasure Devil Sea to befriend him. However, just as his voice fell, Ning Fan shook his head. He raised his head and looked at the starry sky. The 3 divine stars were shining brightly. The Imperial Lightning Divine Star, the Earth-dominating Devil Star, and the Wood Palm Demon Star. I want to receive the 5 palm strikes. His tone was indifferent. However, when the 3 stars shone at the same time, they immediately formed an indescribable majestic aura, causing the expressions of Su Rushan and the other 2 dignified divine transformation realm experts to change drastically. 3 stars of fiend gods and devils. How is this possible? Moreover, the attributes of the 3 stars seemed to be completely different. Zhuotong and Yan Zhongzi did not understand it. Even Su Rushan, who had condensed half a divine star, could not understand it. There were very few people in the 9 worlds who could see through the profound mysteries of the 3 stars. There were very few people below the true immortal realm who could withstand the majestic aura of the 3 combined stars. I want to receive the 5 palm strikes. This sentence sounded ordinary. However, when it fell into Yan Zhong's ears, it was like an order that he did not dare to disobey. Is this absolute command? No, it's not. But what exactly is this majestic aura that made me not dare to resist it? Yan Zhongzi secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. For the first time, he felt reverence towards Ning Fan. He did not know that the combination of the 3 stars was not the cultivation of a god, devil, or demon, but the immortal sovereign Tao, immortal sovereign. It was a realm that countless true immortals could not reach in their entire lives. Yan Zhongzi did not understand it. However, he instinctively obeyed Ning Fan's order. He gritted his teeth and consumed a secret medicine, causing the veins on his giant body to bulge. Little friend Zhou Ming, the 5 palm strikes is already my strongest attack without harming myself. If you can withstand it, you will be ranked 10th among the 13 divine transformation realm experts in the external endless sea. The 5 palm strikes, soft cloud quake, golden cloud shatter. The giant waved his palm. 5 rays of golden light shot up into the sky and turned into a golden sea of clouds that stretched for 1,000 li *, 500 m per li. The sea of clouds was like a palm, but it did not have the appearance of a palm print. All of the palm force had entered the clouds. The cloud intent was treacherous and ever-changing. The palm strike did not leave any trace. The golden clouds pressed down on the city, threatening to destroy it. As the giant's palm struck down, the golden clouds that stretched for 1,000 li *, 500 m per li, collapsed as if the sky was collapsing. Such aura force was enough to make ordinary peak nascent soul cultivators tremble in fear. However, in Ning Fan's eyes, it was as calm as still water. No matter how strong a cloud is, it is still a cloud. Ning Fan muttered to himself. At this moment, in his eyes, the 1,000 li *, 500 m per li, golden cloud was nothing to be afraid of without its appearance. No matter how strong a cloud is, it is still a cloud. There was no cloud that could shake a mountain. The devil marks on his back were scorching hot and stinging. The Saturn in his right eye felt like it was burning. His muscles and bones were all broken. His flesh was badly mutilated and his skin was torn. He looked like a man made of blood. Only his eyes were still as calm as before. An ancient and boundless devil might rose around Ning Fan's body. When this devil might reached its peak, a trace of boundless divine intent swept across the heavens. In the 1,000 li *, 500 m per li, vast black mist formed a gigantic mountain. That gigantic mountain could pierce the heavens and suppress the devil abyss. The deep and serene devil chi shocked Xianxia and the other two. That Zhou Ming really condensed his divine intent. However, what kind of mountain is this? But what kind of divine intent is this divine intent? Divine intent of mountain? No. The divine intent of mountain was just an 8th grade divine intent and it was known for its heaviness. However, this divine intent, no, devil intent, was fierce and unyielding. Xianxia had never seen such a terrifying divine intent in his entire life. It could actually condense the shadow of a mountain with just a single thought. He did not know what this divine intent was called, but he knew that it was a 6th grade divine intent. Facing this divine intent, which was of a higher grade, his cloud intent felt submissive. I am a mountain. As soon as Ning Fan's words fell, he threw out a punch. The devil moved, the sky shattered and the clouds collapsed, the color of jade floated. His entire soul was dyed with a faint jade color. At this moment, he stepped into the jade life realm with a single step. The barrier was broken. The power of the 5 combined palms was 25 times stronger than a single palm strike. However, this time, Ning Fan was as still as a mountain. He did not take a single step back. As soon as he threw out his punch, the golden cloud collapsed. At the moment when the cloud collapsed, the giant that Xianxia had transformed into was violently shaken. He coughed out blood and fell to the ground. His heart was filled with shock. He could not withstand this punch unless he used all of his means. As for Su Rushan, his face was filled with shock and doubt. It was because he faintly felt that he had seen this mountain totem before. If he was not mistaken, this mountain was probably the totem of the ancestral token that venerated giant worshipped. Could this young man be the one that venerated giant is waiting for? In the mysterious Emerald Palace, Ning Fan was sitting cross-legged in his room, meditating. The female corpse was quietly sewing his clothes. On the 3rd day, Su Rushan got a satisfactory answer from Ning Fan's mouth. Ning Fan, who was at the Jade Life Realm, agreed to Su Rushan's request. The price he had to pay was the Earth Mother's heart and everything related to the Pleasure Devil Island. As long as Ning Fan asks, Su Rushan must support him unconditionally. Elixirs, magic treasures, spirit equipment, spirit iron, cauldron, immortal jade, elixir recipes, cultivation techniques, Su Rushan did not refuse. If one were to say that he was asking for help when they first met and he was trying to curry favor with Ning Fan during the battle on the Rising Sparrow platform, then after witnessing Ning Fan's devil intent mountain shadow, his attitude towards Ning Fan was almost respectful. Moreover, the matter of killing Zhao Zijing was actually settled by Su Rushan without any news being spread out. Su Rushan's attitude is a little strange, but I don't think he has any ill intentions. Forget it. I still need to completely stabilize my Jade Life realm. While Ning Fan was pondering, Yu Long's respectful voice resounded from outside the door. This old servant, Yu Long, requests an audience. Enter. After getting Ning Fan's promise, Yu Long took a deep breath and pushed the door open. He carried the heavy storage pouch and entered the room. His eyes were filled with admiration. Reporting to Revered Lord, I have already obtained the 10,000 years old spiritual herbs that Revered Lord needed. Just like what Revered Lord expected, the Market Square Pleasure Devil sect did not reject Revered Lord's request at all. They even ordered me to bring back 10 bottles of upper-grade 4th Revolution body-shaping pills, Devil Bone pills, a total of 104 pills for Revered Lord to inspect. How could they not worship him? In the territory of the 10 sects where the soul formation cultivators were guarding, not only did he not pay a visit to Su Rushan, he even made Su Rushan pay a huge price to make friends with him. 104 Devil Bone pills were worth at least 10 million immortal jade. He, Yu Long, was not a fool. If it wasn't for Su Rushan's order, no one in the Pleasure Devil sect would dare to give such a heavy gift to others. Su Rushan, the ancestral master of the spirit-severing realm, was trying his best to please his master. The ancestral patriarchs of the outer endless seas were nothing. In front of his own master, he still had to be respectful. Yu Long's eyes were burning with passion. Being able to become Ning Fan's slave was really the luckiest thing that had ever happened to him in his life. When he entered the Pleasure Devil sect this time, he could be said to be high-spirited and elated. It was even to the extent that a few people who had bad blood with him in the past took the initiative to send gifts to apologize. How delightful was this? Come in. Place the pills on the table and you may leave. As for the visiting cultivators from the Pleasure Devil sect, you will receive them. Accept all of their gifts. Yes. Yu Long put down the storage bag, closed the door, and retreated respectfully. Ning Fan nodded slightly at the change in Yu Long's attitude. This Yu Long's cultivation base was not up to par and his pill refinement mastery was just average. However, as a servant, he knew how to adapt to the situation and what was important. He was able to handle some miscellaneous tasks. Thus, it was still quite easy for Ning Fan to use him. With a flick of his sleeve, the bag of holding on the table flew into his hand. He examined it with his divine sense, and after confirming that there were spirit medicines and medicinal pills inside, he smiled. The face recovery pill I wanted was 10,000 years old, but Su Rushan gave me 50,000 years old medicine in 10 portions. Knowing that I need to stabilize my body refinement realm, he offered me 104 4th Revolution Dawn. In this way, my body refinement realm will be stabilized at an extremely fast speed. Su Rushan's sincerity is not bad. Sure enough, it was the right decision to go all out and take the 5 palm strikes from Xianxia. In this endless sea, without strength, even if you don't kill people, you will still be hunted by others. If you have strength, you will be fine even if you kill people. Ning Fan muttered. When he first entered the endless sea, he was chased by the demon sealing sect because he was weak. Now, he had killed countless people and his enemies were all over the external endless sea. However, even though he had countless enemies, none of them dared to come to him for revenge. The reason was very simple. An elk hides deep in the mountains. Even if it never hurts people, there will still be hunters who come to capture it. A ferocious tiger eats countless people. However, there are very few people who dare to enter the mountain to provoke it and seek revenge. He, Ning Fan, was not an elk. Mother Earth's heart. Su Rushan said that this item can only be handed to me after the mystic realm ends. The auction will be held 10 days later and the day of entering the Broken World Mystic Realm will be half a month after the auction ends. This means that the Broken World Mystic Realm can be opened for half a year, but I have to kill 150 fake desolate beasts within 5 months. If it was before, I would still have some concerns. However, after breaking through to the Jade Life realm, I can already fight against the weakest divine transformation realm cultivators. Killing false wild beasts is as easy as flipping my hand. In that case, I should first stabilize my body refinement realm. After that, I will look for Su Rushan and ask for pills and cauldrons. It would be better if I can raise my cultivation level to the peak nascent soul realm before entering the secret realm. However, it seems like I don't have enough time. As for divine transformation realm body refinement techniques, I might be able to ask for a few of them, but I probably don't have enough time to cultivate them. I heard that Su Rushan has even prepared a set of spiritual equipment for me. All of them are of the earth profound grade. Ning Fan shook his storage pouch and kept the medicinal ingredients for the appearance restoration pill. Then, he took out a bottle of devil bone pills and consumed them. This pill was a high-grade fourth revolution pill. Its medicinal effect was extremely overbearing and its devil nature was extremely strong. Ordinary cultivators would usually feel unbearable pain when they use it to reshape their bodies. However, when Ning Fan consumed this pill, he felt that its medicinal effect was mild and refreshing. Moreover, it even resonated with the profound earth devil marks on his back. Devil pill, huh? It's a special pill of the devil race. It resonates with my devil marks. Behind Su Rushan is venerated giant of the giant devil clan, one of the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea. This giant devil clan seems to be quite extraordinary. Ning Fan recollected his thoughts and focused on refining the medicinal power. 3 days later, he pushed open the door and went out. Bathing in the wind and snow, he looked calm and composed. His minor injuries were completely healed. Even some of his internal injuries were treated by the pills. His Jade Life body refinement realm had completely stabilized at the first level. Moreover, it had improved by a small margin. It was almost 1/3 of the way to the second level of Jade Life. Standing in the snow, Ning Fan's expression did not change. He bent his hand and made a grabbing motion. The force of his grabbing motion seemed to have caused a violent gust of wind to blow across the vast sky. The black snow flew in the opposite direction and condensed into the shadow of a gigantic claw. As it clenched its fist, it felt like the sky was going to be torn apart. He did not use any magic power in this grab. However, it seemed to have surpassed the limits of physical strength. Force must come into contact in order to injure the enemy. Force must be formed into a technique in order to injure the enemy. However, with Ning Fan's current Jade Life realm, even an early nascent soul realm cultivator would be directly crushed by the force of this grab from a distance. Ning Fan remained silent. In the past, his body refinement technique was to turn the body into a giant. However, after obtaining the Corpse Devil record, this technique focused more on improving the defense of his physical body instead of focusing on turning the body into a giant. The Corpse Devil record condensed Saturn and Saturn fused with the profound Earth Devil marks. As such, the path of Ning Fan's body refinement seemed to have changed. It was no longer turning into a giant but condensing. It was no longer a combination of tens of punches. Instead, he condensed all of his fist intent into a single punch. He patted his storage pouch and took out the secret technique of second nascent soul that he had obtained from Mi Lian. He shook his head gently. Having a lot of nascent soul realm cultivators doesn't necessarily mean that they have a wide range of abilities. Having a giant physical body doesn't necessarily mean that their strength can reach the heavens. There are as many techniques as there are clouds in the sky, but they might not be refined. Splitting one's mind into 2 tasks might result in the destruction of one's Tao. There is no strongest technique or ability in this world. There is only the ability that suits me the most. If Moksha Sovereign is a 10,000 zhang tall giant, I will be 8 g tall. However, the strength of a single finger is enough to break all 10 of his fingers. The smallest body has the strongest aura and intent. However, it is still difficult to advance to the spirit-severing realm. There are thousands of nascent soul realm cultivators in the 3,000 floating islands in the external endless sea, but there are only 13 spirit-severing realm cultivators. Those who can form their nascent soul are all people with extraordinary aptitudes. However, not even 1 out of 100 of these geniuses can advance to the spirit-severing realm. Aptitudes are just external things after all. If you want to go further in this path of cultivation, you can only have the heart to compete with the heavens and earth. Ning Fan stood still for a long time. When his heart was as calm as still water, he went down the jade stairs and walked on the snow. In the room, the female corpse immediately put down her needle and thread. She hurriedly got up and followed behind Ning Fan. She was just a follower. Where are you going to cure Miss Suyao's poison? It might be inconvenient for you to follow me, I will. The female corpse firmly nodded her head. In the female room of the mysterious Emerald Palace, Xiao leaned against the window and looked at the snow outside as if she was dreaming. Even though she was the sect master of the Green Jade Immortal Island, she had never stayed in the mysterious Emerald Palace before. This palace was the place where the Pleasure Devil sect welcomed Grand Cultivator Realmold monsters. She wore a long jade-green gauze dress. Her slender arms were like jade and her delicate cheeks were propped up. Her light brows carried a hint of surprise. She always had a calm temperament and was always calm in the face of changes. However, even a calm person like her could not help but be shocked when she saw the luxury of the room. The entire room was built with immortal bricks. At least 100,000 immortal bricks were used to build a room. Each immortal brick was cast with 10 pieces of immortal jade. A single room was worth 1 million immortal jade. The speed of cultivation in this room was extraordinary. The incense that was lit in the room was the cold aspen incense that cost 100,000 immortal jade. It was said to be able to purify one's heart devil and improve a cultivator's state of mind. Even the water used for drinking and bathing was pure spiritual liquid that was formed from spiritual qi. A cup of water was worth 10,000 immortal jade. She knew that the reason why she could enjoy such a grand reception was obviously because of Zhou Ming, a person who could make the Pleasure Devil sect go all out to befriend him. Zhou Ming is really an unfathomable person. What is the relationship between him and Sister Suqiu? Rumor has it that Zhou Ming has countless women and human cauldrons. However, Sister Suqiu is still a virgin. Speaking of which, I've made a vow that day. Judging from my identity, I've already become his human cauldron. Will he pluck me? If he plucks me, how should I commit suicide? Suyao sighed gently. It was not easy for her to cultivate to the nascent soul realm. If she was plucked, she would not be willing. Moreover, losing her chastity was also painful. If it really comes to that, even though she would abide by her vow and serve Ning Fan with her body, she would still commit suicide after that. When she thought that Ning Fan was going to pluck her, the lust poison that Suyao had temporarily sealed began to wreak havoc again. The falling chastity powder. Unless she had lost her virginity, how else could she get rid of it? Her originally indifferent face immediately became flushed. Her delicate body began to turn numb and soft and hot. Her cherry lips gently exhaled hot air that carried a delicate fragrance like that of sunflower. Under her dress, her slender legs were gently rubbing against each other. Traces of wetness stained her underwear. It was as if there was a magical force that was guiding her and tempting her. She could not help but reach out her slender hands. Her slender fingers lifted the hem of her dress and groped between her underwear. This is not right. Suyao bit her lips and circulated her profound gate heart technique, trying to disperse the lust in her heart. However, the profound gate heart technique that was always effective against the heart devil could not completely disperse the lust of the fallen chastity powder. No. I am the dignified sect master of Baiyao sect. How can I belittle myself like this? She leaned on the desk, feeling ashamed and resentful. In her opinion, self-defilement was something that only frivolous women would do. But what made her anxious was that she could no longer suppress this lust. Her slender hands could not help but knead the tender, moist and creamy skin that was hard to resist. She let out a low groan. Her slender nails pierced through a small obstruction. Although it was not completely broken, a trace of blood flowed out along the tender skin. That pain made her eyebrows knit together and slightly sober up. However, Suyao's face was full of self-mockery when she saw that she almost lost her chastity because of the lust poison. Have I fallen? She felt sorry for herself. She held the bronze mirror and looked at her bright red cheeks. She blamed herself inwardly. At this moment, Ning Fan and the female corpse arrived at the door. When they saw the beautiful scene in the room, the female corpse was calm but Ning Fan immediately revealed a strange expression. It seems like I have come at the wrong time. I have disturbed Fairy Suyao's private matter, Pa. The bronze mirror fell to the ground. Suyao let out a soft cry and immediately stood up from the chair in a panic. Her underwear that reached her knees slid down with a trace of wet and bloodstain. Zhou Ming. This is the women's room. You are a man, how can you enter? Don't. Don't you know how to knock on the door? Suyao squatted down and used her long skirt to cover her jade-like legs. Her eyes were filled with anger and shame. Knock on the door. When Fairy Suyao was doing this, you didn't close the door. Although it was in the women's room, it would still be bad if other female cultivators saw it. Fairy Suyao, next time you do this kind of thing, it's better for you to close the door, there won't be a next time. Suyao bit her lips faintly. The lust poison acted too suddenly. She was not willing to do it and didn't close the door and window. Moreover, she did not expect that Ning Fan, who had disappeared for a few days, would actually appear at her most vulnerable moment. I wonder if Ning Fan saw that, if he sees it, I will really be too ashamed to show my face. When Suyao thought that Ning Fan saw her shameful matter, her heart was in a mess. The lust poison that had finally stopped because of the piercing pain acted up again. She let out a moan and fell to the ground. Her hands once again tried to lift the hem of her skirt to do it. She closed her eyes in pain. If she does such a shameful thing in front of a man, she would rather die. The other party was Zhou Ming, a notorious pervert in the external endless sea. If he saw me like this, he would probably take advantage of me. While she was panicking, Ning Fan frowned. He flicked his sleeves and closed the door and window. Then, he said to the female corpse, Weiliang, you guard the door. I will cure her of the poison. Suyao's eyelids trembled. Cure the poison. As expected, this Zhou Ming is going to do it with me. She felt her hand that was touching her lower body being caught by Ning Fan. Then, in her daze, she felt herself being carried up by someone lightly and placed on the bed. No. I haven't thought about it. At this moment, when Suyao thought that she was going to lose her virginity and be plucked by Ning Fan, she burst into tears. At this moment, she was no longer the master of a sect. She was no longer a righteous cultivator who disregarded everything for the righteous path. She was just a helpless woman. Did I say that I am going to pluck you? Ning Fan could not help but laugh. He flicked Suyao's forehead with his finger and gave her a knock. There is no antidote for the fallen chastity powder. However, if you haven't pierced through the primordial red powder, there is still a way to cure it. On the other hand, even though it can cure the poison temporarily, the poison will imprint itself on your body and mind. There is no way to get rid of it anymore. It will turn a woman who has sacrificed her chastity into an adulterer. If I came a step later, you would be in danger even if you broke through the primordial red powder on your own. The primordial red powder was the membrane of a virgin. When Suyao was in a daze, her jade-like finger pierced through a trace of the primordial red powder. However, as long as it was not completely destroyed, it would not be a problem. After Ning Fan searched through Mi Lian's memories, he found out that ordinary lust poisons could be neutralized by the acacia. However, this kind of lust poison was almost incurable. If there was no acacia, the person would die of lust. As for the acacia, the poison would seep into the bone marrow, causing the person to become a slave of lust. Mi Lian did not give Suyao any chance to cure the poison when she planted it. Otherwise, Ning Fan could have just intercourse with her and easily neutralize the poison. This poison was incurable to ordinary people. However, the Yin-Yang locket could restrain the lust poison. It could neutralize this poison under the unbreakable body. Suyao was a good woman. If she forcefully lost her virginity and the poison seeped into her bones, it would be too much of a pity. She could be considered as half a cauldron to him. Ning Fan naturally would not watch a heroine fall. Women had two mouths. If he couldn't neutralize the poison from below, he would have to neutralize it from above. Suyao's consciousness was slightly blurred. She still thought that she was going to be plucked. She tried to push Ning Fan away with her weak arms. However, Ning Fan pressed her arms down and pressed her body down. He kissed her lips and tongue. Her delicate body trembled and she regained her consciousness. When she saw Ning Fan trying to kiss her, she immediately panicked and clenched her teeth tightly. What should I do? With such close contact, the manly scent on Ning Fan's body made Suyao's face hot. Are you more clear-headed now? Then cooperate with me to neutralize the poison. It's just a kiss. You don't need to lose your virginity. Really, Even though you are my cauldron, I will not hurt you when you are in trouble. Next time. I will come and find you when I pass by the green jade immortal island. Oh, Suyao heaved a sigh of relief. She was glad that she did not lose her chastity today. However, when she thought that the next time Ning Fan passes by the green jade sect, she felt slightly worried. If it's just a kiss, Suyao closed her eyes and no longer resisted. In her opinion, the aphrodisiac poison could only be cured by acacia, not to mention the powerful falling chastity powder. Zhou Ming, on the other hand, could have taken advantage of her when she was in a precarious position to take her virginity, but he only used a kiss to detoxify her. This kind of conduct was more than 10,000 times better than many well-dressed gentlemen. When he recalled that the other party was ultimately trying to cure him of the poison, it could be considered as the third time he had saved him. Suyao's pretty face was unnatural, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Thank you. Next time I will be mentally prepared and I will fulfill my promise. Really? Stick out your tongue. Oh, Suyao's tender red tongue peeked out from her lips, revealing only the tip. She didn't know what sticking out her tongue had to do with detoxification, but she still did as she was told. However, in the next moment, her eyelashes trembled and she opened her eyes in panic. The tip of her tongue was sucked into Ning Fan's mouth. Woo! An unprecedented panic rose in her heart. Amidst the panic, there was a comfort that he had never felt before. This feeling was called her first kiss. She, Suyao, had never experienced it before. Her fragrant tongue seemed to have the fragrance of sunflower. To be continued. As their lips and tongues touched, the lust poison was sucked into his body and turned into nutrients for the yin-yang locket. After a long time, their lips parted. Ning Fan let go of Suyao and wiped away the saliva at the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself that Suyao's body was very fragrant. Rumor has it that sect master Suyao cultivates the green lotus scripture, a wood attribute cultivation technique. She's able to exude the fragrance of a lotus without any makeup. She really does live up to her reputation. Oh, after being praised by Ning Fan, Suyao did not know whether she should be angry or thank him. Due to the dissipation of the aphrodisiac, his weak body gradually regained its strength. However, Ning Fan's warmth still lingered on her cherry lips, when she thought of Ning Fan's detoxification technique which allowed him to absorb poison into his body, she could not help but feel touched. The falling chastity powder was an aphrodisiac to women, but it was a deadly poison to men. Not to mention how Ning Fan absorbed the poison, just the fact that he risked his life to save her was enough for Suyao to repay him with her body. However, after all, they had just met a few times. It would be strange if she gave her heart to him so easily. However, he could not erase Ning Fan's figure from his mind. Thank you. She slightly propped herself up and tidied up her messy hair. Then, she gave Ning Fan a faint smile that resembled a green lotus. I didn't save people in vain. If you really want to thank me, wait until I go to the Baiyao sect next time, then you can show your sincerity. There's still a trace of residual poison in your body, but with your nascent soul cultivation base, it won't be difficult for you to refine and expel the poison from your body. Have a good rest. I still have something to do. I'll take my leave first. You're leaving? Suyao subconsciously blurted out, but she immediately realized how inappropriate and ambiguous her words were. At this time and place, her words could even be misinterpreted as Suyao wanting Ning Fan to stay here for the night. Just as she was about to explain, she realized that Ning Fan did not take it to heart at all. He smiled without saying a word. Suddenly, he picked up a piece of paper and a brush and wrote something on the table in front of the window. Then, he held the female corpse, pushed the door open and left. Suyao secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, when she saw Ning Fan holding the female corpse's hand, she felt slightly disappointed. When Ning Fan arrived, she was somewhat afraid. After Ning Fan left, she began to worry about her gains and losses. When her palm touched her lips, she recalled that she had just been forcefully kissed by Ning Fan. Her cheeks immediately turned red. Does being kissed count as losing my chastity? Her mind was in a mess. She stood up and walked to the window. The stone seal was pressed against a piece of white paper. The words on the paper were sharp and full of vigor. His handwriting was excellent. Suyao had cultivated for 700 years and had met many people. She knew how to judge people by their words. Although it was just a short line of words, there was a trace of domineering spirit within them. This made Su Yao's eyes light up. Good writing, the words were very good, but the content made Su Yao blush, and she spat in annoyance. It's not a sin for a lonely woman to be blasphemous. It's not wrong for a woman to be selfish. Bah, I thought this Zhou Ming was a decent person, but his words were so indecent. He even said that a woman was not guilty of committing blasphemy. How could such a shameful thing not be a sin? He had indeed seen it. He said that the next time he comes to the Bai Yao sect, he wants me to thank him. Could it be that he wants me to repay him with my body? Su Yao's hands trembled slightly. She gently bit her lips and carefully kept the letter. Ning Fan quickly put the matter of Su Yao to the back of his mind. Compared to pleasing a woman, he had more things to do. With Yu Long around, he didn't need to entertain the cultivators who came to visit him. His servants would take care of all these complicated formalities. He was in charge of cultivation and killing. There were still 7 days before the auction. Before that, he wanted to meet Su Rushan. The Earth Mother's heart could wait. If possible, he wanted to take all the human cauldrons in the auction for himself. If possible, it would be best if he could get his hands on the legendary Divine Transformation Realm Human Cauldron. After plucking a nascent Soul Realm Human Cauldron, one's magic power could be increased by 20 to 30 units. If one plucked a Divine Transformation Realm Human Cauldron, one's magic power could be increased by at least 500 units. With his current cultivation realm, devouring the green phoenix flame would reduce the loss of his magic power and increase his magic power by nearly 100 units. There should be a lot of pills that could increase one's nascent soul realm cultivation level in this vast Pleasure Devil Island. If everything goes smoothly, Ning Fan would be able to gather enough magic power to break through to the peak nascent soul realm. However, he still needed to discuss it with Su Rushan. Moreover, the earth vein of this Pleasure Devil Island had an abundance of metal spiritual power. It was the best place to cultivate the second finger of the sword finger. However, if he were to cultivate the second finger of the sword finger, the spiritual power of this Pleasure Devil Island would be greatly reduced. If he were to become Su Rushan's enemy, Ning Fan would definitely take it by force. Now that Su Rushan had treated him well, it was better for him to ask for his opinion. In the wind and snow, his pace was not fast, but he was like a ghost. There were even a few times when his body almost turned into green smoke. Every step he took felt like he was taking a stroll in the garden. However, every step he took would cause the green smoke to appear and he would travel thousands of li * 500 m per li. This kind of escaping technique was much better than teleportation. It was similar to the teleportation of spirit-severing realm cultivators. However, it was still quite a distance away from teleportation. The market, the guards of the outer island and the forbidden area of the inner island, after passing through all the defenses, none of the nascent soul realm experts could detect Ning Fan's presence. When Ning Fan's figure appeared on the peak of the Extreme Bliss Mountain, the expression of the gold Dan guarding the mountain changed drastically. Who is it? The Gold Dan realm experts heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that the person was the person that Su Rushan had ordered to treat. They thought that the young man in front of them had a terrifying escaping technique. No one could detect his presence. Greetings, young Master Zhou. Old Ancestor said that if young Master comes, you can go straight to the inner palace. They knew that Ning Fan's surname was Zhou, but they didn't tell them that his full name was Zhou Ming. Ning Fan nodded and led the female corpse into the belly of the mountain. The peak of the Extreme Bliss Mountain was a mountain of spiritual minds. It was 100,000 zhang tall. It was surrounded by black iron light and there was a palace built on it. On both sides of the path, many magical treasures and weapons were stuck on the walls. This was the power of magnetism. The peak of the Extreme Bliss Mountain was a palace, but it was also Su Rushan's natal magical treasure. This treasure could absorb almost all the weapons of the enemy with its magnetism. The magical treasures that were stuck on the walls were the weapons that Su Rushan had killed in the past. Ning Fan counted the number of supreme-grade magical treasures that were stuck on the walls. There were no less than 100 of them. In other words, at least 100 nascent soul realm cultivators had died in Su Rushan's hands. Su Rushan's attitude towards Ning Fan was gentle, but it was different from person to person. Ning Fan shouldn't have been born when Su Rushan killed so many people in the external endless sea. When they reached the depths of the mountain, the path suddenly split into more than 10 crossroads. Being inside the magnetic magical treasure, one's spirit sense would definitely be injured by the magnetic force. He looked around and saw a servant girl walking towards him. "Miss, may I ask?" Before he could ask for the way, the servant girl spoke first. "Young master, are you lost?" "Yes." "If that's the case, please follow me." The servant girl's eyes fell on the female corpse beside Ning Fan. She was amazed by the peerless beauty of the female corpse, but she also found it strange. Why did this young master bring a woman to the lady's appointment to admire the flowers? As for Ning Fan, he didn't think too much about it. He didn't ask where they were going, but the servant girl led the way herself. He just thought that this servant girl was arranged by Su Rushan to receive them. The path was full of twists and turns as if they were climbing a mountain path. When they reached the peak, the path immediately became clear. The fragrance of flowers greeted them. The dark and gloomy mountain path turned into a bright and beautiful garden. Pots of flowers and plants were naturally carved. There were strange herbs in the mortal world, immortal flowers in the cultivation world, and butterflies dancing in the air. Dozens of handsome young masters were talking about flowers and plants. They seemed to be very fond of them, but their eyes were filled with impatience. The sound of zither lingered in the air. In the depths of the path, there was a pavilion where a person was playing the zither. 2 servant girls were standing gracefully while a woman in light yellow robes was playing the zither with her eyes closed. Her expression was indifferent. "Another prophet seeker has come." Her spiritual sense was extremely sharp. She heard the footsteps of Ning Fan and the female corpse, but she didn't care about it. However, when she continued to listen, she realized that there were actually 2 footsteps coming from afar. One of them was light and graceful while the other had firm footsteps. They seemed to be a man and a woman. Which young master is so interesting? He actually brought a woman along to please father and arrange a marriage. Su Qiuling laughed, but her beautiful eyes did not open. She was still playing the zither. This place was Su Qiuling's personal garden. The other men were invited by Su Rushan to discuss marriage with Su Qiuling. If Su Qiuling liked any young master, she just needed to nod and Su Rushan would immediately arrange everything for her. However, Su Qiuling did not like any of them. If she had to say who she thought highly of, it would only be the young man who appeared in the marketplace without leaving his name. "Miss, look. This new young master is quite handsome. However, it seems like he is already married. He even brought a woman with him. That woman is also very beautiful, appearance is just like floating clouds. One will eventually grow old." Su Qiuling sighed softly. She did not open her eyes even after the servant girl praised the newcomer for being handsome. "Miss is a spirit-severing realm expert. You have countless pills. How can you age? You will always be beautiful for the rest of your life. People don't grow old, but their hearts do. Their appearance does not change, but their hearts will change. People come for benefits and try to get close to me. When the benefits are exhausted, the kindness will be exhausted. Look at all the people who are admiring the flowers. Which one of them is like me? They are not interested in benefits but only love flowers. What they want is father's power. Speaking of which, why didn't the 7 sons of the external endless sea who yearn for father's power the most come? Miss, I heard that young master Zhao, the young master of Xuanda sect, was killed among the 7 sons of the external endless sea. The other 6 left during the night." Bang, the string broke. However, after a while, she put away the zither and took out another one. She continued to play and said indifferently, "Is he dead?" Zhao Zijing looks refined but his heart is sinister. Refined people can't survive in the external endless sea. Sinister people are just clowns without strength. It's not surprising that he died. However, who killed him? Also, is that young master implicated? Compared to Zhao Zijing, Su Qiuling was obviously more concerned about the young master whom she met by chance. However, the maidservant did not answer her. With her identity as a maidservant, it was impossible for her to know the inside story. Ning Fan did not know that Su Qiuling had already labeled him as a worldly young master who fawned on the rich and powerful without doing anything. He also did not know that he had been secretly remembered by Su Qiuling. Some women do not need to know your name. Just by admiring your demeanor, they will not let you down for the rest of their lives. Su Qiuling let out a faint sigh and started to sing while playing the zither. Her voice was soft and pleasant to the ears. Only when I open my eyes at night, repaying the fact that I have never frowned in my life. Behind the lamp and the moon, the shadow of the flowers, 10 years of track, 10 years of heart, her voice carried a trace of regret that they did not know each other. When her voice resounded, each of the young masters immediately pricked up their ears and their faces were filled with excitement. Could it be that Miss Su has fallen in love with one of us when she suddenly sang? Otherwise, with Miss Su's cold and aloof principle, she would definitely not sing with others. Even though her voice was pleasant to the ears, it did not arouse much emotion in Ning Fan. He was not a worldly person. However, most of the time, he did not know how to read people's minds. Thus, he did not think that there was anything interesting about this garden that was filled with exotic flowers and plants. He also did not think that her voice, which was barely considered pleasant, was worthy of the excitement of so many young masters. At this moment, how could Ning Fan not know that he had gone the wrong way? The maidservant probably misunderstood him and thought that he was here for a blind date with Su Qiuling. He had a good impression of this lady, but that was all. However, Ning Fan was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he swept his gaze across the group of young masters and found that there were no other 6 young masters of the external sea. Immediately, the corner of his mouth curved into a cold smile. Zhao Zijing is dead, but the other 6 young masters are not here. The reason why the 7 of them came all the way to the Pleasure Devil Sea was probably to please Su Qiuling. However, in the end, one of them died and the other 6 escaped. Since the 6 of them did not come, they must have escaped. It was either Yan Zhongzi or Zhuotong. In short, there must be one of them who hurriedly escorted the 6 of them away so that he would not get angry and kill the other 6 young masters. This was probably the reason why the 6 young masters of the external sea would flatter Su Qiuling in the future. His devil might seem to have even scared the divine transformation realm cultivators of the external sea. Escorting the disciples to escape in the night, huh? Interesting. He had already seen the flower and the person. There was no point in staying here any longer. He held the female corpse's hand and wanted to leave. However, the female corpse gently struggled and broke free from Ning Fan's hand. Then, she stretched out her delicate hand and plucked an orchid of the valley. The light black orchid of the valley let out a sad sound when the flower was broken. When the sound of the bell spread out, all the young masters' expressions changed. They were shocked to find out that there was actually a madman who dared to break Miss Su's favorite flower. Does he not want to live anymore? How dare you? Which family's disciple are you? How dare you let someone pluck Miss Su's orchid? Each of them looked at her with unfriendly gazes. However, the female corpse did not feel anything. She plucked the black orchid and put it on her hair. She only smiled at Ning Fan with pure expectation. Beautiful. Beautiful? She wanted to hear a definite answer. Beautiful. However, you are a little troublesome. Ning Fan stroked the female corpse's black hair and laughed. Plucking the flower. Su Qiuling's most precious flower. I wonder if she will turn into a lion and come looking for trouble with me. As if she heard the sad cry of the fallen flower, Su Qiuling stopped singing and playing the zither. She knitted her brows and opened her eyes. Which family's young master is so generous with his orchid? Just as she was about to scold him, she suddenly held back her words. The hidden bitterness in her eyes turned into surprise. It's you. It's you? Each of the young masters of the aristocratic families were waiting for Ning Fan to suffer. Moreover, when Miss Su saw Ning Fan, she did not blame him for plucking the flower. Instead, she felt a trace of pity for him. But when she saw Ning Fan's appearance, it turned into joy. Each of their hostile gazes fell on Ning Fan. Who is this person? It seems like he has successfully won Miss Su's heart. I'm sorry. Weiliang is insensible and broke your flower. Weiliang, is she your wife? What a nice name. Since she plucked it, I won't say anything. But young master, could it be that you came to Qiuling's flower tomb too? Could it be that he's here to discuss marriage with me? These words were too embarrassing. Su Qiuling could not say it out loud. But there was a hint of melancholy and sweetness in her heart. The sweetness was because the unfamiliar young master that she was worried about had appeared. The disappointment was because the young master actually came with his wife, Weiliang. Huh. She can be considered as my wife. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with nostalgia. If it wasn't for the female corpse, he might have died in Ning City. Since he had ruined her innocence, he had to be responsible for her wife and child? The female corpse pointed at herself. Her beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. Obviously, she did not understand the meaning of the word wife. Wife. Her confusion made Ning Fan feel a little sorry for her. He stroked her black hair and became even more determined to find her 3 souls and 7 spirits for her. Then, he turned to Su Qiuling and said, "I'm sorry. I'm not here to attend your marriage. I just got lost." Su Qiuling covered her face with her sleeves and could not help but laugh. When she heard that Ning Fan was not here to ask for her hand in marriage, she felt a little disappointed. However, this was right. If he came to ask for her hand in marriage but brought his wife along with him, it would be considered as a kind of blasphemy to Su Qiuling. She would be even more disappointed. When she heard that Ning Fan said that his surname was Zhou, she secretly remembered it. So this young master's surname is Zhou. As for hearing that Ning Fan got lost, it was completely beyond Su Qiuling's expectation. This young master Zhou doesn't seem to care about his embarrassment at all. He's really a strange person. Young master, where do you want to go? Why don't you let Qiuling bring you there personally? In case you get lost again in this extreme happiness summit and enter the boudoir of those young mistresses. If that happens, you will incur my father's wrath. Please excuse me. It seems like you're condescending to lead the way for me. Ning Fan smiled faintly. This lady is really interesting. It's all right. Little Ling, send the guest off. She gave an order to a servant girl indifferently. From the beginning to the end, she did not even look at the other young men. It was as if Ning Fan was the only man who could make her pay attention to him. Each of the young men from the aristocratic families originally came here to ask for her hand in marriage. However, they were chased away by Su Qiuling with a disdainful attitude. Naturally, they were extremely dissatisfied. When they saw the dignified young mistress of the Su family actually condescending to lead the way for a man and work as a servant girl, these young men naturally felt extremely jealous. Why? Why is it that this man is rewarded after he broke the young mistress's flower and angered her? My friend, do you dare to tell me your name? A few of the most domineering young masters asked sternly. You don't want to know my name because the last person who asked for my name, Zhao Zijing, is already dead. As for those of you who want to follow in his footsteps, please go ahead. Each of the young men from the aristocratic families had a drastic change of expression after hearing Ning Fan's indifferent words. They had more or less heard about the violent death of Zhao Zijing, the young master of the profound virtue sect, one of the 7 disciples of the external endless sea. Moreover, the news of the death of a dignified young master was almost sealed off by the 10 sections. None of them revealed the identity of the murderer. It was enough to show that the murderer either had a powerful background or extremely powerful strength. Could the murderer be this young man in front of them? If it's him, how could we offend such a person? Each of the young men who were arrogant just now shut their mouths after hearing Ning Fan's words. It was better this way. It saved them the trouble of killing a group of kittens and puppies. Su Qiuling's small mouth opened slightly. She did not expect that Ning Fan, who had always been gentle and refined, was actually strong enough to kill Zhao Zijing. She did not think that Ning Fan was lying, and she also did not think that killing someone in the external endless sea was a crime. In a place like this, one would either kill or be killed. This was the helplessness of the cultivation world. However, if Ning Fan could kill Zhao Zijing, his cultivation base should at least be at the mid-nascent soul realm. She recalled that she did something unnecessary to erase Zhao Zijing's spirit sense imprint for Ning Fan secretly. She recalled that she also reminded Ning Fan to be careful when he was in the external endless sea. She recalled that she tried to move Ning Fan with 10,000 immortal jade. If Ning Fan is at the mid-nascent soul realm, everything that she did would be a joke in his eyes. Her cheeks turned red and she felt a little ashamed. Young master, you really hit it well, not as well as Miss. This place is called the Flower Tomb. It's not the burial of flowers, but, don't say it. Su Qiuling's eyes turned red. She held back her sadness and smiled faintly. Young master is indeed Qiuling's bosom friend. To be honest, this place is indeed as you have imagined. Yes, I, Su Qiuling, do not have long to live. Yes, this flower tomb is prepared for me to bury myself. He actually saw through it. He is indeed my bosom friend who I have been waiting for a long time. However, he appeared too late. Miss, aren't you going to lead the way for me? Ah, I forgot about it. Sorry for my rudeness. May I know where young master wants to go? Other than the ladies' chambers, Qiuling is willing to bring young master to the place where my father keeps his treasures and pills. Oh? Ning Fan laughed. Why does this Su Qiuling resemble Lan Mei so much? They have met a few times and she is actually willing to bring me, a stranger, to the treasure vault of Su Russian's pill chamber to search for treasures. People say that a woman's heart is always on the outside. However, I have not even told Su Qiuling my real name. This woman's impression of me has increased too quickly. Interesting girl, isn't she? I have something to discuss with Senior Su. Please take me there. This? Su Qiuling frowned. She seemed to be in a difficult position. Is it difficult? No, that's not it. However, it seems like my father is going to receive a distinguished guest today. This person is a ferocious devil from the outer endless sea. He has killed countless people and raped countless women and women. His methods are cruel and unforgivable. Young master, when you meet this person later, you must be careful not to offend him. Otherwise, even if you are a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator, you will err. Thank you for your concern, Miss Qiuling. I won't forget it. Ning Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Was his reputation that bad? When Su Qiuling heard Ning Fan calling her name, her face immediately turned red. He called my name, under the envious gazes of countless youths. Ning Fan and Su Qiuling went to the inner palace from the belly of the Tower of Bliss. That was the forbidden area of the forbidden area, the place where Su Russian cultivated in seclusion. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter. Since Ning Fan had gained Su Qiuling's favor, he was allowed to enter. As for them, they would be chased out of the Peak of Bliss. However, they did not dare to resent Su Qiuling or Ning Fan. The former was the daughter of a divine transformation realm expert while the latter was a ruthless person who claimed to have killed the 7 sons of the outer endless sea. They could not afford to offend either of them. To be continued. Ning Fan, the female corpse and Su Qiuling walked together in the middle of the mountain. Along the way, all the maids and guards immediately greeted Su Qiuling respectfully when they saw her. Naturally, no one would question Ning Fan. Su Qiuling did not talk much at the beginning. Occasionally, she would talk about flowers, birds, insects, and fish. Ning Fan's knowledge of these things was profound. His occasional words would make Su Qiuling's eyes light up. Young master, you're really a refined scholar, huh? Ning Fan laughed. If Su Qiuling knew that the so-called refined scholar was actually the ferocious devil of the external endless sea that she hated the most, she would probably be disappointed. At the same time, Ning Fan was pondering about the strangeness of Su Qiuling's body. This Su Qiuling is about to die. If Ning Fan was not mistaken, there was a trace of domineering metal spiritual power in her body that robbed her of her life force. She might look beautiful on the outside, but she could actually die at any time. As for that metal spiritual power, if Ning Fan was not mistaken, it should be. His brows furrowed. If he was not mistaken, he had to save this Su Qiuling. Not only was it for the great benefits, but it was also for the sake of not letting this woman die. At the end of the winding corridor was a huge light red copper door. Outside the door, Su Qiuling stopped and took a deep breath. With a wave of her wrist, she took out a red copper token and cast a hand seal on it. Immediately, the huge door trembled and turned into a red shadow before disappearing. Young Master Zhou, father is in the hall. You must remember to be careful with your words when you see him. Thank you for your reminder, Miss Qiuling. I will be careful. Su Qiuling was slightly nervous. After all, her father was temperamental and he killed people without hesitation. Even if Ning Fan was an outstanding person, he would still be in danger if he displeased her father. Looking at the time, father should be entertaining crazy devil Zhou Ming right now. Would Zhou Ming kill young Master Zhou without the slightest scruple? Her footsteps were hesitant. However, to her surprise, when the copper door opened, there was no devil inside. There were only two old men who seemed to be waiting for someone. Seeing Ning Fan's arrival, the two old men did not seem to be surprised. Instead, they immediately stood up and cupped their fists to welcome him as if they had been waiting for a long time. Fellow Taoist Zhou, you've finally come. You really made me wait for a long time. Haha. Brother Zhou is here. These two voices, one was Su Russian, the other was Xianxia. With that, the two divine transformation stage patriarchs immediately turned into green smoke and floated out of the palace to greet him. Su Qiuling's pretty face was filled with surprise. Su Qiuling's pretty face was filled with shock. When this shocked expression fell on her usually calm face, it looked exceptionally adorable. She never expected that her father and Uncle Yan of the cloud-treading sect would personally welcome young Master Zhou despite being at the deification realm. She was worried that Zhou would make her father and Yan be unhappy. But now, of the two of them. Of Qiuling Fan, of the sect. An extremely absurd guess couldn't help but arise in Su Qiuling's heart. Of Qiuling were where Su of Qiuling was in. Su Russian cupped in slightly. Fan might he seemed to it was when he bow. Zhou of Fan's Chongming. He was. Fan of the slight. The Qiu Fan. When Su Russian cupped his fists, he bowed slightly. Although it was a small gesture, it showed that his respect towards Ning Fan came from the bottom of his heart. Su Russian only showed his respect to venerated giant. Today, however, he showed it to Ning Fan. It was too unusual. As for Xianxia, he secretly took half a step back. Although it was a small step, it showed that he had a trace of fear towards Ning Fan in the depths of his heart. The reason why he took a step back was because he was being cautious. A dignified divine transformation realm cultivator had to be cautious and fearful when facing a young man of the younger generation. It was even more unusual. Su Qiuling could not understand it. She could not understand it no matter what. She looked at Ning Fan as if she was asking for confirmation. May I know young Master Zhou's name? I'm sorry. I've met Miss Qiuling a few times but I've never told you my name. My name is Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming, he was Zhou Ming. That Zhou Ming whom she hated so much actually looked like this. How? How could this be? Su Qiuling stared at Ning Fan speechlessly. She could not understand why this gentle and refined young man was the devil lord that the outer endless sea feared. This person's behavior was obviously well-mannered. How could he be a heinous pervert? Su Qiuling knew that the devil lord that her father wanted to meet was crazy devil Zhou Ming. Her father had even asked her to come and meet Zhou Ming. However, Su Qiuling rejected him with pride. She was unwilling to do so. However, if she knew that her father wanted her to meet young Master Zhou, she might not have refused to meet him. Young Master really hides himself well. Su Qiuling sighed faintly. She had said this once in the flower tomb. However, when she said it again now, it was a completely different feeling. So this young Master Zhou was actually Zhou Ming. Moreover, he was able to make her father and Uncle Yan bend down to befriend him. I've still underestimated this person. This person's reputation was extremely bad. However, Su Qiuling believed her own eyes more. The Ning Fan that she saw was a man of flesh and blood with a graceful bearing. That's all. However, she had no idea how many times she had badmouthed Zhou Ming along the way and kept reminding Ning Fan to be careful. She did not know if Ning Fan would mind it or not. Moreover, Su Qiuling's heart was also slightly annoyed. She blamed Ning Fan for not telling her his full name, causing her to make a fool of herself in front of him once again. Su Qiuling understood that the reason why Ning Fan did not tell her was because he was worried that the name Zhou Ming would make her afraid. He is Zhou Ming. He is actually Zhou Ming. Su Qiuling's mind was in a mess. For a moment, she did not know how to face Ning Fan. On the other hand, Ning Fan cupped his fists to greet the two spirit-severing realm experts. Su Russian's respect towards him seemed to be a little excessive. There must be a reason why he did not know about it. However, Su Russian should not have any malicious intent. As for Xianxia, it was only normal for him to be afraid of me. The punch that he used to shatter the 5 harmonies palm was probably enough to break the 7 harmonies palm. It was normal for him to be afraid of me since such a punch was able to injure Xianxia. As for the fact that he did not see old ancestors Wutong of the Purple Charm sect, Ning Fan was even more certain of one thing. Xianxia was here but Wutong was not. He was probably escorting the other 6 disciples of the external Endless Sea back to their sect to avoid calamity. Hee. I've already guessed fellow Taoist Zhou's purpose of coming here. Why don't we have a deeper discussion in the palace? Sure. The magnificent copper palace was filled with mysterious patterns. The host and the guest were seated at the center of the palace. Without exchanging any pleasantries, Su Rushan took out an ancient map and spread it on the copper table as soon as he sat down. Fellow Taoist Zhou, please take a look. This map shows the outer area of the secret realm of the broken world. It is 70 million li * 500 m per li, wide. I know your strength and the purpose of your visit today. I have already prepared a generous gift. If fellow Taoist needs anything that can help you enter the secret realm, I will do my best to fulfill it. However, I need a clear answer. After you have seen the map, how confident are you to kill 150 wild beasts within 5 months? What? Did I hear it wrongly? My father actually begged young Master Zhou to enter the secret realm of the broken world and kill 150 wild beasts? Su Qiuling's small mouth opened slightly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. What kind of place is the secret realm of the broken world? It is a place that even peak nascent soul cultivators would face great risks in entering. Those who manage to kill 1 wild beast within the secret realm would already be considered as outstanding among peak nascent soul cultivators. However, to kill 150 wild beasts within 5 months. How is this possible? She had heard about Zhou Ming's notorious reputation and his extraordinary strength. He was the strongest cultivator below the divine transformation realm. Even so, her father was being too reckless to let him enter the secret realm and risk his life. Su Qiuling's beautiful eyes fell on the ancient map. Looking at the densely packed blood-red dots on the surface of the mountains and rivers, she felt her scalp going numb. Each of the red dots was a wild beast. This map was recorded by a peak nascent soul cultivator of the Pleasure Devil sect who had entered the secret realm several times. Even though it was not completely accurate, it was not too far off. This map only recorded the periphery of the secret realm. Within the 70 million li radius of the area, there were at least 3 great wild beast clans, which amounted to a few hundred wild beasts, 5 months and 150 wild beasts. Even if her father could enter the secret realm, he wouldn't have more than 70% confidence in killing 150 wild beasts within 5 months. How much confidence does young Master Zhou have? No matter how powerful he is not a divine transformation realm expert. Initially, I only have 70% confidence. But with this map, I can more or less avoid danger. I have 80% confidence. What? He actually has 80% confidence? Su Qiuling was secretly shocked. Even though she had only met him a few times, she knew that this young Master Zhou was not someone who liked to play to the gallery. If he said he had 80% confidence, then it was 80%. Killing 150 wild beasts in 5 months. Even her father only had 70% confidence. Could it be that this Zhou Ming is more powerful than her father? Only 80% confidence. Su Rushan and Yan Zhongzi looked at each other. Faintly, they could see the worry in each other's eyes. 80% confidence. Father is still not satisfied with such a high confidence. How much does father value Zhou Ming? That's right. I only have 80% confidence because Senior Su only gave me the map of the outer region. If there are ferocious beasts in the inner region that obstructs me when they see me hunting, even I wouldn't dare to say that I have 100% confidence in completing the mission. The affairs of the world were unpredictable. Without seeing the map of the inner region, Ning Fan did not give a full answer. I see. If fellow Taoist is concerned about this, you can be at ease. There won't be any ferocious beasts in the inner region that will disturb your hunting. It's because the inner region of the secret realm of the broken world is blocked by a formation light. There's no way to enter it at all. Perhaps the reason why wild beasts are born so quickly is because there's no way to investigate it. Formation light? Ning Fan frowned. There was a formation light in the secret realm of the broken world. Of course, there must be some hidden secrets. However, if it doesn't interfere with his hunting, it wouldn't be a problem. If there are no other disturbances, I have 100% confidence in completing fellow Taoist Su's mission. That's good. That's good, Su Russian heaved a sigh of relief. If Ning Fan, who was at the Jade Life Body Refinement realm, did not have 100% confidence, perhaps it would be difficult to find an expert below the Divine Transformation realm who could complete the mission of Venerated Giant, which was almost a harsh mission. If that's the case, fellow Taoist Zhou, please take a look at the gifts that I have prepared for you. If you lack anything, feel free to tell me. Su Russian rose to his feet with a slightly awkward expression. He shook his head with a bitter smile and clapped his hands. Immediately, 12 graceful female cultivators with slender waists walked out from the inner palace. All 12 of them were peerlessly beautiful human cauldrons. Each of them possessed profound bewitching techniques. As soon as they saw Ning Fan entering, they immediately greeted him in unison. Servants, greet master. Each of these 12 women had a cultivation base at the nascent soul realm. It was no wonder that Su Russian's face was filled with embarrassment. Gifting women to another man as human cauldrons in front of his own daughter was really not a glorious thing. Su Qiuling, on the other hand, was already used to it. It was perfectly normal for devil cultivators to gift human cauldrons to each other, even though she did not like it. However, Su Qiuling knew that these 12 women were all the remaining nascent soul realm human cauldrons in the Pleasure Devil sect. Her father actually gave all of them to young Master Zhou. The 12 of them have grown up in my Pleasure Devil sect since young. Each of them has an extraordinary physique and is suitable for plucking. I heard that fellow Taoist Zhou is good at using human cauldrons for cultivation. If that's the case, is this old man's gift satisfactory to fellow Taoist? Ning Fan's expression was puzzled, but he sighed inwardly. 12 nascent soul realm human cauldrons were indeed a great gift. However, he was slightly disappointed that the spirit severing realm human cauldron was not among them. Fellow Taoist, do you want the spirit severing realm human cauldron? Su Russian seemed to have seen through Ning Fan's thoughts. I'm sorry. Ning Fan smiled bitterly. ****. It's not that I'm being stingy. It's just that this spirit-severing realm human cauldron was captured by the giant devil clan in the Eternal Endless Sea. It has some background. If fellow Taoist obtains it, it won't be a good thing but a disaster. Su Russian did not explain further. Obviously, this matter involved some secrets. Is that so? Ning Fan did not say much and said to the 12 women. From today onwards, all of you will be my human cauldrons. If you don't betray me, I won't let you down. At least, all of you will be safe for the rest of your lives. Thank you for sparing our lives, Master. The meaning behind Ning Fan's words was obvious. If you don't betray me, I won't kill you. At most, I'll just pluck you. To the women who were human cauldrons, this was undoubtedly good news. Of course, they were extremely grateful to him. Su Qiuling's thoughts were rather complicated. She did not like Ning Fan's action of accepting the human cauldrons. However, from the perspective of devil cultivators, Ning Fan was more merciful than most devil cultivators. At least, he killed them before using them, gave them to others and sold them again. Ning Fan had accepted the 12 human cauldrons. However, it did not mean that he was not interested in the spirit-severing realm human cauldrons. As for the specific condition of the spirit-severing realm human cauldrons, he would only know after seeing them at the auction. If he really wants them, he could just bid for them with immortal jade. Seeing that Ning Fan did not show any joy after accepting the human cauldrons, Su Russian could not help but smile bitterly. It seemed like he did not have enough capital to bribe the great devil Lord Zhou. To nascent soul realm human cauldrons, 12 nascent soul realm human cauldrons were considered a great gift. However, to spirit-severing realm human cauldrons, it was nothing. Su Russian pondered for a moment. Then, he patted his storage pouch and took out a set of shining silver armor. As soon as he took out the armor, his face showed a hint of pain while Yan Zhong's eyes were filled with passion. This is the set of spiritual equipment that fellow Taoist Su mentioned before. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. In his eyes, this set of spiritual equipment was extremely extraordinary. That's right. This set of spiritual equipment is called General Silver Armor. It was the last work of a spirit augmentation master who had passed away. The whole set of spiritual equipment is divided into 7 parts. The boots, the lower part, the upper part, the wrist guard, the spirit ring, the spirit chain and the spirit helmet. These 7 spiritual equipment are all low-grade earth profound realm. The boots can increase the speed of the body. The upper part and the lower part can increase the defense of the body. The wrist guard can increase the strength of the body. The spirit ring can increase the primordial essence of the 5 elements. The spirit chain can increase the defense of the bewitching technique. The spirit helmet can prevent the injury of the sea of consciousness. If you wear these 7 spiritual equipment, with your jade life realm physical body, you can even withstand the attacks of a mid-spirit severing realm expert. Moreover, when the 7 spiritual equipment recognize you as their master, you can even activate the spirit formation ability. Spirit formation? Ning Fan raised his eyebrows. The defense of this spiritual equipment is not any weaker than the first level of Jade Life Realm. If I wear the spiritual equipment, I can directly block Yen Jones's 5 Harmonies palm. That's right. A set of spiritual equipment. Every spiritual equipment has a technique sealed within it. If the 7 spiritual equipment recognize you as their master at the same time, you can activate the technique of the spirit formation and double the recovery speed of your magic power. Moreover, the 7 stars will combine into one and condense the power of the heavenly spirit to form a heavenly spirit blade to kill your enemies. As for the details, you will know when the spiritual equipment recognizes you as its master in the future. I will only say one thing. Even if fellow Taoist has yet to enter the Jade Life Realm, it won't be difficult for you to fight against a spirit-severing realm expert with the power of this spiritual equipment. After fellow Taoist obtains the spiritual equipment, even I am not willing to fight against fellow Taoist. Interesting. However, can fellow Taoist Su explain the meaning of the Devil Mountain's insignia on the spiritual equipment? Ning Fan believed that Su Russian did not lie. This spiritual equipment was indeed extremely powerful. However, there was one thing that he was sure about. Such a powerful spiritual equipment should not belong to an early spirit-severing realm cultivator like Su Russian. Perhaps the reason why he took out this spiritual equipment was not as simple as giving a gift. The insignia of the Devil Mountain was imprinted on the silver armor. It seemed to be the insignia of a certain force. If Ning Fan's guess was right, once he puts on this spiritual equipment, there would be a special meaning to it. It would not be easy to take it off. That mountain looked very familiar. It was extremely similar to the profound earth devil marks on its back. Previously, Ning Fan did not understand why Su Russian was overly respectful towards him. Now, however, he could vaguely guess the reason. Perhaps it had something to do with this Devil Mountain. After all, Su Russian only showed him respect after he condensed his divine intent and punched out a shadow of the Devil Mountain. What exactly is this mountain? To be honest, this insignia is the insignia of the giant devil clan of the Eternal Endless Sea. This spiritual equipment was also given to me by venerated giant. As for this mountain, its name is Devil Luo Mountain. Does fellow Taoist know anything about this Devil Luo Mountain? Devil Luo Mountain. When Ning Fan muttered these 3 words, he could faintly feel the devil marks on his back becoming hot. As expected, his devil marks were closely related to this Devil Luo Mountain. To be continued. In the mysterious Jade Palace, Ning Fan looked at the set of silver armors with a solemn expression. Devil Luo Mountain. Ning Fan knew nothing about it, but Su Russian seemed to have gotten a satisfactory answer from Ning Fan. Is this the reason why he was so respectful to me? After Su Russian got a satisfactory answer, Su Russian did not reject any of the items that Ning Fan asked for. Other than a set of profound earth spiritual equipment and 12 nascent soul realm human cauldrons, Su Russian also offered 50 million immortal jades, 24th revolution pill recipes, 5 5th revolution pill recipes, 3 nascent soul realm Dao fruits and 50 heavenly primordial pills. As for recovery pills, there were countless of them. Ning Fan got a piece of mortal void grade spirit iron which had the fire spirit ability. This spirit iron could greatly increase the power of fire attribute magical treasures. However, it was obviously not suitable to use it on the spirit shattering whip. If the spirit shattering whip was to be attached with the metal spirit or lightning spirit, the attribute of the fire spirit was wrong. However, Ning Fan would not return the spirit iron to Su Russian even if it was temporarily useless. he got two profound sky incomplete treasures. What surprised Ning Fan the most was that Su Rushan gave him the Mother Earth nether milk as the reward. Except for the Mother Earth's heart, almost all the rewards were paid. 200 drops of Mother Earth nether milk, and the price of killing 150 wild beasts was 2,000 units of magic power. If Ning Fan absorbs this milk, he would be able to break through to the peak of nascent soul realm. However, refining the Mother Earth nether milk, heavenly primordial pills, Dao fruits, and green phoenix fire would take a lot of time. Compared to the other methods to increase his cultivation base, plucking human cauldrons would save him the most time. Ning Fan shook his cauldron ring and summoned a nascent soul realm woman. I need to pluck you, but I can keep your gold core realm cultivation base for you. Thank you for not killing me, master. Please take pity on me. 5 days later, Ning Fan plucked the primordial een of the 12 nascent soul realm women. His magic power increased by 215 units to 675 units. The reason why it was less than expected was because he had used up too much of his yang essence. It was not easy to pluck nascent soul realm women. After collecting all the Yuanying stage cauldrons in the Pleasure Devil Sea, apart from the Green Jade Immortal Island, there would be few Yuanying stage women in the outer sea. He pushed open the door and walked out. The dead woman was still following him silently. Ning Fan raised his head and looked at the snowy sky, suppressing his aura back into his body. With the increase in his magic power, his perception of the heaven and earth yuan energy became sharper. Ordinary nascent soul realm cultivators would first comprehend the general trend, then comprehend the bottleneck of the spirit-severing realm, and finally comprehend the divine intent after the spirit-severing realm. However, Ning Fan was the exact opposite. Before the auction, there were still two things to do. First, form the second finger of the sword finger. The second was to refine the silver spirit equipment. He pressed his palm against the ground and unleashed the soul extraction divine ability. However, this time, what he extracted was not the island soul, but the gold vein spiritual power of half of the celestial island. The joyous union celestial island was not big. With his cultivation, it was enough to extract the power of the peninsula. Surging golden spiritual force flowed through Ning Fan's right hand and into his body, as if it was going to burst his body. At this moment, the entire Union Celestial Island was in chaos. Countless old monsters noticed that the spirit energy on the island had instantly become extremely thin. Only deity transformation stage cultivators could sense that someone was using a soul extraction technique to extract the spirit chi of the entire island. Who was it? Someone actually mastered the soul extraction technique. Su Rushan and Yan Zhong turned into green smoke and floated into the sky. Ning Fan had obtained Su Rushan's permission to extract the spiritual force of half of the island. Both of them naturally knew that it was most likely Ning Fan's doing. Both of them were inwardly shocked by Ning Fan's means. At the same time, the other 4 deity transformation stage cultivators also flew into the sky. Their bodies were bathed in black snow and their eyes were filled with seriousness. They carefully spread out their spirit sense. Under the influence of the magnetic force, they tried to find the expert who extracted the island's soul from the island. However, they found nothing. At this moment, Ning Fan had already entered the Yuanyao world after extracting the golden power of the peninsula. Since he was in a small kiliocosm, how could a deity transformation stage cultivator from the outside world detect him? In the Yuanyao world, Ning Fan, who was enveloped by the surging golden power, looked like a golden man. He tried his best to force the golden spiritual force into the second finger of his right hand to form the second finger of the sword finger. The first finger, mountain shattering. The second finger, heaven shattering. The golden man sat upright on the ground. All of the golden spiritual force was slowly forced into the tip of his right finger, causing the golden light on his finger to shine like a sun. The golden power was already sufficient. However, Ning Fan could not use the second finger of the sword finger no matter what. It was as if there was a barrier that prevented Ning Fan from performing the technique. He pondered over it for 1,000 times. In the end, he understood that some things could not be understood just by thinking about it. He was afraid that he would only be able to fully understand the essence of this finger in a battle. After ordering the female corpse to retreat slightly, Ning Fan temporarily stopped suppressing the golden light. He patted his storage pouch and took out a stone puppet. With a wave of his hand, the stone puppet grew in the wind and turned into Stone Warrior. Stone Warrior, listen to my command. Before Stone Warrior regained his consciousness, Ning Fan gave an order which carried a strong aura force. It made Stone Warrior's hollow eyes reveal a hint of surprise. What a strong aura force! It's almost comparable to a divine transformation realm cultivator. You are still at the late nascent soul realm. Why do you have such a strong aura force? Almost immediately, Stone Warrior realized that the place he was in was actually a small kiliocosm. Even though this small kiliocosm had been altered beyond recognition by Ning Fan, it still looked a little familiar. This is my Mistress Yuanyao world. Impossible. How could the Yuanyao jade fall into your hands? What have you done to my mistress? Bei Xiaoman is safe and sound. As per your promise, I became the guest alchemy master of the Lost World Palace and treated Bei Xiaoman's injuries when she was in trouble. I took this jade from her, but she did not resist. Of course, Bei Xiaoman would not dare to resist when the jade slip was in Ning Fan's hands. Stone Warrior checked the blood on his glabella. It was Bei Xiaoman's blood. It was left behind when he recognized her as his puppet. Stone Warrior felt slightly relieved when he found that the blood was safe. However, he still doubted Ning Fan's words about saving Bei Xiaoman. Nevertheless, he believed that Ning Fan did not harm Bei Xiaoman. Ning Fan frowned slightly. As expected, Stone Warrior was not loyal to him. It was really troublesome to use him like this. Once his strength far surpasses Stone Warrior, he could return him. Unfortunately, Stone Warrior was not loyal to him after all. As for Bei Xiaoman, she was his cauldron. It would not matter if he gave her some benefits. Let's fight. The Situ Devil Star flashed in Ning Fan's right eye. A monstrous devil intent emerged and turned into a devil mountain with black chi covering the sky. Ning Fan stood on the peak of the mountain. Fight with me. He looked down at Stone Warrior. At this moment, Stone Warrior, who had a body of earth and stone, could feel an irresistible pressure from Ning Fan. At this moment, in Stone Warrior's eyes, Ning Fan was not a human but a mountain, a devil mountain. This is devil intent. But what grade is it exactly? It's not the 8th grade nor the 7th grade. It's the 6th grade. This young man actually comprehended a 6th grade devil intent in such a short period of time? The last time Stone Warrior turned into a stone puppet, it was when Ning Fan was at the late nascent soul realm. This time, however, Ning Fan's magic power had improved significantly. What Stone Warrior found unbelievable was that Ning Fan had condensed a 6th grade devil intent despite possessing the 8th grade divine intent, the divine intent of rain. Under this devil intent, Stone Warrior's body trembled violently. His mountain divine intent was insignificant in front of Ning Fan's devil mountain. It was as if a monarch had descended. Fight with me. Ning Fan's eyes were indifferent. He wanted to comprehend the second finger of the sword finger through the battle with Stone Warrior. This gaze caused Stone Soldier's stone heart to tremble uncontrollably. Yes. In the end, he obeyed Ning Fan's order. However, Stone Warrior didn't think that Ning Fan would be able to defeat him. He could see that Ning Fan was comprehending a body technique. However, he had no idea how powerful this technique was. However, Stone Warrior did not think that he would lose. Born to fight. From the foot of the Devil Mountain, his physical body transformed. When he grew to 700 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, he thought that he could touch Ning Fan, who was standing on the peak of the Devil Mountain, with a wave of his hand. However, something shocking happened. With his ordinary body, he was just an ant in front of the Devil Mountain. His 700 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, body was obviously taller than the Devil Mountain, but his aura was still far inferior. Collapse. When Ning Fan uttered a word, Stone Warrior's Dharma body was on the verge of collapsing. What kind of devil intent is this? What kind of mountain is this? With just a single thought, it made my stone puppet body on the verge of collapsing. Stone Warrior was astonished. This Devil Mountain must have a great background. It was like the king of the mountain, which was not to be looked at directly. Only some 3rd grade divine intents would be able to destroy the Stone Warriors with just a single thought. The reason why the devil intent of this Devil Mountain was only at the 6th grade was probably because Ning Fan had yet to fully comprehend it. If he were to fully comprehend this devil intent, Perhaps the power of this devil intent would be comparable to a third-grade divine intent or even higher. If he was not mistaken, this shadow of the Devil Mountain was very similar to the devil marks that he had etched for Ning Fan. Could it be that when I made the 99 strokes, I accidentally drew out some kind of powerful devil intent? At this moment, Stone Warrior no longer dared to underestimate Ning Fan. If Ning Fan used the Morning Death technique to capture Stone Warrior in the past, then now, he was able to suppress Stone Warrior with just his devil intent. Stone Warrior understood that the reason why his Dharma body did not collapse was because Ning Fan showed mercy. Ning Fan, who was a late nascent soul realm expert, actually showed mercy to his early spirit severing realm puppet. Fight with me. At this moment, Ning Fan took a step forward and leaped up from the peak of the Devil Mountain. He lifted his finger and pressed it down. One finger, mountain shattering. Under this finger, countless mountains that were sucked into the Xianxia world crumbled. Each time a mountain collapsed, the power of his finger became stronger. When the shadow of the Devil Mountain behind Ning Fan crumbled, it turned into rolling devil chi and flowed into his finger. This finger carried a sword light and went against Stone Warrior's giant fist. Stone Warrior did not expect that Ning Fan did not activate the sword light from his finger. Instead, he left it in his finger and used his physical body to attack his fist. In his impression, even though Ning Fan's physical body was strong, he was still at the half-step Jade Life realm. Compared to a true Jade Life realm expert like him, Ning Fan was still far inferior. Moreover, he had manifested his Dharma body while Ning Fan was still an insignificant ant. However, when the fist and finger came into contact with each other, a trace of mountain-shattering and earth-shattering intent came from Ning Fan's tiny finger. Amidst the rumbling sound, one of Stone Warrior's arms shook violently. His gigantic stone fist was crushed, his giant body retreated tens of steps, crushing countless mountains and rivers before he could stabilize himself. His hollow eyes were filled with shock. You have broken through to the Jade Life realm. There's no doubt about it. This person must have broken through to the Jade Life realm. Otherwise, this finger sword would at most make me feel a little apprehensive. It would definitely not be a threat to me. However, the result was that my gigantic fist that manifested my Dharma body was crushed. This was the first time Stone Warrior suffered a loss in a clash of body techniques with Ning Fan. Ning Fan did not answer Stone Warrior's question. The answer was obvious. If he had not attained the Jade Life realm, he would certainly not be arrogant enough to compete with Stone Warrior. The first finger of his finger, mountain shattering, was an application of the power of earth. It was already effective against Stone Warrior. In addition to the devil intent of the Devil Luo Mountain, it was not strange for him to injure Stone Warrior with a single finger. Devil Luo Mountain. This mountain must have a great background in the devil race. Now, I understand Su Rushan's intention. He gave me this silver armor and told me that this armor belonged to the revered figure of the giant devil clan. Even though he did not directly recruit me, I must find out the ins and outs of the Devil Luo Mountain if I want to increase the power of my devil intent. Even Stone Warrior does not know about the Devil Luo Mountain, but the giant devil clan does. If I enter the Eternal Endless Sea, the giant devil clan will have no choice but to go there. He took a deep breath and stepped into the sky. Then, he collected his thoughts and looked at the tip of his finger. That trace of golden light had yet to form the second finger. Not enough. It's still not enough, let's fight again. Ning Fan leaped into the air and the force of his finger, mountain shattering, landed on Stone Warrior's body. After knowing that Ning Fan was at the Jade Life realm, Stone Warrior no longer dared to underestimate him. He displayed a divine transformation realm defensive body technique and formed a fiery red stone armor around his body, blocking all of mountain shattering sword fingers. The first finger of his finger was still limited in power after all. It was not enough to break this fiery red stone armor. Without using their trump cards, Stone Warrior and Ning Fan were evenly matched. The battle lasted for a day and a night. The golden light on Ning Fan's fingertip became brighter and brighter. However, it still lacked a trigger to trigger the force of his finger. The first finger, mountain shattering, used the shattered mountains as the force of the finger and turned it into a sword finger to attack the enemy. The second finger, sky shattering, naturally needed to collapse the heavens. However, the heavens had no form. How could it collapse? How could it collapse the heavens? when their fists and fingers collided again, Stone Warrior's body was sent flying tens of li asterisk, 500 m per li, away while Ning Fan was also sent flying like a cannonball. He retreated continuously in the sky, and when he retreated to the sea, he finally steadied himself. After a day of tough battle, he had consumed a lot of his energy. He had almost reached his limit. Stone Warrior, on the other hand, did not have it easy either. Without using his trump cards, he, a dignified divine transformation realm cultivator, had to fight evenly with Ning Fan for a whole day. During their first encounter, Ning Fan had to use all of his techniques to last 3 breaths. Now, however, as long as Stone Warrior does not use the 7-killing Gui technique that Bei Xiaoman gave him, it would be difficult for him to defeat Ning Fan with just his physical body. The speed of this young man's improvement was too fast. Based on this, he would no longer be a match for Ning Fan in just a short time. Zhou Ming, you're very strong. You can fight against me until now. With your Jade Life Realm physical body, you can fight against Divine Transformation Realm cultivators in the external Endless Sea. However, you can't defeat me. You don't even have a Divine Transformation Realm body technique that you can use. If I use the 7-killing Gui technique that my mistress taught me, you will definitely lose. Ning Fan knew that what Stone Warrior said was the truth. It was exactly because he lacked Divine Transformation Realm techniques that he took great pains to cultivate the second finger of the sword finger. Looking at the dot of golden light on the tip of his finger, he remained silent. He no longer deliberately pursued the second finger. Instead, he stood upside down on the surface of the sea, feeling the sea breeze and pondering. What he was pondering was what was the heaven. After a day of fighting, he vaguely understood that as long as he could find the heaven, he would be able to shatter it and collapse it with a single finger. His right eye moved. Above the surface of the sea, his devil intent turned into a devil mountain with monstrous black chi. Standing on the peak of the mountain, Ning Fan dispersed his magic power and aura force. His heart was as calm as still water. He raised his head calmly and looked at the sky. He vaguely understood something. The slightest mistake could lead to a great loss. The heaven was originally invisible. How could it collapse the heaven? He could see the sky above his head, but he could not feel the veins in it. He was not anxious. Instead, he calmed his mind and sorted out the veins in his mind. He gazed at the boundless sea and suddenly felt emotional. What is missing in this sea? What is missing in this heaven? The Yuanyao world was a pitch-black world. Even though there were countless stars shining brightly, it was still pitch black. The ink-like seawater turned into a trace of enlightenment and grew rapidly in Ning Fan's mind. At this moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. The heaven is originally formless. How can it contain things? Where the stars are, it is the heaven. However, the stars are not enough. Where the moon is, it is the heaven. However, the moon is also not enough. Among the sun, moon, and stars, the most venerable one is the sun. This sun might represent the heaven. The sun is the saint, the moon is the emperor, and the stars are the fiend gods. A certain chant that Luo Yu had imparted to him in the past resounded in his mind for no reason. There is a fish in the Northern Ocean whose name is Kuan. There is a saint in the Northern Ocean whose name is Hun Kuan. There is a sun in the Northern Ocean whose name is Yin Rong. There is a thunder in the Northern Ocean whose name is Lei Lai. This chant had dissolved the power by Fading's ice sun in the past. However, now, it began to condense along with the movement of his heaven primordial realm. A red sun slowly rose from the horizon of the endless sea. It was the sun that was formed from the primordial power of heaven and earth. The heaven can't collapse. However, if I collapse the sun, can I make the heaven collapse? Once this thought arose in his mind, it was hard to erase it. Standing on the peak of the Devil Mountain, Ning Fan looked at the sun that had risen halfway to the sky. However, it was on the verge of collapse. The primordial power of heaven and earth condensed into a sun was not enough. The sun has the heaven's might. The heaven's might is hard to imitate. He bent his finger, as if he was grabbing something in the void, and recited the mysterious chant. As his devil intent moved, a trace of true yang power was extracted from the heaven and earth by Ning Fan out of nowhere. Go. He flicked his finger and the true yang power went into the red sun. The red sun immediately turned black. The black sun rose to the sky. Every time it rose a little, the heaven primordial realm's power would slowly condense into traces of heavenly spiritual power. Primordial realm's power belonged to nascent soul realm's power. Heavenly spiritual power belonged to spirit severing realm's power. The black sun hung in the sky. The black sunlight was like the arrival of doomsday. The heaven is formless. Then, I will use the power of the broken sun to collapse the heaven. At this moment, Ning Fan leaped into the sky and walked towards the giant stone soldier. He touched the black sunlight and it listened to his command. His fingertips slid across the sunlight. It was his first time touching the heavenly spiritual power that he used himself. Whether I succeed or not, it all depends on this finger. Fight me. That's my wish. The stone soldier's eyes were filled with battle intent. The black sun that was hanging in the sky gave him a strong sense of danger. He could not see through the technique, but it was definitely not ordinary. He wanted to fight. The giant stone soldier pointed his finger. 7 blood-red stars appeared in the sky one after another. The 7 stars connected and the power of the 7 stars turned into 7 rays of bloody light that fell from the sky and condensed on the giant stone soldier's finger. The power of this finger was a few times stronger than Yan Zhong's 7 harmonies palm. This finger had once killed a spirit-severing realm expert with a single finger. This technique was classified as a spirit-severing realm technique. It turned the technique into a star and used the star to condense the heavenly spiritual power. However, the star was inferior to the moon and the moon was inferior to the sun. Before the black sun, even the 7 blood-red stars trembled slightly. The stars were inferior to the sun when they were using the same technique. You can't defeat me. Unless you are a spirit-severing realm expert. The stone soldier's voice was like thunder, shaking the entire Yuanya world. Is that so? Ning Fan's tone was cold. As he raised his finger, the golden light at the tip of his finger completely turned dark golden. At this moment, the black sun hanging in the sky was ignited. Black flames rose from the black sun out of nowhere. Below it, raging waves surged up to the sky. The stone soldier was greatly shocked. Only now did he realize that he had misjudged Ning Fan's technique from the beginning to the end. The stone soldier was using the star condensation technique, but Ning Fan was using the sun-shattering technique. When the black sun was ignited to its peak, a wave of shattering power erupted. At this moment, the black sun shattered and turned into a black firestorm, burning all the veins in the sky. As for the sky, it kept collapsing after the veins were burned to ashes. Collapse, 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 collapse. The power of shattering the sky was absorbed into the tip of Ning Fan's finger. The black light at the tip of his finger became brighter and brighter. Sky shattering. Although he had just pressed his finger, the black light that penetrated through his finger turned into countless rays and spread out like silk. An unprecedented sense of danger rose like never before, causing the stone soldier to disregard everything and use the Gui technique 7 killing technique. His hollow eyes were filled with shock and madness. What was shocking was Ning Fan's move of shattering the sky. What was crazy was that if he couldn't withstand this finger, he would be gravely injured or even killed. The blood-red light that could melt everything was immediately torn into pieces and dissipated when it came into contact with the threads of black light. The stone soldier was shocked. His strongest technique could only withstand less than 30% of the black light's power. The blood armor around his body resisted with all his might. However, under the black light, the blood armor was torn into pieces as soon as it came into contact with the black light. The remaining power of the black light approached Stone Soldier's body. Whenever his body came into contact with the black light, it would immediately be torn into pieces. His 700 zhang asterisk, 3, 33 m per zhang, body was completely torn apart in just a moment. Countless black lines wrapped around Stone Soldier's body like a cocoon. In the end, it stopped tearing him apart. However, Stone Soldier was already dumbfounded. Of course, it was because Ning Fan stopped the technique in time to avoid harming his life. If Ning Fan wanted to, he could have pressed an inch more and Stone Soldier would have died. I've lost. Stone Soldier, who was born to fight, revealed a bitter smile. The ant that could only last 3 breaths in front of him had now become a ruthless person that could kill him. A late nascent soul realm cultivator defeating a spirit-severing realm cultivator. If this matter were to be spread out, even early spirit-severing realm cultivators in the external endless sea would retreat when they see Ning Fan. The second finger has succeeded. However, the side effect seems to be a little big. A trace of black blood flowed down from the corner of Ning Fan's mouth. However, his eyes were filled with excitement. Stone Soldier was the first spirit-severing realm cultivator that he defeated with his own strength. If Stone Soldier could be ranked in the top 5 in the external Endless Sea, Ning Fan's finger would at least be unable to withstand 8 spirit-severing realm cultivators of the external Endless Sea. He must die. To be continued, the second finger of the sword finger could be considered to have been successfully cultivated. Although there were still many flaws, he would also be harmed if he harmed the enemy. A few days later, Ning Fan had recognized the 7 pieces of silver armor as their master. In the Xianxia world, he looked like a heavenly deity with his silver armor and the black feathers of the wind thunder wings, which added a strange demonic chi to his appearance. With a thought, the 7 pieces of spirit equipment and the wind thunder wings returned to his body. With a thought, Ning Fan returned to his silver armor and black feathers attire in the silver light. Light. Might. Wind. The female corpse's eyes sparkled while Stone Warrior looked at Ning Fan, who was armed to the teeth and felt a little depressed. It's a complete set of spirit equipment. A complete set of low-grade Earth Profound spirit equipment is even more expensive than a single peak-grade Earth Profound spirit equipment. It's obvious that Su Russian wants to befriend you. Zhou Ming, what did you do to move Su Russian to please you? Stone Warrior faintly felt that he had missed a lot of things when he was sealed in the stone puppet. Killing. Su Russian took a fancy to my killing ability. Ning Fan did not tell him the reason for the Devil Luo Mountain. In the beginning, Su Russian wanted to befriend him to please him because he wanted to kill a wild beast. After that, Su Russian's attitude changed drastically. He almost agreed to all of Ning Fan's requests. The reason was probably because of the mysterious totem, Devil Luo Mountain. However, there was no need to tell Stone Warrior about this. However, Stone Warrior felt the atmosphere in front of Ning Fan, who was fully equipped. Ning Fan, who was at the Jade Life Realm, could fight against Stone Warrior. Ning Fan, who had comprehended the second finger of the sword finger, could even kill Stone Warrior if he damaged himself. After obtaining the silver spirit equipment, Ning Fan's strength increased by a few times. Strength, magic power, speed, and defense. This set of spirit equipment was tailor-made for immortal martial cultivators. It was not a robe but an armor. Body cultivators were the most suitable for this set of spirit equipment. At this moment, Stone Warrior suddenly had an illusion. Ning Fan, who was wearing silver armor, was strong enough to withstand his 7-kill Gui technique with his physical body. Moreover, when this set of spirit equipment was activated, it seemed to have some kind of attack method. Silver armor and black feathers, but it seemed to be missing a weapon. Ning Fan's eyes moved. He could feel that the spirit formation of the 7 spirit equipment was activated. His ability to absorb heaven and earth primordial force immediately doubled. Originally, Ning Fan's cultivation base was not strong enough to transform his primordial force into heavenly spiritual force to display a spirit-severing divine ability. However, with the help of the spirit formation, Ning Fan's heart had a feeling that he could catch the heavenly spirit power that was drifting in the heaven and earth. He remembered that Su Russian once said that if he wore the full set of silver spirit equipment, he would be able to shoot out a blade of the sky spirit. Condense. He stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. As he did so, a silver vortex was formed at the center of his palm. Traces of heavenly spiritual force were peeled off like silk from cocoons. Slowly, they condensed into a silver snake spear that was 18 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, long. Holding the dazzling silver light in his palm, Ning Fan's forehead was covered with sweat. This silver spear was terrifying. If he was not careful and suffered a backlash, this silver spear would be enough to kill him, who had not yet reached the soul formation stage. Silver armor, black feathers, and silver spear. His appearance was very similar to the divine generals of the ancient heavenly courts. Seeing the appearance of the silver spear, the Stone Warrior's empty eye sockets were filled with a sigh. I won't be able to withstand this spear. The power of this spear is even stronger than the incomplete heaven collapsing finger. The strength of the Stone Warrior and Su Russian was almost the same. Su Russian claimed that if Ning Fan recognized him as the master of the silver spirit equipment, even he would not be willing to become Ning Fan's enemy. Because even Su Russian would not be able to withstand a strike from this silver spear. What a powerful force! Ning Fan felt that all of his strength was being drained and channeled into the silver spear. If this spear was thrown out, the mountains and rivers within the radius of tens of thousands of li would immediately be razed to the ground and all living beings would be killed. After dispersing the silver vortex in his palm and the silver spear, Ning Fan withdrew his spiritual sense and the spirit armor. He landed on the ground and calculated the time. It seemed like he was 3 days late to the auction. But it didn't matter. The first few days of the auction were mostly core realm and nascent realm auctions. The last grand cultivator auction had yet to begin. Ning Fan wondered if Su Yao had bought the Dao fruit in the auction. He took out 2 fourth revolution pills and consumed them. One was golden while the other was silver. Both of them were the pills given by Su Rushan. The golden pill was the heart essence pill which could recover a large amount of magical power. The silver pill was the silver blood pill which could recover injuries and strength. After keeping the stone warriors and stone puppets, Ning Fan held the female corpse and his realm power flashed. Weiliang, it's time to go. As the name suggested, the heavenly abode was an auction house that was transformed from a heavenly abode magical treasure. The last auction of the nascent realm auction was being held in this place. The venue was still closed and people could only leave but not enter. From time to time, people would bid for treasures and leave the Pleasure Immortal Island cautiously. Grand cultivators were not forbidden from entering. Yulong had been waiting here for a long time. When he saw Ning Fan, he immediately led Ning Fan and the female corpse into the heavenly abode respectfully. Ning Fan's gaze fell upon the interior of the heavenly abode and he was secretly surprised. The Su Rushan's foundation was not weak. He could even use a heavenly abode magical treasure as an auction house. If Ning Fan was not mistaken, this heavenly abode magical treasure should be forged by the same person as the golden house that Su Rushan used. The forging technique was not inferior to his cauldron ring. One should know that Ning Fan's refining technique was inherited from the ancient chaos realm before he reached the void fragmentation realm. Since this person could forge heavenly abode magical treasures, he was definitely not a nobody in the endless sea. I heard that one of the 7 venerated beings in the internal sea is the old ancestor of the heavenly abode, Old Man Dong Su. This person is proficient in the art of mechanisms and puppets. He is an expert in refining heavenly abode magical treasures and the Tao of divination. The devil appraisal ranking was ranked by him based on his divination ability. This person is elusive and unique. It is said that there are less than 10 people in the endless sea who know his appearance. If I'm not mistaken, he is the only one who can forge heavenly abode magical treasures in the endless sea. As for Venerable Jew of the Giant Devil clan, he probably has a good relationship with these 2 old ancestors since he could obtain Old Man Dong Su's magical treasures. That's why Su Rushan, who is a subordinate of the Giant Devil clan, could possess 2 heavenly abode magical treasures. After thinking for a while, Ning Fan deduced that the Giant Devil clan and the heavenly abode had a good relationship. Ning Fan stopped pondering and asked Yulong, "Have you found out the information that I asked you to gather?" "My lord, according to my investigation, there are at least 17 great cultivators of the external endless sea and 74 great cultivators of the internal sea who are above the divine transformation realm participating in this auction. Among them are old ancestor Su Rushan, Yan Zhongza of the cloud-treading sect and Zwatong of the purple charm sect. However, due to some reasons, old ancestors had to leave in advance. How many divine transformation realm cultivators of the internal sea have come? On the surface, I only found out about 4 of them. I don't know about those who are hiding in the dark. The 4 divine transformation realm cultivators are Zhou Qi, the divine transformation realm elder of the Zhou clan who was brought by the prince of the Zhou clan, Guan Xiong, the 3rd elder of the Sword Island, the Sword Slave, Guan Xiong, the 3rd elder of the Demon Sealing Palace, Taoist Purple Gu, and the vice-sect master of the Black Buddha sect, Monk Xie Guang. My lord has specially instructed me to pay attention to the people of the Demon Sealing Palace and the Black Buddha sect if they come. I have collected quite a lot of information about these 2 divine transformation realm cultivators and they didn't notice me. As for the divine transformation realm cauldron, this woman's background is mysterious. Please forgive me, my lord. I couldn't find out anything about her. I only know that she doesn't seem suitable to be plucked. Putting aside the Black Buddha sect, the Zhou clan of the Internal Sea, the Sword Island and the Demon Sealing Palace. 3 out of the 7 venerated forces have come. If this auction is just about the secret realm of the broken world, there's no need for Divine Transformation Realm cultivators to come personally. However, if it's just about the Divine Transformation Realm cauldron, it's a little unreasonable for it to attract so many Divine Transformation Realm cultivators. After all, other than the Black Buddha sect, none of the Divine Transformation Realm cultivators of the Internal Sea came here. It's as if they sensed the scent of danger and didn't dare to come close. Perhaps Su Russian didn't lie to me. That Divine Transformation Realm cauldron seems to have some problems with its identity. Ning Fan knitted his brows. The reason why he asked Yu Long to gather information about the auction was obviously because of the Divine Transformation Realm cauldron. If he can obtain this cauldron, he could at least increase his magic power by 500 units. Even though he knew that there was something wrong with the cauldron's background, he still could not help but be tempted by it. When he stopped walking, the female corpse and Yu Long naturally stopped as well. When Ning Fan's gaze swept across Yu Long's body, his eyes turned cold. Yu Long, you've been plotted against. Sure enough, it's still too much for you to investigate the background of a Divine Transformation Realm old monster with your early nascent soul realm cultivation base. What? Yu Long was inwardly shocked. He did not feel that he had been plotted against. Ning Fan then pointed his finger at Yu Long's glabella and touched his sea of consciousness. Immediately, his primordial force trembled and Yu Long's body could not move at all. He was inwardly shocked by the venerated lord's unimaginable means. He was able to suppress me just by controlling the primordial force of heaven and earth. Yu Long's expression changed drastically when he saw Ning Fan drawing out 4 spirit sense imprints from his sea of consciousness. The 4 spirit sense imprints were naturally left behind by the 4 Divine Transformation Realm experts. It was impossible for the 4 of them to not leave something behind after being probed by a mere nascent soul realm junior. The reason why they did not kill Yu Long was because they were slightly afraid of Zhou Ming, who was behind Yu Long. The imprints were left behind as a warning. Among the 4 spirit sense imprints, one of them was left behind by the Zhou clan. One of them was like a sword left behind by the Sword Island. The other one was like demonic power. This spirit sense was quite vicious. It could shatter Yu Long's sea of consciousness and kill him instantly. This spirit sense was left behind by the Demon Sealing sect. It seemed like the Divine Transformation Realm experts of the Demon Sealing sect were not very afraid of Zhou Ming. Moreover, this spirit sense had triggered a drop of purple qi in Ning Fan's All-Heaven relic. That qi was left behind when he killed the eagle crane. Since it could trigger this reaction, it was most likely left behind by the Divine Transformation Realm experts of the Demon Sealing sect who came to the external Endless Sea. As for the spirit sense imprint that looked like a Buddha or a devil, it was left behind by the Divine Transformation Realm expert of the Black Buddha sect. This spirit sense imprint expressed its hostility towards Ning Fan without any reservation. When it was imprinted in Yu Long's sea of consciousness, it had already planted a deadly poison in him. Moreover, when Ning Fan pulled out the vicious spirit sense, he heard a cold sneer from it. "I am Xie Guang. You are dead meat." Such hostility was probably because Xie Guang had found out that it was Ning Fan who killed the 5 unsightly monks of his sect. However, be it the vicious spirit sense of the Demon Sealing sect or the Black Buddha sect, all of them were easily extracted by Ning Fan. Now that he already had the strength to fight against a Divine Transformation Realm expert, it was naturally not difficult for him to do so. For grey flames rose from his fingertips and burned the 4 spirit senses. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. As for Yu Long, he was almost paralyzed on the ground due to fear. I actually fell into the trap of a Divine Transformation Realm old monster unknowingly. How terrifying. If it wasn't for the Venerable Lord who saved me, I would definitely die. Thank you for saving my life, Venerable Lord. Yu Long shed tears of gratitude. It's nothing. Since you are working for me, I naturally won't let you die in vain. From this incident, Ning Fan could tell that the Zhou clan and Sword Island didn't have any intention to target him and they didn't attach any importance to him. The Demon Sealing sect didn't seem to realize that it was him who had killed the eagle crane. Or perhaps, they didn't care about the death of the eagle crane at all. As for the Black Buddha sect, they had clearly shown their hostility towards him. The reason why he did not make a move on the island was most likely because Evil Light Monk had heard that Su Russian was on good terms with him and feared Su Russian's influence. Once he left Joyous Union Island, Evil Light Monk would kill him, however, that was something to be done after the trip to the mystic realm. Moreover, he was not afraid of Evil Light Monk at all. If he has the chance, he would like to take the opportunity to eliminate Evil Light Monk and Taoist Purple Goo. There were 4 floors in the Grotto Heaven Pavilion. The first floor was for Golden Core cultivators, the second floor was for Nascent Soul cultivators, the third floor was for Grand cultivators, and the fourth floor was for Soul Formation cultivators. The pill level auction had ended, and the first floor was empty. Ning Fan's location was on the third floor. Every great cultivator had their own room, and they could isolate the outside world's divine sense. Moreover, one needed to have the jade token to enter the corresponding room. Outsiders were not allowed to enter. What surprised Ning Fan was that there were 2 people already seated in his room. They were Su Qiuling and a dirty old man. Yulong's eyes were filled with surprise when he saw someone barging into his lord's room. When he went to welcome Ning Fan, there was no one in the room. My lord, these 2 people. Yulong was a little worried that Ning Fan would blame him for not doing his job well. It's all right. They are acquaintances. Ning Fan waved his hand, indicating that it was all right. It was not surprising that Su Russian's daughter had a way to enter the rooms of other cultivators. Miss Su, is there anything that you need from me today? Ning Fan sat leisurely and drank his tea. His expression remained unchanged, but his heart was filled with astonishment. The one who was shocked was naturally not Su Qiuling but the dirty old man beside her. His chi showed that he was at the early nascent soul realm. However, if Ning Fan was not mistaken, he should be at the peak divine transformation realm, one of the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea. Could he be the venerated giant of the giant devil clan? Something is not right. There is no trace of body refinement on his body. Everyone knows how strong a venerated giant's body refinement is. What surprised Ning Fan the most was that this person's eyes were like a deep whirlpool. One must never make eye contact with his eyes. Once you make eye contact with his eyes, your mind would immediately be sucked into that whirlpool and be destroyed. Why did Su Qiuling bring such an expert to look for me? Young Master Zhou, this is Qiuling's master. Qiuling learned gardening from her. She said that she wanted to meet you. Hence, Qiuling took the liberty to bring her here. I hope young master won't be offended. Eh? Judging from Su Qiuling's expression, it seemed like she did not know that her master was neither an early nascent soul realm nor a gardening master but one of the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea. It makes sense. If the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea conceal their cultivation base, no one would be able to see through them unless they are all at the peak divine transformation realm. Perhaps even Su Russian did not know that there was a terrifying person living in his courtyard. I'm Shui Yi. Greetings to fellow Taoist Zhou Ming. As the saying goes, a reputation is not as good as meeting you in person. TSK TSK TSK. Fellow Taoist, you have good composure. Even after seeing this old man's appearance, you can still drink tea calmly. To outsiders, his words might be praising Ning Fan for not judging a book by its cover and for not chasing the old man away just because he was dirty. However, between Ning Fan and the elderly man, these words were clearly Shui Ye's praise for Ning Fan. Despite facing one of the 7 venerables of the internal endless sea, Xiaoqian could still drink tea freely. If he was not extremely bold, then he must have some tricks up his sleeve to not fear the 7 venerables. It was true that Ning Fan looked calm on the outside. As a matter of fact, he would immediately flee into the Yuanyao world once the wind blows in the wrong direction. Among the venerated 7 of the internal endless sea, perhaps venerated giant was the only one who had a good relationship with him. The one who had bad karma with him should be the demon venerable of the demon sealing hall. Who was this venerable one? Water. Whole void. Taking half from the Dongshu was the water karma. If he was an insightful void cultivator, this person should have a friendship with venerable giant. In that case, he wasn't his enemy. However, he still could not understand why a dignified Dongsu venerate would come to the external endless sea instead of staying in the internal endless sea. Junior Zhou Ming greets Lord Dongshu. I wonder what senior wants from me. Ning Fan asked using telepathy. Kid, you're quite smart to have guessed my identity. Why is he looking for you? This. I have to think about it carefully. It seems like he has taken a fancy to your heavenly abode, magical treasure and world treasure, and wants to kill you to snatch them. At this moment, Ning Fan's heart was filled with an extreme sense of crisis. It was as if Dong Su was going to kill him at the next moment, but a moment later, the dirty old man scratched his head and shook his head. No, no. I have plenty of abode treasures. Why would I want yours? As for your world treasure, it belongs to the Lost World Palace. If you dare to snatch it, I won't dare to take it. Let me think. Oh, I remember now. The old man shook his head. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He pointed at Ning Fan and said something shocking. The reason why this old man is looking for you is to tell you that you, Ning Fan, must never attain the divine transformation realm in this lifetime. Otherwise, you will definitely die. Old man Dong Su actually knew Ning Fan's real name. To be continued. Oh? Can Senior calculate this junior's name? Ning Fan smiled bitterly in his heart. This all-heaven relic seemed to be unable to block the divination of venerated Dong Su. Although he smiled bitterly, there was not a hint of surprise on his face. Besides, according to his calculations, Dong Su and Venerable Giant should be friends. Since he was related to the Giant Devil clan, Venerable Giant would not harm him. Even if this person really wanted to harm him, he could escape into the Yuanya world and avoid danger. If he were to risk his life, Ning Fan still had a rogue devil. Even if Ning Fan did not put his life on the line, he still had the Yuanya jade with him. Anyone with a certain status would understand the meaning of this jade. He, Ning Fan, was Bei Xiaoman's husband. Dong Su narrowed his eyes and burst into laughter. Good willpower. When I was at your age, I was still fighting fiercely with Gold Core Realm cultivators for treasures. But you are already able to send Yan Zhongzi flying with a single punch. What an interesting child. Demon blood, devil marks, divine force, the star of imperial thunder, the star of wood palm, and especially the star of earth. These are the things that old man Zhu Qing has been searching for his entire life. Don't worry, this old man is Dong Su and I don't have any enmity towards you. This old man has concealed his identity and hid in this place to live a carefree life. I have taken this little girl as my disciple. She doesn't know my identity, not even that Su Russian. Dong Su old man's eyes could not help but look at Ning Fan. The more he looked at him, the more curious he became. Previously, this old man lied about killing people and stealing their treasures to scare you. Do you know why? I don't know. Ning Fan smiled and drank his tea. This is revenge. A few days ago, you drew the spirit of the peninsula from Acacia Island, giving this old man a fright. I thought it was a void fragmentation realm expert of the Rain Palace who came to scold me for leaving the internal sea without permission. *TSK 7 venerated beings of the internal sea. Leaving the internal sea without permission is a serious crime. Tell me, did you give me a fright? This old man pinched his fingers and divined that the child who was making a fuss on the island was you. Sorry for my rudeness. Ning Fan smiled bitterly. What do you mean by getting shot while lying down? He had extracted an island soul, but he had extracted an internal sea patriarch who was hiding here. In that case, he would have to be careful when he extracted the soul of the earth in the future. What if a void refinement realm or void fragmentation realm expert who lived in seclusion were drawn out? It would still be troublesome for them before their strength reached a certain level. In other words, if the one in front of him was not Dong Su, but the monster venerable of the demon sealing sect, he would be in great trouble. Soul extraction, divine transformation, and void fragmentation realm techniques. You have mastered 2 out of the 3 techniques. Your future in this life is limitless. However, I will still say the same thing. You must never advance to the divine transformation realm. Otherwise, you will certainly die. Oh? Why? Ning Fan's eyelids twitched. Because, you are a true demon inverse cultivator. There was only the theory of devil transformation, not God transformation. As for your luck, it's very strange. I can't see through it. Demonization? Fate? Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. It seems like this Dong Su geezer really has something in his mind. This was the first time he heard of the term devil transformation. As for the term fate, it was mentioned briefly in ancient Chaos's memories. However, it was actually a concept that belonged to the true immortal realm. Thus, it was not mentioned in detail. As for Dong Su, it seemed like he knew a lot about the word fate. The heavenly fate is divided into 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue and purple. Red is the end and purple is the extreme. Mortals without fate would have red vein opening realm and purple void fragmentation realm. The fate of ordinary nascent soul realm cultivators would be green. Every time they advance to the divine transformation realm, the green color of their fate would become deeper. As for fellow Taoist, even though your fate is also green, it will become yellow when you advance to the divine transformation realm. Become yellow? What do you mean? In other words, due to certain reasons, fellow Taoist's fate has been lost. When your cultivation level increases, your fate will be lost. If I am not wrong, fellow Taoist was originally a mortal without fate. However, after you obtained a great opportunity, your fate rose all the way to the purple chi. However, I don't know why this purple chi is getting worse and worse. As your cultivation level increases, your fate will gradually disappear. It's as if someone is scheming against you in the unseen world to take away your fate. If you advance to the void fragmentation realm, your fate will fall completely. At that time, it might be the time when you die. Ning Fan frowned but did not comment. What this Dong Su said was getting more and more mysterious. However, it seemed like it was not nonsense. He was originally immortal. After he obtained the Yin Yang locket and inherited the memories of the ancient Chaos Immortal Emperor, his fate seemed to be at its peak. Walking in 7 Apricot City, he could obtain Jade Royal Grass, Coiling Devil Grass and Dao fruits from killing Gold Core Realm cultivators. The higher his cultivation level, the more troubles he would face. His luck seemed to be getting worse as well. After killing so many nascent soul realm cultivators, he had yet to obtain a Dao fruit. It seemed like what this Dong Su said made a lot of sense. Did I really lose my fate? If I lost it, who was the one who schemed against me? What this old man doesn't understand the most is fellow Taoist's fate. Fellow Taoist's bone age is only 340 years old, but your fate has lasted for 1,300 years. The first 1,000 years is your fate of death. This is the first time I've seen something that doesn't match your lifespan. Speaking of which, this situation is similar to the rumors about the sleeping demons in the demon spirit land. The lifespan of a demon general is only a few thousand years, but they can sleep for hundreds of thousands of years without losing their lifespan. However, fellow Taoist isn't a demon general. This is a little strange, Dong Su murmured to himself. Ning Fan found it harder and harder to understand the mysterious language. He shook his head slightly. Could it be that this Dong Su came to find me just to talk nonsense? Senior, aren't you going to talk about your business? Ning Fan reminded helplessly. Ah. Right. This old man has forgotten that it's just a trivial matter. Whether you die or not has nothing to do with me. I came to find you because I want to ask you to treat my disciple's illness. You should have noticed the abnormality in Qiuling's body, right? Dong Su's eyes narrowed and the crazed expression on his face disappeared. I saw something. This girl was born with a metal deficiency and her fate was to die at the age of 16. However, she managed to live until the peak of Gold Core Realm. It's because someone used an extremely domineering ancient sword to shatter the metal spiritual energy into sword chi and infused it into her body, locking her life veins. I was thinking that no matter how capable Su Rushan was, he wouldn't be able to find such a powerful sword chi. If it's Senior Dong Su's doing, then everything would make sense. However, I have a question. Why did Senior take Qiuling as your disciple and why did you use your sword chi to save her life? I was struck by a sudden impulse and felt extremely bored. Dong Su's answer made Ning Fan not know whether to laugh or cry. It was true that Dong Su had nothing better to do than to accept a disciple. However, it was true that he wanted to save her. He loved flowers and so did Su Qiuling. That was why he took her as his disciple. However, he found out that she was born with a poor life. She was born with a metal deficiency because of Su Rushan's magnetic force. Her life was taken away when she was still in her mother's body. Thus, Dong Su went to the Sword Island and pestered Venerated Sword. In the end, he took away an ancient sword and shattered it into pieces before infusing it into Su Qiuling's body. However, this was not a long-term solution. Not long after that, Su Qiuling's body would not be able to withstand the sword force. At that time, she would either die from the sword force of the ancient sword or her fate. Su Rushan, who was muddle-headed, did not even know that his beloved daughter was about to die. Su Qiuling, who had a short life, had naturally developed a character that saw through the mortal world. She had been hiding this matter. As for Dong Su, although he did not tell Su Qiuling his true identity, he had performed a divination for her. The divination showed that the man who could move Su Qiuling's heart was the person who could save her. Dong Su also did not know how to save her. However, he had absolute faith in his divination. His cultivation base was not the highest in the rain world. However, in terms of the Tao of divination, he was proud to be the best in the rain world. In his opinion, Ning Fan was the person who was destined to save Su Qiuling. However, Dong Su helplessly realized that although he could see through Ning Fan's cultivation base, he could not see through Ning Fan's fate. He also did not know what methods Ning Fan had to save Su Qiuling. The spiritual power of this sword is one of the ancient swords that the old man on the Sword Island has collected. One of the fragments was obtained by the ancient heavenly court. It should be a fragment of one of the 4 immortal execution swords. If I'm not mistaken, it might be a fragment of the immortal trapping sword. If you save Qiuling, this sword will naturally belong to you. It will greatly benefit your sword consciousness and sword sense. In return, I can perform a divination for you with the power of my immortal blood. I can even peek at the heavenly secrets above the 4 heavens. Dong Su's deep and profound eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of blood red. Ning Fan's mind shuddered. He finally understood why Dong Su gave him such a mysterious feeling. Within his eyes, sealed within his forehead, was a drop of blood of a true immortal, the reason why he could see the luck that cultivators couldn't, and the reason why he could become the #1 fortune teller in the rain world was all because of this drop of true immortal's blood. The amount of spiritual power contained in this drop of blood was almost more boundless than all the magic power of an early divine transformation cultivator. This blood had been refined by Dongshu for 1,000 years and could no longer change owners. However, if this blood was used up, it could be used to divine the mysteries of heaven. It was possible to calculate the enemy of the old devil. It was possible to divine his own background. It was possible to divine Bright Sparrow's perfected immortal enemy. In fact, if he really had a problem with his fate, he could calculate the reason and find out who was plotting against him. Ning Fan and Dong Su had been communicating with each other through telepathy. The others naturally did not know what they were talking about. Yulong did not dare to interrupt. The female corpse only had Ning Fan in her eyes. Su Qiuling, on the other hand, was secretly nervous. She was worried about what her master was talking about with Ning Fan. Eventually, the two of them stopped sending voice transmissions, and a serious expression appeared on Dong Su's face. Are you willing to marry Ling Er? And save her from the sea of suffering? If you are willing, this old man can help you obtain the inheritance of Mo Luo from old man Ju Qing. If you are willing, this old man can help you divine the heavenly secret by consuming the blood of a perfected immortal. If you are willing, this old man can refine a treasure for you. Even void fragmentation realm old monsters won't be able to see through your background, let alone divine transformation realm experts. If you are willing, this old man can teach you all my abilities. If you are willing, this old man can give you 1,000 heavenly dwelling treasures and 17 divine transformation realm puppets, giving you the power to dominate the internal endless sea. If you are willing, this old man can bring you to explore the internal endless sea and show country to find enough items to ensure that your luck won't disperse when you reach the divine transformation realm. If you are willing, this old man can even give you 1/3 of the map of the Thunder Emperor's tomb. This item is coveted by all divine transformation realm experts in the internal endless sea. It contains the inheritance of Thunder Emperor Buzhou. Are you willing to marry Ling Er and protect her from death? At this moment, the aura force of the Dong Su realm was unreachable in this small room. Su Qiuling found it hard to believe that her respected master was not an early nascent soul realm cultivator but an expert who was countless times stronger than her father. Yulong's nascent soul was on the verge of breaking. Under this aura force, he was as small as an ant. After hearing about the various benefits of the Dong Su realm, Yulong's eyes were filled with passion. If he could gain the favor of the Dongsu realm, he would be bestowed with abilities, magical treasures and be guaranteed to advance to the Divine Transformation realm. With the protection of 17 Divine Transformation realm puppets, he would be able to dominate the internal Endless Sea. Invincible in the external Endless Sea, only the female corpse was looking at Ning Fan. As for Ning Fan, he was smiling and drinking his tea without any ripples. He was already surprised from the very beginning. No one in the outside world knew that at this moment, the 7 venerated beings of the internal Endless Sea gave Ning Fan a great temptation. However, this temptation was actually not much to Ning Fan. After all, he had the memories of ancient chaos and his master was the old devil, the deacon of the 4 seas. He was an existence that the Rain Sovereign did not dare to offend. As for the abilities of the Dongsu realm, Ning Fan did not attach much importance to them. Senior can protect me at the Divine Transformation realm, but I want to protect you at the Void Refinement realm. Senior is stuck at the peak Divine Transformation realm and you are only half a step away from the Void Refinement realm. Do you know why you can't achieve this half a step? About that. I am giving you benefits now, I am willing to save her. Besides, I can not only save her but also marry her. I can also help you break through to the Void Refinement realm. What? You can help me break through to the Void Refinement realm? How is this possible? I have been stuck at this bottleneck for more than 1,000 years. The Dongsu realm was a little confused. Originally, he was giving Ning Fan benefits. Why did Ning Fan promise him benefits now? This brat who hasn't even grown his pubic hair can help me break through to the Void Refinement realm. What a joke, does he have the comprehension of the void power, or will he concoct a 6th revolution pill to help me break through to the next realm? Besides, why did this brat suddenly start to help me? What is he planning? Comprehension of the void, huh? Ning Fan smiled. Then, he imprinted ancient chaos memories on the usage of the void power into Dongsu's mind. Due to his insufficient cultivation base, he could not comprehend these insights. Reading these insights was like reading the words of the demon race that he did not know. He knew what they were but he did not know why. However, as soon as Dongsu read the contents of the jade slip, his expression changed drastically. He was different from Ning Fan. He had been stuck at the peak Divine Transformation realm for 1,000 years. Thus, he had a lot of understanding of the void power. However, his understanding was far from finding the correct direction. This insight gave Dongsu a direction. However, because it was only half of it, it was not complete. With this jade slip, Dongsu could see the direction to break through to the next realm. If he has the complete jade slip, he might even have the chance to touch the bottleneck of the Void Refinement realm. Once he touches the bottleneck, he could try to break through to the next realm. As for the success rate and the pills he needs, it was a problem that he would consider later. Currently, Dongsu had not even found the threshold of the Void Refinement realm. Why would he need to think about the method to break through to the next realm? Dongsu swallowed his saliva. Originally, he had promised Ning Fan some benefits. Now, however, he was rendered speechless by Ning Fan's jade slip. My goodness! What kind of expert's insight is this? Even Dongsu, who had studied the void power for 1,000 years, could roughly understand the usage of the void power by reading between the lines. However, the more he read the contents of the jade slip, the more perplexed he was feeling. After clearing all of his perplexity, he could start to break through to the Void Refinement realm. Little friend. Say it. What are your conditions? Can you give me the complete jade slip? Dongsu had completely forgotten how high-spirited he was just now. It was the first time that one of the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea showed a flattering expression towards Ning Fan. He could tell that what Ning Fan imprinted was his memory. Memory was a thing that could be searched through one's soul. However, what he saw would definitely be incomplete. It would be a pity if he missed something. First of all, you have to keep the information about me a secret. Secondly, I'm very interested in the item that can block void fragmentation realm senses. Other than the immortal blood divination, I also want you to help me 3 times. 1,000 heavenly dwelling treasures and 17 divine transformation realm spiritual puppets. I naturally need them. I will not miss a single one of the benefits that you promised me. I will give you all of them. Make a great heart devil oath and agree to my request. Then, you will give me the other half of the jade slip. Ning Fan smiled faintly. It was not Dong Su who was negotiating with him. It was him who was negotiating with Dong Su. This person's divination technique, the Tao of fate, the perception of heavenly dwelling treasures and the secret technique of spiritual puppets really impressed Ning Fan. Even with the memories of the ancient chaos, Ning Fan was only on par with him. This person is a talented person. A talented person must be recruited. Perhaps, in the near future, I will be able to avoid the great calamity with Dong Su's immortal blood divination technique. Dong Su held the jade slip in his hand. His heart was filled with complicated emotions. It would be a lie if he said that he did not want to break through to the void refinement realm. However, he was the one who proposed the conditions to Ning Fan. Why was the situation reversed, Are you willing to marry Ling Er? Dong Su suppressed the desire in his heart. Between breaking through to the void refinement realm and saving Su Qiuling's life, he would choose the latter. He's a good master. It's rare, I, Zhou Ming, have never rejected a woman. Of course, I will not be unwilling. However, Miss Qiuling might not be willing to marry me. But don't worry. Even if we are not officially husband and wife, I have already prepared to save her. However, the sword chi of the broken fragment of the immortal trapping sword is a huge temptation to me. However, this matter needs to be postponed. After we enter the secret realm of the broken world, I will save her. Alright. If that's the case, I can make a heart devil oath. If you can save Ling Er and give me the jade slip, I, Dong Su, will agree to your previous condition. Yu Long was stunned. Insightful void. This crazy old man was actually an insightful void realm expert, one of the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea. His values had been overturned. His level was not high enough to understand the conversation between his venerated lord and Dong Su. However, he knew that the so-called supreme being of the internal sea was trying to please and submit to his venerated lord. This world, isn't it a little too crazy? To be continued. In the room, Ning Fan smiled silently while watching the end of the nascent realm auction. As for Dong Su, he smiled bitterly and explained to Su Qiuling about his hidden identity. Su Qiuling would never have thought that the flower master whom she casually acknowledged was actually such a powerful person. What made her even more embarrassed was that her master, who was usually crazy, actually married her to Ning Fan with just a few words, even though she was not unwilling. But, how could a girl's marriage be decided so hastily? She sighed softly. However, when her gaze fell upon Ning Fan's calm smile, her heart trembled. Did I still underestimate this young master Zhou? He could make my father befriend Uncle Yin. Now, he could even make one of the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea lower his head. Moreover, young Master Zhou even taught my master how to break through to the void refinement realm. I can't see through him. It's unbelievable. Su Qiuling blinked her eyelashes and looked at Ning Fan with her cheeks blushing. Ning Fan, who was calm and collected, was really charming. She liked such a calm man. Her father was a devil lord who sold human cauldrons. She had seen too many devils, but none of them were as cool as him. She had a short life and a cold personality. However, she couldn't forget this person and fell in love with him. It was as if she had been longing for him for hundreds of years and that person had finally arrived. Thus, she gave all her love to him without reservation, even if he couldn't save her. You won't see my old age anymore in your journey. Because I'm willing to walk with you in the sky and watch a beautiful scene of blooming flowers. The nascent realm auction was coming to an end. Some precious nascent soul realm magic treasures and pills were also being auctioned. Ning Fan bought all the pills that could increase his cultivation base. Even if he didn't use them, the women in his hometown might. Ordinary nascent soul realm cultivators naturally wouldn't dare to compete with him in the 3rd floor. He did not hide his identity. With the influence of Zhou Ming's name, it was already difficult for him to keep a low profile in the external endless sea. Many nascent soul realm cultivators immediately stopped bidding when they recognized Ning Fan's room. This was prestige. Ning Fan's gaze fell on the 2nd floor. Even though there was a forbidden formation that could block spirit sense, it naturally couldn't stop Ning Fan from probing. Su Yao was frowning slightly. The nascent soul realm Dao fruit that she had been waiting for so long had yet to be auctioned. There were supposed to be 4 Dao fruits in this auction, and they would be sold separately at the beginning, middle, and end of the auction. But as the auction neared its end, there were still no Dao fruits to be auctioned. Suyao couldn't help but feel slightly anxious. Under his anxious gaze, the last auction item was finally unveiled. The last item is a Dao fruit of an early-stage original level cultivator. Due to certain reasons, my sect can only auction this one Dao fruit. The starting price is 5 million celestial jade. 5 million. Suyao couldn't wait any longer and called out a price. The voice was soft and pleasant to listen to, and those who knew her immediately recognized that the one who called out the price was the Biao sect master. Dao fruits could only be obtained by killing. Among the 10 sects, the Biao sect was the only sect that claimed to be on the righteous path. The disciples of the sect were required to abstain from killing. There were many restrictions on killing people, but as the Biao sect master, she actually came to the demonic sea to buy Dao fruits. This matter was somewhat ironic. Some people snickered, some mocked, and some even fantasized about Suyao's figure. However, none of this could shake Suyao's determination. She wanted to get the Dao fruit for her sister, In Suqiu. She wanted to help In Suqiu form her nascent soul. However, Suyao slightly underestimated the influence of this Dao fruit. The influence of the 10 sects was not small, but the Baiyao Immortal Island was an exception. If one offended this sect, as long as they didn't go too far, the sect wouldn't hunt them down. As long as they had enough money, even if they disobeyed Suyao and snatched the Dao fruit, the Baiyao Immortal Island wouldn't pursue them. 6 million. 2 million. 6 million, 7 million. A series of bidding sounds rang out one after another. When the price rose to 9 million, the bidding stopped. Because the bidder was actually the person from the 4th floor south room. I bid 9 million. This voice was hoarse and evil. The moment it rang out, everyone below the peak realm shuddered. It was obviously an ordinary voice, but it seemed to have the power to collapse heaven's primordial qi. The moment the voice rang out, the heaven and earth's primordial qi shook and condensed into countless heavenly spirit threads, shattering the formation light in the room where Suyao was at. A black monk who was as fat as a mountain sneered and walked out of the room. He looked at Suyao who was sitting below and licked his lips. This person is the cauldron that little fellow Mi Lian prepared? TSK, not bad. He's the type I like. However, Mi Lian died because of you. You should die. The black monk's eyes flashed with evil light. A black Buddha shadow with monstrous evil intent appeared behind him. It was 6 meters tall. The Buddha's shadow suddenly dispersed and turned into a black smoke that rolled towards Suyao. However, only spirit-severing realm experts could see that it wasn't smoke. It was clearly a killing technique that was condensed by traces of black heavenly spirit force. In an instant, the female cultivators of the Baiyao sect behind Suyao had cold expressions. The old monsters on the scene all recognized the identity of the person who made the move. This person is a spirit-severing realm old monster. This person is the Black Buddha sect's sect lord, Evil Light Monk. This black smoke is the evil smoke technique that Evil Light is most proficient in. Once you are engulfed by it, even a grand cultivator will lose all of his magic power. He can do anything he wants and will be torn apart by the black smoke in an instant. The old monsters who were usually arrogant were as small as ants in front of the spirit-severing realm old monsters. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. A spirit-severing realm cultivator of the inner sea killed the sect lords of the 10 sects of the outer sea, but no one dared to stop him. Su Rushan and Yan Zhongzi were still drinking tea at the blissful summit. They didn't expect that a mere nascent realm auction would actually provoke a spirit-severing realm cultivator. That evil light monk was so arrogant. After being warned by the two of them not to attack Zhou Ming, he vented his anger on the Baiyao sect. The two of them couldn't solve the nearby fire. They wanted to help, but it was already too late. Meanwhile, the spirit-severing realm cultivators of the other 3 branches had their own thoughts. In the east room, a young man in a silver robe was gently waving his folding fan. His eyes were shining brightly. There was a silver lightning beast embroidered on his robe. This person was a grand cultivator, but his magic power had already reached 8,000 units. This person's qi was not much weaker than Evil Light's. The Zhou family, Zhou Qing. This person was the favored son of the Zhou family of the Eternal Endless Sea. He was known as the Emperor of the Zhou family. He was the most talented fiend cultivator in the internal endless sea and the strongest cultivator below the soul formation stage in the internal endless sea. Zhou Qi, a deity transformation cultivator, was there to protect him. It was clear that the Zhou clan thought highly of him. I heard that Zhou Ming offended the Black Buddha sect because of this woman. However, with Su Rushan's presence, Xie Guang didn't dare to kill Zhou Ming to vent his anger. Thus, he came up with this plan to force Zhou Ming to make a move so that he could kill Zhou Ming legitimately. Xie Guang is nothing to worry about. Although he is a divine transformation realm expert, he doesn't have any divine intent. Moreover, he became a god through trickery. However, Zhou Ming. He is not a member of my Zhou clan. However, his techniques are not bad. He is the strongest cultivator below the divine transformation realm in the external endless sea. I wonder how many moves he can take from me, and how much magic power I have to use. 3 moves. 1,000 armor. Zhou Qi didn't seem to like talking. Zhou Qi, you overestimate this person, Zhou Qing sneered, but the next moment, his gaze turned cold. He is Zhou Ming? In the north room, a big man with a long beard and a red face was wiping a huge sword. The huge sword was glowing with silver light. All of the big man's thoughts were focused on the huge sword. A trace of sword intent couldn't be dissolved, his eyes were like swords and his breath was sharp, a mere nascent realm auction in the outside world couldn't arouse his interest at all. Moreover, when Xie Guan made his move, he didn't even raise his eyebrows. However, when a heaven-shattering sound was heard, his expression changed drastically. He stood up abruptly and looked at the outside of the room in disbelief. This guy. Zhou Ming? What a powerful sword technique. There are no more than 10 people in the entire Sword Island who can withstand a single finger of his. Behind the west room, an old man in purple robe was hugging 2 women in his arms. He closed his eyes and said nothing. When Xie Guan made his move, he only raised his eyelids slightly and sneered. The vice-sect lord of the Black Buddha sect. Compared to the divine transformation realm cultivators of my demon sealing sect, he's much weaker. He was disdainful of Xie Guang because he was the 3rd elder of the demon sealing sect. His name was Zigu. However, after Xie Guan made his move, another person made his move, which made him shocked and furious. He could clearly sense that the purple demon chi he planted in the eagle crane's body was in that person's body. At such a close distance, he couldn't be wrong. Zhou Ming. You're courting death. Some kind of purple light appeared, and the 2 women beside him suddenly exploded and turned into thousands of purple gold goo insects. The 2 women weren't humans but goo insects. These insects were called purple devourer. Although they were small, a mature one could bite a gold core realm cultivator to death. 100 of them could devour a nascent soul realm cultivator, and 10,000 of them could devour a divine transformation realm cultivator. Daoist Zigu had 17,000 of these insects. Ordinary divine transformation realm cultivators wouldn't be willing to fight against them, however, just as killing intent flashed across Zigu's eyes, he was shocked. This Zhou Ming is only at the late nascent soul realm. Why is he so powerful? When Xie Guan made his move, Su Yao instantly fell into despair. The black smoke drifted over. Its speed was too fast, so fast that she didn't have time to defend herself. However, even if she had the treasure, what could she do? She couldn't block it. Although the black smoke was fast, the figure of a young man was even faster. With a flash of gray light, he turned into green smoke and appeared in front of the black smoke. His eyes were cold. Do you think my cauldron is someone you can harm? Break! Ning Fan's 5 fingers glowed with a jade-like color. He made a grabbing motion with his hand and a trace of Devil Mountain intent swept across the area. At this moment, Ning Fan's body was filled with devil chi. The black smoke that was powerful enough to tear a peak nascent soul realm cultivator apart was crushed by his grab. Humph. You've made your move. Now, even Su Rushan won't be able to say anything if I kill you. Die. Xie Guang's eyes revealed a hideous smile. Just as he was about to make his move, he was waiting for Ning Fan to save him so that he could kill him. However, Ning Fan's attack was even faster. At this moment, he raised his finger and pointed it twice. The first finger, mountain shattering, the second finger, heaven shattering, countless mountains on the Pleasure Immortal Island began to crumble. The tyrannical finger force lifted the roof of the treasure tower of the heavenly abode, revealing the sky. It was daytime but the horizon was dark. A black sun hung in the sky for no reason. When Ning Fan's killing intent was triggered, the black sun was ignited. The sun fell, the clouds shattered and the sky collapsed. Xie Guang's expression changed greatly and his face twisted in fear. He was the weakest divine transformation realm cultivator. However, the attack in front of him was comparable to the strongest attack of an early divine transformation realm cultivator. Even Stone Warrior almost died under this finger. How could he, Xie Guang, be able to resist it? I must run. Freeze. Ning Fan pointed his finger for the third time. This time, he froze his body. Dense gray lines entangled Xie Guang. With Ning Fan's current magic power, it was more than enough to freeze Xie Guang for half a breath. What magic technique is this? Xie Guang's expression changed greatly. What kind of magic technique could actually freeze a late nascent soul realm cultivator like Ning Fan? You're the weakest divine transformation realm cultivator while I'm the strongest nascent soul realm cultivator. You can die now. Collapse. The black light from his finger shot out a ray of dark golden sword chi. Since it was his first time using this sword chi, it could not take form. However, it was obvious that he was much more familiar with it this time. The tip of the finger broke into countless black lines that were as thin as a hair. If one's eyes were sharp enough, they would be able to see that the tip of the black lines was an extremely sharp small sword. It was like an aurora that was being drawn into countless light threads. However, when the light threads approached Xie Guang, they closed up and wrapped him up. Xie Guang, who was the weakest divine transformation realm cultivator, could not even use his profound heavenly spiritual treasure. In desperation, he spat out a mouthful of profound heavenly broken black sand magic treasure in an attempt to disperse the black threads. However, when the black sand came into contact with the black threads, it shattered into pieces. At this moment, the vast sky of the Pleasure Immortal Island collapsed, revealing a dark void that made one's scalp numb. After the finger shattered the profound heavenly broken treasure, it immediately tore Xie Guang's physical body into pieces like maggots attached to a bone. However, just as his physical body was about to collapse, a black shadow forcefully broke out of the black threads despite suffering severe injuries. While coughing out blood, it suddenly performed a hand seal and turned into black smoke. Then, it moved across the sky and was already tens of thousands of li away. That black shadow was the size of a fist and it looked like a nascent soul. Its appearance was exactly the same as Xie Guang's but it was illusory. It was a primordial spirit. The speed of the primordial spirit's movement surprised Ning Fan. He wiped off the black blood at the corner of his mouth and sighed. I actually let this evil creature escape. A divine transformation realm cultivator is really not someone I can kill. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The sky in the outside world slowly recovered from the cracks. However, the broken parts of the heavenly abode could no longer be healed. Each of the old monsters of the external endless sea who were already afraid of Zhou Ming became even more fearful of him now. At this moment, each of the old monsters of the internal endless sea who were not afraid of Zhou Ming remembered his name. Especially the divine transformation realm cultivators on the 4th floor of the pavilion, all of them were greatly shocked. Let alone Xie Guang, even they would certainly suffer severe injuries from that finger attack. Zhou Qing clenched his fists tightly. Is this the Zhou Ming that I underestimated? How can I withstand that finger attack? This Zhou Ming is not the strongest cultivator below the divine transformation realm. How many early divine transformation realm cultivators can withstand that finger attack? Moreover, this person actually said that it's a pity. Could it be that destroying Xie Guang's physical body is not enough and he wants to kill his primordial spirit as well? I'm known as the Emperor of the Zhou clan. However, I'm nothing in front of this person. The primordial queen killed a divine transformation realm cultivator. Guan Xiong could not help but recall the light of that sword. Turning the sword into a thread. There's no mistake. Those countless black threads were sword threads. I have roamed the internal endless sea and cultivated the sword for 3,000 years, but I have yet to comprehend the sword transformation technique. This kid actually comprehended it at the late nascent soul stage. Unfortunately, this kid isn't a member of my Sword Island. Otherwise, the successor of Sword Exalt would definitely be him. Daoist Purple Goo's eyes were filled with shock. The moment Ning Fan made his move, he recognized that Ning Fan was the one who killed the eagle crane. However, after witnessing Ning Fan's technique of destroying the evil light with a single finger, he reckoned that even if he has 17,000 purple devouring insects, he would still be severely injured if he gets hit by Ning Fan's finger. You killed an elder of my demon sealing hall. I can't just let this matter go. But this kid is not someone to be trifled with. If I fight him alone, I will definitely be severely injured. Although Ning Fan's eyes were filled with pity, he sent a message to the direction of his room. Senior Dong Su, I want this person's primordial spirit. Haha, that's easy, that's easy. He's just an early-stage primordial spirit realm cultivator of a small black Buddha sect. Even if he runs for 1,000,000 miles, this old man will still be able to capture him back. Ning Fan could destroy the evil light, but he could not kill its primordial spirit. But there was someone who could catch the evil light. Dong Su was a free fighter, so it would be a waste not to use it, cut the grass and eliminate the roots. Evil light could not run away, however, no one would know that he was the one who killed the evil light. This is the first divine transformation realm cultivator that I've ever killed. Xie Guang's attack struck fear into the hearts of the cultivators. Xie Guang's desperate escape caused the crowd of cultivators to shiver. That was the soul formation realm, a realm that countless nascent soul realm old freaks had been pursuing for their entire lives. Even if Xie Guang was the weakest soul formation realm cultivator, he was still not a match for nascent soul realm cultivator. With just a finger, Evil Ray had died? That finger had condensed the primordial chi into power, gathered the heavenly spirit into the sun, shattered the sun into a sword, and turned the sword into a thread. One finger and one sword, the sky collapsed and the sky shattered, and the spirit-severing realm died. Was this Zhou Ming's true strength? Even among the 13 soul formation cultivators in the outer endless sea, how many of them could withstand a finger attack? The old monsters swallowed their saliva as they looked at the indifferent young man in front of Su Yao. When ordinary old monsters entered the secular world to cultivate, they were all very cautious and pretended to be pigs to eat tigers. But Zhou Ming kept a high profile the entire time. If it was any other cultivator, even if they fought against Evil Light Monk, their first move would at most be a probe, and their trump cards would be hidden at the end. But Zhou Ming had used a killer move in the first round. It seemed reckless, but in fact, his way of life was far more brilliant than the old monsters who pretended to be pigs to eat tigers. If Xianxia did not possess sufficient strength, he would naturally have to hide his strength. However, with his strength, he could dominate the outer endless sea and dominate the inner endless sea. Why would he need to hide? If he had not used his killing move in the first round, would it have been so easy for Evil Light to recognize his strength and be on guard? Ning Fan's immortal veins were in excruciating pain. That finger attack had damaged him greatly. However, his gaze gradually became calm. His gaze swept across the east wing of the fourth floor, the north wing, and finally stopped at the west wing. From the 3 rooms, Zhou Qing, Zhou Qi, Guan Xiong, and Zigu walked out with complicated expressions. The aura force of 4 people and 3 deities pressed against Ning Fan in a probing manner. However, Ning Fan remained calm and indifferent while facing the overwhelming aura force. He was not afraid of aura force. At least, aura force below the void fragmentation realm was useless against him. My name is Zhou Ming. Killing people here might make you unhappy. If anyone is unhappy with my conduct, feel free to make a move. These words were obviously meant for the soul formation cultivator from Sanxiang. Guan Xiong was the first to retract his aura. Sighing, he slapped his bag of holding and took out a small silver sword. It was 3 inches long, but there were inscriptions on it. It was actually a sword-shaped command medallion. Sword cultivators run amok, killing with a single sword strike is a common occurrence. I have no complaints about fellow Daoist Zhou. Fellow Daoist Zhou's swordsmanship is superb, and this Guan admires it. If fellow Daoist has the chance, why don't you come to Sword Island for a visit? This is the sword token of my Sword Island. With this token, no one will be able to stop fellow Daoist from coming to Sword Island. Sword slave Guan Xiong was trying to befriend Ning Fans. They even gave him a token of Sword Island. The sword order shot forward with a trace of sword chi that was enough to kill ordinary peak nascent soul stage cultivators. However, when it arrived in front of Ning Fan, he flicked his finger at the small sword. Immediately, the small sword trembled and the sword chi collapsed. shattering the sword with a flick of his finger? This young man's body refinement realm is really strong. I'm afraid he has already reached the Jade Life realm. Guan Xiong sighed inwardly. That sword chi was obviously to test Ning Fan's strength. Senior Guan is too polite. This Zhou will accept this sword token for the time being. If there's a chance, this Zhou will definitely make a trip to Sword Island. Ning Fan kept the order and cupped his fists. Guan Xiong nodded slightly and returned to the north chamber. He represented the Sword Island, and the Sword Island had no hostility towards Ning Fan. This Guan Xiong has a heroic spirit. He wholeheartedly cultivates the sword. Since he wants to befriend me, it means 70% of his sincerity and 30% of his interest in my sword finger technique. In that case, if I have a divine transformation realm cultivation base, there's no harm in making a trip to Sword Island. Ning Fan's gaze fell upon Zhou Qing. He was the second person to retract his aura. There was half a silver lightning star on his glabella, but it had yet to completely condense. This person seemed to have the immemorial lightning vein, but it didn't seem like it. When their gazes met, Zhou Qing's eyes narrowed and he activated the lightning star on his glabella. The half-star flashed and his eyes were like lightning, staring at Ning Fan intently. He had long heard that Ning Fan seemed to have the lightning star ability. If it wasn't for that, Zhou Qing would never pay attention to the cultivators of the external endless sea with his arrogant personality. I am the son of the Zhou clan. I am the most talented person in the Zhou clan in the past 10,000 years. With my half-crippled bloodline, I almost condensed the immemorial lightning star. This person isn't a cultivator of the Zhou clan. It's impossible for him to condense a lightning star. Zhou Qing's eyes were like lightning, but Ning Fan's eyes were like the starry sky. When his eyes met Ning Fan's, a blood-red lightning flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. Immediately, Zhou Qing felt as if a blood-red lightning had exploded in his mind. The lightning in his eyes immediately crumbled and surrendered. Zhou Qing's expression changed drastically. He took 2 steps backwards. He was actually unable to force out the blood-red lightning in his sea of consciousness with his current cultivation base. Zhou Qi. Yes. The early spirit-severing realm old man in silver robes behind him took a step forward and supported Zhou Qing's back with his palm. Only then did he manage to stabilize himself. His finger flashed with lightning and destroyed the blood-red lightning in Zhou Qing's sea of consciousness. However, at this moment, be it Zhou Qi or Zhou Qing, both of their faces were filled with disbelief. They exchanged glances with each other. Both of their hearts were filled with raging waves. Although Ning Fan could kill Xie Guang, Zhou Qing was not afraid because he could also kill Xie Guang. Even though Ning Fan's finger was powerful, Zhou Qing did not panic. Even though this person was stronger than him, Zhou Qing still had his own pride. However, this blood-red lightning had completely destroyed Zhou Qing's pride as a heavenly son. He was already proud of himself for condensing half a lightning star. However, Ning Fan condensed a complete lightning star. There was no doubt about it. When their eyes met, the 2 types of lightning collided. His silver lightning was completely incomparable to this person's blood-red lightning. What kind of lightning is that? It's just like a heavenly tribulation. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Qing had lost. His face was filled with bitterness. However, he immediately put away his defeated expression and put on a calm smile again. Hee. Fellow Taoist Zhou, you must be joking. The Black Buddha sect is just a small sect. Xie Guang is not even worth mentioning. What does it have to do with my Zhou clan? Fellow Taoists means are brilliant. I, Zhou Qing, am ashamed of my inferiority. You are the #1 expert below the divine transformation realm in the internal endless sea. Fellow Taoist is also an outstanding figure above the divine transformation realm. This is the lightning sovereign token of my Zhou clan. If you enter the internal endless sea in the future, you can come to my Zhou clan with this token. Kiss asterisk the #1 expert below the divine transformation realm in the internal endless sea actually admitted defeat to Zhou Ming. The cultivators of the external endless sea were not that surprised. However, the expressions of the great cultivators of the internal endless sea changed. The emperor of the Zhou clan, Zhou Qing, was a man with outstanding talent and an arrogant character. However, his means were even more powerful. He had defeated a total of 3 early divine transformation realm experts below the divine transformation realm. He could even be ranked in the top 100 on the Devil Appraisal ranking. Usually, he would not even put early divine transformation realm experts in his eyes. However, he paid special attention to Zhou Ming. In that case, Zhou Ming's act of killing Ning Fan had gained a good impression from the Sword Island and the Zhou clan. Ning Fan received the Lightning Sovereign token that flew towards him. There was no need for him to test Ning Fan's strength. Everything that should be tested was made clear when they met each other's eyes. Ning Fan stared at the token. It was a totem of a silver-horned lightning beast. It looked simple and domineering. After keeping the token, he cupped his fists towards Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing nodded with a smile and returned to the room with Zhou Qi. This Zhou Qing is quite a character. Lightning was defeated by me. However, he immediately got rid of his feelings of defeat and reignited his fighting spirit. This person must have started from the bottom and climbed up the ranks with difficulty. After experiencing setbacks, he gained an unyielding heart. 10,000 years later, the void fragmentation realm of the Rain World might have this person's name. However, this person's friendship with me is only 10% of sincerity and 90% of his interest in my Lightning Star Blood Lightning technique. Unless you have the power to go against Zhou Zun, don't go to the Zhou clan recklessly. I'm afraid that someone might kill you and steal your lightning. In the end, Ning Fan's gaze fell upon Daoist Zigu. I seem to have some grudges with the demon sealing sect. May I know what fellow Daoist Zigu wants? Zigu's eyes flashed with a hint of gloominess and he laughed. Fellow Daoist must be joking. I already know about the matter regarding Yinghe. He's just a late nascent soul realm cultivator. He was courting his own death by hunting you down. Let's just pretend that nothing has happened. Consider it as our demon sealing sect's goodwill towards fellow Daoist. However, fellow Daoist must remember not to harm the people of our demon sealing sect in the future. Otherwise. Hee. Fellow Daoist should understand. As soon as Yinghe finished speaking, he took out a purple token and gave it to Ning Fan with a flick of his finger. This is the venerated demon token of our demon sealing sect. If fellow Daoist comes to our demon sealing sect with this token, you will definitely be treated with courtesy. I, Zigu, look forward to meeting fellow Daoist in the sect. Ning Fan received the token and examined it with his spirit sense. He immediately sneered. There was a gray demon seal hidden within the token. It was used to track someone. The cultivation base of the person who possessed this token was not any weaker than venerated giant or Dong Su. He was most likely a venerated demon of the demon sealing sect. The token was said to be a friendly gesture. However, as a matter of fact, once Ning Fan carries this token, his whereabouts would be tracked by Zigu and he would pursue him after that. It seems like Zigu is not as indifferent to the matter of Ning Fan killing Yinghe as he claimed. The purple demon seal planted by this person was forced into the All-Heaven relic by Ning Fan and he could not sense it. So, he gave me another token in the name of a friendly gesture to track me. Rumor has it that Zigu has 17,000 purple devouring insects. No one among the early spirit severing realm cultivators is willing to go against him. This person pretends to be friendly with me on the surface but in reality, he has the intention to kill me. Perhaps he thinks that I have peeked into Yinghe's memories that were sealed by the purple light and know some secrets. That's why he has no choice but to kill me. In the past, I did not have the power to break the purple seal and I did not discover the secrets of the demon sealing sect. However, even if I explain it to Zigu, he will definitely not believe me and he will still kill me. The grudge between me and the demon sealing sect will never be resolved. Zigu did not show any sincerity when he gave me the token. He only had killing intent. Unless you are strong enough to annihilate the entire demon sealing sect, you must never step into the territory of the demon sealing sect. Ning Fan's expression remained unchanged but he sneered in his heart. He kept the venerated demon token and no longer looked at Zigu or cupped his fists. Zigu's face twitched. His heart was filled with anger but he did not show it on his face. He gave Ning Fan a deep look and returned to his room. Arrogant brat. When I summon my men, you will certainly die. Zigu sneered inwardly. Evil Guan, the spirit-severing realm cultivator of the Black Buddha sect, was dead. 3 of the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea were competing to befriend Ning Fan. When this scene fell into the eyes of countless old monsters, they were instantly filled with astonishment. He was able to kill evil Guang before attaining the divine transformation realm. Moreover, he was able to befriend the 3 venerated beings of the internal sea. This Ning Fan is really powerful. Once he attains the divine transformation realm, wouldn't he be able to put up a fight against a mid-divine transformation realm cultivator? Besides, a few old monsters knew that the force behind Su Rushan was the giant devil clan. If he befriended Ning Fan, it meant that the giant devil clan was on good terms with him. In other words, this Ning Fan actually befriended 4 of the 7 venerated beings. However, if these people knew that one of the venerated beings of the internal sea, the Dongsu realm, was risking his life to befriend Ning Fan, how would they feel? Unfortunately, they would not know that evil Guang seemed to have escaped, but in fact, he was captured before he could get far. The nascent realm auction that could not attract the attention of peak nascent soul realm cultivators had become soul-stirring because of the death of a divine transformation realm old monster. Evil Guang was already dead and the Dao fruit had become an item without an owner. On the auction stage, the late nascent soul realm auctioneer's face was filled with awkwardness. Who should I give this Dao fruit to? Who is the fellow Daoist who shouted 8 million just now? The auctioneer's gaze fell upon the nascent soul realm old monster who shouted 8 million just now. Immediately, that old monster felt as if he was sitting on a bed of needles and cursed inwardly. Motherf asterisk cur. Why is this auctioneer so blind? Why is he looking at me? This Dao fruit is obviously a hot potato. It's what the sect master of the Bai Yao sect, Su Yao, wants. Who is Su Yao? Great Devil Lord Zhou Ming just said that she's his cauldron. If evil Guang shouted 9 million, he would die. If I shouted 8 million, he would die. Zhou Ming, he's Zhou Ming. Last time at the Punlai Immortal Islands auction, this guy dared to turn people upside down. This time, he even dared to kill soul formation cultivators. If I dared to snatch the Dao fruit from his woman, it would be strange if he didn't kill me. He's the old ancestor of the Lu clan in the external endless sea, a dignified late nascent soul realm cultivator. But who does he think he is in the eyes of great devil Lord Zhou? Before he could say anything, he immediately felt Ning Fan's cold gaze sweeping towards him. All of a sudden, old monster Lu's expression changed greatly and his heart trembled with fear. Not good. I've really been targeted by old devil Lord Zhou. Fellow Daoist, the Dao fruit is 8 million. Please pay. The auctioneer smiled bitterly. He couldn't wait to sell the Dao fruit and leave as soon as possible. I'm sorry. I don't have enough money. I don't want the Dao fruit anymore. Who shouted 7 million just now? Go and find him. Old monster Lu said impatiently. I see. Which fellow Daoist shouted 7 million just now? Please pay, Aya, what a coincidence. I don't have enough money either. Go and find the one who shouted 6. 6 million, I wonder who shouted 6. 6 million just now. Before the auctioneer could finish his words, a series of voices sounded. What bad luck. I lost my storage pouch. I don't have 6. 6 million, I shouted 6. 2 million, but I don't have enough money. I shouted 6 million, but I don't have enough money. Each of the old monsters looked at each other. None of them dared to ask for the Dao fruit. None of them were fools. They might offend the great devil Lord Zhou for 20 units of magic power. If they lose their lives, they won't be able to cultivate anymore. Let's talk about the Dao fruit next time. Interesting. It seems like everyone didn't bring enough money. In that case, only Yao Er can buy this Dao fruit. Ning Fan smiled faintly. Su Yao's cheeks immediately turned red. She felt grateful and annoyed at the same time. Yao Er. When did I allow him to call me that? She was the sect master of one of the 10 sects, but she was publicly announced as a human cauldron by him. However, not only did she not look down on her, many evil women secretly envied her for obtaining old devil Zhou's protection. Sect Master Su, this Dao fruit is worth 5 million immortal jades. Do you have enough money? The auctioneer smiled bitterly. Of course it's enough. Su Yao's heart was in a mess. She answered absent-mindedly and landed on the ground. She paid for the fruit and returned to her room. Just like that, the nascent soul realm auction finally came to an end. The auctioneer who was under great pressure finally left. The next person to take over was Xianxia, who was invited by Su Rushan. Many of the items in the Grand Cultivator Realm auction were enough to attract Spirit-Severing Realm cultivators to bid for them. It was dangerous without a Spirit-Severing Realm cultivator. All the nascent Soul Realm cultivators who were below the Grand Cultivator Realm left one after another. Not long after, no one was seated on the second floor. Many Grand Cultivators who did not have the Pleasure Devil token had no choice but to leave. Suyao had no choice but to leave. She came to the Pleasure Devil Sea for the Dao fruit. Now that she had the Dao fruit, what was the point of staying? Thank you. She bit her lips lightly. Could this be the fourth time Ning Fan saved her? Only verbal thanks, huh? Ning Fan teased. No, it's not. Suyao blushed and signaled the other Baiyao female cultivators to leave first. After they left, Suyao seemed to have made an important decision. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed Ning Fan's cheek lightly like a dragonfly touching the water surface. If you come to Baiyao sect, I, Suyao, will not break my promise and let you pick me. Her face was burning hot. With her identity as a sect master, it was already very bold to say such words to a man. But in the end, she had to leave. She walked away step by step. Every step she took seemed to take her further away from Ning Fan, causing her to feel a little disappointed. However, before she could leave the room, Ning Fan grabbed her wrist. Wait. What's wrong? Isn't a kiss enough? Her wrist that was being held by Ning Fan felt a little numb, making her reluctant to let go of his hand. Take these 3 Dao fruits. This nascent formation pill and 10 million immortal jades. Help me bring them to Suqiu, 3 Dao fruits. 10 million immortal jades. Suyao covered her mouth with her hands and was stunned. Your Baiyao sect might have this nascent formation pill too. However, the pills concocted by 4th Revolution pill masters are not as good as mine. This pill is better. He did not explain his identity as a 5th Revolution pill master to Suyao. There was no need. Goodbye. Ning Fan cupped his fists and smiled. Then, he returned to the room on the 3rd floor. Suyao looked at his retreating figure with ripples in her heart. Then, she smiled faintly and left with light steps. Thank you. Thank you for treating little sister Suqiu so well. Thank you for saving me so many times. In the room, Dong Su had already returned with an extremely weak black primordial spirit in his hand. He looked at Ning Fan with a faint smile. This person's primordial spirit has been captured. You can do whatever you want with it. So, can this old man help you once? Senior, you must be joking. Capturing a mere spirit-severing realm broken god is just a small matter to you. How can it be counted as helping you? Ning Fan took Xie Guang's primordial spirit and his storage pouch and sealed them. Then, he shifted his gaze and looked at Su Qiuling. Killing Xie Guang and capturing a primordial spirit made Su Qiuling's eyes shine with excitement. However, at the same time, when she thought about how Ning Fan helped her to save her beauties, she felt a little sour in her heart. Young Master Zhou has a lot of beauties, however, when Ning Fan's gaze landed on her, her cheeks immediately turned red. What's wrong? Is there anything dirty on my face? No. It's just that I'm quite interested in this Grand Cultivator level auction. However, other than the Spirit-Severing Realm Cauldron, all the items that will be auctioned will be kept a secret. Therefore, I want to ask Miss Qiuling about the items that will be auctioned this time. Of course, what I'm most concerned about is that Spirit-Severing Realm Cauldron. I wonder if Miss Qiuling knows anything about it. Since young Master Zhou has asked, Qiuling will certainly tell you everything she knows. There are indeed many good items that will be auctioned in this auction. For example, 5th Revolution pills, pill recipes, divine transformation realm cultivation methods, secret techniques, profound heavenly spiritual treasures. Of course, there are also some keys to the secret realms of the Endless Sea. However, I think these are not enough to attract young Master Zhou's interest. There are a total of 4 items that will be auctioned this time. One of them is a profound grade divine sense stone. With this stone, an early divine transformation realm old monster will have a certain chance of condensing his divine intent. The second item is a mortal void grade spiritual iron with the absorption technique. This spiritual iron is considered as one of the rare supreme-grade spiritual iron of the mortal void grade. The third item is a complete Tao crystal. The fourth item is a spirit-severing realm cauldron. However, Qiuling really doesn't know anything about this woman's identity. Divine Scent Stone, Spiritual Iron, Tao Crystal. Ning Fan muttered. All of these three items were extraordinary. Among them, the absorption technique Spiritual Iron would be extraordinary if it can be used to enhance the spirit-shattering whip. However, what he was most concerned about was still the spirit-severing realm cauldron. Even Su Qiuling doesn't know about this woman's identity. You can't touch that woman. Old Ancestor Dong Su said with a solemn expression. Oh? What does Senior Dong Su know? Please enlighten me. Ning Fan's eyes flickered. She's from the Divine Space Island. It's highly possible that she's the disciple of Venerated Moon. Divine Space Island? Ning Fan frowned while listening to Dong Su's explanation. The Divine Space Island was one of the 7 venerated forces in the internal sea. As for Venerated Moon, she was the leader of the 7 venerated forces. Her strength was above Venerated Giant and the others. She even had half a foot in the Void Refinement Realm. The Divine Space Island was located in the Divine Space Sea of the Internal Sea. However, the power of the Void in that area was chaotic. Even Divine Transformation Realm cultivators would most likely die if they enter the Divine Space Sea recklessly. As for the Divine Space Island, it did not concern itself with worldly affairs. The disciples of the sect also rarely came into contact with the outside world. However, in recent days, countless female corpses were floating outside the Divine Space Sea. One of the corpses that was not completely dead was the early Divine Transformation Realm Cauldron. All the forces in the internal sea were guessing that something huge must have happened to the Divine Space Island. The craziest rumor was that Venerated Moon had failed to break through to the Void Refinement Realm and fell into Qi deviation. Then, she annihilated all the disciples of her sect. It was because some of the experts of the internal sea who had been planted with a mental seal by Venerated Moon realized that the mental seal had disappeared. This undoubtedly meant that Venerated Moon was most likely dead. If they could search the memories of that Divine Transformation Realm female cultivator, they would be able to learn about the changes in the Divine Space Island. They might even be able to figure out the marketplace at the entrance of the Divine Space Sea and enter the Divine Space Island to obtain Venerated Moon's inheritance. Even though everyone had died, most of the resources of the sect were still around. On the surface, they were selling Divine Transformation Realm cauldrons. However, they were secretly competing for the inheritance of the Divine Space Island. However, this cauldron's memories were sealed and her mind was even more unclear. She seemed to have lost her mind. Ordinary people would not be able to search her soul at all. They would also not be able to get any information from her. At least, the Giant Devil Clan's soul-searching secret technique did not manage to search her memories. The Giant Devil Clan had given up on getting involved in this matter. Dong Su also could not search her soul successfully. The only ones who had not tried to search her soul were the Sword Island, the Zhou clan and the Demon Sealing sect. That Black Buddha sect had overestimated themselves. That was why they came to bid for the cauldron. No matter what happened on the Divine Space Island, it would be filled with unpredictable dangers. Only the 7 great forces would dare to enter the island to investigate. At least, Dong Su did not suggest Ning Fan to get involved in this matter. As for the key to enter the island, it was that Divine Transformation Realm Cauldron. The so-called auction that will take place after that is just for the Divine Transformation Realm experts of the 3 sects to search this woman's memories using the secret techniques of their clans. If they still fail to search her memories, then this woman will lose her value and become just a cauldron. However, if she loses her value, no one will be willing to bid for this cauldron just because it's just a cauldron. What Dong Su knew was even more detailed than Su Rushan and the others. After Ning Fan listened to him, he remained silent. In that case, if the Divine Transformation Realm experts of the 3 sects fail to search her soul, he would be able to bid for this cauldron. With the might of the evil-slaying light, the Divine Transformation Realm experts of the 3 sects would not compete with him. As for him, he had the mind-reading technique. Would he be able to find out something from this cauldron? The auction begins now. The first auction item is a 40,000 years old spiritual herb, the 10,000 sword separating grass. Once this grass is refined, It can help to increase one's cultivation base in the Tao of Sword. The starting price is 3 million immortal jade. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. The first auction item was a good item that could stabilize the cultivation base of the second finger of the sword finger. To be continued. 3, 5 million, 4 million, 5 million. The grass of 10,000 sword separation was only useful for sword cultivators. Although there were not many sword cultivators, there were 17 in the outer endless sea and 74 in the inner endless sea. Among them, there were a few sword cultivators who valued the grass of 10,000 swords separation. But when Ning Fan called out the price of 5 million, the entire crowd was stunned into silence. The lingering power was still there. Ning Fan's floated down and paid for the grass. Yan Zhong's face showed a bitter smile. If it was in the past, it would not be difficult for it to sell for 7 million immortal jades. However, after Ning Fan's bid, the matter was settled and Ning Fan was the one who obtained the item. The Sword Island's divine transformation stage Guanxiong was also slightly tempted by the grass. However, he had the intention of befriending Ning Fan's, so he would not offend Ning Fan's for a mere spiritual grass. In the end, the flower fell into Ning Fan's pocket. The items that were auctioned after that were mostly ordinary 10,000 years old spiritual herbs. Other than the items that he needed, Ning Fan did not bid for anything else. However, whenever there was a fifth revolution pill recipe, Ning Fan would bid for it. All the immortal jades in the auction had to be handed over to the giant devil clan. Therefore, Su Rushan could not give Ning Fan any preferential treatment. In the end, Ning Fan had spent nearly 200 million immortal jades. Even Evil Light's money had been spent. There was less than 50 million immortal jades left in his storage pouch, therefore, when it came to the auction of the arcane heavenly spiritual treasure and the incomplete treasure, he wasn't too concerned. This allowed many great cultivators to secretly heave a sigh of relief. They did not know that Ning Fan was a fifth revolution pill refinement master. It was already heaven-defying for him to possess the combat strength of a divine transformation realm cultivator at the age of 340 years old. How could it be possible for him to have a fifth-grade pill refinement master? Even Yan Zhongzi was secretly shocked by Ning Fan's wealth. Even soul formation cultivators in the boundless sea would be considered wealthy if they had tens of millions of celestial jades. After all, on the path of cultivation, elixirs and dharma treasures were too costly. Setting up arrays and refining artifacts also consumed a lot of celestial jades. In the 800 cultivation countries, ordinary spirit-severing cultivators were even poorer. Many great cultivators desired an incomplete profound heavenly treasure, and they were willing to sell their entire fortune to bid for one. Naturally, they were happy to see Ning Fan not participating in the auction of magical treasures. Unfortunately, even Guanxiong and the others would occasionally be tempted by a magic treasure of this grade. Heavenly Violet Rope, Profound Heaven Incomplete Treasure, starting price, 10 million immortal jades. Ancient Scarlet Cloud Sword, Profound Heaven Incomplete Treasure, starting price, 15 million immortal jades. Sunset Pagoda, 10 million soul banner. Countless magical treasures were being fought over, but Ning Fan remained unmoved. He had 3 Profound Heaven Incomplete Treasures, which was enough. After Dharma treasures came spiritual equipment and spiritual iron. Pleasure Devil Sea was rich in spirit ores and spirit iron was extraordinary. There were several pieces of profound earth spiritual equipment and transcendent spiritual iron being auctioned. When the first item of the auction, the Mortal Void grade spiritual iron absorption technique, was sold, even Zhou Qing's heart was moved. The Zhou clan of the Internal Sea was an expert in attacking the nascent soul. He also had a magic treasure that was similar to Ning Fan's spirit-shattering lightning whip, even though its destructive power was not as domineering as Ning Fan's. If this item was attached to the treasure, Zhou Qing's strength would undoubtedly increase. Absorption Spirit Iron, a rare top-grade spirit iron among Mortal Void spirit iron. If it is attached to a magical treasure, it can injure the enemy when attacking. Absorption Spirit Iron. During a fight, it can secretly absorb the magic power of the enemy's cultivation. Starting price, 20 million, 21 million. Ning Fan bid. Zhou Qing's eyelids furrowed for a moment before relaxing. Young master, do you want to make a bid? Zhou Qi asked. Give him some face. Zhou Qing could not tell if he was happy or angry. Mortal void spirit iron was something that even divine transformation realm cultivators would fight for. Naturally, its price would be exorbitant. However, with Zhou Qing's status in the Zhou clan, he still had the chance to get his hands on it. There was no need for him to become enemies with Ning Fan because of this. After the auction of the spiritual equipment, it was time for the pills. The 4th and 5th revolution pills naturally attracted the bidding of cultivators. Ning Fan did not have much money. Other than the heavenly primordial pill and the profound primordial pill, he did not bid for anything else. At the end of the pill auction, the second item, the Shani stone, was about to be auctioned. Xianxia held a jade box in his hand, within which was a round, blood-red stone with patterns on it. As soon as it appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of all the great cultivators. The divine will stone was divided into 4 grades: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. A nascent soul realm divine envoy of the Rain Palace would be bestowed with a yellow grade divine will stone. This profound grade divine will stone could only be obtained by a divine transformation realm revered elder of the Rain Palace. The starting price was 30 million. However, great cultivators hadn't even broken through to the soul formation stage, so they naturally wouldn't spend a huge amount of money to buy the stone. Only a colossal force like the Rain Palace would be willing to let a nascent soul realm divine envoy consume the divine will stone. The 3 divine transformation realm experts on the 4th floor were also old divine transformation realm experts. Thus, they didn't need this stone. In the end, this stone was bid by Zhou Qing. Ning Fan did not compete for it. Old man Dong Su already had a few pieces of profound grade divine will stone. Even though it didn't belong to Ning Fan before he saved Su Qiuling's life. After the divine will stone, some more pills were auctioned. Then, the third item, the Dao crystal, was about to be auctioned. It was a green crystal with lotus patterns on it. The spiritual power contained in this Dao crystal was almost the sum of 5 million immortal jades. This is a Dao crystal. This item is needed by a void fragmentation realm old monster to become an immortal. It's the item used to set up an immortal void grand formation. It's also the currency of the 4 heavens immortal world. The starting price is 5 million immortal jades. This item seemed to have a great origin. However, in reality, it was only useful to void fragmentation realm old monsters and immortal void grand formations. It wasn't that attractive to great cultivators. The currency of the immortal world, huh? Ning Fan shook his head. He did not need this item. If he had the chance to ascend to the 4 heavens, he would have the means to kill others and seize their treasures to gather enough Dao crystals. A piece of Dao crystal was rare in the rain world. However, to a true immortal in the 4 heavens, it was just equivalent to a piece of immortal jade. In the end, it was won by Daoist Zigu for 9 million immortal jades. Ning Fan, on the other hand, smiled inwardly. If I kill Zigu one day, I wonder if this piece of Dao crystal will return to my pocket. The nascent soul realm cauldrons that were auctioned this time were already in Ning Fan's pocket. What replaced them were demon pets, spiritual insects and spiritual talismans. Fake wild beast realm demon pets and spirit severing realm spiritual talismans could occasionally make Ning Fan's eyes light up. However, they were not very useful. After saving Su Qiuling, he would take over the 17 spirit severing realm mechanical puppets from Dong Su. Demon pets still needed to be raised. Would they be more useful than the mechanical puppets? He was waiting for the last item in the finale. Spirit Severing Realm Cauldron. The auction lasted for 3 days. 3 days later, it finally came to an end. When a little girl in a white gown walked onto the auction stage with heavy shackles on her feet and hands, under the protection of 3 nascent soul stage cultivators, the whole place fell silent. At this moment, Zhou Qing, Guan Xiong and Zigu's eyes lit up at the same time. The girl was only 8 or 9 years old. She was dressed like a servant. Her lips were red and her teeth were white. Her face was clear and charming, but her eyes were empty. It was hard to believe that this girl was a spirit-severing realm old monster with her childlike appearance. However, it was not surprising. Many old monsters cultivated the virgin technique. Their appearance would always remain as a child until they die. It was not a rare thing. Yan Zhong's eyes showed a rare seriousness. He was wary of the spirit-severing realm cultivators from the 3 sections. In the dark, Su Russian's palms were sweating. Zhou Qing, Guan Xiong, and Zigu landed on the auction stage one after another. They tried to probe into the girl's sea of consciousness with their spirit sense. However, their attempts were futile. Yan Zhongzi cleared his throat and released his aura, shocking the entire place. This spirit-severing realm cauldron is the last item of this auction. Those who are not interested in this item can leave first. Of course, everyone would get a drop of Mother Earth nether milk. However, that would be after the trip to the secret realm. Before that, the mission of the great cultivators would come to an end. They must clear the place. Once the spirit-severing realm cultivators from the three sects find out some shocking news from the girl's sea of consciousness, it would probably cause a large-scale change in the internal sea. Even though the divine space island was low-key, it still had countless forces in the internal sea. If they could find out about the death of venerated moon from the girl's sea of consciousness, those forces would be divided among themselves. If they could find out the method to enter the divine space island from the girl's sea of consciousness, the inheritance of the divine space island would cause a frenzied battle in the internal sea. Su Qiuling stood up slowly. She knew that Ning Fan needed a cauldron for his cultivation. However, after her master told Ning Fan that this girl was involved, Ning Fan should not compete for this cauldron anymore. However, what surprised Su Qiuling was that Ning Fan's eyes were deep in thought. He did not leave. Young Master Zhou, it's better for us to leave first. Don't get involved in unnecessary trouble. Su Qiuling advised. It's all right. I want to have a look. Ning Fan leaped and landed on the auction stage. As soon as he landed, Zigu frowned while Zhou Qing was surprised. Guan Xiong was also in a dilemma. However, Ning Fan immediately cupped his fists at Guan Zhou and Zhou Qing. Everyone, please continue. I have no interest in the inheritance of the divine space island. However, if I can't search this girl's soul, she will be useless. I want to buy this girl as my cauldron at that time. Oh? Fellow Taoist is really well informed. This matter is only known by the major forces in the internal sea. We only told you about it at the last minute. Even Su Russian might not know about it, but you know about it. Guan Xiong's eyes flashed and he looked at Ning Fan highly again. When they heard that Ning Fan did not have the intention to search the girl's memories but just wanted her cauldron, Guan Xiong and Zhou Qing's strange expression disappeared and they nodded to show their agreement. Only Zigu's eyes turned cold. Originally, he planned to take this girl as his cauldron if he could not search her memories. However, he did not expect Ning Fan to interfere. However, when he thought of the destructive power of Ning Fan's finger, he did not dare to compete with Ning Fan for the cauldron alone. Forget it. Even though this girl is a divine transformation realm expert, she is still a little girl after all. Her primordial essence is not ripe yet and the effect of plucking her won't be good. So what if I let this young man have her? Besides, plucking a divine transformation realm cauldron requires time and thorough preparation. This young man will enter the secret realm of the broken world in a few days and we can't bring divine transformation realm cultivators with us. Hence, we won't be able to pluck her. After entering the secret realm, this young man will definitely leave the island. When the time comes, I will also call for help from my sect. It won't be difficult to eliminate this person and seize his cauldron and treasures. Taoist Zigu pondered for a moment and revealed an indifferent smile. He nodded, indicating that he would give this girl to Ning Fan as his cauldron if the search fails. The crowd dispersed. Su Russian appeared from the dark and guarded the cauldron together with Yan Zhongzi and Ning Fan. As for the other 4 people from the 3 sects, after some discussion, they decided that Guan Xiong would be the first, Zhou Qing would be the second and Zigu would be the third. The soul-searching secret technique that Guan Xiong used was similar to the sword sense technique. However, it was not a condensed sword sense. Instead, it was formed from sword qi. The soul-searching technique of the Zhou clan was called the White Lightning Memory Extinguishing Technique. It used lightning as a form of sense to search one's soul. As for Taoist Zigu, he basically used his purple worms as a form of sense. The 3 of them tried to use their spirit sense to enter the girl's head. These 3 traces of spirit sense could probably search the sea of consciousness of a late divine transformation realm cultivator. Ning Fan was speechless. As expected of the supreme force of the devil Dao in the internal sea, their soul-searching memory extinguishing technique was indeed extraordinary. It was countless times stronger than his ordinary soul-searching technique. Even though Guanxiong's pseudo-sword sense was extraordinary, it was obviously much weaker than the other two's soul-searching techniques. Zigu's purple worm's technique was stronger than Guanxiong's but weaker than Zhou Qing's. However, the Tao of controlling worms was not something that could be learned in a short period of time. Ning Fan did not want to learn it. As for Zhou Qing's white lightning memory extinguishing technique, it was the strongest. It seemed to be lightning power. However, there seemed to be a trace of demonic power integrated into it. The fusion of lightning power and demonic power, is it related to the lightning beast? It's a fusion of magic technique and demonic technique. The person who created this soul-searching technique must have an astonishing innate talent. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with excitement. With his lightning star blood lightning, if he could obtain this technique, he would no longer need to be afraid of being sealed when he searches the memories in her sea of consciousness. Unfortunately, even though the three of them had extraordinary soul-searching techniques, they failed one after another. This was not strange at all. Even Dong Su had said that he had secretly searched the girl's soul. However, even he failed. What else could ordinary people do? Guanxiong sighed and shook his head. Zigu's face turned gloomy. As for Zhou Qing, he let out a hearty laugh. He did not seem to be bothered by the failure of the soul-searching technique at all. Not being able to search this girl's soul further proves that the drastic change on the Divine Space Island is rather terrifying. Not being able to search her soul is not necessarily a bad thing. If we don't enter the Divine Space Island, we might be able to avoid this calamity. As for fellow Taoist Zhou Ming, Zhou Qing's gaze shifted to Ning Fan and he smiled faintly. Fellow Taoist Zhou Ming, you seem to be quite interested in this white lightning memory extinguishing technique. If it's in the past, I would certainly offer this technique to you with both hands. However, my technique isn't complete. Moreover, this technique is related to the secret of my clan. Forgive me for not daring to offer this technique to you. However, if fellow Taoist is willing to come to my Zhou clan, perhaps the old ancestor of my Zhou clan will take a liking to you and teach you this technique. Hee. Fellow Taoist, you must be joking. No matter how arrogant I am, I won't covet the secret technique of your Zhou clan. Ning Fan chuckled. However, a strange feeling rose in his heart. This Zhou Qing no longer seemed to be hostile towards me. However, at the same time, he seemed to be trying his best to invite me to join the Zhou clan of the Eternal Endless Sea. Even though this technique was profound, Ning Fan would not recklessly enter the territory of the Zhou clan just for a small soul-searching technique. He did not want to take the risk before his strength was complete. Who knew if the Zhou clan really invited him out of goodwill? Ning Fan could see through the goodwill of the giant devil clan and old man Dong Su, but he could not see through the Zhou clan. Sigh. In that case, I have failed the task assigned by revered sword. Congratulations to fellow Taoist Zhou for obtaining this woman as a cauldron. If you have the chance, you must come to Sword Island. Farewell. Guanxiong cupped his fists and disappeared in a flash of sword light. With a leap, he was already tens of thousands of miles away. This technique was not a teleportation technique, but a technique unique to sword cultivators known as the sword teleportation technique. With this technique, a sword cultivator's speed would be unparalleled among his peers. Zhou Qing nodded slightly at Ning Fan. When he turned around, he transmitted his voice to the old man behind him. This person's vigilance is quite high. Forget it. There are still quite a number of years before the opening of the Thunder Emperor's tomb. In order to obtain a spot to enter the tomb other than the Seven Supremes, this person will eventually come to our Zhou clan. Zhou Qi, let's go. Yes. The old man responded and waved his hand, turning into a cloud of silver smoke that swept up the young master and left. The soul formation teleportation was different from teleportation. It could easily take countless people with it. In the end, Zigu was the only one left. His gaze swept across the body of the little girl with a covetous gaze. Eventually, he shifted his gaze away and cupped his fists at Ning Fan with a fake smile. Then, he turned into a cloud of purple smoke and left. His departure was to return to the Eternal Endless Sea to look for helpers to kill Ning Fan. After everyone had left, Su Rushan and Yan Zhongze heaved a sigh of relief. Both of their gazes fell upon Ning Fan. Their eyes were filled with respect and fear. The two of them forcefully withstood that finger attack which could exterminate the evil light. They would either die or be injured. Fellow Taoist Zhou, you've really concealed your strength well. I'm ashamed of my inferiority. Yan Zhongzi naturally thought that Ning Fan was still hiding his strength when he took on his 5 palm strikes in order to break through to the Jade Life realm. If Ning Fan had used this technique on that day, Yan Zhongzi's life would certainly be in danger. Yan Zhongzi thought to himself. No wonder Su Rushan praised this person highly. It's dangerous to attain the spirit-severing realm within 10 Zhang *3. 33 Emperor Zhang. It turns out that this is the case, his thoughts had gone astray. Su Rushan, on the other hand, looked at Ning Fan as if he could not see through him. The spirit-severing realm cauldron came from the Divine Space Island. Su Rushan really did not know about this, but Ning Fan did. He felt that he could not see through Ning Fan anymore. This person is the person that venerated giant is waiting for. Su Rushan took a deep breath. He had already contributed a lot to the successful conclusion of the auction and the successful search for Ning Fan for venerated giant. His daughter seemed to have been staying by Ning Fan's side for a few days. Their relationship seemed to be quite close, let her do as she pleases about Qiuling. Besides, this Zhou Ming is indeed a good choice. Su Rushan was thinking about his daughter's marriage. Ning Fan's eyes stared at the hollow eyes of the little girl without saying a word. Her chi was indeed at the early divine transformation realm. However, it seemed a little strange. I wonder how much this girl will cost. Ning Fan cupped his fists. He wanted to buy this girl. Fellow Taoist must be joking. I can't search this woman's soul because she's just a soul-transforming spirit cauldron. Plucking a soul-transforming spirit cauldron only amounts to a few hundred units of magical power. I'm even willing to give you 200 drops of Mother Earth nether milk. Why would I care about this cauldron? Fellow Taoist can just take this cauldron. I believe revered giant won't have any objections. This old man has already expressed his sincerity. As for the matter regarding the demon cores, I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist. With fellow Taoist's current strength, let alone 150, as long as you have enough time, it's not impossible for you to kill all the desolate beasts in the secret realms. Fellow Taoist Su must be joking. In that case, it would be impolite of me to refuse this cauldron. Ning Fan shook his cauldron ring and kept the girl away. With his current status, it was not strange for him to use a grotto heaven treasure in public. Su Rushan was indeed joking. He said that he had enough time, at least a few years, at most a few decades. He didn't think that Ning Fan could eliminate all the beasts in the secret realm in just 5 months. However, it shouldn't be difficult for him to kill 150 beasts if he risked his life. Unfortunately, this joke soon came true. There were still 8 days before the opening of the mystic realm. When they returned to the profound Jade Palace, it was still Yu Long who received the visiting cultivators and received their generous gifts. As for Ning Fan, he brought the female corpse who followed him around and entered the Yuanya world. He shook his cauldron ring and summoned the divine transformation realm young girl. It wasn't easy to pluck a divine transformation realm cauldron. It required the assistance of pills in order to achieve the best effect. At least, he didn't have that pill at the moment. Moreover, with his nascent soul realm cultivation base, he would need at least half a month to refine the magic power of a divine transformation realm female. The reason why he summoned the young girl this time was not to pluck her. Instead, Ning Fan wanted to pry into her memories. He was not really uninterested in the Divine Space Island. He did not lie. He was not interested in the inheritance of the Divine Space Island at all. However, he was extremely interested in the female cultivators of the Divine Space Island. Not to mention the venerated moon, he was even interested in the disciples of the venerated moon's 7 goddesses. First of all, I'll try to search this girl's soul. If I can't, I'll try to use the mind-reading technique to pry into her mind. Who knows, I might be able to see the secrets that even the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea can't. Ning Fan's mind sank into the little girl's memories. It was still the weakest soul-searching technique. He had to immerse his mind into it. Once he fails, he would suffer a backlash. He did not immediately use the mind-reading technique. He tried to search her soul first. The little girl's sea of consciousness was like a pitch-black void. In this void, all the memories were pitch black and could not be seen. Ning Fan could not see the way he came from and he could not choose the path ahead. Walking in the void, his mind felt like it was going to melt into the darkness. What a strange memory seal, it was actually sealed with the power of the void. No wonder old ancestor Dong Su could not search her soul. Other than void refinement realm old monsters, no one else could search the memory sealed with the power of the void. Ning Fan did not attempt it. Instead, he explored the deep void. He knew that the girl's sea of consciousness and memories were hidden under the void. It was too dangerous for his mind to enter the void without the help of the Eastern Ocean Bell. He turned around and wanted to leave. However, before his mind left, he was slightly startled. He raised his head as if he had sensed something. This light is, 3 fiend god stars appeared in his eyes and glabella. At this moment, his eyes slightly pierced through the darkness of the void and saw a trace of moonlight. It was just a trace of moonlight, but it gave Ning Fan a great sense of danger. It was even stronger than old ancestor Dong Su. Without the fiend god stars, one would definitely not be able to see this moonlight. Ning Fan peeked at the moon with the stars. When he peeked at the moonlight, his heart became more and more uneasy. When the moonlight was peeked at, it was like a key that was opened and slowly dispersed. At this moment, the darkness and the little girl's sea of consciousness disappeared. A wolf crescent moon shone in the sky. The little girl began to wake up on her own. Not good. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. The moonlight was attacking him at an unbelievable speed. If the moonlight touched him, his mind would certainly be destroyed. At the same time, the little girl's voice resounded in his sea of consciousness, pressing down on his mind. It was young and immature. Who are you? A mere late nascent soul realm cultivator dares to search my memory? You're courting death. Before he could retract his mind, the trace of his mind was almost destroyed by the voice. With only a trace of his consciousness escaping, Ning Fan's palm quickly moved away from the little girl's forehead and spurted out a mouthful of blood. His eyes focused and without any hesitation, he used the plucking finger on the little girl's shoulder and chest. There was no hesitation or mercy in this finger strike. In fact, he had even activated the Jade Life Physique art. However, when the force of the finger landed on the chest of the little girl, it felt as if it was hitting a piece of iron. The physical body of this little girl was already at the 2nd level of the Jade Life realm. Not only could the force of the plucking finger not penetrate into her body, when the finger came into contact with her shoulder, the bones in Ning Fan's finger felt like it was going to crack. A strong rebounding force pushed him back 1000 zhang * 333 m per zhang. Ning Fan's expression changed. The strength of this little girl's physical body is unimaginable. At this moment, the little girl's eyes gradually became clear. The hollowness turned into coldness and arrogance. An aura that resembled the awakening of a giant dragon flowed out of the little girl's body. You accidentally touched the moon consciousness and awakened Grandma. Although you did a good deed, you can die now. The little girl sneered. It was obviously Ning Fan who awakened her sea of consciousness by accident. However, she still wanted to kill Ning Fan and repay his kindness with evil. She took a step forward with her delicate little feet and instantly turned into moonwhite smoke. In a flash, she crossed the distance of 1000 zhang * 333 m per zhang, and appeared in front of Ning Fan. She bent her finger and flicked it. The fusion of the moon power of this finger was definitely not weaker than Ning Fan's unfinished 2nd finger of the sword finger. The little girl was confident that she could kill Ning Fan by flicking her finger. However, a beautiful figure in white robes appeared in front of Ning Fan lightly and threw a punch at him. Don't allow me to hurt light. Her eyes flashed with dark green ferocious light. The little girl whose body refinement realm was above Ning Fan was sent flying by the punch of the female corpse. She coughed out blood in disbelief. Corpse devil. Her strength is comparable to a mid-divine transformation realm devil. She tapped the ground with her delicate feet. With a tremendous force, she created cracks in the void in the sky. Her arrogance that had just been awakened gradually faded away. What replaced it was a hint of fear and solemnity. She had suffered a backlash from her 2nd primordial spirit and was severely injured after seizing her body. Why would she appear in this place? Speaking of which, where is this place? That late nascent soul realm cultivator actually has a mid-divine transformation realm corpse devil to protect her. Which family does she come from? The little girl's delicate eyes coldly swept across the Xianxia world. Immediately, her small face was filled with shock. This is a world treasure. Looking at the magical treasures and stars above her head and the vague peak divine transformation realm grand formation in the surrounding mountains and rivers, she stared at Ning Fan with a gloomy expression. You're the one who captured me and brought me into this world. This girl seemed to have no memory of her identity as a human cauldron and her wandering in the external endless sea. Ning Fan did not answer her. Instead, he activated the Yin-Yang locket. He wanted to see who exactly this girl was. Her cultivation realm was only at the early divine transformation realm. Her body refinement realm was only at the second level of jade life. However, if Ning Fan was not mistaken, the moonlight in her sea of consciousness was in the form of moonlight. Moon consciousness, even a true immortal might not be able to grasp a special sea of consciousness. It had nothing to do with one's cultivation realm. It all depended on one's luck and aptitude. Since this girl could grasp it, her identity in the divine space island must not be an ordinary disciple. Who are you? Ning Fan did not answer her question but asked her a question instead. Humph. You have yet to answer my question. This small kiliacosm is under your control, isn't it? Quickly let me go and I will spare your life. The little girl murmured in her heart, I'm not going to tell you. I'm the lord of the divine space island, Yu Ling Kong. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. This answer was out of his expectation. Yu Ling Kong. Yu Ling Kong. This girl calls herself Yu Ling Kong. She is not a divine transformation realm female disciple of the divine space island. She is venerated moon of the divine space island. The 7 strongest experts of the internal sea. An expert who is half a step into the void refinement realm, the first divine transformation realm cauldron that I obtained. She is the strongest expert of the internal sea. So you are Yu Ling Kong. However, from today onwards, you are no longer the lord of the divine space island but my human cauldron. How did you know my identity? The little girl was, of course, shocked. She was possessed by her second primordial spirit. She was supposed to die. However, the cultivation method that she cultivated, Moon Will Technique, was extremely unique. At the moment of her death, her primordial spirit would leave her body and reconstruct her physical body using moonlight to escape from the divine space sea. Even though she managed to keep her life, it was difficult for her cultivation base to recover. Moreover, her half-step void refinement realm magic power had fallen to the early divine transformation realm. The excess magic power turned into moonlight and was sealed inside her body. Once it explodes, she might even lose her life at any time. This physical body of hers was just the appearance of Yu Ling Kong when she was 8 years old. Unless her cultivation base recovers, otherwise, she would not be able to grow up. Logically speaking, no one under the heavens would recognize her appearance. However, this young man at the late nascent soul stage in front of her actually knew her identity. How did he know? Moreover, this arrogant young man actually said that I am his human cauldron. What a joke. In the endless sea, who dares to make Yu Ling Kong, the #1 expert of the internal sea, a human cauldron? Isn't he afraid of dying in bed when he plucks her? If you dare to pluck me, I will take your life. Tell me, who are you? Why did you capture me? If your answer satisfies me, I will let you go and let you go. Being trapped in the hands of an enemy, even the little girl who was arrogant could not help but speak in a gentler tone. However, when this childish voice fell into Ning Fan's ears, it turned into a cold sneer. It was because he had heard the inner voice of the little girl. The childish voice, humph. For the time being, I will give in first and immediately leave this world. This small kiliacosm has already been fortified. Even I won't be able to escape once I am sucked into it. After I leave this world treasure, I will kill this young man. In this way, no one in the endless sea will know that I, Yu Ling Kong, am still alive. My second primordial spirit will certainly not know about this. There is still a chance for me to take back the divine space island. However, before that, I must first find a male human cauldron. After plucking me, I will vent the excess magic power out of my body. That male cultivator will certainly not be able to withstand my magic power. He will certainly die. However, the chaste body that I, Yu Ling Kong, have cultivated for 4,000 years will be buried just like that. Oh? If I let you go, you can kill me in the outside world. What is a second primordial spirit? What? Do you know the mind-reading technique? How do you know what I am thinking? Yu Lingkong's small face turned pale. It was her first time seeing a magic technique that could read other people's mind. My name is Ning Fan. My alias is Zhou Ming. You are my human cauldron. Listening to your inner voice, it seems like you need to find a male cultivator to pluck you to vent your excess magic power. Coincidentally, I am very interested in your cultivation base. With my plucking technique, I will certainly be able to satisfy you. Before that, you should consider it carefully, you really know the mind-reading technique. The little girl's small face alternated between red and white. She was so embarrassed and angry that she wanted to kill someone to vent her anger. What an audacious late nascent soul realm cultivator. Your name is Ning Fan, right? How dare you put your lust on me? Honestly, with her current predicament, it was a wise move to find a male cultivator and vent her excess magic power to protect herself. However, her pride would not allow her to kneel in front of someone and become his human cauldron. In her 4,000 years of cultivation, she had killed people like scything flax. The name Yu Lingkong was feared by everyone in the Internal Sea. Even the other 6 venerated beings of the Internal Sea did not dare to say anything frivolous to her. However, the little girl suddenly had an illusion. Even though the young man in front of her was only at the late nascent soul realm, he could really pluck me. Even if he had to use force, however, if he uses force, the effect of plucking would be greatly reduced. That was why this young man gave her a chance to consider. Not to mention the grand formation here, it would be difficult for her to win against that corpse devil with her current strength. If you dare to blaspheme me, I will definitely kill your entire clan. The little girl raised her small face. She had a haughty aura. It seems like you still don't understand your current situation. Seal. Ning Fan took out a jade slip and recorded the details of the auction in it. Then, he tossed it to the little girl. With a thought, he activated the grand formation and sealed the little girl inside it. Only then did he leave the Xianxia world with the female corpse. The little girl caught the jade slip. As soon as she read the contents, her face immediately turned as cold as ice. How dare you? The other 6 venerated beings. How dare they? How dare they sell me as their human cauldron? How dare they take turns to search my memories? Courting death. Slowly withdrawing her anger, the little girl immediately realized a very serious problem. Now that she had regained her consciousness, if she leaves the Xianxia world, the 6 venerated beings would certainly capture her, search her soul and interrogate her. As for her identity as Yu Lingkong, once it is exposed to the 6 venerated beings, a few of their enemies would be more than willing to kill her. It seems like I can't leave the Xianxia world. Unless the matter of the Divine Space Island is settled or unless I recover my half-step void refinement realm cultivation base, putting aside the question of whether she should leave the Xianxia world or not, the problem now was that Ning Fan would not let her go at all. It was not difficult to break the grand formation, but she would never be able to leave this world. She urgently needed a male human cauldron to pour her magic power into that unlucky fellow's body in order to save her life. If she could not leave, there would naturally be no male cultivator. Other than Ning Fan who could enter this world, there would probably be no one else who could dual cultivate with her. The little girl's expression turned gloomy. There were only 2 paths in front of her. One was death, the other was to be plucked by Ning Fan. Damn it. I, Yu Lingkong, have lived unhindered for 4,000 years. Now, I actually fell to the point where I have no choice but to dual cultivate with a man. How could this happen? In the room of the profound Jade Palace, Ning Fan and the female corpse appeared. The female corpse wore an indifferent expression. She was not interested in Yu Lingkong at all. However, Ning Fan's expression was filled with uncertainty. I didn't expect that I would awaken this woman's memories by accident. What's more, I didn't expect her to be the leader of the 7 venerated beings of the Internal Sea, the lord of the Divine Space Island, Yu Lingkong. If that's the case, there will be countless troubles for me to pluck this woman. It's a little difficult to break the defense of her body and plant the plucking finger on her. Besides, this woman is a half-step void refinement realm cultivator. Even though her cultivation base has fallen, she might have a way to temporarily recover some of her strength and kill me if I push her too far. If I want to pluck this woman, I can only make her yield. Forget it. If she doesn't submit to me, she will definitely die. With her fierce and decisive personality, she probably won't choose death for her purity. I'll deal with this woman after the trip to the secret realm of the broken world. If I can improve my strength in the secret realm, I won't be able to control her even if she doesn't obey me. Even if she is the woman of a supreme being of the internal sea, she will still be my human cauldron. Besides, once I subdue this woman, all the female cultivators of the divine space island under her command will become my human cauldron. This woman seems to have quite a number of divine transformation realm disciples. However, the divine space island seems to have gone through some unforeseen events. Is it the backlash of my second primordial spirit? It seems like it's really a wise decision for me not to cultivate my second nascent soul. Also, I won't have to face the risk of being devoured by it. Ning Fan's expression softened. He collected his thoughts and waved his palm to take out the myriad swords separating grass. There were only a few days left before the opening of the secret realm. A few days was too short. It was so short that he couldn't do anything. For the time being, he should stabilize the power of the second finger of the sword finger. Even though he had condensed this finger, it was still far from completion. After cultivating to this stage, Ning Fan was faced with a very serious problem. He had to make a choice. He had too many abilities. However, if he had too many of them, he might not be able to master them. For example, the Dragon Vortex Fire, the Sense Concealment Art and the Sense Defense Art. If he wants to raise the power of his techniques to the divine transformation realm, he would need to spend too much time. Although his time was limited, there were too many things that he could do. I don't have enough time to cultivate my magic techniques. I can only use magic treasures to make up for my weaknesses when I attack and defend myself. What I need to improve at the end of the day is still my cultivation base and magic power. The advancement of my cultivation base is the foundation. As for my pill concoction technique, my elementary grade 5th revolution pill concoction technique is enough for me before I reach the divine transformation realm. However, after I reach the divine transformation realm, my pill concoction technique cannot fall behind. To cultivators, a few days was just like a snap of a finger. 17 outer Endless Sea Great Cultivators and 74 inner Endless Sea Great Cultivators gathered at the Extreme Paradise Summit. When Ning Fan arrived alone, Su Rushan nodded his head and led the group of cultivators into the sea together with Xianxia. That's right. It was rare to see Ning Fan alone. The female corpse was kept into his cauldron ring and handed over to Bing Ling and Yu Ling to take care of. The secret realm of the broken world did not allow divine transformation realm cultivators to enter. If it was in the past, the female corpse would never leave Ning Fan's side. Today, however, as the female corpse's favorable impression of Ning Fan increased, she became more obedient to his orders. Even if she was unwilling, she could only sit quietly in the red misty space beside a small bridge and embroider on her own. The patterns she embroidered were all about Ning Fan. Alone. The female corpse muttered to herself as if she had been wronged. Ning Fan only had 5 months to stay in the secret realm of the broken world. He could only let her suffer a little during these 5 months. The entrance to the secret realm of the broken world was at the bottom of the Pleasure Devil Sea, right below the Pleasure Island. This place was rich in marine minerals. The massive magnetic force caused the deepest part of the sea to reveal a waterless space with a radius of 10,000 li *, 500 m per li. In this place, the void was unstable but it did not collapse. Instead, it was vaguely connected to another world. This place was the entrance to the secret realm. The coral minerals were as clear as crystals. The merman and the other sea beasts retreated. Stepping on the sand, Ning Fan and the other cultivators descended to the deepest part of the sea. There were 14 nascent soul realm cultivators of the Pleasure Devil sect guarding a door of 7-colored light. The door was 3 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, tall. It was still in a sealed state. There were still 3 days before it would be completely opened. Outside the door stood a gigantic purple crystal stele that was 100 zhang * 500 m per zhang, tall. Countless names were carved on it. Some of them were black while some were gray. Su Rushan's eyes met Ning Fan's. When he saw a hint of confidence in Ning Fan's eyes, he calmed down a little. Before entering the secret realm of the broken world, he needed to explain the rules to the great cultivators here. Everyone knows that those who can enter the secret realm must be cultivators below the soul formation stage. There are many dangers in the secret realm, so I don't recommend anyone who hasn't reached the grand cultivator stage to enter. This time, there are a total of 92 friends who are willing to come to the secret realm at my invitation. However, this secret realm only allows 40 people to enter at one time. Hence, whoever can enter will depend on their strength. As for the benefits of entering the secret realm, I won't say much. There will definitely be a drop of Mother Earth's nether milk. Every time you kill a pseudo-desolate beast and hand over a fake core, you will be able to exchange for a drop of nether milk. The effect of 2 drops of nether milk is equivalent to a nascent soul Dao fruit. As long as everyone finds the demon cores, this old man will not be stingy with the nether milk. Su Rushan's words caused the eyes of the cultivators to burn passionately. At this stage of cultivation, it was extremely difficult to raise his magical power by 1.5 stars. A drop of nether milk was equivalent to 10 armor. 2 drops of nether milk was equivalent to a Dao fruit. In order to obtain such treatment, these cultivators had to fight for it no matter what. Even if they entered the secret realm and didn't kill the pseudo-desolate beasts, they would still be able to obtain a drop of nether milk after entering seclusion for half a year, wouldn't they? If they were lucky enough to kill 1 or 2 desolate beasts, the benefits were self-evident. However, in the past, there had never been more than 40 grand cultivators who entered the secret realm at the same time. Therefore, late nascent soul stage cultivators could still fight for a chance. This time, there were too many grand cultivators. Among the 92, 52 of them had to be eliminated. More than half of the grand cultivators had no chance to enter the secret realm. Among this batch of grand cultivators, the strength of the cultivators from the internal sea was obviously higher than those from the outer sea. There were even a few of them who were the elites of the 7 venerated forces. It would not be easy to fight for a spot. May I know how to choose the 40 spots? An old grand cultivator asked respectfully. How to choose? Everyone, please take a look at this gigantic amethyst stele. This stele is called the slaughter stele. In the past, all the cultivators who entered the secret realm had to imprint their names on it. However, there are different rankings. This stele can imprint a total of 1,000 names. The higher the ranking, the stronger one is. Everyone's gaze fell upon the gigantic amethyst stele. Ning Fan's gaze swept across the stele. There were 1,000 names on the stele. Some of them were black while some were gray. Some of them were carved thousands of years ago while some of them were new cultivators who had entered the outer endless sea during the past hundreds of years. The grand cultivator who killed 11 wild beasts by himself in the past was ranked 47th. As for Su Rushan, his name was imprinted at the 13th place. Before he became a divine transformation realm cultivator, he had also entered the secret realm to fight. In the past thousands of years, his strength was ranked 13th among those who entered the secret realm. The first 12 people were all cultivators of the internal sea. They were all peak nascent soul stage cultivators in the past. Now, they were all famous divine transformation realm cultivators in the internal sea. After going through the names of 1,000 people, many old monsters were shocked. Hiss. Senior Su Rushan had also entered the secret realm in the past. However, his strength was only ranked 13th among the countless people who entered the secret realm. Look, the one ranked 7th is the sect master of the internal sea floating waves sect. He is a mid-divine transformation realm cultivator, Duan Songyun. The one ranked 4th is the vice clan master of the Zhou clan of the internal sea, Zhou Wei. His name should have been carved 3,000 years ago. Now, Zhou Wei is a late divine transformation realm cultivator. The one ranked 1st is Zhu Yan. He seems to be the first person to enter the secret realm. Impressive. However, this Zhu Yan's name seems a little unfamiliar. Moreover, it seems like this person is the only one whose name is read, idiot. This Zhu Yan is the father of venerated giant, the former revered elder of the giant devil clan. He was an expert who was only half a step away from breaking through to the void refinement realm. After reading the names on the purple stele, many old monsters were eager to have a try. They wanted to see if their strength could stand out among the 92 people. They wanted to know what their ranking would be when their names are carved on the purple steel. However, there were also some old monsters who were doubtful about the black and gray color of the names. Senior Sue, may I ask why the names on the steel are divided into black and gray? What does the red color mean? Even if you don't ask, I will explain it to you. As you can see, the names that are black and gray represent the people who have entered the secret realm. The gray ones naturally mean that they died in the secret realm. When Sue Russian said that, many old monsters secretly sucked in a cold breath. It was because 40% of the thousands of names on the steel were gray. In other words, the death rate of the cultivators in the secret realm of the broken world was 40%. Of course, most of the people who entered the secret realm and died in the past were late nascent soul realm or even mid-nascent soul realm cultivators. This time, all the people who entered the secret realm were peak nascent soul realm cultivators. Thus, the death rate was naturally not high. However, it still showed that the secret realm was dangerous. What about the red color? Ning Fan broke the silence and asked. The former clan master of the giant devil clan, Zhu Yan. If Ning Fan was not mistaken, the red color of his name was completely dyed red by evil qi. The red color represents that those who entered the secret realm have killed more than 100 people. I hope that I can meet fellow Taoist Zhou this time. His name is Red. Each of the old monsters was filled with deep respect for him. The former clan master of the giant devil clan had entered the secret realm alone and killed more than 100 false wild beasts within a year with his cultivation base below the divine transformation realm. His combat power was heaven-defying. No wonder he could become the former clan master of the giant devil clan. Such an expert actually lived in the era before the old monsters were born and never had the chance to meet him. Red, huh? Ning Fan's eyes lit up. He wanted to see what rank his strength would be recognized by the steel. Next, please place your palms on the purple crystal steel and inject a trace of magic power into it. The steel will automatically rank you. I'll go first. I'll be the second. The test lasted for 3 days. One by one, the eccentrics placed their hands onto the huge steel. Given the level of their cultivation bases, they carved their names onto the steel. It was a piece of cake for them to get into the top 1,000. In fact, if there were no mishaps, all of them would be in the top 500. However, the best rank among half of them was just a guest great cultivator of one of the 72 islands. He was ranked 247th. Those who could get into the top 200 must be the elites of the Endless Sea within 10,000 years. It was an honor to be ranked within the top 200. Let me have a try. A boy in red robes with a hoarse voice took a step forward. Immediately, the crowd gave way to him. This person was the 6th elder of the Demon Sealing Palace, Chu He. He placed his palm on the purple crystal steel and immediately carved Chu He's name on the 174th position. This person had 9,000 units of magic power. He was a half-step divine transformation realm cultivator. His other identity was the elder brother of the 7th elder, Ying He. Moreover, the reason why Ying He was able to get into the 7th elder's position despite his late nascent soul realm cultivation base was all because of his elder brother, Chu He. It's the 7 lives Chu He. Legend has it that this person used the secret technique of the Demon Sealing Palace, the corpse melting technique, to fuse with the corpse of a 9 lives cat. He can die 10 times. This person is a madman. He once sacrificed 3 lives to destroy the physical body of an early divine transformation realm old monster. He still has 7 lives. That was when the name 7 Lives Devil was spread. He was ranked within the top 100 on the Devil appraisal list. However, this person is the elder brother of Ying He. Ying He seems to be killed by venerated Ming. This Chu He won't seek trouble with venerated Ming, right? Are you stupid? Venerated Ming is the person who killed a divine transformation realm cultivator with a single finger. Even old ancestor Zigu represented the Demon Sealing Palace to form a good relationship with venerated Ming. No matter how lawless this Chu He is, would he dare to disobey the orders of the sect and offend venerated Ming? The discussion of the crowd made Chu He's eyes turn gloomy. His short and small body turned around to look at Ning Fan, concealing his ferocious gaze. This Zhou Ming is indeed powerful. However, this old man's life is tough. It's not impossible for me to drag him to death. However, old ancestor Zigu has instructed us to prioritize the important matters in this secret realm. We have already gathered 12 king mermaids and mermen. It's barely enough for us to carry out the ancient demon sacrificial ceremony. However, if Yinghe wasn't killed by Zhou Ming, if Zhou Ming didn't kill a few king mermaids and mermen, and if we managed to gather 18 king mermaids and mermen, the sacrificial ceremony would almost certainly succeed. Humph. I'll have to wait for old ancestor Zigu to personally avenge me. This time, the mission is our priority. The only thing I'm not sure about is whether this man has seen Yinghe's memories or not. Since Yinghe doesn't know everything about this mission, even if this Zhou Ming has seen something, he certainly won't know everything about it. Chu He's ferocious gaze was hidden very deeply. However, Ning Fan had killed countless people and was very sensitive to killing intent. He could still sense a trace of killing intent from Chu He's eyes. Demon Sealing Sect, Ning Fan's eyes did not move. If this Chu He dares to provoke me, I don't care if he has 7 or 70 lives, he will definitely die. All the peak nascent soul realm cultivators had their rankings tested. The first 39 people revealed a joyful expression while the latter 52 people sighed inwardly. The last person to be tested was Ning Fan. However, even a fool would know that a person who could eliminate a divine transformation realm expert would certainly be ranked in the top 40. It was highly possible that his ranking was higher than Chu He's. I wonder if Venerated Zhou can enter the top 100, I bet that Venerated Zhou can enter the top 50. Top 50? That's going to be a little difficult. I bet that he can enter the top 80. Humph. After Chu He let out a cold harumph, everyone stopped discussing among themselves. Even though he could not openly provoke Ning Fan due to his mission, he was still unwilling to see Ning Fan's aura force overpowering him. He was only ranked 174th and there were actually people who bet that Ning Fan would enter the top 50, I bet that he won't enter the top 200. After all, his cultivation base is just at the late nascent soul realm. Chu He's words immediately caused an uproar among the peak nascent soul realm cultivators. Everyone had witnessed Ning Fan's combat power. However, his cultivation base had always been a mystery. Unless it was a divine transformation realm expert, no one would be able to tell that Ning Fan who stirred the external endless sea was actually just at the late nascent soul realm. Many of them snorted disdainfully at Chu He's words. They did not believe that a late nascent soul realm cultivator could kill a divine transformation realm cultivator with a single finger. However, there were also some who felt that Chu He was not lying. There were some who were envious of Ning Fan's devil might. If Ning Fan is really a late nascent soul realm cultivator, his combat power would be astonishing. However, Chu He was the only one who dared to say it in front of everyone. This person was also extremely daring. Firstly, Purple Goo had stated clearly that Ning Fan was not allowed to hurt the cultivators of the Demon Sealing Palace. Secondly, Chu He had 7 lives. He was not afraid of death. A spirit-severing realm cultivator could only kill him 3 times. Even if Ning Fan was stronger than him, Chu He was confident that he could kill Ning Fan at the cost of 3 lives. Due to the mission, he did not dare to become Ning Fan's enemy. However, he was not afraid of Ning Fan. Su Rushan's eyes darkened while Yan Zhongzi almost had the urge to curse. Ning Fan couldn't enter the top 200? What a joke, even Yan Zhongzi himself would not be able to withstand that finger attack. Su Rushan would not be able to either. Both of them believed that Ning Fan would be able to enter the top 100, top 50, or even top 10, let alone the top 200. For a moment, Su Rushan and Yan Zhongzi hoped that Ning Fan would immediately carve his name on the list to sweep away all the rumors. Among the crowd, old ancestor Dong Su and Su Qiuling stood together with many cultivators who wanted to watch the show. Ling Er, what do you think your brother Zhou will rank? Dong Su asked with a smile. First place. Su Qiuling said firmly. Sigh. Everyone says that a woman's heart is always on the outside. You haven't even married him yet and in your eyes, brother Zhou is already unparalleled? First place? He can't get the first place. At most, he can get the 9th place. Why? Young Master Zhou is so powerful. Su Qiuling asked in confusion. You don't know this. This secret realm of the broken world was first discovered by the giant devil clan. In the first few thousand years, only early spirit-severing realm cultivators could enter this place. The person who pioneered this place was the old clan leader of the giant devil clan, Zhu Yan. He was an incredible figure in the Endless Sea when he was still alive. When he was roaming the Endless Sea, I was just a Gold Core Realm Junior who had just started cultivating the Devil Path. In order to pioneer this place, he killed hundreds of fake wild beasts. Currently, his actual cultivation base was already above the Spirit-Severing Realm. After that, there were Spirit-Severing Realm cultivators who entered this place to hunt wild beasts. Apart from Zhu Yan, the top 9 cultivators entered the place at that time. However, because Zhu Yan single-handedly slaughtered all the wild beasts, these 8 Spirit-Severing Realm cultivators did not obtain many demon cores to refine weapons and treasures. That's why their names were not read. Otherwise, they would probably be able to kill close to 100 wild beasts. After that, there were signs of the secret realm collapsing. No Spirit-Severing Realm cultivators could enter this place and great cultivators could no longer hunt wild beasts. After thousands of years of cultivation, the number of wild beasts gradually increased. Experts like Su Rushan entered the place after that. It can be said that the 10th place is actually the first place below the Spirit-Severing Realm, because the top 9 are all Spirit-Severing Realm cultivators. However, I still think that young Master Zhou can get the first place. Su Choling smiled faintly. Why do you have so much confidence in him? He is indeed so mysterious that I can't see through him. However, even if he enters the top 9, it's impossible for him to be the first place. It's because the first place belongs to the old venerable giant. The master who can guide the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea on how to break through to the void refinement realm. Is there anyone who can compare to him in this aspect? Su Choling smiled. She had unlimited confidence in Ning Fan. Ning Fan's eyes were calm as he walked to the front of the gigantic amethyst stele. He did not show off nor did he have the intention to fight. Instead, when he stood in front of the huge stele, the aura force in his eyes rose sharply. It was as if all the killing he had done in his entire life was pressed down on this palm. I want the first place. The 2 words Zhou Ming slowly appeared on the gigantic amethyst stele, appearing above the gigantic words, first place. He was the most outstanding person among all the people who had their names carved on the slaughter stele in the past countless years. Everyone had guessed wrongly. The method of judging the ranking of cultivators on the slaughter stele was not as simple as one's cultivation base or combat strength. It was not enough to judge a cultivator's combat strength alone. Most of the time, it was used to judge a cultivator's killing power. Many of the devil lords present had the experience of annihilating a country of mortals. They had the blood of tens of thousands of mortals on their hands. However, the people Ning Fan killed were only cultivators. How could an ordinary person compare to such a vicious chi? Not only did his name appear in the first place, but it was also dyed with a trace of red from the moment it appeared. That red color was a vicious chi. Ning Fan was the first person who dyed his name red with vicious chi before carving his name on the stele. At this moment, Ning Fan's eyes were still indifferent. However, his body was glowing with a vicious red light. When he turned his head and his eyes fell on Chu He felt a terrifying pressure as if he was being stared at by an ancient ferocious beast. He took a few steps back and his body was drenched in cold sweat. I must die. I must die. If I provoke this person, I will definitely die. Even if I have 70, or 700 lives, this person will kill me one by one. So what if he is Zhu Yan? So what if he is a Spirit-Severing Realm expert? My enemies are all Void Fragmentation Realm experts and true immortals. My battlefield is above the 4 heavens. In this place, I cannot be weaker than Zhu Yan. How can I be weaker than Zhu Yan? Ning Fan's battle intent rose. At this moment, the secret realm opened at the end of the 3 days. Like a sharp arrow, he stepped into the 7-colored door of light in one step. The people behind him were destined to be inferior to him. Because from the very beginning, they didn't have the ambition to be number 1, they didn't have the ambition to surpass Zhu Yan. However, if one did not have a resolute heart, one would not be able to become an immortal even if there were millions of fortuitous opportunities. Su Rushan and Yan Zhongzi looked at each other and didn't speak for a long time. However, their eyes were filled with shock. All the great cultivators were shocked speechless, and they even forgot to enter the door of light. Su Qiuling revealed a cheerful smile. She was the only one who believed in Ming Fan's strength. Master, Ling is right. Cough, cough, cough. Little girl, did you already know that Zhou Ming is stronger than the early divine transformation realm venerable? I don't know, but Ling believes in young Master Zhou. The cultivators of the Endless Sea were not as good as young Master Zhou. The cultivators of the Rain World were not as good as young Master Zhou. The cultivators of the 9 worlds were not as good as young Master Zhou. The cultivators of the 4 heavens were not as good as young Master Zhou. Perhaps there are countless people whose cultivation base is higher than young masters, but one day, young Master Zhou will step on the peak of heaven and earth. Ling believes. Lass, you are blindly trusting him, so what if I'm blind? Is it wrong to trust a person without regret? End of chapter 228. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.